The naive male protagonist finds himself in the grasp of a possessive female classmate, whose affection gradually becomes apparent in her gaze. Since the hasty departure of his parents in his childhood, he rarely shows a smile. In his room, Gu Anyan holds the admission letter from Hashia University, reflecting on the new life that awaits him. To his surprise, a former classmate from high school, who had once bullied him, now gazes at his enrollment documents with a sinister smile creeping onto her face. Chapter 1. Wow. It's really you. Asterisk asterisk. Wait, why are you calling so early in the morning? Brother, you did it. Oh no, you got into university. A jubilant cheer resonates from the other end of the line. Gu Anyan springs out of bed. Is this for real? Let me see. As he opens the electronic page, bold letters leap out at him. The corners of his mouth curl slightly. It seems my 2.5 years of hard work were not in vain. What a wonderful thing. By the way, have you talked to mom and dad? The excited words almost escape his lips, but are swallowed back. Sensing his mood, the girl on the line skillfully offers him comfort, as she always did. In their childhood, their parents seem to have embarked on a quest, tirelessly traversing distant lands for a living. Now, they could hardly even connect, leaving the two young ones to rely on each other. Even more painfully, Gu Anyan's health has deteriorated with age, complicating his life considerably. I'm fine. Everything will be all right. Well then, I have some matters to attend to with Grandpa, but I'll come find you once I'm done. The holiday swiftly passes. On a bright morning, a beam of sunlight illuminates the youthful and handsome face of the boy, clad in clean and tidy attire, drawing the attention of many. Hello, Junior. Are you a freshman? Let me show you around campus, shall we? Don't listen to her. I'm your direct senior. You must be tired with such a heavy suitcase. Why not come to my apartment for a rest? Just then, a bespectacled boy steps forward, tugging at his red headband, hastily coming to his aid. Junior, don't listen to them. I'll take you to the registration office. If you don't mind, you can rest at my place for a bit, that I've got some great things to share. Gu Anyan stands at the entrance of Hashia University, almost in a daze, pleasantly surprised by the attention he receives on his first day. Noticing the dozens of eager gazes around him, he awkwardly declines their offers and strides forward with his head down. Sometimes he cannot comprehend why, just because he is a tad handsome, he should attract such attention. Sigh. Upon reaching the corner, Gu Anyan pulls out his acceptance letter and places it on a wooden table. Hello, senior. I'm here to register. He wipes the slight blush from his cheeks and smiles as he speaks. Soon, two slender, snow-white fingers extend towards him, holding a golden card. Was she mistaken? Isn't this the key to the North 1 High apartment, the girls' dormitory? Since senior, you haven't even asked me. I don't need to ask any questions. I know everything about you. A cool, slightly delicate voice emerges as she removes her hat, revealing a cascade of pale blue curls and a stunning doll-like face. Gazing at the exquisite visage before him, Gu Anyan breaks into a cold sweat. Wow, it's truly you. Hello, Lan. Here we are again. You're calling me Lan right off the bat. It seems you've missed me, Gu Anyan. With that, Lan Youyan seizes Gu Anyan's wrist, pulling him close while pinching his cheek with her other hand. You look much better, but you're still the frail little thing you always were. Gu Anyan struggles fiercely, yet he finds himself pinned against the table, feeling both angered and frightened. Lan Youyan, let go of me. How did you end up here? Didn't you not take the college entrance examination? I'm not sure how I got admitted. Perhaps I donated a few buildings? Or maybe the principal recognized my exceptional talent. Now I'm here to assist with the orientation of new students. Is that a problem? Realizing the playful smirk on Lan Youyan's face, Gu Anyan quickly comprehends that she is the daughter of the Lan family. How many things could the Lan family not accomplish? They had met in high school when Lan Youyan fortuitously transferred to his school, coincidentally ended up in his class, and became his desk mate at that time. They were friends who motivated each other, but gradually, he discovered that things were far from simple. Her concern for him grew increasingly intense, sometimes teasing him to the point of inducing mild suffocation. After Lan Youyan arrived, no one in class dared to bully him again. Gu Anyan never spoke up, even to his sister, fearing it might implicate her, and thus endured until graduation. Yes, he looked forward to university life, hoping to escape those memories. He never anticipated this. Breaking free from Lan Youyan's grip, Gu Anyan glares at her in frustration. Lan Youyan, please give me the correct dormitory key card. A flicker of anger flashes in her eyes at his defiance, unnoticed by anyone else. I say it's correct, so it is. From today onwards, You will live with me in the North One apartment, which has just been renovated. How delightful, right? Her cold voice carries an unmistakable air of authority. What if I refuse? I'll report this to the administration right now. As soon as the words leave his mouth, Gu Anian regrets them, realizing how childish he sounded. This school can easily change its surname to Lan. If you're unwilling, you can leave. The Gu Anian immediately softens, understanding that despite the blatant threat, he cannot abandon the fruits of his hard work over the years. Now, facing Lan Youyan, he feels an overwhelming desire for control and dominance emanating from her. Regardless of her motives, Gu Anian dares not get too close, yet he finds himself with no way out. Fine, I'll agree, but you must not do anything strange to me, nor force me. With a swift motion, the key card is yanked from his grasp. You have no right to negotiate terms with me. If you can't comply, then leave. That I am sorry. I'm willing to abide by the arrangements of your esteemed school. One must recognize the situation to survive. Gu Anian observes the slight upward curve of her lips as he slowly retrieves the key card from her hand and turns to leave with the suitcase. A gentleman takes revenge. 10 years, 20 years, 50. Cough, in this long journey of life, what grievances cannot be resolved? With that, Gu Anian adjusts his mindset and strides toward the North One apartment. The campus is vast, and after a 10-minute walk, he arrives at the North One apartment, panting for breath. Before he can lament his own frailty, a building comes into view, flanked by lush trees and a lakeside courtyard, with a striking architectural design. This is clearly a villa. Upon entering, Gu Anian cannot help but marvel at the opulence of the wealthy. Yet, he understands that ultimately, this luxury belongs to someone else, and he harbors no selfish desires. So what do you think? Do you like it? Unbeknownst to him, a soft voice laced with disdain emerges from behind him. Chapter 2. You wouldn't want to be expelled, would you? Gu Anian was startled by the sudden voice, turning back with an expression of helplessness. Before him stood Lan Youyan, clad in a delicate light blue dress, her knee-high white stockings accentuating her flawless silhouette. Gu Anian felt a shiver run down his spine, as if he were a prey being scrutinized. Aren't you supposed to be checking in? Why are you here now? I'm only responsible for you as my student, she replied. Now, let me escort you to your room. Without waiting for Gu Anian to react, Lan Youyan seized his hand and led him to a room on the second floor. The wooden door was gently pushed open, revealing a lavish bed in a spacious room, adorned with cushions under an exquisite chandelier, resembling a girl's sanctuary. The crisp sound of the door closing snapped Gu Anian back to reality. As he observed Lan Youyan approaching slowly, he feigned calmness and maintained eye contact. Don't tell me I have to live with you. That's impossible. Before he could finish his sentence, Lan Youyan lunged forward, tripping him with her right foot, and he found himself forcefully toppled onto the bed, with her pressing down upon. But no matter how much Gu Anian struggled, it was futile. When he could barely breathe, she whispered, Shaonin, you wouldn't want to be expelled from school, would you? Lan Youyan, please, perhaps we could discuss this. Gazing at Gu Anian's pale visage, Lan Youyan momentarily froze, a hint of warmth igniting within her. How could there be such a fair-skinned boy? The more she observed his distressed expression, the more she felt compelled to tease him. All right, then, shall we communicate with our mouths? Before he could respond, Lan Youyan demonstrated her adept communication skills through action. 2 minutes later, Gu Anian's face flushed crimson as Lan Youyan slowly opened her eyes, as if savoring the moment. Even more delightful than before. Although Lan Youyan's advances might be seen as a privilege by others, Gu Anian found this domineering demeanor quite unpalatable. He was acutely aware that he and she inhabited entirely different realms and had no desire to be treated like a mere plaything. I insist on residing in the adjacent room. That's my final boundary. Otherwise, I would rather leave. Seeing Gu Anian's anger-laced yet subtly threatening words, Lan Youyan chose not to provoke him further and acquiesced for the moment. As Gu Anian hastily gathered his belongings and departed, a subtle smile graced Lan Youyan's lips. You're the first person I've taken such interest in. What this lady desires, she shall obtain. Finally, it feels a bit quieter. I can't fathom why she enjoys tormenting me so. After reassuring his sister, Gu Anian began to contemplate his future plans. His thoughts were simple: graduate and secure a respectable job, thereby alleviating some of the burden. Perhaps his parents could return then. As he descended the stairs in the arts department, he noticed a girl in a baseball cap and jeans approaching. As she drew nearer, he discerned the allure of her long hair framing a slightly sultry face, radiating an air of maturity. Though she lacked the ethereal beauty of Lan Youyan, she was undoubtedly striking. Initially intending to wave and greet her, Yin found himself momentarily stunned, only to feel something poke against his chest. Noticing they were too close, she removed the camera hanging from her neck and said, "Excuse me, Junior, my photographer had an unexpected issue. Could you assist me by taking some photos? But I don't know how." "That's all right. Our arts department thrives on spontaneity." With this, Yin felt compelled to comply and cautiously accepted the camera. As he watched the senior pose in various graceful stances, beads of perspiration began to form on his brow, and he grew increasingly nervous. Just as he was about to press the shutter, he felt a sudden movement beneath his feet, as if someone had tripped him. Despite his efforts to maintain his balance, he tumbled to the ground. Upon rising, his first instinct was to check the camera he had been holding. His heart sank when he saw the shards of glass scattered on the floor. The worst had come to pass. The camera lens lay shattered, much like his heart. Turning around, he found nothing but emptiness. Yin realized he could not blame anyone but himself for losing his footing. If only he had been more careful. "Senior, I am truly sorry. How much do I owe you? I will certainly compensate you, but could we negotiate a more lenient price since we are both in the arts department?" At that moment, Yin was drenched in sweat, crouching like a frightened rabbit as he picked up the broken glass. Then, a delicate hand grasped his. "Junior, this will hurt your hands. They are so lovely. I cannot bear to see them bleed." Such kindness only heightened Yin's anxiety. Having never encountered such a situation, he wondered how many years of labor it would take to afford a camera of this caliber. "I'm so sorry, Senior. Not to worry, it's just a camera. If you truly feel guilty, how about becoming my boyfriend?" Faced with her teasing remark, Yin found himself momentarily at a loss for words. "Haha, just kidding. You are too adorable. If you give me this amount, I won't hold it against you." Yin looked up to see her holding up 6 fingers. 6,000? I will do my utmost to. 60,000. That's half off, just for you, since I feel we have a connection. 60,000? Yin was already calculating where to sell a kidney. "All right, Senior, I will gather the money as soon as possible. I truly apologize." Though he thought this, he did not voice it. She squeezed Yin's shoulder and spoke gently. "No rush, Junior. If you truly lack funds, there are other ways to settle this." "No, thank you." "Ha!" At that moment, Yin felt a wave of dizziness wash over him as he hurriedly exited the scene. Mission accomplished, Mississippi. Well done, Xiao Shui. As evening fell, after dining in the cafeteria, Yin returned home, preoccupied with thoughts of how to repay his debt. The previous emperor's venture had yet to commence. Side-eye in the past, he worked tirelessly during his spare time, earning a maximum of 2,000 a month. Even if he starved himself, it would take 2.5 years to accumulate that amount. How could he repay 60,000? Lost in thought, Yin arrived at the apartment and noticed the lights flickering on, prompting an idea to surface. Perhaps I should ask Lan Youyan? She seems quite wealthy. He was certain he would repay her. As he pondered, Yin entered the apartment and stood before her door, pacing back and forth, contemplating his approach. Finally, having formulated his words, he timidly raised his hand to knock, only for the door to suddenly swing open. Startled, Yin found himself gazing into her bright eyes, and as he took in her breathtaking beauty, his anxiety escalated. "Good evening. Goodbye." Just as he turned to leave, a pair of delicate hands pulled him into the room. Yin did not resist. He understood he was the one in need. "What were you doing lurking at my door late at night?" Yin disregarded her, lowering his head as he softly murmured, Lan Youyan, could you do me a favor?" Chapter 3, Could you assist me for a moment? Lan Youyan's gaze was icy as she spoke. "Just tell me what you need. I'd like to borrow some money." "It's 600? Yin replied awkwardly, shaking his head gently, his voice diminishing in volume. "Is it 6,000 then?" Yin lowered his head, remaining silent as an expression of acute distress and embarrassment crossed his face. Observing him in such a subservient posture, Lan Youyan maintained her stern facade, feigning difficulty while secretly reveling in her triumph. "Yin, look at you now. Why didn't I think of this sooner?" It wouldn't be 60,000. Would it? What on earth do you need such a vast sum for? Lan Youyan pretended to struggle, nearly failing to suppress the corners of her mouth that threatened to curve upward. Gu Anyan recounted the events that had transpired, assuring her that he would repay her promptly. I see, she replied. It's not that I can't assist you, but I've walked quite a bit today, and my shoulders are sore. If someone could help me with a little massage. A faint blush tinged her cheeks as the actions followed suit. Gu Anyan hastily pushed her away. His teeth clenched as he observed the triumphant expression on Lan Youyan's face. How infuriating! Suddenly confronted with such an unexpected demand, he felt a mix of humiliation and anger, yet found himself powerless, as he had never encountered such a situation before. However, upon reflection, he considered that if merely helping her with a massage could absolve him of the 60,000, it might indeed be a worthwhile trade. Perhaps this was simply her peculiar sense of amusement. Gritting his teeth, Gu Anyan reluctantly extended his hands and began to knead. It must be said, Lan's skin was impeccably smooth, a testament to her upbringing as a daughter of the Lan family. Watching Gu Anyan's unwilling expression while still obeying her commands brought immense satisfaction to Lan Youyan's heart. Someday, I shall have you entirely at my beck and call. After a considerable time, Lan Youyan finally nodded in satisfaction. Once he reluctantly departed, she narrowed her eyes and pressed her dry lips together. Today, I shall not let you off easily. Upon returning to his room, Gu Anyan locked the door and, ensuring there was no sound, exhaled deeply. I've finally made it through. He found himself perplexed by her intentions. In the presence of such a pampered young lady, he felt a persistent discomfort. Yet, he firmly believed that one day he would free himself from her grasp. Setting those thoughts aside, Gu Anyan proceeded to take a shower. After a taxing day, a warm bath provided him with significant relief. At times, he pondered how much simpler things would be if Lan Youyan were a normal person. After changing into his pajamas, he nestled into bed. Stretching luxuriously, he donned his headphones, selected a favorite song, and blissfully closed his eyes. Exhausted from the day, he soon drifted into a deep slumber. In that twilight state between wakefulness and sleep, he suddenly sensed a chill, followed by a wave of pressure enveloping him. He slowly opened his eyes, only to meet the gaze of Lan Youyan, whose large eyes seemed to harbor something strange swirling within them. What? Gu Anyan was startled, trembling involuntarily. He attempted to rise, but Lan Youyan pressed him back down. What are you doing? Oh no, I feel completely numb. His health had always been precarious, and now, feeling overwhelmed, he instinctively bit down in desperation. Seizing the moment of her pain, Gu Anyan summoned all his strength and pushed her aside. At that moment, he remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Lan Youyan, don't think that just because you are the daughter of the Lan family, I will fear you. If you go too far, I... As his words trailed off, Gu Anyan realized he had no idea what he could do. He was just an ordinary person, lacking any background or influence, and often needing his sister's care. He simply could not fathom how he could confront her. Slap. Lan Youyan's sudden strike caught him utterly off guard. You actually hit me. Gu Anyan's initially furious expression transformed into one of slight clarity. Due to his frail health since childhood, he had an acute aversion to pain and a lower tolerance than most. Before he could react, Lan Youyan seized him, lifting him up, leaving red marks on his fair skin. Witnessing this, a flicker of determination crossed Lan Youyan's mind, and she bit down without hesitation. No matter how much he protested, she did not relent until a trace of crimson appeared, at which point she released him, smacking her lips. Here you go. Do you like it? Ignoring her taunts, Gu Anyan hastily grabbed a few napkins to cover himself, the intense pain rendering him speechless. As he shed a few tears, Lan Youyan felt a twinge of sympathy and wiped his face, saying, Is that too much for you? How will you ever be my little dog in the future? After a brief pause, Gu Anyan looked at the crazy girl before him with a sense of grievance. How did you get in here? Do you find it amusing to bully others? Yes, that's the exact expression. Lan Youyan had never found anything as entertaining before, and a flicker of anger ignited within her. No one had ever dared to refuse her or speak to her in such a manner. Gu Anyan, you are the first. I have already spoken to that senior. The matter regarding the camera has been resolved. Hearing Lan Youyan's cold words, Gu Anyan was taken aback by the swiftness of it all. Gritting his teeth, he muttered softly, Thank you, but why do you treat me this way? Lan Youyan casually tossed her hair and replied flippantly, Gu Anyan, I truly believe you are utterly clueless. I think you are destined to be my plaything. Consider it an honor. Absolutely not. Gu Anyan yearned for the warmth of family and a life filled with happiness, with the prerequisite of freedom. If he were to lose that freedom, what would be the point? Observing Gu Anyan's unwavering determination, Lan Youyan chose not to press him further, knowing that she could not rush him. Some things must be approached gradually. They cannot be achieved in a single leap. Lan Youyan is not a frivolous young lady. She is well aware of these truths. Not obedient? I have my ways. With her interest waning, Lan Youyan left the room, allowing him to ponder in solitude. Gu Anyan let out a deep sigh. Anger would serve no purpose. He slowly lay down, contemplating how to deal with this madwoman. Given his circumstances, it was utterly impossible for him to confront her. If I cannot provoke her, can I not evade her? In truth, Gu Anyan could rely on Lan Youyan to secure a prosperous life, yet he would not choose to do so. On one hand, he was unwilling, and on the other, more importantly, he would lose his freedom. Moreover, falling into her hands could subject him to unknown tortures. Amidst his chaotic thoughts, Gu Anyan gradually drifted into slumber. Chapter 4. At 7 in the morning, Gu Anyan rose punctually. His slumber had not been restful. The wound on his shoulder throbbed persistently. Turning his head, he noticed a jar of ointment on the table and a steaming breakfast laid out for him. Another morning visit? He mused. Though he had to admit she possessed a modicum of conscience. Gu Anyan was not one to refuse a complimentary breakfast. He savored it while glancing at his phone, only to discover a message from Lan Youyan. I was wrong yesterday. Remember to apply the ointment and eat breakfast. Once I finish my matters, I'll find you. I'll be gentler next time. A shiver ran down Gu Anyan's spine. He wished to avoid such encounters altogether. Oblivious to the fact that he was the first to elicit such a response from Lan Youyan, prompting her apology. At least she was out now, allowing him to endure less torment. He could not remain here indefinitely, but to graduate and await a suitable opportunity, he must extricate himself from her clutches. The reporting day was Saturday, and with no classes to attend, Gu Anyan resolved to exercise on the playground. After all, health is the foundation of revolution, and he did not wish to be labeled a frail invalid. Memories of his sister preparing nourishing soups for him flooded his mind, and he sighed, longing for a reunion with his family. As he strolled to the playground, Gu Anyan was astonished to find a considerable number of people engaging in morning exercises. Observing the students perspiring with youthful vigor, his spirits began to lift. Previously, he had either been confined to his room with books or dragging his sickly body working in a convenience store, never having truly experienced the world outside. He felt that a turning point was approaching in his life. Emulating others, Gu Anyan began to jog around the playground after completing his warm-up. Initially, he could keep pace, but soon he found himself unable to match the others. Despite his efforts to catch up, the gap between them only widened. After several laps, Gu Anyan could bear it no longer and staggered towards the resting area. Just as he neared the railing, his legs betrayed him, giving way beneath him. As his vision darkened and he felt himself losing strength, an unseen force caught him just before he collapsed. Upon closer inspection, he detected a faint scent of hormones in the air. Slowly, Gu Anyan opened his eyes to discover that he was resting on the shoulder of a girl with a ponytail. After gently placing him on a chair, he finally took in her appearance. Clad in a white athletic outfit that accentuated her curvaceous figure, her athletic pants revealed strong, snow-white thighs, exuding a vibrant energy. Most strikingly, when he beheld her face, he momentarily paused. Her beauty rivaled that of Lan Youyan, albeit with a different style. If Lan Youyan resembled a meticulously crafted porcelain doll, exuding an aura of aloofness, the girl before him radiated warmth like an angel, casting a comforting glow. As she offered him a bottle of water, Gu Anyan felt a flicker of gratitude. Aside from his sister, it had been a long time since someone had shown him such concern. As for Lan Youyan, he perceived her attention as merely an attempt to satisfy her peculiar and twisted whims. Perhaps having been devoid of kindness for too long, he smiled genuinely, accepted the water from her hand, and expressed his thanks politely. The sight of her smiling face, tinged with a hint of blush, made Bai Yi's heart skip a beat. She nearly lost her composure before him. No one had ever made her heart race so fervently. She had noticed him earlier, during his run, captivated by his fair, rosy skin and handsome features, which bore a hint of frailty, yet he persevered with determination, driving her to distraction. Unexpectedly, Bai Yi, an exchange student from Hashia, had come to Kyoto, ostensibly for academic exchange, but, in truth, to assess and draw upon the Bai family's influence. Given this context, she found herself contemplating a transfer. Noticing the silence between them, Gu Anyan assumed he had caused her discomfort and, feeling apologetic, said, "I'm sorry, senior. I didn't mean to trouble you." Reacting quickly, Bai Yi produced a packet of tissues and gently wiped the sweat from his forehead, saying, "Don't overthink it, little brother. I merely noticed you were sweating and wanted to help. People should support one another." Hearing her words filled Gu Anyan with warmth once more, and he expressed his gratitude again. "Thank you very much, senior. My name is Gu Anyan, but I still do not know your name. I am Bai Yi." As he listened to her gentle, soothing voice, Gu Anyan was reminded of someone. There was no need to name her, for it was undoubtedly Lan Youyan. He pondered why she came to mind. Perhaps it was the stark contrast between them that triggered the thought. Upon realizing Gu Anyan's musings, Bai Yi took the initiative to suggest they run together, to which he happily agreed. This incited a wave of jealousy among those around them. The boys envied Gu Anyan, who, although not significantly more handsome than themselves, was able to jog alongside the graceful Yi. The girls, filled with regret, wondered why it wasn't them by Gu Anyan's side. Yet, upon gazing at the angelic Bai Yi beside him, they soon dismissed such thoughts. "Your physical condition is quite lacking. Henceforth, I shall be your exclusive coach." Bai Yi jested with a smile. At that moment, after completing another 2 laps, Gu Anyan felt a blush creep upon him as she linked her arm with his. Yet he knew her words were indeed true. Unable to concede his pride, he forced himself to reply, "I merely need to improve. With perseverance, I shall undoubtedly change." Just as he had once burned the midnight oil to gain admission to one of the top universities in Hashia. Seeing his endearing demeanor brought joy to Bai Yi, making her feel as though she had stumbled upon a treasure, prompting her to hasten her visit to Kyoto. As noon approached, he learned that Bai Yi was an exchange student from a rather distinguished family, and she would soon return to Hashia. Due to her busy schedule, Bai Yi added him to her contacts and bid him farewell, playfully assuring him that she would return. Gu Anyan sighed, reflecting on how this beautiful and kind-hearted senior not only delighted in aiding others, but also strove to enhance herself. Yet, his thoughts unwittingly strayed to the madcap Lan Youyan, and he shook his head to dispel such musings. After a brief respite, he resolved to have lunch before heading to the library in the afternoon. However, sometimes, one's thoughts manifest in unexpected ways. Just after finishing his meal, and while walking along the street, darkness suddenly enveloped him, and he fainted. When he regained consciousness, it was already night. Gu Anyan was astonished to find himself lying in the bathtub of his apartment, utterly unclothed. Before he could process this bewildering situation, a cold, emotionless voice pierced the silence. Awake? Accompanied by the sound of footsteps, Gu Anyan immediately knew who it was. As Lan Youyan approached him, an inexplicable sense of panic surged within him. She held a large medical kit, her exquisite face devoid of any expression. Considering his predicament, the fact that she had inexplicably brought him back only fueled his indignation, prompting him to confront her loudly. Yet, Lan Youyan's countenance remained unchanged. Those who knew her even slightly understood that she was likely not merely upset. Chapter 5. Disobedience will lead to specimens. Gu Anyan could barely utter a sound before his hair was seized and he was shoved beneath the water. Like a small dog, he was subjected to the pouring of shower gel over his face, only to be tossed back down again. Each time he surfaced, he could only emit muted gurgles. "Why must you treat me this way?" Ignoring his protests, she continued until he was thoroughly scrubbed clean. Finally, when he ceased to struggle, Lan Youyan pulled him out and tossed him onto a blanket. Without offering any explanation, she played a video for Gu Anyan, footage from the morning of Bai Yi jogging with him. "You were monitoring me?" he exclaimed incredulously. "Tian Heishi, by family S. Bai Yi. Too bad she cannot be eliminated." Lan Youyan nearly forced the words out through gritted teeth. Gu Anyan, with a face full of terror, exclaimed, "Who is Sha? A Sandman? What else could it be?" Her nonchalant reply further solidified the notion of her terrifying presence in Gu Anyan's mind. This woman was utterly frightening, verging on madness. How many such incidents had she been involved in? Gu Anyan pondered. Who permitted you to meddle with others? The tone was calm, devoid of any emotion. In that fleeting moment, Gu Anyan felt as though she were ensnared. But why should she feel this way? She had done nothing wrong. Why couldn't she run with others? Anger surged within her, realizing she was not one to be easily intimidated. After enduring relentless bullying, anyone would reach their breaking point. Summoning her courage, she shouted, "What I choose to do is none of your business." No sooner had the words left her lips than a sharp slap echoed resoundingly. Despite her anticipation, Gu Annian was caught off guard. Immediately following, a stiletto heel descended upon her, leaving a dark crimson mark with a single blow. Ignoring the pain, she swiftly rose, opting to resist this time. Did I say something wrong? You are a lunatic. Bai Yi is 1,000 times better than you. Little did she know. This remark ignited Lan Youyan's fury, striking deep at her core. Her stunning beauty twisted into a grotesque mask of rage, and in Gu Annian's eyes, she resembled a demon. Grabbing her wrist, Lan Youyan forcefully shoved her to the ground. Gu Annian scrambled desperately towards the door, only to feel a sharp pain in her back, as if it might crack, threatening to render her unconscious. The girl ruthlessly kicked her back, showing no mercy. Ah! Please, stop hitting me. A piercing scream rang out, prompting Lan Youyan to halt her assault. She looked at the youth with a mixture of pity and resentment. Gradually, she helped Gu Annian to her feet, gripping her chin with one hand, forcing their gazes to meet. Do you dare? Gu Annian's previously vacant eyes sharpened slightly as she trembled, murmuring, I'm sorry, why must you treat me this way? Slap. This time, Lan Youyan exerted all her strength. One last time, do you dare? No, I won't dare again. Remember this well. If you disobey me again, I shall turn you into a specimen. The stark contrast between the deep crimson and her pale skin made Lan Youyan appear almost transformed, her demeanor shifting to one of unsettling gentleness. Be good, will you? Her voice, now devoid of the previous chill, was as if another person had tormented Gu Annian moments ago. It was terrifying. Just a moment ago, she had worn a smile. Had Gu Annian not just witnessed her ferocity, she might have thought Lan Youyan a caring and gentle girl. As she spoke, Lan Youyan opened the medical kit she had brought, revealing ointments, bandages, antiseptic, anti-inflammatory medication, and even anesthetics, all meticulously prepared. The fiery pain in Gu Annian's back confirmed that she had been ready for this all along. Mingming and Bai Yi are both stunningly beautiful, yet their attitudes towards him are entirely disparate. Remembering the care she showed him during the day, Gu Annian could not suppress his tears. As she applied ointment to his wounds and wiped away his tears, Lan Youyan whispered tenderly in his ear, Do not cry. It pains my heart. To Gu Annian, her words felt like a whisper of a demon. Now, he was filled with trepidation towards Lan Youyan. She was no longer the mischievous young lady he once knew. The transformation within such a short span was astonishing. Perhaps she had always been this way. Gu Annian understood one thing. To avoid suffering, he must yield to her will. There was no other recourse available. After applying the ointment, Gu Annian, in a state of anguish yet resignation, uttered, Yin, I will be obedient. For reasons unknown. He found himself calling her by a more intimate name, perhaps hoping it would lessen her torment towards him. As his words reached Lan Youyan's ears, observing the pain, grievance, and reluctant submission etched upon his handsome face ignited a flicker of interest within her. A flame began to burn in her heart. Indeed, punishment proved effective. From this day forth, you shall share a room with me, she declared, her tone urgent and commanding. Having experienced her methods, Gu Annian dared not defy her. He immediately nodded obediently. All right. Seeing his compliance lifted Lan Youyan's spirits, and her movements softened as she pulled him into the room. Gazing at the myriad scars adorning his fragile body and the innocent yet aggrieved expression on his face, she could no longer maintain her composure. A hint of impatience overtook her as she cast him onto the bed, leaving Gu Annian feeling dizzy. Having just bathed, he was struck by a searing pain that made him oblivious to his own state. It was only at that moment he instinctively covered himself with the blanket, including his eyes. Do not look. He had been single for so many years and could not bear such a scene. However, the blanket was easily yanked away. His hands forcibly pulled apart. What do you intend to do? Please, don't. Panic enveloped him, an instinctive warning echoing in his mind that he was in peril. Such an experience would be torment for anyone. The agony from his wounds compounded with the situation nearly caused him to faint. Lan Youyan, upon hearing his words, did not respond. Yet her unyielding demeanor and unwavering intensity revealed her determination at that moment. There was no escape. Time slipped by unnoticed, and Gu Annian sensed the movements upon him cease, allowing him to gently shift. At that moment, Lan Youyan's face flushed slightly as she stretched comfortably, seemingly savoring the events that had just transpired. Glancing at the youth's face, she approached him with a gentle embrace, a smile gracing her lips as she drifted off to sleep. Meanwhile, Gu Anyan remained expressionless, enveloped by an overwhelming sense of unreality. His eyelids could no longer be lifted, and he sank into a deep slumber. Chapter 6. Once is not enough? Then let us have several. As dawn broke outside, the apartment was already filled with the sounds of bustling activity. Prepare a nourishing meal for him, and once he awakens, tidy the room. Do not discard that bed sheet. Keep it for me. Yes, miss. 7 or 8 servants promptly responded, and that cool voice belonged to none other than Lan Youyan. Today, however, her complexion was radiant. Her cheeks flushed, and a faint smile graced her lips. At that moment, a figure approached slowly and whispered gently in her ear, "Miss, if you continue like this, he will not only reject you, but he may also suffer a mental breakdown." Lan Youyan's expression dimmed slightly. She had considered this issue. If she persisted in this manner, trouble was inevitable. Understood, Hashia. Although she had tasted success once, she knew that patience was essential. She had to exercise self-control. Having encountered numerous schemes and intrigues from various noble families, she had always managed to navigate them with ease. This time would be no different. It was time to allow him some breathing room. Increase the number of spies, and have bodyguards disguise themselves as students. Once spy E is spotted, notify me immediately. I cannot allow anyone to take my Nyan away. After issuing her commands, Lan Youyan gently pushed open the door to his room. Upon seeing Gu Nyan's sleeping face, she suppressed a flicker of heat within her heart and approached to gently pat him. His slumbering soul was stirred, and Gu Nyan slowly opened his eyes. Before he could speak, he became acutely aware of his current predicament. You're awake. Good morning." He realized that even a slight act of resistance could lead to severe repercussions, and fear gripped him. Observing Gu Nyan's expression, Lan Youyan was taken aback. Had she been too harsh on him? He seemed remarkably easy to tame. Just as Gu Nyan prepared to plead for mercy, he was momentarily stunned. Before him, Lan Youyan's exquisite face radiated kindness and warmth, reminiscent of the high school version of herself. "And Nyan, I know I've been too domineering. Treating you that way was my fault. But do you understand? I simply wish for you to remain by my side because I love you." Each word exuded an overwhelming sincerity, and her tone lacked the usual coldness. It felt as if she was genuinely acknowledging her mistakes. Am I dreaming? Or is this her alter ego? Gazing into her earnest eyes, after enduring 2.5 minutes of emotional persuasion, Gu Nyan reached a conclusion. She must have changed out of guilt. Surely this sincerity was not feigned. While he pondered this, Lan Youyan suddenly wrapped her arms around him. "Will you forgive me and gradually accept me?" Suddenly embraced with unexpected tenderness, accompanied by a gentle tone, Gu Nyan found himself somewhat taken aback. "It's all right, I don't hold it against you," he replied, though confronted with this sudden confession. He was at a loss for how to respond. His goals were distinctly defined. He had never contemplated romance. Yet, he feared that a direct rejection might provoke Lan Youyan to revert to her previous distress. "Perhaps we could take our time, gradually getting to know one another." "I know you quite well," she asserted. Gu Nyan felt a flush of embarrassment. "But I hardly know you. Didn't you learn about me just yesterday? If you feel once wasn't sufficient, then let us learn about each other multiple times," she chuckled. Observing his flustered demeanor, Lan Youyan decided to cease her teasing. Having already achieved her objective, "All right, I'll follow your lead. We can take it slow." Although uncertain of the woman's true intentions, as long as she did not mistreat him, he was content. With her support, Gu Nyan slowly rose, realizing he could barely stand. Feeling a wave of weakness wash over him. Noticing his condition, Lan Youyan advised, "Go wash up first, then come to the living room. I've prepared some food for you." "You're quite thoughtful, personally preparing the meal," he remarked. Upon entering the living room, Gu Nyan observed a group bustling about. Evidently Lan Youyan's entourage. She beckoned him to sit down, and as he approached, he spotted a familiar face. "Hey, senior, what a surprise to see you here," he exclaimed, then recalled that she was a friend of Lan Youyan, making her presence quite normal. Feeling somewhat sheepish, especially after having inadvertently damaged her camera, he offered a slightly awkward smile. "I'm sorry, I forgot you were a friend of Lan Youyan's. About that incident with your camera." But wait, why did she show such deference to Lan Youyan, as if she were both a friend and subordinate? At that moment, Lan Youyan spoke up with a smile. Gu Nyan, realizing the implications of the situation, felt foolish for his previous assumptions. He had intended to question her, but upon seeing her sincere expression and apologetic demeanor, he reconsidered. After much commotion, he had yet to enjoy a proper meal. As he settled down, the delightful aroma wafted through the air, and he was astounded by the array of dishes before him. Fresh oysters, sea cucumbers, sliced pork, eel, soft-shelled turtle, and a pot of square-shaped delicacies. There is not a single vegetable in sight. How am I supposed to eat this? He exclaimed. Unfazed, Lan Youyan slowly revealed a hidden array of vibrant green vegetables that had been obscured by the large pot. Dishes of chives prepared in various styles: cold chives, chives stir-fried with clams, chives scrambled with eggs, chives sautéed with squid, and even chives stir-fried with more chives, were presented before him. How considerate. I just woke up and feel a bit parched. I thought you might like some of this, she said, handing him a large cup filled with goji berries and a few drops of water. Really, is this a joke? Do you take me for a 3-year-old? Why do you offer me this? Don't think I am unaware of your intentions. Gu Wenyin grumbled, not caring about the hierarchy of the cards. He expected Lan Youyan to respond with anger, yet to his surprise, she wore a look of grievance, as if tears were about to fall. She had gone to great lengths, considering his well-being, meticulously preparing these dishes. If he refused to eat, that was one thing, but to unjustly accuse her. Oh, how could he? Suddenly, Gu Wenyin found it hard to bear. He could never tolerate a girl's tears, and upon realizing he had wronged her, he immediately softened. Indeed, though he felt unwell, it was clear these offerings came from a place of goodwill. Not only did he refuse to partake, but he also scolded her. What a fool he was. I will eat. I will consume it all. That was not my intention. Watching Gu Wenyin eat eagerly, Lan Youyan finally broke into a smile. After finishing his meal, he let out a satisfied burp, truly unable to eat another bite. To be honest, it was quite delicious. Noticing the untouched dishes before him, Gu Wenyin inquired, "Why aren't you eating?" Delighted by his concern, Lan Youyan replied, "I am waiting for you to finish the leftovers." She nearly let the truth slip. Gu Wenyin was taken aback. Such a dignified young lady was beyond his reach, and he quickly gestured for them to dine together next time. It was then that Lan Youyan abruptly asked, "And Yin, do you wish to live alone?" Chapter 7. I'll teach you. Place your hand here. Upon hearing this, Gu Wenyin's eyes widened in surprise. Of course, I want to live with you. He remained apprehensive, fearing she might be testing him. Lan Youyan, sensing his trepidation, gently reassured him, "You need not fear. I should not impose upon you. This is your choice. However, if you wish to live with me, that would be splendid." The mention of freedom lit up Gu Wenyin's eyes. After pondering for a while, he finally set aside his doubts. Relaxing, he said, "Well, it's not ideal to linger here indefinitely. I should experience the joys of campus life." Lan Youyan smiled sweetly. "You can return any time." Gu Wenyin acknowledged her and stepped outside. "Miss, you are letting him go just like that? Fear not, he shall return. He has always been under my influence. I merely wish to alleviate his concerns." The air today was particularly fresh, and Gu Wenyin's spirits soared. He planned to first seek out his instructor to inquire about his dormitory, then go to Lan Youyan's place to collect his belongings and settle in. Truly, this was Hashia University. Every building was grand and uniquely styled. He arrived at the Boyi building, found the counselor's office, and gently knocked twice. A warm male voice immediately called from within, "Please enter." As he opened the door, he beheld a man with black-rimmed glasses seated at a desk, exuding an air of refinement, appearing only a few years older than Gu Wenyin. Gu Wenyin had assumed he would encounter a balding man, as was typical in his high school. "Greetings, fellow student. Is there something amiss?" Gu Wenyin hurriedly explained his predicament, revealing that due to certain circumstances, he lacked accommodation. "Very well, I shall assist you in filing a request. By the way, may I ask your name?" "Gu Wenyin," he replied. Initially, he perceived this instructor as quite amiable and contemplated engaging in further conversations with him. However, to his surprise, the teacher suddenly paused, subsequently engrossed in his computer screen. A few minutes later, his advisor expressed, "I sincerely apologize, but all dormitories are fully occupied." "What? Am I not on the list?" Gu Wenyin questioned, bewildered. Having been accepted, was he truly denied housing? "You see, previously you were assigned to the apartment, and the academy presumed you would reside there. Consequently, your dormitory allocation has been given to another student. Is such a situation even possible? Where am I to stay?" Lan Yu, adjusting his glasses with a hint of helplessness, replied, "I am truly sorry, Gu. While I can assist you academically, this matter is beyond my control. However, you may continue residing at your former place." After a brief discussion and realizing there were no alternatives, Gu Wenyin left in disappointment. "What am I to do?" I have only just arrived, and now I must return. Frustrated, he spent the entire afternoon inquiring among his classmates if anyone would be willing to switch dorms. But each time he attempted to explain, he was met with rejection. Some even scolded him, as far as I know. That is the residence of the Blue family's heiress. Are you not aware? You are oblivious to your fortune. Rendered speechless by such rebukes, he returned home in the evening, sensing no possible solutions. At the entrance, 2 bodyguards seemed to be waiting specifically for him. Young master, welcome home. Upon entering, he found Lan Youyan reclining on the sofa, her delicate feet propped up, her beautiful eyes fixed intently upon him. With a look of concern, she asked, "And Yen, is something wrong? Have you encountered difficulties? You've returned so soon. Do tell me, I will certainly help you." Observing her earnest demeanor, Gu Yen scratched his head. Growing increasingly awkward, he stammered, "The school has no accommodation available for me. Could you possibly assist?" Upon hearing this, Lan Youyan pondered for a moment. "Oh, the academy's arrangements are indeed challenging. Challenging? Surely the principal must heed your words? Ah, that is somewhat exaggerated. No matter how influential I may be, I cannot disrupt the order of the school. Very well, I shall resign myself to this fate. After all, it is quite normal to reside with a beautiful girl. I have nothing to lose." Although he recognized that his predicament stemmed from her, he still felt somewhat uneasy, asserting, "I cannot stay for free. I will pay rent monthly." Lan Youyan waved her hand dismissively. "No need for that. Simply consider this your home. That is unacceptable. I would rather sleep outside than compromise my principles." "Then let us negotiate. How about a monthly fee of 10,000? What?" The phrase struck a familiar chord within him. He felt a twinge of regret, wishing he could take back his words, wondering why he had uttered such a statement. Truly a case of gaining advantages, yet acting coy. Opposite him, sitting on the sofa, Lan Youyan was laughing so heartily that it left the surrounding maids astonished. For this was the first time they had witnessed her smile during their many years in the Lan household. The young mistress seldom smiled, unless it was utterly unavoidable. How endearing. He found himself increasingly yearning for all of her. She intended to gradually make him unable to live without her. Suppressing her laughter, Lan Youyan proposed, "How about this? Let us try a different approach. I have been practicing yoga lately, and you can be my partner. No need for you to spend any money." Gu Ennian bashfully agreed and promised to practice diligently with her. After all, to him, it merely represented a leisurely activity that could also provide relaxation. What could be wrong with that? The two engaged in light conversation before proceeding to dinner. The table was laden with an abundance of dishes, and Lan Youyan persistently served him. "Say, can we perhaps have something more ordinary in the future? That won't do, considering your frail constitution. You fainted yesterday." Gu Ennian was well aware of her insinuation. This matter could not simply be brushed aside, could it? He had initially wished to avoid the topic, but upon hearing her words, he retorted, "Who allowed you to treat me this way? You brazenly took my innocence, and I have yet to settle the score with you." Beside them, Lu Shui smirked, clearly amused that the young mistress had become so audacious in her speech due to the deference he had shown her. "It's because I like you too much. I couldn't help myself. And Yen, do you object?" Observing the expression on Lan Youyan's face, Gu Ennian felt a sense of helplessness. Who would initiate such a thing? Naturally, he was unwilling. He raised an eyebrow, remaining silent as he continued to eat. After dinner, he leisurely returned to his room, inexplicably pulling out his phone to search for ways to become stronger. While intently focused on the video, the door was suddenly flung open. Seeing Gu Ennian in such a state, Lan Youyan chuckled softly, disregarding his embarrassment as she pulled him into another room. Before he could voice any complaints, Gu Ennian was taken aback by the sight of an array of equipment, various facilities, and a spacious mat. "From now on, we will practice yoga here. You should strive to adapt quickly." Ignoring Lan Youyan's teasing, he inquired, "But I don't know yoga. What should I do?" Lan Youyan patted his shoulder, a mischievous grin on her face. "I will teach you. You simply need to join me. Now, lie down, spread your body, and relax completely. Place your hands here." Chapter 8. Yoga. Gu Ennian lay on the mat, following her instructions as he adjusted his posture step by step. He brought his knees together, while Lan Youyan smiled, expertly arching backward. He was tempted to ask her how she accomplished such grace, but at that moment, he had no time to ponder. They gazed at each other, with Lan Youyan's exquisite face radiating ease, while Gu Ennian's forehead glistened with beads of sweat. "I am so light. You won't." Before I could finish my words, a faint, crisp sound echoed, and without support, Lan Youyan fell directly onto the boy. Ah! Hearing the cry of despair, Lan Youyan quickly rose to check on his condition. Help me see if I've broken anything. I feel numb, devoid of sensation. Lan Youyan replied with irritation. How did you become numb again? Fine. Come here and let me take a look. After conducting a thorough examination, she thankfully discovered that there was no serious issue, merely a ligament strain. Seizing the opportunity for jest, Lan Youyan teased, "Oh dear, I told you that you weren't capable. Don't push yourself next time." Upon hearing this, Gu Annian gritted his teeth, wanting to retort but found himself at a loss for words. How infuriating. Once again, he faced disdain. Lan Youyan noted the expression on his face and felt increasingly triumphant. Such a strong sense of pride. I will shatter it piece by piece. All right, let us keep it simple this time. I'll help you with your shoulder. Gu Annian was positioned like a doll, laid out in a large shape. Then, Lan Youyan gently gripped his arms. Feeling the warmth and sensation radiating from behind him, Gu Annian couldn't help but grow anxious. What is she planning to do? Is this a position that can be executed? While lost in thought, he suddenly felt a sharp tug at his wrist, causing his body to arch backward. Is this shoulder therapy? This is going to break me. Intense pain surged through him, and his body involuntarily began to shake. He longed to scream, but the thought of Lan Youyan's mocking face made him grit his teeth and hold back. Oh, your flexibility is quite impressive. Lan Youyan wore a faintly contemptuous smile. As she gradually applied more force, she could sense the boy's jaws tightly clenched. Such endurance. Still as stubborn as ever, but that only adds to the challenge. At this thought, a blush crept onto Lan Youyan's face. All right, let me go? Yet. Lan Youyan did not relent, instead saying, what? Can you not endure any longer? Unless you beg me. Gu Annian struggled desperately. But he did not anticipate that a seemingly fragile girl could possess such strength. With every bit of resistance, she would exert even more force. Feeling as though his waist might snap, he gasped, Lan Youyan, please, let me go. After a moment, are you speaking to me? I was lost in thought just now and didn't hear you. What did you say? Do you truly think I'm a soft target? Gu Annian felt his lungs might burst, his face flushed with anger. Gritting his teeth, he pleaded, I beg you, just let me go. Finally, Lan Youyan relented, releasing him. Gu Annian collapsed onto the ground, taking a long time to recover before rising with a furious expression, his melancholic eyes fixed intently on Lan Youyan. Are you looking for trouble on purpose? One day, I will make you feel. As he trailed off, his voice grew softer, for he dared not express that he intended to return the favor in kind. Upon hearing those words, Lan Youyan could not help but feel intrigued. He found himself less resistant to the idea of playing with an. After all, there could never be too much of that. You don't have to wait for this day. You can help me with my shoulder right now. Gu Annian was somewhat taken aback, yet he shook his head, saying, forget it. I don't wish to contend with you. If you become unhappy, you'll just hit me. A resolute expression graced Lan Youyan's exquisite features as she asserted, I promise I won't strike you. I will give you the chance for revenge. Gu Annian shook his head once more. After a few seconds of silent eye contact, he cautiously inquired, you truly want to hit me? You deserve a beating, don't you? You still want me to hit you? With matters having escalated to this point, failing to retaliate would be against the natural order, especially since this presented an excellent opportunity. All right, just don't regret it. With that, Gu Annian approached Lan Youyan, a glimmer of determination in his eyes. What are you dawdling for? Come on. Provoked by her taunting words, Gu Annian could no longer tolerate it. He would no longer show her any mercy. Gritting his teeth, he grasped her wrist and forcefully pulled it back. The girl let out a soft hiss, but it did nothing to deter his relentless grip. Anan. You're quite strong. I can actually feel the pain. It remained unclear whether her words were a jest. Just as Gu Annian prepared to exert more force, he was unexpectedly freed by an overwhelming strength, causing him to be flung aside. Then, Lan Youyan stood up and walked over to Gu Annian, calmly stating, that hurts. Gu Annian, seated on the ground, gazed up at her with a hint of a victorious smile. Humph, I thought you were formidable, if you can't handle it. Don't play. With that, Lan Youyan lunged at him, pinning him down. You promised you wouldn't hit me. Gu Annian panicked, realizing he should never have engaged with this unpredictable woman. Lan Youyan, observing his flustered expression, tightened her embrace. I only said I wouldn't strike. Before Gu Annian could react, a gentle warmth descended upon him. Feeling a sweetness, he attempted to break free but found himself ensnared. Just as dizziness began to overcome him, The girl finally released him. Gu Yin gasped for air, angrily pointing at Lan Youyan. What do you intend to do? Think about it. Gu Yin was at a loss for words. Seeing that she indeed refrained from striking him, he could do little despite his irritation. It's getting late. Let us rest. You performed adequately today. We shall continue next time. Having said this with a nonchalant tone, Lan Youyan departed, unusually refraining from tormenting him. What do you take me for, your plaything? Gu Yin tidied himself up and returned to his room. After 3 years of being bullied in high school, he still could not escape it. Dismissing such thoughts, he completed his evening routine and went to bed, feeling a tinge of anticipation for the first lesson of the next day. Chapter 9. Having the class monitor is enough. As dawn broke, Gu Yin awoke naturally. Glancing around, he noted that Lan Youyan had, unusually, not invaded his room. He tidied himself up in a simple manner and stepped outside dressed in casual attire. In the spacious living room, only the butler and a few attendants were present, along with a table laden with steaming breakfast. How does she manage to rise so early each day? I have hardly ever seen her in the morning. She truly is a disciplined woman. Yet, it is quite pleasant, for it grants me a moment of tranquility. As if sensing his thoughts, the butler remarked, Sir, my young lady is attending to the daily affairs of the company. This breakfast has been prepared for you. Moreover, she wishes for you to study and live here in peace. Gazing at the middle-aged butler, who smiled with narrowed eyes, Gu Yin found him somewhat inscrutable, yet he responded with a smile and kind. After finishing his breakfast, Gu Yin took a canvas bag and proceeded to the classroom. At that moment, a door in the apartment opened, revealing a graceful figure, Lu Shui. Uncle Lu, what are your thoughts? She said, approaching slowly with a soft tone. This child possesses a calm disposition, is not one to compete, and is unmoved by self-interest. I cannot discern any feelings he harbors for the young lady. If he remains this way, the outcome may be, the butler sighed in resignation. I understand. If firmness does not work, then let us employ a more subtle approach, she replied. Both were acutely aware that their young lady had never been so infatuated with anyone, especially a man. If he could bring her joy, then he could remain by her side indefinitely, by whatever means necessary. This was also the head of the family's intention. Meanwhile, Gu Yin, slightly out of breath, ascended to the 6th floor. Ah, this must be it, room 603. Upon pushing the door open, he was met with a classroom filled with students. All eyes turned towards him, some filled with surprise, others with admiration, and a few with envy. Noticing the teacher's disapproving gaze from the podium, Gu Yin stammered, This ISNT, right, is it? ISNT class supposed to start at 8? Classmate. I emphasized in the group chat 3 times yesterday that today's class starts an hour earlier. And where's your book? You overslept on the first day of school. It's simply unacceptable, the teacher retorted. What group? What book? At that moment, Gu Yin felt utterly foolish, trying to avoid the glaring light above the teacher's head. He meekly apologized. I'm sorry, teacher. Since it was the first class, the Mediterranean-haired teacher scolded him for 10 minutes before allowing him to take a seat. Scanning the room, he found only one empty spot and hurriedly made his way to it. Just as he sat down, he sensed a gaze directed at him from the side. Turning slightly, he saw a girl with slightly curled hair, resting her chin on her hand, gazing at him with her large, expressive eyes. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward, and after being scrutinized for a while, Gu Yin could no longer bear it and asked, Classmate, is there something you need? The girl remained silent for a few seconds, pulled out a photograph, compared it, then suddenly slapped the table and turned around, exclaiming, Oh, so you are classmate Gu. Teacher Lin said you are unaware of the class announcements, and I was instructed to explain it to the subject teacher. Gu Yin stared blankly at the person before him. Then why are you only mentioning it now? I forgot. You didn't actually forget, you were just observing me. The way you were being scolded was quite amusing. Gu Yin shot her a glance of disdain and chose to ignore her, secretly contemplating that oddities abound. And this batch seems particularly abundant. Here is your book. I am Fong Lulu, your class monitor. Should you encounter any difficulties in the future, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. Her tone was casual, yet it bore a hint of kindness. Gu Yin smiled. Thank you, but let us read together. She delicately retrieved a book from beneath the desk. I have it. It's yours. I intended to give it to you a few days ago, but I forgot. All right. Fine. He conceded, bewildered by her unreliability, especially for a class monitor. During class, Gu Yin diligently took notes while Fong Lulu yawned, exuding an aura of lethargy. The two classes concluded swiftly, and as the bell rang, Fong Lulu stood up and said, "Hey, accompany me to fetch a practice book." Without waiting for Gu and Yan's response, she linked her arm with his and walked away. "Why am I the one?" Gu and Yan protested. Fong Lulu replied with a haughty tone, "Stop asking so many questions, just come along." At the materials room entrance, a heap of practice books lay before them. Thinking it was for the good of the class, Gu and Yan bent down and attempted to lift an entire stack. Straining his back, he realized he could not manage it and nearly toppled over. Reluctantly, he decided to take fewer books, but the outcome remained unchanged. Ultimately, amidst Fong Lulu's scrutinizing gaze, he managed to carry a small pile with great effort. "Aren't you more delicate than a girl?" Fong Lulu remarked with a smirk, lifting the remaining books and proceeding ahead. "Class monitor, you just stated that one could turn to you for help in times of difficulty, correct?" As Fong Lulu was about to retort, she noticed his flushed face and pleading expression. "All right, fine, just give it to me," she conceded, taking the items from Gu and Yan's hands and playfully nudging him with her knee. "You need to exercise, otherwise you'll find it hard to keep up later." Hee hee. As she flashed a mischievous grin, Gu and Yan suddenly thought of Lan Youyan. "Don't wait until later. I'm already struggling now." After a moment of reflection, Gu and Yan stated, "The future is the future, and the present is the present. For now, having the class monitor is sufficient." "You rascal," she teased, noticing his emotional intelligence had indeed improved considerably. Upon returning to class and distributing the materials, the teacher announced the afternoon's agenda. Groups of several students would create an artistic wall for the school. Gu and Yan instinctively glanced at the class monitor, only to find her casting a look of disdain in his direction. He contemplated making a sarcastic remark when a message popped up on his phone from Lan Youyan. "Be back this afternoon." The brevity of the message startled Gu and Yan. What could have happened? He hurried back to the apartment, and upon opening the door, he discovered Lan Youyan, Butler Lu, and Lu Shui all present. At this moment, Gu and Yan's heart raced with trepidation. What could they possibly be planning? Are they about to hold a public denunciation meeting? "Come here and sit down," Lan Youyan said coldly. He dared not defy her, lowering his head as he slowly made his way to the table, awkwardly taking a seat. "Gu and Yan, I ask you, do you like me?" Caught off guard by her unexpected question, and after a prolonged hesitation, Gu and Yan resolved not to deceive them. "Well, it's not that it can't be done. It's just that you understand what I mean, right? If we wait a bit longer, perhaps it could be." Slap. The familiar crisp sound echoed, and dread washed over him. She had reverted to her former self, and his good days seemed to be drawing to a close. "Speak plainly. I like you." Gu and Yan's expression shifted dramatically, employing the 36 stratagems. Retreating was the best strategy. Slap. Slap. Chapter 10. I am voluntary, you're lying. Lan Youyan's face darkened ominously as she fixed her piercing gaze on Gu and Yan, who was covering his face. He felt utterly exasperated, wishing to express his thoughts on how to respond without incurring further wrath. "If you want to hit me, just say it outright. There's no need for all this pretense. The essence lies in sincerity." Lan Youyan leaned closer and inquired, "How long have I given you?" "Nearly 2 or 3 days, right? What exactly is it that makes you unworthy of my affection?" Gu and Yan was taken aback. One might think it had been 2 or 3 years. Nevertheless, as long as the young lady desired something, she would demand it immediately. They possessed little patience and remained indifferent to one's attitude. Before he could utter a word, Lan Youyan's tone softened slightly. "Forget it. Let us forecast our votes. Those in favor of Gu and Yan unconditionally obeying my every command, please raise your hands." No sooner had she finished speaking than Lu Shui and Butler Lu promptly raised their hands, followed by Lan Youyan, who lifted her slowly, her gaze scorching as it bore into Gu and Yan. He stared incredulously at the trio. "What is this? Is this not bullying the honest?" In a feeble voice, he ventured, "Well, there should be a veto power, right?" Yet, before he could finish, he swallowed his words, for a glistening blade was suddenly pressed against his neck, the origins of which he could not discern. With a feeble hand, he finally raised it slowly. "All in favor, splendid. Uncle Lu, have him sign." In an instant, a piece of paper landed before Gu and Yan's eyes, while Lu Shui swiftly applied ink to his fingertip, and Butler Lu pressed his hand down onto the paper. At that moment, Gu and Yan caught sight of the contents inscribed on the paper. "I voluntarily pledge to forever obey my master Lan Youyan's every command, to never leave her, to fulfill all her requests, and to love her eternally." 10,000 words. This declaration was penned with utmost sincerity, Any defiance would incur consequences. He instinctively reached for the paper, but Lan Youyan swiftly snatched it back, pressing it against his chest as she enunciated each word. You are doing this voluntarily. We three have heard you. Should you have a change of heart, you ought to know the consequences. Heh. A voice tinged with indignation emerged. This is utterly unfair. At that moment, Lu Shui remarked, Miss, I have investigated. His parents have long been away, and he has a foster sister living with him, though they are not currently together. Upon hearing about his non-biological sister, Lan Youyan initially furrowed her brow, but then smiled faintly. Did you hear that? Before you resist me, consider your parents and sister. Life offers no absolute fairness. Am I truly using these to threaten him? It seems I have indeed succeeded. Listening to his feeble words, Lan Youyan could not help but tremble with laughter. Indeed, haha, life is devoid of absolute fairness, just like me. I haven't seen you in days. And that is profoundly unjust. With that, Lan Youyan suddenly grasped Gu Anian's frail wrist, dragging him toward the room. Realizing her intentions, Gu Anian quickly pleaded for mercy. He disliked this approach and the girl's overwhelming fervor. A wave of dread washed over him. He was about to face old tribulations once more. Once inside, Lan Youyan locked the door and swiftly executed a wall slam. After a considerable time, she bit down hard before releasing Gu Anian, whose face had turned crimson. What are you doing? Don't resist. This is merely a small punishment for you. I shall take a shower first. Gu Anian quickly turned away, lowering his head. It was not until he heard the bathroom door click shut that he slowly turned back. At that moment, a soft voice emerged from the bathroom. Anian, please fetch me a towel. After hesitating for a while, Gu Anian found a pink towel, gently opened a crack in the door, and handed it over. Thank you. As he prepared to turn back, his wrist was suddenly seized, pulling him inside with force. The bathroom floor was wet and slippery, and with that sudden pull, Gu Anian lost his balance and stumbled forward, though it did not hurt. I didn't mean to. Before he could finish, he was met with a fervent gaze from the girl. He truly had little clothing left. Embarrassment and anger surged within Gu Anian, yet despite exerting all his strength, he could not resist even a fraction. Pain, humiliation, and suffocation enveloped him entirely. There was no escape. With a mix of resentful impulses and a desire for retribution, Gu Anian met her gaze with fury. 2 hours later, Gu Anian was assisted out. He lay on the bed, feeling somewhat drained. Lan Youyan wore a smile, her exquisite face radiating contentment. I must admit, I didn't expect this side of you. However, I find it utterly delightful. Seeing her still fervent gaze, Gu Anian weakly waved his hand. May I rest for a few days? I beg you. Yet Lan Youyan would not relent, having tasted sweetness. She perfectly embodied the notion of wanting more. Before long, night fell, and Lan Youyan dragged Gu Anian out of the room. As they emerged, Butler Lu, who was arranging dinner, hurried forward to inquire, Miss, what is happening with the young master? A nonchalant voice replied, I don't know. He must be hungry. At this moment, the seemingly breathless Gu Anian weakly uttered, No, it's nothing. I'm just too hungry. It's the perfect time to eat a little before heading to my evening class. Upon hearing this, the butler offered a resigned smile, aware that his young mistress was oblivious to the plight of others. After hastily consuming a few dishes and a bowl of nourishing soup, Gu Anian fled the apartment as if escaping. If this continued, he would undoubtedly be tormented to the point of despair. Any attempts at resistance would only result in further suffering. He had to escape. He intended to leverage the immense power held by Lan Youyan to locate his parents. Even if they threatened him, he could feign compliance and gradually lead his family to safety. He understood that pleading with Lan Youyan to help him find his family would be futile. She would undoubtedly delay any progress. Even if they were found, he would remain under her control, devoid of any leverage. Ultimately, he hoped to reunite with his parents. Gu Anian mused to himself, considering himself quite the genius. A wise man does not suffer immediate losses. For now, he would adopt a submissive stance before planning his escape. As for school, Lan Youyan would certainly not allow him to graduate peacefully. Moreover, his attendance was solely to alleviate his parents' burdens and to foster a reunion for the family. Lost in thought, he arrived at the base of the teaching building, sighing at the prospect of climbing 6 flights of stairs. Chapter 11. The escape plan. As he reached the 3rd floor, the bell for evening self-study rang. Panting, he arrived at the classroom door just as Fong Lulu finished calling out the last student's name and returned to her seat. Gu Anian, his face flushed, sat down and remarked, Class monitor, Were you just taking attendance? Fong Lulu inadvertently displayed the list in her hand, revealing a conspicuous mark next to Gu Anian's name, a large cross. A quick glance confirmed that he was the only tardy student in the entire class. After the vigorous exercise and witnessing this scene, Gu Anian's face felt as if it had been set ablaze. He was about to offer a feeble defense when Fong Lulu's voice rang out. Your face is redder than any romantic confession. I accept your declaration. Class monitor. I was merely 150 seconds late. Considering I helped you move your books, could you please? But you look so pale and exhausted. What were you in such a rush for this afternoon? Her nonchalant response provoked Gu Anian's frustration. I was exercising. Can you not mark me down? Though he planned to leave school, maintaining a low profile was crucial to avoid drawing the attention of both the institution and Lan Youyan. It was evident that teacher Lin had likely been bribed. His tardiness would surely attract scrutiny, complicating his escape. What kind of exercise? Gu Anian remained silent, instead fixating on the attendance list in Fong Lulu's possession, reaching out to snatch it away. As the distance between his fingertips and the list dwindled to a mere 25 millimeters, Fong Lulu raised her left hand, thwarting Gu Anian's intentions, while her right hand seized the meticulously prepared phone. What she touched was not the coarse texture of paper, but rather the sharp click of a camera shutter. Startled, Gu Anian quickly withdrew his hand, offering repeated apologies. Fong Lulu pivoted her phone, capturing Gu Anian's actions in a single frame, his anxious yet handsome visage taking on an oddly lewd expression. Instead of anger, a playful mockery danced across Fong Lulu's features as she quipped, Student Gu, I presume you wouldn't want this photograph to circulate, would you? Just imagine the consequences if the school were to find out. Or even your friend with the surname Lan. What sort of punishment might await you? With her curly hair cascading over her beautiful face, Fong Lulu's captivating eyes fixated on him without a blink. To Gu Anian, she was an enigma, a tempestuous spirit defying logic. If she were indeed mad, he would undoubtedly find himself outmaneuvered, and should Lan Youyan discover this, would his life be in peril? Even if he survived, he would surely endure a harrowing ordeal. Speaking of Lan Youyan, he coughed lightly. Class monitor, you ought to consider your own safety as well. Since you are acquainted with Miss Lan, you must understand that should this photo leak, you too shall face dire repercussions. I am merely concerned for your well-being. He exaggerated his concern, desperately seeking a hint of trepidation in her eyes. Yet, Fong Lulu remained unfazed, her demeanor as carefree as the clouds, seemingly unperturbed. You may fear her, but I do not. This photograph shall be mine to admire. With that, she carelessly tossed the list to the ground. Gu Anian hurriedly retrieved it, altering the mark from a cross to a check. That's merely a backup. I've truly submitted it, and you needn't worry about me. Upon hearing this, Gu Anian felt a flicker of appreciation for her, only to be struck by the realization that he had been made a fool. As for her claim of not fearing Lan Youyan, he dismissed it entirely. What could possibly be more terrifying than that manic beauty from the Lan family? Oh, by the way, I advise you to steer clear of Lan Youyan. She is someone you cannot afford to cross. It would be rather unfortunate if someone as intriguing as you were to meet a tragic end. Fong Lulu's tone took on an unusually serious note. Steer clear? I wish I could. If only opportunities would present themselves. I genuinely appreciate your concern. The evening study session soon concluded, and the teacher wrapped up the announcements, signaling the end of class. Gu Anian was overwhelmed with mixed emotions, dreading the return. At that moment, Fong Lulu placed a hand on his shoulder from behind. Come, Student Gu, shall I escort you back to apartment 1? The sudden touch startled him, and he replied earnestly, Don't jest. While you may not fear her, I certainly do. I'm just teasing. With that, she strolled towards the school gate alone. Gu Anian refrained from inquiring further. He simply lacked the spirit to engage. At that moment, an elderly gentleman clad in a suit approached with a smile. It was Butler Lu. Alas, it seemed that Lan Youyan had grown impatient. Tonight was destined to be a night fraught with trepidation. Noticing the frown upon his face, Butler Lu kindly inquired, Young master, do you have something weighing on your mind today? You appear quite troubled. Gu Anian managed to force a smile that was more sorrowful than a cry. It's nothing. Uncle Lu, let us hasten back, so as not to keep Miss Lan waiting. Although he spoke with a semblance of detachment, the young lady was not at home today. She was preoccupied with matters concerning the company. Suddenly, Gu Anian exclaimed in excitement, This news comes so unexpectedly. He endeavored to conceal the joy swelling within him, adopting an air of melancholy. However, do not be too disheartened, for Miss Lan has promised to return promptly once she finishes her tasks. What? This revelation struck him like a thunderbolt, and he gasped in astonishment, desperately masking his sorrow. At that moment, the butler glanced at his phone and, with a look of regret, conveyed, "Young master, I must apologize. Miss has just sent a message indicating she may be delayed by 2 days. I fear you have been too hopeful." "Ah ha ha. Oh no, I truly feel utterly despondent. You must urge her to return as soon as possible." He inquired further. "By the way, what challenges is she facing? In all of Kyoto, what could possibly trouble the formidable and resourceful heiress of the Lan family?" It was rumored to involve the Bai family, embroiled in a struggle for corporate interests. "Ah, that is quite unfortunate. I sincerely hope your esteemed company reaches its pinnacle soon. You are thoughtful, young master. All you need to do is remain at home." Miss Lan would not wish for any disturbances. At that juncture, Butler Lu narrowed his eyes slightly, his aged yet powerful hand gently patting Gu Anian's shoulder. Feeling the weight of this pressure, Gu Anian broke into a cold sweat. "Naturally, once Lan returns, I shall devote my time to her." He smiled awkwardly, uttering insincere words while donning a facade of falsehood. Before long, they arrived back at the apartment. Free from Lan Youyan's torment, Gu Anian finally experienced what true freedom felt like. At this moment, he lay on his bed, also plotting his escape. Such a rare opportunity was scarce. Once missed, he could not foresee when another would arise. He busied himself on his phone, utilizing the funds provided by Lan Youyan to select suitable rental properties. "Are you certain about this location? I have 2 apartments in the city. Why do you insist on this suburban area?" Gu Anian typed in response. "I have grown accustomed to the clamor of the city. Presently, I yearn for the tranquility of solitude." "Very well, I shall await your news." As night deepened, a subtle scheme began to take shape. Chapter 12, Ominous Signs. After securing the housing arrangements, it was already late into the night. After much contemplation, Gu Anian chose an exceedingly secluded location, one that would be nearly impossible to find without a considerable amount of time. Given the nature of Lan Youyan, she would undoubtedly resort to threatening him with her family. Yet this was precisely the effect Gu Anian sought. Tomorrow, the young lady should also be absent, thus it was the perfect opportunity. At that moment, a sudden ringtone echoed through the air. Glancing at the displayed number, Gu Anian felt a surge of panic within him. For on the other end of the line was none other than Lan Youyan, the one he had been incessantly thinking about. How fortuitous. Just as he was plotting his escape, she chose to call. Gu Anian feigned calmness, pressing the answer button with trembling fingers. To his surprise, the voice on the other end was not the icy tone he expected from Lan Youyan, but rather one laced with a hint of apology. "Anian, I won't be able to return in the next few days. Once I sort out my troubles here, I will come back and make it up to you." Even through the phone, Gu Anian could envision her mischievous smile. He was tempted to respond, insisting that perhaps it was best if she did not return at all. However, overcome by trepidation, he managed to say, "It's all right, Lan Lan. You focus on your matters. I will patiently await your return." As he uttered these words, Gu Anian involuntarily blinked, for he seldom spoke falsehoods. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, he hastily ended the call, citing the late hour as his reason. He began to strategize which exit to take from the school the following day, contemplating how to avoid arousing suspicion. He felt an unsettling sense of urgency to leave, as if something were amiss. The next morning, Gu Anian went about his routine, having breakfast as usual before setting off. The school day progressed without incident, and he maintained a facade of indifference. However, during lunch, he was startled when someone tapped his shoulder. Turning around, he found Fong Lulu beaming at him. "Let's have lunch together. You seem a bit different today." Gu Anian was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a remark. What could this mean? Was he exhibiting an unusually natural demeanor? Could she have discerned his grand scheme? As he pondered, Fong Lulu, slightly nervous, spoke again. "Actually, Gu, I possess a bit of fortune-telling skill. I observed your expression and noticed a strand of murky energy surrounding you, which is an ominous sign." Almost choking on his meal, Gu Anian couldn't help but chuckle at her earnestness. "You do have quite the flair for this, but I would appreciate your assistance in dispelling this misfortune, lest I be unable to see tomorrow's sunrise," he retorted, before picking up his tray and departing. Watching Gu Anian's indifferent figure retreat, Fong Lulu smiled to herself. Whether she would see him again was uncertain, but whether he would witness the dawn of the next day remained dubious. Within the Tianyu group, a young girl sat before a large screen, her exquisite face shadowed by a profound gloom. As she gazed at the data before her and the documents arriving from Hashia, every detail ignited a murderous rage within her. "I.e., you shall await your reckoning." After gritting her teeth in determination, she swiftly organized the information and adjusted the plans to distribute among her colleagues. As for herself, she had far more pressing matters to attend to. The rivalry between the Lan and Bai families did not particularly concern her, nor was it enough to incite her wrath. The crux of the matter lay in Bai's intentions towards Gu Anyan, and the fact that the canary she had nurtured now harbored thoughts of escape. It was her own fault for being too kind to him. Perhaps it was time to clip those wings. As time wore on, Gu Anyan grew increasingly restless. Finally, after the first evening study session had concluded, he hurriedly made his way out, rushing towards the most secluded entrance. At that moment, two burly men in sunglasses were engaged in a jovial conversation with a security guard. "Brother, you must admit that the student is indeed fortunate to have caught the eye of your young miss. I wonder how many years of detours I could have avoided as a mere security guard." One of the bodyguards chuckled in response. "Well, I can't say for sure, but the young lady has made it clear that if she sees him attempt to escape, it will be a broken leg." As Gu Anyan approached, he overheard their exchange. The impact of those few words was staggering, and his astute mind raced with thoughts. How cruel were her methods? If their roles were reversed, he would ensure she understood the meaning of ruthlessness. Suddenly struck by inspiration, he pulled out his phone and dialed Lan Youyan. The call connected after merely 2.5 rings, and a playful greeting reached his ears. "What is up, Anin? Why are you calling me so late at night?" At that moment, Gu Anyan turned the volume to maximum and lowered his head as he stepped into the view of the group by the door. "Of course, I was thinking of you, my dear Lan Lan." He then engaged in a tender exchange that left the others feeling a bit shy. Raising his head, he noticed the three individuals staring at him, bashfully pretending to adjust the volume to its lowest setting, but in reality, he had ended the call. Yes, all right, it's not convenient to talk here. I'll come find you now. Bye." He slipped the phone into his pocket in one fluid motion. Looking at the three before him, Gu Anyan feigned embarrassment and asked, "You didn't hear anything just now, did you?" The trio quickly shook their heads. The two bodyguards were acutely aware of the voice of their young mistress, though they had never heard it sound so gentle before. They dared not jeopardize the good fortune of their young lady and her fiancé. Promptly and respectfully escorting Gu Anyan out, even offering him a ride, which he declined with a wave of his hand. The security guard quietly murmured to himself, "I said he's an idiot. He should not have heard me, right?" The bespectacled bodyguard replied, "Not at all. He probably didn't catch that." As Gu Anyan stepped outside, he swiftly composed a message and then placed a call. In under 2.5 minutes, a black Audi arrived. Once inside, he inquired of the driver, "Even if I remain unchanged, what follows next?" A deep voice responded, "No problem. Will we arrive in an hour? I have some urgent matters." "Absolutely," came the reply. At that moment, Lan Youyan looked at the message she had received and couldn't help but feel a mix of anger and amusement. Lan, I have class now. I'll call you back when I return," she texted, accompanied by a picture of a cute little cat. Alone on the sofa, she surveyed her surroundings and coldly remarked, "It's about time." Chapter 13. Caught on the spot. As dusk settled, a vehicle slowly entered the residential complex. The neighborhood appeared modest, with an innovative architectural style that had begun to show signs of age, with some buildings even adorned with creeping vines. This area had once been built for entertainment, but lost its luster due to its remote location. However, it was precisely this aspect that led Gu Anyan to choose this place as his temporary refuge. Upon exiting the vehicle, Gu Anyan glanced at the location sent by his landlord, slowly searching for it alone. His intention was to minimize his presence, for even the slightest movement could be detected by Lan Youyan. Bathed in moonlight, he arrived at a seemingly ordinary house. Double-checking before he entered the password into the smart lock. Beep. The password was correct, and Gu Anyan gently pushed the door open. A faint fragrance wafted in. Somewhat familiar, yet not particularly concerning. Just as the landlord had described, the place consisted of a living room, a bedroom, and a bathroom. Though not expansive, the interior was clean and tidy, equipped with all necessary amenities, and appeared to be quite new. Wow, a golden legend. This little nest is delightful, Gu Anyan mused to himself. After swiftly stowing away his luggage, he settled onto the sofa, preparing to call Lan Youyan. Having ended her call, she would surely be thinking about it, so he merely needed to feign finishing class and keep her informed. Just as he dialed her number, contemplating his words, he suddenly felt a vibration behind him. To his astonishment, the familiar ringtone of a phone began to ring from behind. Ah, what is that noise? Although startled, he maintained his composure and turned to locate the source of the sound. To his surprise, nestled in the crevice of the sofa, lay a phone, one he instantly recognized as belonging to Lan Youyan. At that moment, his bright eyes sparkled with profound shock, confusion, and an escalating sense of sheer terror. This cannot be right. Perhaps the landlord had stolen her phone, or it had been blown here by a strong wind. Amidst his chaotic speculations, the door creaked open, revealing a petite, graceful figure who slowly emerged. A familiar yet chilling voice broke the silence. What a coincidence! Gu Enyin was bewildered by her unexpected presence and perplexed as to how she had found him. All he could think was a desperate plea for mercy. I know you have many questions, but please refrain from asking them. Lan Youyan's icy voice resonated once more as she approached him with deliberate steps. Bang! A loud noise erupted as Gu Enyin's hair was seized and forcefully slammed against the wooden table. Does it hurt? Gu Enyin dared not utter a word. Shielding himself with his hands, his tear-filled eyes gazing pleadingly at Lan Youyan, slowly shaking his head. Thud! Another impact sounded as he was kicked to the ground, a sharp pain radiating from his body. Again, the same question echoed, but tears betrayed him, cascading down his cheeks as he cautiously nodded at Lan Youyan's impassive face. Slap! If you know pain, why do you still dare to come out? The clatter of furniture colliding filled the air, creating an oddly rhythmic symphony. Finally, after Lan Youyan had vented her frustration, Gu Enyin sat on the ground, battered and bruised, looking up at her helplessly. Do you know that what you are doing is illegal? Even if you are a young lady, I will call the police. He uttered these words with what little strength he had left, his voice trembling with an unmistakable quiver of suppressed sobs. Lan Youyan observed everything with keen eyes, and as she beheld his state, she felt an amalgamation of hatred and pain, but more prominently, an inexplicable thrill. Holding Gu Enyin's phone, she spoke softly, "Go ahead. But let me remind you, I know everything that is on your phone." Upon hearing this, Gu Enyin suddenly realized, infuriated, he had forgotten the most crucial electronic device. Reluctantly, he picked up the phone, intending to call for help, determined to report her myriad of misdeeds and at the very least, ensure his own safety. Suddenly, a series of knocks interrupted his thoughts. Lan Youyan went to open the door. There stood two middle-aged men in security uniforms. Gu Enyin was taken aback. Was their response time truly this swift? They arrived without him even having made a call. Upon seeing Lan Youyan, the men's expressions shifted to serious. Yet they proceeded with their inquiry. Good day, ma'am. We are patrolling the area and received reports of a violent altercation here, possibly a home invasion. We came to investigate. It is not a fight. It is a one-sided assault that has startled the neighbors, Lan Youyan briefly explained, prompting the men to prepare to leave. However, Gu Enyin suddenly rushed forward, embracing the two individuals and spilling forth all that had transpired, gesturing to the wounds scattered across his body. Upon hearing his words, the two were momentarily taken aback, not merely by the gravity of the situation, but rather in awe of the young man's courage. They were well aware of the identity of the young girl before them, particularly in the capital, where her reputation was widely known. They were inclined to believe that it was Gu Enyin's own face that had been struck by Lan Youyan's hand. Without seeking the opinions of the others, one of them spoke. Comrade, one must speak with evidence. How could such a delicate girl possibly inflict such harm upon you? Before he could finish, Lan Youyan interjected with a smile. I appreciate your concern, uncles, but he fell on his own. I will ensure he takes more care in the future. Upon hearing this, the two waved their hands dismissively and exited the room. Witnessing this scene, Gu Enyin comprehended everything. He simply could not contend with them. An overwhelming sense of grievance surged within him as memories of his past life flooded back, the joy of a once happy, albeit humble, home. Tears as large as beans streamed down his face, pattering onto the floor below. As he gazed at Gu Enyin, his expression transformed from anger to helplessness and sorrow. Lan Youyan enveloped him in her arms, her delicate hands gently caressing the bruises on his back, her soft lips moving to wipe away the blood seeping from his wounds. Gu Enyin felt even more aggrieved, his body trembling uncontrollably. He felt as though he were a mere toy, subject to her every whim. Sensing his distress, Lan Youyan gradually tightened her embrace, as if wishing to draw him entirely into her being. It was only when Gu Annian could no longer bear the pain that he struggled to push her away. Yet, Lan Youyan bore no anger. She merely clicked her tongue and remarked, "I sense much negativity emanating from you, but I will one day taste the essence of your heart." At this moment, she smiled and continued, "It feels as though we have not met in ages. I must take good care of you." He acquiesced, realizing she had long been aware of everything about him. His small cunning had fallen short against her formidable insight, which came as no surprise. Chapter 14. You must be an orphan, right? A wave of dizziness washed over him. After cleansing the grime from his body, Gu Annian shakily made his way to the room. The bright, warm light illuminated his pallid face, seemingly searing his wounds. He slowly approached Lan Youyan. Unable to meet her gaze, she grasped his chin, compelling their eyes to meet. In that moment, Gu Annian noticed that Lan Youyan's complexion had improved somewhat. Did his current state bring her joy? As he pondered this, her hand, which had been positioned behind her, slowly rose. Without his awareness, a metallic object had appeared. With a chilling snap that resonated in his ears, the cold, heavy metal descended upon his already injured neck. With a sharp intake of breath, Gu Annian felt a jolt of pain as he tugged at the chain binding him, pleading, "I will not resist, nor will I flee. Could you please remove this contraption?" Lan Youyan swiftly seized the chain, the force of her action sending him crashing onto the bed. The impact left him momentarily dazed, stars dancing before his eyes. "I anticipate your performance today," she declared, the only response following her words being the clatter of metal. Gu Annian attempted to struggle, but only silence met his efforts. There was no room for movement. If the restraints tightened further, they might tear him apart. "Very well. As long as you refrain from striking me, she may do as she pleases." Surveying her handiwork, Lan Youyan nodded in satisfaction. "Are you prepared?" she inquired. "Is there truly anything to prepare for?" "She holds the reins." Just as he was about to articulate a thought, he witnessed Lan Youyan slowly extracting a gleaming saw from beneath the bed. Initially, he found her behavior peculiar, but as she donned gloves, a sense of foreboding settled over him. What are you doing? Is this part of your play?" he stammered, his voice trembling. Lan Youyan pondered for a long moment before finally responding, "Little Annian, once you run, there will inevitably be a second time. I do not wish to discard such legs. They could serve someone in need. I shall care for you throughout your life." With that, she approached him, the cold steel of the saw brushing against his leg, as if contemplating where to commence her incision. At that moment, Gu Annian was rendered speechless. Had he known things would escalate to this, he wouldn't have dared to flee, even if granted 100 opportunities. Regret surged within him, and his mind raced. Wait. You cannot do this. If you cut, how will I? Cough. I promise, I shall never defy you again. Please. Furthermore, I assure you, I will comply with your every whim." Upon hearing this, Lan Youyan gradually halted her movements. Such a silver tongue, so adept at persuasion. It is a pity to waste it merely on sustenance. Please believe me, I truly will not dare again. I am willing to do anything. Witnessing his desperate demeanor ignited a flicker of unnameable fury within Lan Youyan. Her voice, icy as the steel she wielded, echoed ominously. "I shall trust you one last time. Otherwise, it will not be merely your legs that suffer." Amidst the clamor of metal, Gu Annian was granted his freedom. After a brief stretch, disregarding the pain, he cautiously approached her. Upon reopening his eyes, he beheld Lan Youyan's exquisite visage. Her cheeks still flushed. He meticulously checked his body, relieved to find himself unscathed, and exhaled in relief. Lan, can you trust me now? I truly will not dare again." He recalled the events of the previous day, wounded yet determined, utilizing all the knowledge he had acquired. Surely, Lan Youyan was not oblivious to this. Amidst the passage of numerous days, this marked her most joyous occasion. Imagining the day when he would genuinely express his feelings stirred a peculiar sensation within her. He compelled her to believe that if he continued to demonstrate such understanding in the future, it would be something remarkable. This time, his tone softened slightly. She delicately surveyed her masterpiece. Pain. It was excruciating. The wound, under scrutiny, burned fiercely. He desperately yearned to rise, yet found himself devoid of any strength, his resistance feeble, akin to a hesitant embrace. "Why are you still not obedient?" she inquired, her brow furrowed. As pressure mounted, Gu Annian felt the flow of her blood become obstructed. I can hardly breathe." Suddenly, an untimely ringtone pierced the air. To Gu Annian, however, this sound signified salvation. The volume was modest. Yet she could discern that it pertained to matters at her company. The young lady was soon to depart. Moments later, she addressed Youyan. Continue. Huh, that doesn't seem right, he ventured cautiously. Isn't your company busy? We could postpone this, I promise. Lan Youyan waved her hand, interrupting him. It's merely a 3-minute affair, it won't interfere. At that moment, her words carried a hint of mockery, yet to Youyan, they resonated with dismay. What did she mean? After all this bullying, she still seemed unsatisfied? The irony was palpable in her insincere words. I'm truly. All right. I was just teasing you. Someone will be here to pick you up shortly. With that, Lan Youyan donned a coat and exited, leaving behind a forlorn Youyan, who clutched a blanket around himself. Woe is me, she truly is heartless. The prospect of a future filled with such torment sent him into a dizzying spiral. Memories of his parents grew increasingly faint. If he performed exceptionally well, would she wield her influence to aid him? Perhaps he was unworthy of such consideration. Nevertheless, he clung to a glimmer of hope and sent Lan Youyan a message. Lan, could you assist me in locating my biological parents? After dispatching the text, Youyan anticipated a long wait. Yet, almost immediately, the notification appeared indicating she was typing. His heart raced with excitement. Perhaps she possessed a semblance of conscience. However, anxiety still lingered. What if Lan Youyan declined to assist him or offered only a dismissive reply? After a brief interval, a voice message arrived on his phone. Lasting 2 seconds, Youyan, with bated breath, opened it. Lan Youyan's voice was calm, laced with a hint of curiosity. Are you an orphan? At last, the weight on his heart dissipated. Chapter 15. You are art itself, not you. How has this turned into a reprimand? Lan Youyan, I will not allow you to speak of my parents in such a manner. Upon sending the message, Youyan's face was etched with indignation. If they chose not to assist, that was one thing. To concoct such a heartless excuse was entirely another. Youyan promptly called. Youyan pressed the phone to his ear and exclaimed, Youyan, you are the orphan. Your entire family is comprised of orphans. After releasing his frustration over the phone, he felt a modicum of relief, albeit the invective was somewhat peculiar. On the other end, Youyan's countenance was grim as she replied coolly, It is not as you presume. I have utilized every connection at my disposal within the Blue family, including some top-tier hackers. From my transfer to your high school until now, there have been scant leads. After a detailed explanation, Youyan finally grasped the reality of the situation. It was not that she was unwilling to search. Rather, it was that they were utterly untraceable. Yet, if even a family as influential as the Blues could not locate 2 ordinary individuals, it certainly implied something untoward had occurred. After extensive pondering, Youyan concluded, could it be that they have been abducted? This possibility could not be dismissed. Initially, he had not paid it much heed. But now he comprehended that to erase all traces of 2 lives could only be the result of a conspiracy. Youyan was astounded. His parents were merely humble workers, unlikely to offend anyone. Had they witnessed some unspeakable secret and were now being threatened? The realization sent a chill through him, prompting the thought, could it truly be so? Youyan's voice broke through his reverie. Cough. Do not be overly distressed. If there are any hidden circumstances, I will surely investigate. Your parents are most likely unharmed. Furthermore, your sister's situation should be similar. I only know that she has been with your grandfather, who served in the military. Your parents disappeared from Kyoto when you were both quite young and have since fallen off the grid. I understand. Regardless, thank you, Youyan. Youyan expressed his heartfelt gratitude. After all, Youyan had expended considerable effort to assist him, even if at times, she treated him less than humanely. After exchanging a few more words, Youyan ended the call. Youyan took a moment to recalibrate his emotions. He still had a sister, and he could not afford to lose any more family. As he contemplated his next steps, a horn blared in the distance. Youyan recognized it as the vehicle sent to pick him up. After a quick tidy-up, he followed the sound outside. An Audi awaited him, somewhat familiar. Once inside, the driver addressed him, the extraordinary changes not the ordinary. Youyan was momentarily taken aback before letting out a resigned sigh. Life and death rest in Youyan's hands. The driver seemed surprised by his response, chuckling lightly as they set off. Upon arriving at school, Youyan disembarked with decorum and returned to his apartment. Upon entering, Uncle Lu greeted him with a warm smile. Son-in-law, you must be exhausted after last night. Come, have something delicious. With that, he arranged the prepared breakfast on the table. After such a long time and a night apart, he found himself back in this familiar place, prompting a wave of nostalgia within Lan Youyan. His stomach echoed his sentiments. Well, let us focus on the present for now. Lan Youyan expressed his gratitude and began to eat. The warmth of the delectable food reminded him that there are still many beautiful things in the world. At that moment, Uncle Lu approached, his smile unwavering, seemingly poised to say something, but Lan Youyan interrupted him. Uncle Lu, could you enlighten me on why your young lady behaves this way? He chuckled softly, wondering if he would ever possess true freedom or if he would always be under the control of Lan Youyan. Uncle Lu patted his shoulder and replied, "It is because she is kind. She sees you alone and struggling, yet resilient and handsome. Thus she wishes to offer you a home and a lifetime together." Suddenly, he shifted his tone, his grip on Lan Youyan's shoulder tightening slightly. "Therefore, you must not forget her kindness, nor entertain thoughts of escape." At that moment, Lan Youyan felt a flush of embarrassment, gazing at the ever-kind Uncle Lu, a sense of pressure enveloping him. His complexion paled as he slowly nodded. Satisfied with this response, the housekeeper, Uncle Lu, departed. Lan Youyan cautiously returned to his room, uncertain of what to do next. He thought to himself, one day at a time. Just then, he received a message from Fong Lulu. "Do you now believe what I said? I simply ask if you are indeed cursed." Lan Youyan instantly understood what the class monitor was referring to and hastily inquired, "How did you know?" "Someone doesn't trust me and refuses to tell you," she replied. Lan Youyan tried to coax and apologize, but ultimately received no response. He decided it was best to wait until class in the afternoon to ask. Exhausted, he merely wished to indulge in another peaceful slumber. Without even changing his clothes, he dove under the covers, relishing the comfort of the bed and the solitude of his room, sinking into a profound sleep. Upon awakening, he felt an unprecedented sense of relaxation. However, it was already night. Glancing at the time, Lan Youyan hurriedly dashed out of the apartment. By the time he reached the academic building, many students were already engaged in evening study sessions. Just as he intended to message Fong Lulu, he felt a tap on his back. Turning around, he was met with the playful smile of Fong Lulu. Slightly irritated, Lan Youyan remarked, "Class monitor, are you unaware that leaving a conversation half-finished is quite tantalizing?" Fong Lulu, adjusting her curly hair, responded apologetically, "I truly apologize, classmate." My hand just cramped at that moment. Lan Youyan's lips twitched in annoyance. What a flimsy excuse. "Let us speak candidly. How did you come to know about my connection with the young lady from the Lan family? Who exactly are you?" Fong Lulu feigned an air of mystery, responding, "Because that apartment, no, that house, is mine." Lan Youyan found this revelation hard to digest, gazing at her in bewilderment. "Do you not believe me? Here, take a look." With that, Fong Lulu produced her phone, revealing their chat history, while lamenting that the subsequent conversations had been intercepted by Lan Youyan. Lan Youyan stood there, astonished, staring at the landlady and affluent class monitor. Realizing the fool was none other than himself, he exclaimed in frustration, "Then why did you not warn me? I considered you a friend. And yet you treated me like a fool. Do you have any idea how I spent that night?" Fong Lulu, slightly embarrassed, replied, "In truth, I had subtly hinted at it before. It was your disbelief that thwarted the warning. Besides, I found it rather amusing." As she spoke, she inched closer, noticing several wounds upon him, her excitement palpable as she exclaimed, "Ah, just as I suspected. These are her handiwork, are they not? It is simply art. No, you yourself are a work of art." Chapter 16, The Basement, The Secret Room. Lan Youyan's eyes widened as he regarded Fong Lulu before him. He knew she was somewhat peculiar, yet he had not anticipated her to be so bizarre. At that moment, her petite hand grasped his wrist with surprising strength, her entire being leaning in towards him. As he beheld her large, glistening eyes gradually morphing into crescent shapes, an inexplicable fear gripped his heart, causing him to instinctively struggle against her hold. In that moment, she bore an unsettling resemblance to Lan Youyan. Fong Lulu could no longer contain herself, bursting into laughter. "All right. Look how terrified you are." Lan Youyan felt a wave of frustration wash over him as he gazed at her in confusion. "Why do you find it necessary to toy with me? Is it amusing to you?" In response to his query, Fong Lulu suppressed her laughter, gesturing for him to come closer. However, just as Lan Youyan leaned in with curiosity, she abruptly pushed him away, feigning a hint of panic. "Oh, I'm so sorry. Classmate Gu, we cannot engage in such behavior. It is far too soon for that." with exaggerated theatrics accompanied by a dramatic tone. The scene drew numerous curious glances their way. Goodness, such a beautiful and charming girl nearly fell victim to a vile fate. Thoughts of indignation flooded Gu Anian's countenance, his face flushing with embarrassment. He was acutely aware of his own sensitivity, particularly in matters such as these. Being wronged was utterly intolerable. Clenching his teeth, he glared in the direction of Fong Lulu's retreating figure, internally lamenting the class monitor's twisted sense of humor. Just as Gu Anian prepared to depart amidst the mockery of onlookers, his gaze inadvertently fell upon something remarkable. It was Lan Youyan's car, which had likely been parked there for some time. At that very moment, as his eyes landed upon it, the car door slowly creaked open. A pair of elegant legs extended forth, followed closely by a face as exquisite as a doll. The sound of footsteps echoed, drawing nearer with each passing moment, and Gu Anian felt as though he beheld a malevolent specter upon gazing at her countenance. It was over, utterly over. At that moment, a singular thought consumed Gu Anian's mind. He was destined to endure yet another ordeal. He fervently wished that Lan Youyan could arrive a mere 10 minutes later. Perhaps an accident would befall her, or she might even succumb to a sudden demise within the confines of her workplace. Suddenly, a resounding and crisp sound reverberated through the air, evoking a familiar sensation. Only Gu Anian's handsome visage could produce such melodious tones. Caught unawares by the slap, tears of grievance streamed down his face. Enraged, Lan Youyan seized him by the throat, her nails nearly piercing his flesh. A frigid voice sliced through the tension. "Who is she? What is your relationship with her?" Her tone bore an edge of fury, laced with an unmistakable demand for an answer. Struggling to breathe, Gu Anian pointed weakly at his own throat, rendered speechless by the intensity of the moment. Lan Youyan regarded the youth before her with a chilling gaze, her pale fingers pressing firmly against the prominent veins of his neck. Meanwhile, the onlookers murmured in incredulous disbelief. "Goodness, this is a grand scene of infidelity." One exclaimed, "That girl is stunning, but I can practically feel the murderous intent emanating from her." "Keep your voices down. I heard she is the young lady of the Lan family." A select few, familiar with Lan Youyan's status, criticized Gu Anian for his apparent ignorance of the gravity of the situation. With a forceful shove, Gu Anian was sent sprawling to the ground, gasping for air. Looking up at Lan Youyan from his prone position, he struggled to explain, She is my class monitor. We were merely joking." Ignoring the surrounding crowd, she absorbed his words with relentless scrutiny. "Are you finished?" she inquired, her tone unwavering. Gu Anian instinctively wished to respond, but upon sensing her demeanor, he simply closed his eyes. Soon, he found himself dragged into a vehicle. Merely the trials of life. The door to the apartment swung open, and Butler Lu emerged with a smile, fully aware that his young master had once again displeased the young mistress. Lan Youyan, with a furrowed brow, contemplated her position as the esteemed daughter of the Lan family, deserving of admiration for both her beauty and prowess. Meanwhile, Gu Anian, either fleeing from her or engaging in frivolity elsewhere, filled her with a sense of seething dissatisfaction, giving rise to a dark and twisted thought within her. Noticing her flushed face, Butler Lu hurriedly approached. "Miss, what troubles you?" he inquired. Ignoring him, Lan Youyan's gaze fell upon Gu Anian, who still cowered in a corner. A picture of fear, a fleeting glimpse of madness flickered within her icy stare. Turning to Butler Lu, she spoke slowly, "Uncle Lu, please hand me the key to that room." The middle-aged man before her was momentarily taken aback, yet he produced an exquisite little key. "Miss," she said, waving her hand dismissively, a faint smile curling at the corners of her mouth as she turned her gaze toward Gu Anian. Inside the car, Gu Anian had been contemplating how to escape this predicament when his eyes unexpectedly met those of Lan Youyan. After spending several days together, he instantly sensed something was amiss. Her slightly flushed cheeks revealed a strange smile. Instinctively reaching for the door handle, he found himself abruptly pulled out by her from the other side. At times, he truly wondered whether the girl before him was simply too strong or if he was indeed too weak. He struggled to maintain his balance. Yet Lan Youyan showed no signs of relenting, dragging him toward the apartment. Her delicate fingers gripped his wrist like shackles, causing his exposed skin to graze against the ground, leaving behind a trail of crimson marks. Lan Youyan in front appeared utterly carefree. She had come to a realization. A stubborn little puppy would not behave without experiencing some hardship. Throughout their journey, Gu Anian pleaded for mercy. the pain and burning sensation coursing through his entire being until they arrived before a door. This was a room located near the corner of the first floor, typically used for storing miscellaneous items, a place Lan Youyan had seldom entered. Once inside, Lan Youyan tossed him aside and retrieved the key. To his astonishment, she opened a concealed wall. It was only after being dragged in that he discovered it was a hidden door, entirely unnoticeable under normal circumstances. Behind the door lay a pitch-black staircase, and seeing Lan Youyan's footsteps remain unhalted, Lan Youyan hurriedly called out, "I can walk. Just let me go." However, Lan Youyan seemed oblivious to his pleas, her grip unwavering. He could only strive to keep his footing, stumbling down the stairs. As his wrist was released, Lan Youyan exhaled a sigh of relief, feeling the pain emanating from various wounds across his body. Slowly rising, he surveyed the interior layout. The spacious area was elegantly arranged, resembling a room complete with a bed and table. Despite being underground, it was devoid of any dampness, imparting a sense of comfort. What on earth is this? Does the young lady prefer residing underground? Just as Lan Youyan pondered this, his peripheral vision caught a glint of metal in the corner. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a prison cell. Various ominous-looking implements were neatly arranged beside it. Just as he was about to inquire of Lan Youyan, a sharp click resonated behind him, and a familiar coldness enveloped his wrist. Chapter 17. A taste. The crisp sound accompanied by the chilling sensation sent a jolt through Lan Youyan's mind. The chains did not bind his hands, but dangled solely from his wrist. This predicament was quite uncomfortable, as every time he raised his hands, it required considerable effort. His frail wrist could hardly withstand the weight of the metal cuffs. He anxiously glanced at Lan Youyan. His eyes filled not only with confusion, but also with a pitiful plea for mercy. Lan Youyan quietly observed him, her words scarce, seemingly relishing the expression upon his face. Suddenly, a thought crossed her mind. In previous encounters, he had feigned vulnerability, fleeing and repeatedly testing her limits. As she contemplated this, her anger intensified, entirely replacing her earlier calm. A flash of fury and ruthlessness flickered in her gaze, and with a forceful kick, she sent him crashing to the ground. Lan Youyan felt a sharp pain, aware that this young lady was on the verge of losing control once more. He struggled to rise, but a hand pressed firmly against his head, rendering him unable to lift it. His blurred vision fixated on a pair of black shoes. The more he resisted, the greater the feeling of confinement became, a sensation that was exceedingly uncomfortable, as if he were sinking closer to the ground. Just as he attempted to raise his hand while dragging the iron chain, a voice resonated. "Do you know what to do?" Lan Youyan paused, ceasing his struggle, and glanced at the petite legs of Lan Youyan. "If you help me, I will help you." Despite a sense of discomfort swirling within him, he dared not show any sign of defiance on the surface, obediently complying. After a prolonged moment, the youth halted his actions but immediately sensed a chilling aura enveloping him. Lan Youyan comprehended her intent, sighing as he resumed. Observing him kneeling on the ground, a picture of forlorn obedience, Lan Youyan felt a surge of satisfaction. Perhaps overwhelmed with joy, she abandoned her previous icy demeanor and exclaimed excitedly, "Be obedient, and you shall avoid trouble. If you perform well from now on, I shall forgive your past transgressions." She gradually lifted her leg, bringing it perilously close to his nose, from which he could feel the warmth of his anxious breath. After a moment of silence, her expression darkened as anticipation turned to disappointment. For reasons unknown, any hint of resistance from him ignited her fury to its zenith. With a sharp slap, her palm struck his face, the impact reopening his wounds and igniting a searing pain. He cried out, his frail body unable to withstand such a blow. "I told you not to evade me. Why do you no longer resist?" The anger in Lan's voice was laced with a sense of vindication, and her heart swelled with great satisfaction. Meanwhile, Lan Youyan, desperately trying to resist, clawed at the air, striving to escape this wretched scene. However, the chains binding his hands left him with little strength. In a moment of desperation, he bit down hard. Indeed, a sharp hiss escaped as the pressure on his face dissipated. He struggled to his feet, instinctively shielding himself against any further actions from Lan Youyan. The pain she inflicted only fueled her madness. She produced a black metallic object from her possession and swiftly aimed it at him. Lan Youyan, initially perplexed by her intentions, realized too late that the sound of crackling electricity signified a dire threat. At the moment of contact, he became completely numb and fell straight to the ground. "What? Is that all?" A cold voice, tinged with mockery, echoed in the air. She had intended to experiment further. Gu Yin, dazed from the fall, struggled to control his emotions. I beg you, just let me go. I truly will not run again. These words seemed to cost him a great deal of effort, laced with fear and trembling. Lan Youyan sighed, noting his pitiable state. He was on the verge of collapse. Why was he so fragile? With a swift motion, she helped him up, glancing at the metallic confines of the iron cage before pushing him inside. Gu Yin stumbled and fell, struggling to escape, yet he could not rise, as if burdened by an immense weight. He dreaded being imprisoned in such a place. Ever since childhood, he had suffered from claustrophobia, and the oppressive darkness was beyond his psychological endurance. Desperately, he exerted his last ounce of strength to shake the frigid bars. His gaze fixed on the key in Lan Youyan's hand. Obey, or remain here for eternity. The choice is yours. Upon hearing that he might be trapped here for life, he hardly hesitated and complied without question. Weakly, he reached out, brushing against the cold key. Let me out, let me out. Just as he was about to grasp it, his consciousness began to fade, his vision darkening as he collapsed to the ground, one hand still outstretched. Lan Youyan observed the scene before her, her brow furrowing slightly. This body was indeed fragile. If anything were to go awry, she would be at a loss for what to do. Sighing, she resolved to be somewhat gentler with him in the future. Miss, we have firmly established our presence in Kyoto, but the Lan family need not be overly assertive. My primary goal is not the heart of Kyoto. The woman in the car revealed a cryptic smile. Soon they would be reunited. Gu Yin was roused from his slumber by a gentle peck. The familiar warmth enveloped him. After revealing her twisted nature, she truly did not regard him as human. He offered no resistance, merely gazing at her amidst the pastel blue decorations of what appeared to be her chamber. His wounds had been tended to, yet they still throbbed painfully. He had no desire to endure such torment again. The sensation was unbearable. Upon noticing his awakening, Lan Youyan felt a sense of satisfaction at his lack of resistance. She traced her fingers along Gu Yin's hand aimlessly. Was she eager to delve into matters so soon after he had just awakened? Sensing his slight aversion, she furrowed her brow momentarily, but quickly regained her composure. If you are unwilling, then so be it. Perhaps another time. For now, rest well. Lan Youyan blinked, feigning concern as she offered him a glass of water. Why such an unusual demeanor? When did she become so agreeable? She seems like an entirely different person now. Hesitantly, I glanced at her and slowly accepted the cup of water, only to discover it was filled with goji berries. She truly had her own unique ways. However, consuming this isn't problematic, especially since I feel utterly weak and my throat is parched to the point of bursting. I gulped down several large sips, and the pain in my throat began to ease. I need to rest properly. I can't let things go like this again. There are still many things left to try. A sly smile crept onto Lan Youyan's lips, as if she eagerly anticipated the next escape room game. I couldn't help but shudder at the thought. I certainly did not wish for a repeat. I would rather live a lifetime of wealth and prosperity with my parents and sister than be tormented by Lan Youyan in this manner. She patted the blanket, signaling for me to rest with her. Resigned, I fell back onto the incredibly soft bed. Lan Youyan quickly tucked me in and leaned closer. I was unable to go anywhere now. I couldn't attend school, nor could I contact my family. Moreover, that heartless Fong Lulu was truly a piece of work, reveling in such malevolent amusement, leaving me in a dreadful predicament. When I next encountered her, she would surely face consequences. Indeed, fate had dealt me a cruel hand. As I gazed at the young woman, I couldn't help but think of my sister. I remembered how, during our childhood, she would always seek my affection whenever she felt upset. It had nearly been a year since I last saw her. Lost in thought, a sudden warmth surged through me. Without any warning, my body felt slightly heated, and my face flushed rapidly. Seemingly sensing the change in my temperature, Lan Youyan wore a victorious smile. The effects of the medication were beginning to take hold. She transformed into a playful little kitten, seeking her master's affection. Instinctively, I wanted to push her away. But for some reason, my hands felt unresponsive, as if my mind was no longer in control. Lan Youyan was overjoyed, nearly elated. The concoction she had added was not something ordinary people could resist. She had experienced an assertive version of me before. But this fervent and proactive side of me was something she would not want to miss. Without much effort on her part, I could hear my breathing becoming increasingly labored. I realized I might have consumed something undesirable. That cup of water, what choice did I have? If I had refused to drink, I would have faced further bullying. A blatant scheme against me. Just as I was overwhelmed with discomfort, Lan Youyan suddenly stood up and turned her back to me. Anin, what are you doing? I have already promised you could rest. There's no need to force yourself. Just relax, she said, her voice laced with a sinister satisfaction. My face reddened, unsure if it was due to the medication or the warmth induced by her words. The cool, delicate touch faded away, replaced by a wave of heat. Gu and Yin clutched the blanket, incessantly murmuring. Those who have experienced the effects of drugs know that in such circumstances, one must act, or face grave consequences for the body, risking severe damage. Particularly for someone like Gu and Yin, whose constitution is quite frail and whose resistance to medication is weak. Apart from possessing an extraordinary visage akin to that of you all before the screen, he truly has little else to boast about. Ah, Lan Youyan, you scoundrel. Just as he uttered those words, he was cut short. Upon approaching, Lan Youyan realized he was indeed burning with fever. If this continued, the harm to his body would be substantial. She never intended to cause Gu and Yin any harm. A gentle voice broke the silence. And Yin, it seems you are unwell. Would you like me to assist you in your recovery? The young man's face flushed crimson, his teeth clenched tightly. Glaring at her with indignation. You shameless wretch, hypocritical rogue, always bullying me. He cursed vehemently, attempting to divert his attention from his discomfort. The young lady gazed at him with a smile, unfazed by his outburst. Gradually, his voice diminished to a whisper, leaving him vulnerable to her whims. Knock, knock, knock. Miss. It is already evening. Have you yet to awaken? Butler Lu's soft voice called from outside the door. Lan Youyan slowly opened her starry eyes. This was the most delightful slumber she had experienced, indeed, a profoundly comfortable one, spanning from day to night. Under the influence of the medication, Gu and Yin, though conscious, became more proactive. With a hint of reminiscence, her cheeks remained flushed. I wish to continue. As she observed Gu and Yin slowly opening his eyes, still bleary from sleep, she realized she was truly alive. Although she was the heir to Tianyu Group, among the elite of the world, she rarely lived for herself. Having lived nearly 20 years, she felt that she was only now experiencing true freedom. True freedom. At that moment, Gu and Yin, just awakened, silently pondered, when will I attain genuine freedom? Despite being drugged, he still retained awareness of his own state. His lucid mind recalled how reckless he had been not long ago. Damn it, damn it. Cough, cough. Miss, are you all right? Noticing a slight movement within, Butler Lu inquired once more. Oh, I'm fine. I'll be out shortly. After speaking, she turned to Gu and Yin. How are you feeling? Still running a fever? Gu and Yin, in a panic, hurriedly waved his hands. No, no, no. There's no need. I feel numb. With that, he swiftly donned his clothes and exited the room. Upon emerging, Gu and Yin was greeted by several doctors clad in white coats, equipped with various instruments. All seated in the living room, their expressions serious as they regarded him. Among them were some familiar faces, those who had previously bandaged his wounds. A young doctor remarked, I see a shadow of fatigue upon your brow, my friend. Perhaps you have indulged excessively? Just then, the door swung open, revealing the radiant Lan Youyan, her cheeks aglow. The room fell silent, and no one dared to utter a word. Lu, the steward, awkwardly interjected, Miss, please take care of your health along with the young master. This marks the 8th visit from the physicians of the Lan family. One might easily mistake it for some strange ailment. Upon hearing this, Lan Youyan grasped the situation. After each encounter with Gu Anian, whether it be play or perhaps torment, she would summon a physician. Their purpose was twofold, to assess his condition and to replenish his vitality. Lu could not help but feel a twinge of embarrassment. The young lady had not always been this way. Once she was so vivacious and cheerful. Now, she resembled a hunter, lurking in the shadows with a predatory gaze directed at her companion. After the physicians attended to Gu Anian's wounds and prescribed additional remedies, Lan Youyan appeared to be in good spirits, her health seemingly improving. The doctors were astonished. They had been dispatched by the head of the Lan family to examine the young lady's well-being. Managing the family business and various affairs had rendered her somewhat anxious. Yet, each examination revealed a gradual improvement in her spirits since meeting Gu Anian. As they departed, they all gave Gu Anian a thumbs up, exclaiming, Sir, you are truly the reincarnation of Hua Tuo. Chapter 19. Imported goods. Gu Anian was taken aback by their praise, feeling somewhat flustered. It was not until Lan Youyan patted his shoulder and pointed towards a room that he realized the evening had come again. What if I were to confine you there once more? She inquired. her gaze revealing a troubling intensity and her words laced with a chilling undertone. Gu Anyan shivered at the thought, nearly brought to tears by the prospect of such an experience once again. Have you learned your lesson? Lan Youyan pressed. Gu Anyan nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at grain. I promise I will not engage with any other women, he declared. If I fail to uphold this vow, may my life be a living hell. Upon hearing his solemn oath, Lan Youyan felt a modicum of relief. As for attending school, by all means. With so many lovely young ladies around, what if one of them, harboring ill intentions, oh no, one who is simply blind to the charm of my Anyan, were to lead him astray? Let it be known, I shall not hesitate to take matters into my own hands. The expression on Lan Youyan's face was ominous, sending a shiver down Gu Anyan's spine. While returning to school was out of the question, he was granted the liberty to step outside briefly each day. This was the latest directive he had received, akin to a prison sentence, though thankfully she had not completely confined him. After delivering her intimidating admonition, she called him to join her for a meal. By this time, Gu Anyan's stomach had begun to rumble audibly. Finally, the moment has arrived for a meal. As I sat down at the table and prepared to indulge, my chopsticks were suddenly knocked to the ground with a sharp clatter by Lan Youyan. The quail egg I had just picked up also fell, bouncing on the floor with a soft thud. My dear, what happened? Gu Anyan felt a pang of guilt, wondering if he had unintentionally offended her once more. The quail, having matured for less than 2.5 years, produced eggs that were not particularly nourishing. He then picked up a piece of braised pork and placed it in his mouth. There is indeed a growth period to consider. Could it be that something so young is genuinely unappetizing? As Gu Anyan pondered this, a pair of captivating, large eyes suddenly appeared before him. Moments later, a delightful aroma of meat, mingled with a hint of sweetness, wafted into his mouth as it was tenderly fed to him. Dare you to spit it out? The solemn tone held a trace of playful ire. If you waste what I offer, I shall turn you into braised pork. As he swallowed, the sound of his chewing echoed in the air. Today, everything you eat must be fed to you by me, she declared. A timid voice responded. I have my own mouth, so I shan't trouble you. With a sudden thud, Gu Anyan felt a sharp kick to his knee. Hiss, you have legs too. Why not escape? He mused that with only one life, he could hardly endure Lan Youyan's antics. Should he attempt to run again, he might very well become a specimen. In response, Gu Anyan quickly scrambled to his feet. My precious Lan, I was merely being polite. That was the most delightful imported food I've ever tasted, and I would love to have more. Is that truly the case? She inquired with genuine curiosity. Absolutely, more authentic than those pearl-like eyes of yours, Gu Anyan asserted, raising 3 fingers with earnest sincerity. Seeing his earnestness, Lan Youyan ceased her chatter and promptly began to serve him, bringing forth an array of vegetables, meats, broths, and desserts all at once. This relentless feeding left Gu Anyan in a predicament, his cheeks bulging like a hamster's as he consumed nothing but soft foods. Today's porridge is quite rich in content. Let me savor this. Wait, this isn't local, salivary amylase. His stomach protested. This is a bit peculiar. While his jaw muscles cheered. Another easy day, yay? Gu Anyan lamented. Ugh, I can't eat anymore. After a while, Lan Youyan finally paused, their faces both flushed. After a monumental effort to swallow everything, Gu Anyan finally caught his breath. The young lady herself had fed him. Surely this was a gain for him, and he ought to feel joyful, not sulky. He began to indulge in self-deception, striving to please Lan Youyan and avoid punishment. Initially, Gu Anyan had not been this way. He was merely a simple, friendly child. However, repeated brutal physical and psychological torment had taught him the need for expediency. He genuinely feared pain and found himself unable to endure such torturous experiences. Kindness often invites exploitation. This wealthy young lady, once she has indulged herself sufficiently, will likely be cast aside. From now on, you shall reside with me, be obedient. Seemingly pleased with his performance, Lan Youyan's tones softened considerably. After responding obediently, he proceeded to freshen up. The familiar ringtone of his phone startled him, causing him to spit out the mouthwash. Upon glancing at his phone, he discovered it was a familiar call, his younger sister. Ever since their last encounter, when he had been apprehended, Lan Youyan had provided him with a new phone and SIM card. Aside from her, no one else was privy to his whereabouts. Hesitating for a moment, Gu Anyan ultimately answered the call. A familiar voice echoed through, "Brother? Is that really you, Xiao Qian?" Before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted. a peculiar undertone lacing her words. Brother, are you attending school diligently? After a brief absence, why do you seem so indifferent toward me? To alleviate her concerns, Gu Anyan adopted an upbeat tone. Rest assured, little sister, my homeroom teacher praises me daily. My studies are going splendidly. Strangely enough, he found himself adept at fabricating lies. His heart unperturbed. The other end fell silent for a few seconds before she whispered, All right, brother. Once I finish matters with Grandpa, I shall come to find you. The latter part of her statement was nearly spat out through clenched teeth. Why does she sound so indifferent? She used to dote on her brother so affectionately. It seems she has matured. No, if she were to discover my current predicament, it would surely worry her, possibly even burdening her. No, you brother is quite busy here. I'll visit you when the opportunity arises. Very well. So, has all your time been devoted to studying, brother? Indeed. And I also miss you. The moment the words escaped his lips, Gu Anyan felt a twinge of embarrassment for his sentimental expression. Really? I look forward to our next meeting, my dear brother. Gu Anyan replied perfunctorily, and the call was abruptly ended. Hanging up on me, how strange. She was so attached before. My dear granddaughter, who has upset you? Is it that little rascal again? Shall I bring him back? An elderly man, his hair a snowy white, stood straight at the doorway, gazing at the shattered phone on the ground, his eyes filled with affection and concern. The young girl pointed to the birdcage before her. Grandpa, to raise a bird, one must start from a young age, nurturing it continuously, or else it won't become affectionate. When will the matters at home come to an end? I yearn to seek my brother. Her slender fingers tightly grasped an album, filled with countless pictures of two individuals, each capturing a moment in time. Yet, the shadows of despair and illness flickered in her gaze, starkly contrasting with the innocent girl depicted within the album. In the room, Lan Youyan emerged from the bathroom clad in a nightgown, surprisingly holding a pair of handcuffs. Chapter 20. Then be my fish. With a hint of drowsiness, Gu Anyan became instantly alert upon witnessing her demeanor, springing to his feet. What have I done wrong now? Am I to be confined in the secret room again? Please, bring the medicine. Noticing his alarm, Lan Youyan slightly parted her lips. Do not be agitated. Initially, I intended to confine you while you slept tonight. For now, I merely wish to secure you. Why? He inquired. Because you failed to provide me with a sense of safety. Although he could have effortlessly devised 1,000 means to escape, the discomfort lingered within him. Only by restraining him to the bed could she find peace of mind. Please, I beg you. I would do anything. I am willing to atone. Just do not lock me up. Gu Anyan glanced at his swollen wrists, pleading earnestly with Lan Youyan. Would you truly do anything? Caught off guard by her unexpected question, Gu Anyan hesitated, his gaze shifting to Lan Youyan's slightly flushed cheeks, a wave of sharp pain coursing through his waist. Is there any choice beyond being a cautious warrior? The last time had brought him immense joy, and he hoped she would be more aware of her actions. Disregarding Gu Anyan's crimson cheeks, Lan Youyan recounted every detail of his behavior after consuming the medicine, leaving no stone unturned. She even declared her intention to inscribe it in her notebook, compelling him to recite it nightly before bed. Did I truly behave that way? If so, perhaps that is the only situation where I could hold my ground against her. In every other aspect, I am utterly overwhelmed. Oh well, as long as she finds joy, perhaps I can endure a little more suffering. What's happening? Moments later, Lan Youyan opened her beautiful eyes, observing the blushing boy. After a moment of contemplation, understanding dawned upon her. Such a waste. Is this truly all it takes to incapacitate you? It seems I must nurture you well. At least 2 bottles of royal pills daily, and you must treat the waste treasure as sustenance. Under her reproachful gaze, Gu Anyan felt a pang in his heart. Each encounter subjected him to considerable torment, and over time, it became increasingly exhausting. Lan Youyan slapped his face and, after pinning him down, closed her eyes. Her calm voice broke the silence. Sleep now. I hope not to be disappointed next time. Otherwise, some things may no longer be worth keeping. He had anticipated a slight alleviation of his suffering, yet unforeseen trials awaited him. The relentless demands drained him of control and vigor. What should I do? Could she truly be so cruel? How could this happen at such a young age? He gently patted the seemingly slumbering Lan Youyan and whispered, How about just twice a week? Otherwise, I fear that if I remain silent, you may take it as acquiescence. On one occasion, Gu Anyan was taken aback. I knew you still cared for me. I shall certainly not disappoint you next time. It seems that Lan Youyan is quite considerate of her own well-being, for after all, health is the foundation of all endeavors. Only by maintaining a good state can one excel in every task. He felt a wave of emotion surge within him. On another occasion, Gu Yin questioned the reliability of his hearing. Just as he was about to inquire again, he heard a steady breathing sound. At that moment, his expression resembled that of a small cat covering its ears and meowing in distress. This night was indeed arduous. The first rays of dawn filtered through the glass window, enveloping his numbed body in a glimmer of hope. The young man slowly opened his eyes, stretching his stiff limbs, only to discover that Lan Youyan had already departed, prompting him to exhale deeply. Glancing at his phone, he realized it was nearly noon. Cautiously, he opened the door, finding Butler Lu busy with the ingredients. "Uncle Lu, are you cooking today? Where's Lan Youyan?" Upon hearing the commotion, Butler Lu produced a bottle. "For the time being, I shall handle the cooking. The young lady has gone out. She instructed me to properly tend to your health. Here, take this." He poured several dark pills from the bottle and handed him a cup of water. Gu Yin inquired, puzzled, "What is this?" "Do not ask. It is a miraculous remedy," Butler Lu replied with a sly grin, placing the items in his hand. After Gu Yin ingested the pills, Butler Lu returned to preparing the meal. What could this mysterious concoction be? Gu Yin pondered uneasily. During a casual conversation with Butler Lu, Gu Yin learned that Lan Youyan had been at the company for the past few days and would likely not return, mentioning something about waiting for the prey to grow plump before feasting. Regardless of the circumstances, he should be able to enjoy a well-deserved respite during these days. With this thought, Gu Yin's spirits lifted and his appetite improved significantly. "Ah, here comes the chicken soup," Butler Lu announced, bringing an array of exquisite dishes to the table, urging him to eat while it was hot. Gazing at the delectable spread before him, Gu Yin's stomach audibly protested. Once Butler Lu sat down as well, he began to indulge heartily. "My goodness, what is this? It is simply divine," he marveled, realizing that Butler Lu's culinary skills were exceptional, truly befitting a member of the Lan family. Halfway through his meal, Gu Yin noticed beads of sweat forming on his brow, accompanied by an indescribable sensation. He immediately sensed something amiss. This feeling bore a striking resemblance to the effects of the drug he had been administered the day before. Suddenly, a chilling thought crossed his mind, causing goosebumps to rise on his skin. Surely, he could not be seated across from someone with peculiar tendencies? He cautiously raised his gaze to Butler Lu, only to find him staring intently back, his affable smile appearing strangely unsettling. Noticing Gu Yin's change in demeanor, Butler Lu began to explain his actions. The medicinal dishes he selected were intricate in composition, with remarkably potent effects, and feeling a sense of warmth was entirely normal. Upon hearing this, Gu Yin felt a slight sense of relief, having feared he had been poisoned once more. He silently vowed to transform himself, beginning with his frail body. After dinner, he ventured out for a stroll, cherishing this small semblance of freedom. As a university student exempt from classes and supported by a beautiful CEO, it was indeed a dream come true in the eyes of many. Passers-by cast envious glances at Gu Yin, as if they longed to usurp his life. Alas, if they only knew the cost of losing their freedom, living under the constraints of a pomegranate skirt, they would surely reconsider their desires. He found himself alone by the lakeside, gazing quietly at the tranquil surface of the water. He often found solace in observing the lake, its surface like a mirror reflecting his inner thoughts. Suddenly, a large carp leaped from the water, waving its vibrant red tail before swiftly submerging again. Witnessing this spectacle, he couldn't help but murmur to the lake, "Sometimes, I truly wish to be a carefree fish, haha." "Then be my fish," a familiar voice chimed from behind. Startled, Gu Yin turned to see Fong Lulu smiling at him, her lips moving playfully, half steamed, half braised. Chapter 21. The opportunity to escape. As he recognized the newcomer, Gu Yin's smile vanished instantly. This shameless individual had caused him considerable distress, and yet dared to jest with him. "Fong Lulu, have I not been too generous with my smiles towards you?" Gu Yin adopted a rare seriousness, attempting to appear formidable. Fong Lulu was momentarily taken aback, then casually remarked, "Oh, hasn't your young lady trained you to be utterly obedient? None of your business. A portion of my injuries is due to her," he retorted sharply. "I advise you to leave quickly, or you'll soon find yourself in deep trouble when Lan Youyan arrives." Gu Yin coldly dismissed her, turning away to ignore her further. A fleeting shadow of concern crossed Fong Lulu's gaze, yet she maintained her cheerful demeanor, Classmate Gu. You shouldn't speak to the monitor like that. With that, she produced a photograph and handed it to him. Glancing at it, Gu Yin realized it was the picture she had taken of him last time, now printed. Panic surged within him as he snatched it away. If she sees this, I'm finished. Especially you. You're overreacting. Besides, she isn't even here. What do you fear? She teased, tilting his chin up, her large, sparkling eyes locked onto his. Gu Yin instinctively flinched, bewildered by how she knew about this. Moreover, he sensed no hint of fear regarding Lan Youyan in her tone. Shaking off her hand, he retorted irritably, "What do you want? Surely you're not here to witness my embarrassment?" With a playful grin, she said, "Of course not. I came to remind you about your early class. It has been quite a while since you last attended." Gu Yin stared at her as if she were foolish, ultimately letting out a sigh and departing without acknowledging her. As he turned to leave, Fong Lulu finally spoke up. "Wait, do you actually intend to leave?" Gu Yin slowly turned back, not comprehending her meaning. "What I mean is, leave Lan Youyan." His leg, poised to step forward, halted immediately. "Oh, really?" Gu Yin exclaimed, turning around and excitedly grasping her shoulders. "Is what you say true?" Upon receiving a confirming response, his joy soared. However, after a fleeting moment of elation, he fell into contemplation. How could she assist him? After all, it was Lan Youyan, and why would she extend her help? Noticing his skeptical gaze, Fong Lulu replied, "There is only one method, and I am merely assisting someone else." "What method? Who is willing to help me?" Gu Yin racked his brain, but could not fathom who would dare to offend the formidable Lan family. "You seem to have forgotten about your friend with the surname Bai. Bai. When considering a friend with the surname Bai, particularly one of influence, she was the only one that came to Gu Yin's mind." Fong Lulu offered him an approving look, not too dim-witted, "I see." The two then proceeded to discuss their detailed plan. Lan Youyan had gone to contest the development rights of Central City, an event that attracted various powerful factions from the capital. Typically, such opportunities would be monopolized by the Lan family, while the other prestigious families merely sought to gain familiarity and forge alliances with other powers. However, this time was different. For reasons unknown, the Bai family from Hashia intended to involve themselves as well. Of course, this was merely one facet of the plan. The true objective was to extract Gu Yin. On the day when the major powers converged in Central City, Lan Youyan would be too preoccupied to attend to matters here. Gu Yin felt a surge of apprehension. He was aware of the Bai family's capabilities, yet he had not anticipated their strength to be so formidable. Their intention to directly seize him, although not within the confines of the Lan family estate, would still be a blow to the family's pride. He sighed quietly, hoping that everything would proceed smoothly. "Why would senior sister Bai help me?" After pondering for a moment, Gu Yin inquired of Fong Lulu. "How would I know? Perhaps out of kindness," she replied, clearly offering yet another trivial remark. Gu Yin, visibly exasperated, wondered why conversing with her was such an arduous task. After expressing his gratitude, he intended to leave, reminding her to exercise caution as walls have ears. However, as he turned to take a step away, his wrist was suddenly seized. Instinctively, he attempted to retract his hand, but the grip was surprisingly firm. "Rest assured, all the individuals who monitored you have been dealt with prior to locating you." Gu Yin was taken aback, realizing that so many had been observing him without his knowledge. In a moment of astonishment, he glanced at the hand that was firmly grasping his. "Thank you ever so much, dear class monitor, but could you possibly let go of me?" At that instant, Fong Lulu smirked, gently pulling her arm back, which caused Gu Yin's body to lean closer. Before he could react, she enveloped him in a full embrace, pushing him against the wall. The girl exuded a unique fragrance, subtle enough that one could only detect it upon close proximity. Gu Yin found himself momentarily speechless, though his hands instinctively resisted. A lock of her curly hair fell across his face as she leaned in, whispering in his ear, "So many are vying for you. Yet you possess nothing particularly special." With a teasing pat on his cheek, she noted the delicate nature of the moment. However, in the blink of an eye, she felt a warmth surge from the depths of her being, cascading through her limbs. Taken aback by this unfamiliar sensation, she inadvertently pinched his face. Cough. Cough, let go of me." After a brief interval, she finally released him, a flicker of an unusual emotion appearing in her gaze, only to vanish just as swiftly. Regaining her composure, Gu Yin admonished, "What are you doing? Even if you helped me, this is no way to treat me. What do you take me for? Where is your decorum?" Fong Lulu gazed at him, somewhat dazed, her demeanor slightly unsteady. How peculiar, she murmured before swiftly exiting his line of sight. How strange, she thought. What kind of person acts as if they've been wronged? Turning the corner, Fong Lulu nearly sprinted away, covering her mouth as she gasped for breath. Acutely aware of the changes within her body. What is happening? How is it that my heart rate has quickened over such a trivial matter? After a brief pause, she hurried off, not dwelling too much on the incident. A mischievous grin crept upon her lips. It seemed that Gu Yin might soon find himself at the mercy of Bai Yi. Things were becoming increasingly intriguing. Fong Lulu eagerly anticipated the outcome. With a plan in place, Gu Yin felt a surge of elation, yet he was also apprehensive about being discovered or failing. The consequences of such an outcome could be dire. It was entirely possible he could find himself in a precarious situation. However, the thought of potentially escaping from Lan Youyan and no longer being treated as her plaything made any risk seem worthwhile. As for Fong Lulu, her true capabilities remained a mystery. One could only hope she would prove reliable this time. Chapter 22. The frigid Fong Lulu. By the time he returned to the apartment, it was already evening, and Butler Lu was preparing dinner. Upon seeing him, the butler greeted him warmly. "Young master, you seem to be looking much better." Gu Yin felt a twinge of guilt, but maintained his composure. "Thanks to Uncle Lu's cooking, I feel considerably improved." In the brief exchange that followed, Butler Lu soon presented the meal. One must admit, each dish seemed to be more substantial than the last. "Is Lan Youyan contemplating a return to confront me?" Gu Yin graciously remarked. "Thank you, Uncle Lu. Your culinary skills are truly remarkable." Butler Lu offered a faint smile. "The former head of the Lan family relied on my divine dishes to sustain himself. He endured far greater hardships than you. Hence the young lady has been rather gentle with you." What does this imply? Gu Yin's heart sank at the revelation. Could it be that Lan Youyan's mother shared a similarly twisted disposition? He realized he could not linger here any longer. This family was not to be trifled with. Should they take offense, his life would be in peril. After a meager meal, Gu Yin retreated to his room. Previously, Fong Lulu had mentioned that in a few days, she would help him escape through the window, allowing him some peace during this time. This piqued his curiosity. Fong Lulu seemed like a frail young girl. How could she possibly scale to the second floor's window and assist him? While pondering, his gaze fell upon the thick square glass. And to his astonishment, a hand emerged from below. The fingers were slender, and a piece of wire was deftly maneuvered, causing the window's lock to disengage on its own. He approached in disbelief. As the window swung open, a graceful figure leapt inside, landing squarely on Gu Yin. Ouch! What on earth? Upon closer inspection, he realized it was indeed Fong Lulu. "What are you doing here?" Fong Lulu removed her outer garment, surveying the room's interior with scrutiny. "Just practicing a simulation. Is that so wrong?" Gu Yin stood and peered out the window, noticing there was nothing to climb on. How had she managed to ascend? Goodness! You are quite the enigma. You're not just anyone. Fong Lulu let out a soft scoff, mocking his naivety. "Keep your voice down. We must not alert that butler. He's not easy to handle." With that, she began to quietly arrange various bottles and jars around the room. It was evident she possessed a level of expertise, and Gu Yin couldn't help but admire her skills. There are many enforcers outside the apartment. Once they enter, it's challenging to escape. Hence, I will stay here for the night. Fong Lulu disregarded Gu Yin's concerns and headed straight for the bathroom. Alarmed, he exclaimed, "Wait. Are you out of your mind? If you get caught, it will be disastrous." He seized Fong Lulu, attempting to push her out the window, only to be pulled back by an unseen force. "Let us do this together to avoid suspicion." Gu Yin panicked. He genuinely feared the consequences of such actions. Noticing his distress, Fong Lulu's mischievous side ignited. Usually restrained in public, she now relished the opportunity to have some fun at his expense. She yanked on Gu Yin's collar, tugging it forcefully, which caused a thread to unravel, exposing a glimpse of pristine skin marred by some healing wounds. Wow, the woman truly possesses a remarkable charm. With such a flawless physique, I would find it hard to act against her. After a prolonged moment, Fong Lulu finally emerged from the bathroom, the sound of water cascading behind her. Gu Yin, with a skeptical expression, questioned her reliability. She promptly reclined upon his bed, declaring, "Let us sleep. I must find an opportunity to escape in the morning." "What? Together?" he inquired. "Of course. Do you expect me to let you sleep on the floor?" With that, she extinguished the light and nestled beneath the covers. Unintentionally, she brushed against Gu Yin, and the sensation was akin to warm water slowly melting a sheet of ice. A sense of confusion washed over her at this contact, yet she did not delve deeper into her thoughts. At that moment, a phone rang, causing Gu Yan's body to tense in alarm. He hurriedly answered the call. "Hello, is this Lan Youyan?" A cold, haughty voice responded, "My dear, you're not thinking of escaping again, are you?" A chilling dread enveloped Gu Yan's back, leaving his mind in a state of blankness. He never imagined Lan Youyan would pose such a question. Could she possibly know? The thought of being caught by her again sent shivers down his spine. Feigning calmness, he replied, "Impossible, unless I wish to court death. Besides, with such delightful food and your exquisite presence, why would I contemplate fleeing?" Before he could finish, he felt an unexpected pressure on his abdomen. Fong Lulu had rested her head there, a playful smile dancing on her lips. Gu Yan felt as though his organs were entwined, a sharp pain coursing through his body. "What's wrong?" Lan Youyan's voice turned icy upon sensing his unusual tone. Caught off guard, he hastily replied, "I just indulged in a nourishing meal prepared by Butler Lu. My stomach suddenly feels warm." Fortunately, since Butler Lu routinely reported Gu Yan's condition, Lan Youyan didn't dwell on it. She was more curious about the surprises Gu Yan would present upon her return, eager to observe the changes he had undergone in her absence. "All right, my dear, wait for my return, and do not even think about escaping." Gu Yan, feeling the weight of the moment, quickly agreed and, under the pretense of sleep, hastily ended the call. A sense of being caught in a scandal gripped him, his heart racing. Strangely, it felt rather exhilarating. Once he set the phone down, he firmly pressed his hand against Fong Lulu's shoulder, nudging her. "What are you doing? Are you trying to get me killed? Are you truly here to assist me?" Yet, upon closer inspection, he noticed a faint blush on her cheeks and her eyes tightly shut. "What's wrong? Don't scare me. I can't afford to compensate you if you're pretending." She uttered no words, her breathing steady and rhythmic. Thankfully, she was merely asleep. Gu Yan gently helped her onto the pillow, feeling a sudden chill envelop him. Why was her body so cold? Could this woman be suffering from kidney deficiency? Alas, she had taken on considerable pressure to assist me. Despite her whimsical demeanor, I realized I might not truly understand her at all. Gu Yan silently draped the blanket over her, hoping to restore her warmth, while he himself turned slightly, covering just a corner of the quilt. Fong Lulu murmured softly a few times before succumbing to a deep slumber, likely experiencing one of her most comfortable and restful sleeps. Chapter 23. Ambush. Gu Yan opened his bleary eyes, noticing the sky was just beginning to lighten with a pale hue. Fong Lulu had already departed, yet he felt a slight dampness on his face. The following days unfolded with an uncanny tranquility. It was almost surreal, as Lan Youyan had not even made a phone call. As time passed leisurely, Gu Yan found great contentment in this languid existence, his battered body gradually healing. If only every day could be like this. At the Central City Grand Hall, Miss Lan truly exemplified our ideals. Under her stewardship, the Tianyu Group has soared to new heights. Indeed, who does not recognize that the Lan family holds sway in this capital? At the banquet, nearly everyone seemed to flatter Lan Youyan, and the towering figure certainly warranted their obsequiousness. Yet, Lan Youyan felt a wave of irritation, a vague sense of unease flickering in her mind. Suddenly, the sound of an engine roared to life as a Maybach pulled up to the entrance of the venue. A woman emerged from the rear seat, clad in a sleek black outfit, followed by a throng of people entering the hall. Upon seeing her, Lan Youyan could not help but display a scornful smile, her gaze fixated on the woman's face with palpable disdain. As the woman strode into the hall, her unique aura radiated a commanding presence that rivaled Lan Youyan's own. Many in attendance recognized her as the young lady of the Bai family from Tianhai. Sensing something amiss, Bai Yi removed her sunglasses and cast her gaze towards Lan Youyan. The two fierce pairs of eyes met, each seemingly harboring a hint of lethal intent. The atmosphere within the hall instantly grew tense. The seasoned attendees quickly caught the scent of impending conflict. Bai Yi turned her head away and approached a middle-aged man. "Boss Xia, your generosity knows no bounds. This prime location could almost be gifted to the Lan family, couldn't it?" Her seemingly casual remark sent a chill down the man's spine, the veiled threat unmistakable to all. Although this was Kyoto, the Bai family of Tianhai was still beyond his reach. No matter how much he endeavored to appease Lan Youyan, she would not risk a confrontation with the Bai family over a mere pawn. Just as he found himself in a quandary, Lan Youyan spoke up. Her voice cool and clear. "Boss Xia is one of us. No matter what transpires, the Lan family will not stand idly by. And as for a stray dog from the outside, how dare it attempt to snatch food from my hands? Her tone grew increasingly frigid, causing those present to involuntarily gasp in shock. These two formidable figures had indeed torn away the facade of civility. However, what they failed to comprehend was that a central location in Kyoto was insufficient to provoke such a reaction from her. Lan Youyan's true ire stemmed from her affection for Gu Anyan. The resounding slap she had dealt was intended to convey her stance. Her man was off-limits to all. Upon hearing this declaration, the man surnamed Xia felt a surge of confidence and addressed Bai Yi, saying, "Miss Bai, Central City has long been under the Lan family's dominion. We, as business people, must adhere to our principles." At that moment, Bai Yi's gaze was icy, yet she quickly regained her composure. "Mr. Xia, I appreciate your integrity, and I look forward to our next collaboration." After uttering these words, she departed from the banquet. Lan Youyan, witnessing her demeanor, felt a profound sense of satisfaction. The Bai family was merely inconsequential. As the banquet gradually concluded, the attendees began to take their leave. Over the past few days, Lan Youyan had meticulously planned the growth of both the company and Central City, and the exertion had left her quite fatigued. Now, finally able to return, she wondered how Gu Anyan had fared during her absence, and she was eager to assess him. The mere thought of reuniting with Gu Anyan ignited a thrill within her. As a reward for her monotonous days, she intended to fully appreciate the worth of youth. As she sat in the car on her way back, lost in her reverie, an abrupt disturbance occurred. She felt a violent jolt followed by an overwhelming force. Despite the driver's desperate maneuvers, he could not evade the oncoming van, which collided with them. Once the vehicle came to a halt, he immediately inquired about her condition. "I'm fine," she replied, rubbing her head, and then glanced out the window to see cars converging from all directions, slowly encircling the Lan family's vehicle. How despicable! The Bai family has truly lost their minds. Even that old fool doesn't intervene. Regaining her composure, she dialed for reinforcements. "Hurry! Ensure the young lady's safety." Several bodyguards from the Lan family surrounded the car, taking up defensive positions with weapons drawn. Inside a building, Bai Yi observed the unfolding events on a screen, a slight smirk gracing her lips as she made a phone call. She called for help. It's proceeding as planned. In apartment 1, Gu Anyan was lounging on a balcony basking in the sun. Today, the sunlight felt pleasantly warm rather than blinding, enveloping him in a soothing embrace. The melodious chirping of birds and the distant hum of cicadas filled the air. Wait, something was amiss. "Oh no, Lan Youyan is back," was the first thought that raced through his mind. He quickly sprang to his feet and hurriedly peered through the window to assess the situation. Gu Anyan was unsure what type of vehicle it was, but he was certain that Lan Youyan would not be traveling in such a vehicle. He watched as large vans, accompanied by a cacophony of noise, stormed onto the apartment's lawn, screeching to a halt. A scene that left Gu Anyan utterly astonished unfolded before him, as a steady stream of burly men emerged from the vehicle, seemingly endless. Could this car truly accommodate so many individuals? Upon disembarking, the leader decisively commanded, "Get to work." Oddly enough, despite the relatively warm day, his hands felt cold. It was only when he noticed a scattering of figures rushing from all directions towards the apartment that Gu Anyan realized help was on its way. A mix of excitement and anxiety surged within him as he fixated on the unfolding situation below. Several individuals forcefully broke through the door, only to be sent flying back almost instantaneously. Steward Lu emerged slowly, surveying the damaged wooden door with a hint of sorrow, lamenting, "This door cost several thousand." His displeasure was palpable as his deep voice resonated, addressing the intruders, "Esteemed guests, what brings you here?" As he spoke, a group of robust henchmen appeared behind him. The opposing faction was momentarily taken aback, while the lesser thugs remained unfazed. This steward was evidently not an easy adversary. The leader, without uttering much, unleashed a deadly glare, and in an instant, lunged at Steward Lu. A knife swiftly aimed for his throat, a lethal strike right from the outset. Yet, Lu remained unperturbed. An aged but powerful hand shot out, seizing the attacking wrist with a grip akin to a vice, and his right fist delivered a crushing blow. The assailant was sent hurtling backward, crashing heavily onto the ground, but another dagger was stained with blood in the process. Upon noticing this, Lu glanced down to find his clothing had been torn. He decided to stretch his limbs, his gaze sharpening. It was merely a superficial wound. He hadn't exerted himself in quite some time. Chapter 24. The escape. The man who lay on the ground coughed up a mouthful of blood, struggling to regain his footing. He recognized the formidable nature of his opponent, yet he had not anticipated such difficulty. With just one move, he had found himself at a disadvantage. Wiping the blood from his lips, he urged his companions, "Quickly deal with the others. Then let us take down this old fool together." With that, the remaining henchmen swiftly encircled Lu, attacking from all sides. The sound of dull thuds echoed as Lu countered, striking out with both hands to send his assailants flying. He bent low to evade an attack from behind, while the rush of fists whizzed past his ears, all deftly avoided. However, his clothing began to show signs of wear, marred by cuts from daggers. The leader, drawing a long blade from the vehicle, watched intently, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Meanwhile, Gu Anian upstairs was transfixed by the unfolding drama, having only witnessed such scenes in films throughout his life. The skirmish had transpired in mere moments. Steward Lu, barehanded against the glinting blade, was holding his own against 10 assailants without breaking a sweat, his demeanor calm as though this were merely an everyday affair. In the past, Gu Anian had even contemplated using this elderly man as leverage to escape, considering him feeble and defenseless. But now, he found himself gasping in disbelief. As he remained entranced by the spectacle, he failed to notice an individual standing behind him. Long, slender fingers suddenly covered his eyes, and a cold voice softly spoke. "Guess who I am?" "Ah!" Gu Anian exclaimed, startled by the unexpected fright, and more so, by the familiar voice of the tormenting young lady. He stiffly turned his head. Fong Lulu? At that moment, Fong Lulu burst into laughter, her voice returning to its normal pitch. Initially taken aback by her ability to mimic Lan Youyan's voice, Gu Anian glared at her fiercely. "You clueless fool. Do you have any idea how much damage such a sudden remark can inflict on my tender psyche?" Seeing his distressed expression, Fong Lulu ceased her laughter and promptly changed the subject. "The people from the Lan family have been delayed. We must leave quickly." Gu Anian's eyes brightened. He recognized this as a precious opportunity. Should they fail, the consequences would be dire. Unlike Fong Lulu, who could easily leap from a window, he knew the second floor, while not excessively high, could still result in a broken leg, severely hindering his mobility. As they were about to exit, the door was suddenly flung open with a loud bang, and a dozen bodyguards clad in black stormed in. Although Gu Anian's room was spacious, the influx of so many individuals left them with no escape. The leader commanded in a deep voice, "Capture the young master and apprehend the other." Realizing his grim fate, Gu Anian was filled with dread, his sweating hands clutched tightly at Fong Lulu's clothing. Just as they advanced toward him, a thick cloud of smoke erupted from beneath the bed, quickly enveloping the entire room. Fong Lulu calmly produced a mask. "This is bad. The gas is toxic." Observing the situation, the others hastily donned their prepared masks. "What about me?" Gu Anian cried out, as the smoke swiftly filled the room, obscuring everyone's vision. He felt gusts of wind around him, followed by the sound of bodies collapsing. As he gasped for air, he sensed himself growing faint. While feeling his way along the wall, his hand brushed against something soft and elastic, a sensation that felt oddly familiar. "What are you touching?" Gu Anian was startled again, then felt his wrist being seized and pulled away. "Cough, cough. I feel like I can't breathe. I'm getting dizzy." Upon emerging outside, he inhaled deeply, the dense smoke having left him breathless. Fong Lulu slapped his face, exasperated. "What are you pretending for? This isn't a gas attack." She removed her mask, allowing Gu Anian to see that she had been using a device resembling night vision goggles to take down their assailants amidst the smoke. "Wow, you're really impressive." Gu Anian scratched his head awkwardly, then quickly urged, "We need to escape." At the entrance, in the front yard, upon receiving the signal, the others showed no inclination to linger and promptly retreated, even abandoning their van. "The old man is remarkably formidable. I, a mere subordinate, could only touch my aching eye sockets, my eyeballs seemingly on the verge of falling out." Regardless of the circumstances, the individual sought by the young lady must have been taken away, and that alone rendered it worthwhile. They could never have anticipated that a mere steward from the Lan family would nearly overwhelm them. At that moment, Steward Lu was covered in blood, his clothing tattered and clinging to him, large beads of sweat dripping down his face. He checked his phone, noting the prolonged absence of reinforcements, indicating that something had also gone awry with the young lady. As he gazed at the white smoke billowing from the upper floors, he sighed resignedly. Alas, I am growing old. Nevertheless, thank you. Meanwhile, Fong Lulu was driving a vehicle when a voice from behind, belonging to Gu and Yen, reached her ears. This is for you. She handed him a mobile phone. What is this? He inquired. Don't overthink it. It's a gift from Bai Yi. Your phone surely has a tracker. Gu and Yen, sensing the implication, took it with a nod, gritting his teeth as he threw his old phone out the window. They drove for a considerable time, Gu and Yen reclining and watching the scenery retreat outside, gradually succumbing to sleep. Fong Lulu observed his peaceful visage in the rearview mirror, a peculiar thought flickering in her mind before quickly being suppressed. With a hint of resignation, she remarked, Sigh, Gu and Yen, you are truly popular. Time passed, and Gu and Yen awakened abruptly due to a sudden break. Glancing up to find the sky had darkened. Fong Lulu stretched her weary body, looked back at him, and pointed to a villa ahead. Bai Yi should be inside. Go and express your gratitude properly. Gu and Yen rubbed his eyes and stepped out of the car, embracing the warm breeze and inhaling its comforting essence. Everything felt surreal. Events had unfolded too rapidly, yet he finally felt a sense of freedom. As he departed, he turned to Fong Lulu, sincerity etched on his face, and said, Fong Lulu, I truly appreciate your help. If we meet again and I can be of any assistance, please do not hesitate to ask. She fixed her gaze on him, contemplating for a long moment before stating, Enough of this idle chatter. If you don't leave now, I shall take you away. Take me where? For what purpose? Gu and Yen asked, bewildered, as he had only just arrived. Fong Lulu shot him an irritable glare. To my home, where you shall be thoroughly tormented for 800 years, then packed off to Lan Youyan. Haha, consider it a favor owed to you. I shall take my leave now. With that, he fled toward the villa, feeling quite helpless in the face of Fong Lulu's unpredictable moods. When he looked back once more, all he saw was the dim glow of streetlights casting shadows on the swaying maple trees, a gentle breeze rustling through the yellowing leaves, brushing against his flushed cheeks. Is this the essence of freedom? Chapter 25. Sister Bai's concern. Hey, miss, by the time we arrived, the son-in-law had already been abducted. Inside the car, Lan Youyan surveyed the wrecked vehicles surrounding her, and the groaning henchmen sprawled across the ground. Her expression had darkened to an extreme. The Bai family truly dares to defy me, Bai Yi. I want you to suffer immensely. After summoning the bodyguards, Lan Youyan received a message from Butler Lu. Once she swiftly dealt with the ruffians, she instructed her men to head to the school, but alas, they were still too late. Despite the relentless interrogations, the captives showed no inclination to divulge any information. One bodyguard cautiously inquired, Miss, what should we do with these individuals? He gestured towards the bruised figures on the ground. Lan Youyan shot him a fierce glare before stepping out of the vehicle and seizing one of the perpetrators. Tell me, where's that despicable Bai? Reveal your entire plan. As the man opened his eyes and recognized Lan Youyan, a flicker of primal fear crossed his face, but it quickly transformed into a relaxed expression. Behind you. In an instant, a glimmer of cold light flashed, and a crimson spray erupted from his neck. The man peacefully closed his eyes. Lan Youyan carelessly tossed him aside, pointing to the fallen henchmen. Take them back for interrogation, then send them to reunite. Do it discreetly. Hearing this, the bodyguard trembled, a cold sweat breaking out as he nodded in compliance, falling silent as they began to clean up the scene. Having created such a ruckus, the police merely arrived to assist in clearing the area, publicly labeling the incident as a violent conflict. Upon returning home, Lan Youyan dialed a phone number, her voice laced with tears. Hello, your dear daughter is suffering outside. A female voice responded, Wait until I finish dealing with your unfortunate father. Then I will see who dares to make you suffer. Knock, knock, knock. Gu Anian stood at the entrance, tapping on the grand wooden door. Feeling an uncanny sense of familiarity, the door swung open immediately, and though the person was not yet visible, her voice could be heard. Is that you, Gu? I've been waiting for you. Bai Yi, clad in a tank top paired with loose shorts, her figure elegantly outlined, exhaled softly as if she had just finished exercising. Gu Anian felt a wave of shyness wash over him. The senior before him resembled an angel, rescuing him from despair. It's you again, you. Hello. Hee, so bashful and timid. You leave Bai Yi at a loss for words, she mused, finding the innocent lamb before her to be a source of endless affection. With a profoundly sympathetic expression, Bai Yi said, Come, let's talk inside. You've lost weight. Dear Junior, your sister truly feels for you. With that, she gently supported Gu Anyan into the house and instructed the servants to prepare a feast. The mature, nurturing aura often provides the utmost comfort to a man, especially to one as naive as Gu Anyan. Feeling the older sister's concern envelop him, an overwhelming sense of grievance surged within him. He knew he had no reason to be here, yet tears betrayed him, streaming down his cheeks. Bai Yi gently patted his back, her touch imbued with warmth and reassurance. Whatever troubles you face, confide in your sister. I shall take charge on your behalf. Uncle Lu, I'm so sorry, came the muffled sobs from within the apartment. Lan Youyan gazed at the injured butler Lu, her heart heavy with guilt, while simultaneously grappling with the profound loss of Gu Anyan. The sight of her distress pierced Lu's heart, for he had watched this little princess grow, witnessing her transformation into an exceptional heir, cherished and protected like a precious gem. Yet now, her tears flowed freely, a rare display of such vulnerability. This was a significant blow for someone like Lu, who had no children of his own. Come now, let us not cry, Lu reassured her. I promise I will bring him back, all right? Under the gentle coaxing of those around her, Lan Youyan began to find solace. I am the sole daughter of the Lan family. What sort of decorum is this, to weep so? What I have lost today, I shall reclaim tenfold tomorrow. As she pondered, her expression darkened, with thoughts taking root in her mind. Gu Anyan, too, must have yearned to escape. Once I find him, I shall confront him. Throughout my life, my parents have never caused me such distress. Why should you, Gu Anyan? She lamented. Even my parents have never struck me. What gives her the right to do so? Little did she realize that her seemingly light slap cast a long shadow over him. Under Bai Yi's attentive ear, Gu Anyan recounted the trials and tribulations he had faced in recent days. As he poured out his heart, he felt a significant lift in his spirits, his eyes rekindling with brightness. I truly appreciate your listening to my ramblings and for rescuing me. I am at a loss for how to repay your kindness. Dear Junior, it was but a small effort, and I cannot allow my good friend to be bullied, Bai Yi replied, reassuring him to shed any burdens of guilt. Gu Anyan was so moved he nearly bowed in gratitude, wishing he could express his thanks more formally, were it not for the differences between them. I shall forever remember your kindness. I may possess little skill, but if you ever need me, I shall not hesitate to assist. Then I shall not impose further, he said, his gratitude palpable, yet he felt a tinge of shame for being unable to repay her support. Not wishing to cause more trouble, he turned to leave, only to feel a hand grasp his wrist. A flicker of displeasure crossed Bai Yi's eyes, and sensing her abruptness, she quickly released him. Junior, wherever you go, Lan Youyan will surely search for you with all her might. Can you truly evade her? Gu Anyan paused, taken aback, as he had not contemplated this scenario. I have a suggestion, she continued. I happen to need an extra pair of hands here. If you don't mind, perhaps you could stay temporarily? My home is quite spacious. Would you consider it? Upon reflection, this indeed appears to be the most prudent course of action. However, Gu Anyan's fragile sense of pride renders him incapable of relinquishing his dignity. Seemingly perceiving his thoughts, Bai Yi chuckled lightly and remarked, Oh, you're not shirking your responsibilities. You will certainly find yourself quite busy later. In response, Gu Anyan reluctantly acquiesced, silently vowing to exert himself fully and prove his worth. That Junior, might I inquire if Lan Youyan has merely struck you? Or is there something else? Gu Anyan contemplated for a considerable time, replying, Does that count? Which one? The one you're thinking of. Even though she had long suspected it, Bai Yi still shivered upon hearing his admission. That wretched Lan Youyan. Why should I be the one trailing behind? Why? Given this, she resolved to gradually mold him into the person she desired. Gu Anyan gazed into Bai Shuejia's profound eyes, blissfully unaware of the impending tempest. Chapter 26. If it were Gu Shuedi, then why? The moment I am not by your side, Shi Qianqian stared at the video on her phone, her fury rendering her emotions beyond description. My dear granddaughter, I am powerless. Those individuals have suddenly begun targeting the Shi family. I cannot allow you to recklessly venture out. It is far too perilous. Once those matters are resolved, I shall not interfere with you. If it comes to it, I will assist you in retrieving him. The elderly man reclined in his rocking chair, a report in hand, shaking his head in resignation. Shi Qianqian understood his concerns, yet the sight of her brother reduced to a mere plaything for others filled her with exasperation. Had I known this would occur, I would have incapacitated you sooner. Listening to the murmurs of the young woman before him, the old man wore a face of helplessness. From a young age, Shi Qianqian was raised by her grandfather, as her parents seldom had time to be with her. Over the years, this fostered her somewhat reclusive, even dark, nature. But who could blame her? She was his only cherished granddaughter, and as long as she found happiness, he would go to great lengths for her. I'll do it. Within the villa, Lan Youyan was eager to lend a hand, laboring diligently while dragging items across the floor and eyeing the stove. The surrounding servants were taken aback, fully aware of the considerable effort the young lady had expended to bring him back. They could not allow him to overexert himself. Thus, whenever Lan Youyan attempted to assist, they would discreetly withdraw, fearful of staining him with dust. Lan Youyan, anxious and aware of his own limitations, was distressed at the prospect of merely lingering about, consuming food and drink. He genuinely feared that Bai Yi would come to disdain him. At that moment, Bai Yi descended the stairs, coincidentally encountering Lan Youyan's agitated expression. Her previously gentle gaze flickered with confusion, soon replaced by a hint of concern. Was little Gu not faring well here? Or worse, was he being bullied? Should anyone dare to speak ill of him, they would see the consequences. With that thought, a glimmer of fierce determination appeared in Bai Yi's eyes. Lan Youyan was taken aback by the sudden shift in atmosphere, his heart racing as he pondered. This is it. He must have noticed that I am doing nothing, yet I cannot seize the opportunity to be of assistance. At that moment, a nearby maid, sensing the awkwardness, glanced at Bai Yi and turned to Lan Youyan, speaking up. Young Master Gu, the young lady has been exercising lately, but her body remains tense afterwards. We are at a loss. Perhaps you could lend her a hand? But I am inexperienced. What if I cause her discomfort? He replied hesitantly. The maid waved her hand dismissively, encouraging him to give it a try. After all, you are young. The gap between us and the young lady is quite pronounced. After a moment of contemplation, Lan Youyan recognized this as an opportunity to prove himself, and he furrowed his brow in agreement. In truth, he had some understanding, as he had previously assisted Lan Youyan with a massage, which had brought her considerable relief and joy. If he could be of help to this benefactor, he would give it his utmost effort. Thus, he awkwardly approached, eager for her response. Upon hearing this, Bai Yi felt a surge of joy, yet maintained a facade of calm as she replied, If it is you, Junior Gu, then I suppose it would be acceptable. Her usual speech, devoid of filler words, was testament to her emotional state. She then turned to the maid, smiling as she said, There is another matter, Xiao Du. I believe tasks like laundry and cooking may not suit you. Why not try your hand at being my personal assistant? Suddenly called out. Xiao Du, who had been diligently working, froze momentarily before bursting with excitement. Thank you for your trust, Mississippi. I shall not disappoint. Subsequently, Xiao Du arranged for them to be in a private room before quietly exiting. Once inside, Bai Yi lay down, eager to be pampered by her cherished classmate, Gu. At that moment, Lan Youyan caught a whiff of a delicate fragrance, observing the damp strands of her hair. Uncertain whether it was the scent of shampoo or the essence of her post-exercise exhilaration, he gingerly grasped her arm, noting its firmness and elasticity, a testament to her active lifestyle and enviable physique. His cheeks flushed. Lan Youyan had been particularly cautious while massaging Lan Youyan, fearful of hurting her delicate skin. However, as he meticulously worked on Bai Yi for quite some time, she remained silent, showing no signs of discomfort. He wondered, could she have fallen asleep? Leaning closer, their gazes locked, and he noticed the rosy hue on her cheeks. What is it, classmate Gu? Why have you not begun yet? She inquired, a hint of anticipation in her voice, having felt a tingling sensation from their earlier contact. Meanwhile, Lan Youyan was perplexed, thinking, you didn't feel anything? As he increased the pressure of his hands, he focused earnestly on his task. Bai Yi, surprised by his adept technique, began to contemplate the peculiarity of his skill. After all, he had not undergone formal training. Just as this thought crossed her mind, her brow furrowed, and she suddenly sat up. Classmate Gu, you have worked diligently for quite some time. Allow me to assist you as well. As she recalled how he had treated Lan Youyan in a similar manner, Bai Yi felt a surge of anger within her. Unconsciously, her hands exerted a slight pressure, pressing him onto the bed. However, she quickly reconsidered. It was Lan Youyan's domineering and unreasonable nature that had driven Lan Youyan to his limits, and she must not follow suit. Thus, while she offered an explanation, she imitated his technique. Lan Youyan, taken aback by this unexpected attention, felt a sense of unease at being treated in such a manner, given his own status. As the moments passed, he stifled cries of pain, for he was enduring excruciating discomfort, his wounds yet to heal. How could a woman, with such pristine skin, inflict such injuries? The more she pondered, the more perplexed she became. Could this be some sort of peculiar play? Frustratingly, she chastised herself for her ignorance. Senior, I'm all right now. I think I'd like to sleep. Gu Anyan gritted his teeth, unable to bear the pain any longer, and hastily sought an excuse. Bai Yi, momentarily taken aback, assisted him to his feet, her attention drawn to the pained expression etched on his face. Had she caused him pain? Would he come to dislike her? As he hurriedly exited the room, an unexpected wave of jealousy surged within Bai Yi. She had expended great effort to care for him. Yet he seemed ungrateful, yearning to escape, even pleading with her to avoid conflict with that wretched woman. As this thought crossed her mind, a dark cloud enveloped her thoughts. Jealousy and possessiveness began to cloud her judgment. So he is just a spineless creature, enamored with Lan Youyan's antics. I shall ensure he has his fill. Little did she know, Gu Anyan understood that they were fundamentally different people, and his plea for her to refrain from confronting Lan Youyan stemmed solely from a desire for peaceful coexistence. Excessive mutual harm would yield nothing but detriment. An almost pathological desire consumed her mind, yet the inability to possess him drove Bai Yi, who had always prided herself on rationality, into a spiral of madness. Chapter 27. The senior's friend returning to the lavishly appointed room that had been arranged for him. Gu Anyan gazed at the opulent decor and high-end furnishings. Yet he found no joy in his surroundings. At this moment, feelings of shame were overshadowed by an overwhelming sense of unease. After much contemplation, he slowly realized a troubling truth. He had yet to attain what he truly desired. Remaining in this place not only left him feeling embarrassed, but during his recent encounter with Bai Yi, he sensed something amiss. This notion did not arise without reason. Having spent time with Lan Youyan during high school, he had begun to discern subtle changes. He noted that the respected senior had become somewhat peculiar in the brief span of a day. She seemed to adopt traits reminiscent of Lan Youyan. He shook his head vigorously, desperately attempting to convince himself that such a notion was unfathomable. The world was vast, and he could scarcely believe he would encounter another madwoman. However, he did not wish to remain here any longer, partly due to the free lodging and partly because of the unsettling feelings that had just arisen within him. After freshening up, he resolved to depart without a word the following morning. As long as he exercised caution and sought a secluded spot, surely Lan Youyan would not discover his absence. With his pale fingers completing the final stroke, the heavy door creaked open. The boy's hair slightly lifted in the early morning breeze. Perhaps it was the dawn that brought a hint of chill, as a few leaves scattered across the ground. You have witnessed the tranquility of 4 o'clock in the morning. Gu Anyan ultimately found himself unable to sleep. After lying awake for the entire night, he decided to leave at the break of dawn. The path stretched long before him. Having arrived late the previous day, he had not taken in the surrounding mountains and waters. This appeared to be an estate. How was he to navigate his way out? With a resigned sigh, he continued on his journey. Leaves fell upon the spacious road, and with his head bowed, Gu Anyan stepped on each one as he passed. He relished the crisp sound they made, though it did not include the sound of Lan Youyan's slaps. After walking for a while, he heard a distant rumble. Looking up, he saw a pink Lamborghini slowly coming to a halt before him. Hey there, handsome. You don't seem like a local. How did you end up here? A girl wearing sunglasses greeted him from inside the car, her lively voice breaking the silence of the early hour. Following the sound, Gu Anyan beheld a charming young lady, approximately his age, as she removed her sunglasses to reveal a pair of bright, inquisitive eyes. I may not be affluent, yet why do I keep encountering such distinguished individuals? Was Gu Anyan's first thought. Despite having walked for quite some time, it became apparent that this road led only to the villa and the outside world, and his slow pace made it evident that he had emerged from the estate. Gu Anyan hesitated, pondering for a moment before nervously responding, I came out to relieve myself. Immediately, he chastised himself for such foolishness. What person would believe such an excuse? As expected, a flicker of confusion crossed the girl's face before she inquired, Oh, I see. Why didn't you go to the restroom? Why, you ask? Because I couldn't hold it any longer. I'm all right then. By the way, there's a villa up ahead, and I happen to know someone inside. Would you like me to take you there? Just as Gu Anyan felt a wave of relief, anxiety washed over him once more. Thank you, but I prefer to stay outside. The girl, momentarily speechless, still offered him a pack of tissues with her warm-hearted nature. Gu Anyan, mindful of not raising her suspicions, accepted the proffered hand with a smile. However, at the moment he reached out, her fingers spread apart, revealing that there was no tissue at all. Suddenly, he felt himself being pulled forward by an unseen force. "Come here," the girl exclaimed triumphantly, suddenly flinging open the door and pulling him into the car. "You sneaky little thing, do you really think I believe your nonsense?" she challenged. "This early in the morning, emerging from that villa. You are either a thief or even a thief wouldn't be as lowly as you." Caught off guard, Gu Yin struggled, thinking to himself how unfortunate he was. Just as he was about to leave, he encountered yet another obstacle. "Let me go? This is an infringement on my personal freedom. It's illegal. Do you believe I will call the police on you?" The girl appeared taken aback by his response, momentarily stunned, desperately suppressing a smile that threatened to escape her lips. She shifted her tone, feigning submission. "If I let you go, will you refrain from reporting me?" Hearing this, a sense of triumph surged within Gu Yin. Could anyone truly dare to look down upon him in this day and age? Did they genuinely believe him to be a soft target? He had become quite adept in the application of legal knowledge and would not allow himself to be bullied. As he exited the vehicle, wearing a nonchalant expression, the girl inside was left speechless. In an instant, before his feet could even touch the ground, he was yanked back inside, the girl forcefully pressing him into the back seat. "You actually believed me? I was just deceiving you." His surprise was palpable. How could such wickedness exist beyond Lan Youyan? The girl was evidently delighted, as if she had discovered a splendid new toy. And with a swift press on the accelerator, she sped toward the villa. Surrounding the villa were several bodyguards, seemingly searching for something. The familiar sight of a pink Lamborghini caught their attention, prompting them to offer their greetings. Soon after, they noticed Gu Yin seated in the car. Initially, he had intended to escape while the girl was distracted, but lacking knowledge of driving and being encircled by so many bodyguards, he resigned himself to sitting quietly in the car, behaving as docile as a capybara. Upon entering the villa, the girl spotted Bai Yi, who was anxiously seated at the dining table. "Ah, how infuriating. Yi, why are you awake so early? I was hoping to sneak into your room." The girl clearly appeared displeased as she approached to embrace her. Bai Yi was momentarily taken aback upon seeing her visitor. "Tang Luoyu, why have you suddenly come? Do you wish to cuddle with your sister again? Just call me Tang Tang, okay?" The girl responded, seemingly ignoring her words, as she snuggled closer to Bai Yi. "All right, let go for now. I have something to attend to. Once I'm done, I will accompany you," Bai Yi asserted. Yet, Tang Luoyu appeared unperturbed, turning her back and continuing to hold on to Bai Yi. Before long, two bodyguards entered, escorting Gu Yin. The moment she laid eyes on him, Bai Yi's expression lit up, though a fleeting shadow passed through her eyes. Gu Yin at the door was taken aback. The girl who had just captured him was now nestled in Bai Yi's embrace. "What are you staring at? Never seen sisters before?" "Sister Yi, this is the toy I caught on my way. It seems quite amusing. Do you recognize it?" Bai Yi was momentarily taken aback and whispered softly to her. "Do not speak carelessly. It was he whom I took from the Lan family yesterday. He is your future brother-in-law." Upon hearing this, the girl was stunned, her eyes widening in disbelief as she gazed at Bai Yi. "Sister Yi, have you abandoned me?" Woo. Gu Yin, unable to bear the scene any longer, cleared his throat and said, "Senior Bai, I apologize for leaving without informing you. I pondered over it all night and have decided not to trouble you any further. Thank you. I wish to be alone." Chapter 28. You really do eat. The tone was flat, yet at that moment, Bai Yi began to tremble. Even Tang Luoyu, nestled in her arms, sensed the shift and gradually quieted down. She understood that Bai Yi was genuinely angry. Gu Yin remained oblivious, merely believing that she was contemplating her own safety. "That's senior. You needn't bother. I can manage alone." Bang. The table. It hurts. So painfully. It was the first time he had seen Bai Yi so enraged. Her features twisted uncontrollably, and the hatred in her eyes seemed poised to engulf him. "I offer you two choices. First, stay here obediently. Second, I will send you to meet Lan Youyan right now." Gu Yin's eyes widened in terror. This woman had gone to great lengths to rescue herself, so why would she wish to do this? He did not understand. But he was profoundly afraid, a fear that penetrated to his very bones. All right, senior, I will agree to anything you say. Please, do not send me back." He felt a deep sense of disappointment, almost despair. The usually gentle and kind Bai Yi now appeared so fierce. Had she truly transformed so drastically? Would she, too, become like Lan Youyan? The mere thought caused his heart to race, prompting him to comply promptly. The once furious Bai Yi began to stabilize emotionally upon hearing his willingness to agree. Since the mask had already been torn off, she felt no need to continue the charade. In a tone as cold as a command, she stated, "Gu Anyan, do you possess no sense of shame? Must you seek a scolding? Do you revel in being mistreated? Lan Youyan can treat you however she pleases, yet when I merely wish to offer you a massage, you shun me." As she spoke, she instinctively glanced around, adjusting her demeanor to instruct the servants to attend to their own affairs. "Senior, it's not as you think." Silence. "You just said you would do anything, correct?" Gu Anyan, thoroughly frightened, hurriedly replied, "Yes, no, I mean, ding ding ding." A melodious ringtone echoed, and Bai Yi pulled out another phone, dialing a number while pointing it at Gu Anyan. As he caught sight of the number, the call was swiftly answered. A face, wild and filled with murderous intent, appeared on the screen. She, that madwoman, actually called Lan Youyan. Gu Anyan's legs weakened, and he collapsed onto the ground. He wanted to crawl away, but his chin was gripped tightly, forced to face the camera. As the person on the other side laid eyes on Gu Anyan, they instantly became frenzied. Gu Anyan, throughout his life, had never encountered any nefarious characters, yet at this moment, he absorbed every venomous and threatening word hurled at him. "Gu Anyan, you scoundrel, you dog, I will, if you dare let me catch you. And you, Bai, you filthy creature, with no one to care for you." 2 hours later, Gu Anyan had long since grown numb to the barrage of insults. Under her torment, he had always been the one pleading for mercy. Now it was her turn. To be honest, this feeling was rather pleasant. Summoning an unexpected courage, he defiantly raised his finger at the screen and proclaimed, through the screen, "Come at me. Even if you catch me, I will accept it." Before Lan Youyan could respond, Bai Yi, holding up her phone, declared, "Gu Anyan's address is," before she could finish. Gu Anyan's legs suddenly regained strength, and he stood up, covering her mouth. Bai Yi was momentarily taken aback. It was the first time she felt the warmth of his hand. His pale hand bore a faint fragrance, pleasant to the senses, yet his palm was icy cold. "Lan Youyan, your discipline is lacking. Let me teach him a lesson. Don't bother searching for him. This phone cannot be traced. If you truly feel distressed, beg me, and I will send you a photo of him every month." Ha. With that, she hung up, threatening Gu Anyan fiercely, stating that if he did not comply, she would indeed send him to Lan Youyan. Suddenly, she turned to the side and addressed Tang Liu gently. "Liu, you're not a child anymore. You can't just take advantage of our childhood friendship to act recklessly. If I have a man I like, you should find one too. Please don't cling to me every day." Tang Liu, huddled in a corner, felt aggrieved upon being called out. "But I just like you, sister." "Ah, forget it. When the time comes, I will introduce you to someone, and then you'll understand what it feels like." Bai Yi sighed helplessly, then turned her gaze back to Gu Anyan. "My dear Junior, I apologize for being so harsh, but I must lay my cards on the table. If you behave yourself, many troubles can be avoided. My good friend is here today. Let's have a meal together." Gu Anyan nodded. What other options did he have to save himself? Probably none. Tang Liu eyed the suddenly appeared fair-skinned youth warily, thinking, "So you are the one competing with me for my sister. If I had known, I would have tossed you to the dogs along the way. But that would make her sad. How infuriating. Is there any way I could become like him?" The girl originally arrived in high spirits, but wore a troubled expression, viewing him as a rival in love. Gu Anyan remained utterly indifferent towards Tang Luoyu, regarding her merely as an eccentricity. What truly instilled fear within him was the sensation of having emerged from a den of wolves only to plunge into a lair of tigers. At the lunch table, Gu Anyan abstained from all dishes, meticulously picking up grains of rice with his chopsticks, feeding them into his pouting mouth one by one. Tang Luoyu, clutching a steak, gazed at Gu Anyan's face, taking fierce bites with each passing moment. Internally, she mused, what an unashamed individual, taking advantage while feigning innocence. Completely oblivious to the fortune that surrounds him. If only I could seize control over you. Bai Yi, delicately eating with her fork, observed Gu Anyan's furrowed brow and remarked, "Gu Shuedi, though Xiao Tang may appear somewhat peculiar on the surface, her heart is exceedingly kind. Moreover, her professional abilities are exceptional. One of my companies has been impeccably managed under her care, which I have entrusted to her." Noting his unresponsiveness, she smirked and added, "TSK. Don't just eat rice, have some vegetables too." Gu Anyan mechanically picked up a piece of spinach, having heard that it grants strength. Envisioning the day he might deliver a single punch to her. "You really do eat." Bai Yi, noticing his disgruntled expression, felt a surge of annoyance and thought to teach him a lesson. His stubbornness was infuriating. Just eat your meal without all the unnecessary chatter, she muttered, believing she could keep her words unheard. However, after he spoke, an unsettling silence enveloped the table. A wave of regret washed over him. I truly should have held my tongue. Say that again. Chapter 29. I occasionally love to be a little alone. No. I meant to say one should always cherish and respect my senior, even during meals. That sounds more reasonable. The three of them dined in discomfort. Ultimately, under Bai Yi's coercive persuasion, Gu Enyin had ceased to resist, behaving as obediently as a kitten. When faced with the clingy Tang Luoyu, Bai Yi did not indulge her. With a few casual remarks, she sent her off to play elsewhere, then turned her gaze towards Gu Enyin. Come here. Gu Enyin, chewing his food, stared at her blankly, his finger pointing at himself. Me? She wished to avoid unnecessary conversation, grabbing him and dragging him into her room. The harshness of her demeanor stood in stark contrast to her earlier gentleness. Gu Enyin thought to himself, this feeling seems familiar. Why do they all treat me this way? What have I done wrong? He felt as though he was enveloped in a shadow. Open the door and lie on the bed. Immediately, he sensed her hands kneading into him. Hiss. Bai Yi, as if seeking revenge, relentlessly massaged him, relishing the pained expressions that crossed his face. After some playful antics, she began to address the matter at hand. Observing his pitiable demeanor, the heat within her grew ever stronger, often igniting a profound sense of possessiveness. Gu Shuadi, I'm afraid I must apologize. Upon hearing this, Gu Enyin was momentarily taken aback and promptly informed him that someone was about to arrive. Senior, what are you doing? How could you do this, Sister Du? What are you going to teach me? Today I will teach you how to prepare a dish called blanched cabbage. First, we need to select a fresh, large cabbage. Simply wash it briefly, and then begin peeling away the outer leaves layer by layer. Extract the tender core and rinse it thoroughly. Next, cut it into pieces according to your desired serving style. Add your favorite seasonings and place it in the pot. At this stage, you may add water and let it simmer for a while to enhance the crispness of the cabbage. Finally, take it out of the pot and enjoy. Tang Liu blinked her large eyes, having never cooked before, and began handling the ingredients as instructed by Sister Du. It's not that difficult. I must be a genius. Just then, Bai Yi emerged, and upon seeing her, Tang Liu excitedly ran over. Sister Yi, come quickly and taste what I've made. Oh, why is your face so red? You're sweating so much. I've been working out, trained my whole body today, and the workout was quite intense. Let me taste your culinary skills. Bai Yi swiftly picked up a piece and savored it. Ugh, it's not that it's bad, Luoyu. It's just too delicious. I can't bear to eat it, so I might spit it out. Really? Sister Yi, please eat as much as you like. I'll make more. Sister Du interjected. Wait. Why haven't we seen that rascal? Isn't he supposed to help? Bai Yi chuckled. Oh, him? He has a naturally weak constitution and is resting. Today, she was in particularly high spirits and turned to help with the cooking, as evening was fast approaching. Tang Liu pouted, feeling a bit perplexed. What do you mean weak? He just wants to be lazy. I really don't understand what Sister Yi sees in him. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. Suddenly, she stood up and slowly walked to his room. From within came the sound of even breathing, faint but audible. Indeed, he's being lazy, still fast asleep. A glint of metallic silver flashed across her hand as the door was gently pushed open. Should I take care of him now? I really want to. So that no one is around. But I don't want to see my sister cry. She gently pushed the door open and stealthily entered, quietly approaching the bedside. She gazed intently at Gu Enyi's face. The boy's sleeping visage was so endearing, even with a hint of weariness. His exquisite features only added to his melancholic charm. So beautiful and adorable, like a girl. Tang Liu inched closer, unconsciously reaching out to pinch his cheek. Is this truly the face of a boy? Just as she was lost in thought, her sensitive nose caught a whiff of something, and she leaned in closer. It smells like Sister Yi. Could it be that he's wearing her clothes? This lazy wretch has no clothes. Apart from his good looks, what value does he possess? Truly. Just as I was about to rise and depart, Tang Liu noticed the boy's eyes slowly opening, quietly gazing at her, their eyes locking in mutual contemplation. Gu Anyin's gaze was somewhat blurred, yet he could still discern the sharpness of a blade with ease. At that moment, he was fixated on the glistening dagger tightly clutched in Tang Liu's right hand. Goodness gracious, you aren't planning to. Gu Enyin shifted his almost fragile body, struggling to speak. An apple had somehow appeared in her hand, and in the blink of an eye, the skin had been expertly peeled away. "Oh, I merely wished to help you by peeling an apple." Open wide. Reluctantly, Gu Annian took a few bites, and to his surprise, it was rather delicious. "If you can't eat it, then don't. Dinner will be served shortly. Hurry and come out." Just as he bit into the apple, he was abruptly yanked away, nearly losing his teeth in the process. Once outside, Tang Liu observed the half-eaten apple, gradually consuming it until it was entirely gone. Delicious. At dinner time, Bai Yi startled Gu Annian out of his room, and a mixture of laughter and tears echoed around the dining table. Time slipped away in an instant. Before departing, Tang Liu reluctantly embraced her senior, then turned her gaze towards Gu Annian, her expression laden with unspoken meaning. "Sister Yi, do make sure to play with me often. I must return to the company now." Waving goodbye, Bai Yi exhaled a sigh of relief, finally managing to send this clingy presence away. Having lived for 20 years, she had received countless pursuits, many of them from well-to-do suitors, yet she had turned them all down, feeling a certain aversion towards them. However, Gu Annian was different. In their interactions, she experienced joy for the first time. How to describe this wonderful feeling? It was akin to a little girl savoring chocolate. Gu Annian knew he could not escape. He might as well indulge, for it was good for his health. The one solace he found was that at least Bai Yi would not strike him, which brought him a measure of comfort. Each time he managed to avoid a beating, he silently cursed Lan Youyan in his heart. "All right, my dear Anin, now that you've eaten your fill, it's time for us to rest and rejuvenate your spirit. I can return to my own room?" "You may indeed. Then I shall not disturb my senior's rest. I occasionally cherish my solitude." Chapter 30. You are quite brave. The past few days have unfolded with remarkable tranquility. Gu Annian felt elated that Bai Yi allowed him to rest, which deeply touched him. The dominance she exhibited was not as unreasonable as that of Lan Youyan. The latter treated him merely as a toy. Here, he was met with respect, understanding, and consideration, and this nurturing made him feel the sweetness of young love. Yet, not every circumstance aligned with his desires. Bai Yi, a fervent sports enthusiast, possesses an innate physical prowess that far surpasses that of Lan Youyan. "Nian, come here," she calls out. Gu Annian, momentarily distracted from the animated show that had him chuckling, turns to see Bai Yi standing there with her long hair damp, evidently having just emerged from a post-exercise shower. "Wait a moment, I'm almost done with this episode," he replies nonchalantly. Bai Yi's gaze fixes on him, her expression dimming in an instant. "Have I been too gentle with you? Do you relish seeking a beating?" Seeing her reaction, he chuckles. "Senior, you want to hit me anyway. So just wait for me to finish this episode." With a sharp sound, he finds himself abruptly yanked to the ground. "I've truly been too lenient with you. Are you content now?" Bai Yi, a flicker of anger in her eyes, also reveals a hint of concern, and she adds, "I genuinely do not wish to strike you, but Lan Youyan certainly will." The clarity of Gu Annian's eyes is shattered by her words, and tears begin to stream down his cheeks. "No, no, no. I'll come over right now. I'll do whatever you say," he pleads. Bai Yi relishes this shift in his demeanor. The feeling of conquest brings her great satisfaction. Gu Annian exerts all his strength, massaging her back, shoulders, and legs. "All right, stop," she commands, rolling over and pulling him closer. "Now it's my turn." Throughout Tianhai City, the presence of the Lan family is pervasive. In pursuit of her daughter's happiness, Mu Ruhan is deeply troubled. "Mother, have you not found anything yet?" Lan Youyan, standing nearby, urges impatiently. In recent days, she has leveraged all possible connections. Aside from a few exceptional places, Tianhai City has been turned upside down. Yet Gu Annian remains elusive. "It's just one man. Can't you keep searching? Then you have the ability to stop looking for Dad." The mother and daughter exchange barbs. Meanwhile, Lan Fu and Lan Xiaoyu stand by, exuding an air of helplessness, unsure of whom to support. The day is particularly cold, and Gu Annian shivers. Bai Yi must return to Tianhai for a time. If she delays in managing the family business, significant problems will arise. She plans to have Gu Annian work with Tang Liu, not only to keep him occupied, but also to discipline him properly. Bai Yi is entirely confident in her childhood friend, knowing she does not favor boys. As long as she doesn't harm him, that suffices. She is well aware of her sister's methods, which, though difficult to describe, are effective, as she tends to heed Bai Yi's instructions. Bai Yi earnestly implores her to refrain from pursuing Gu Annian, which contributes to his current morose demeanor. While Bai Yi remains unfazed, The peculiar girl's intentions remain uncertain. Without concern for his wandering thoughts, Bai Yi bids him a final farewell, reminding him to behave and await her return. Make sure to impress at Xiaotang's, she adds. Gu Yanyan wore a vacant expression, uncertain whether fatigue had overtaken him or if he was apprehensive about the days ahead. He had long been informed about Tang Luyu, and upon hearing the news, a gleam of triumph sparkled in her eyes. Bai Yi had scarcely departed when she swiftly arrived. Sister Yi only asked me not to make him suffer. She never said anything about discarding him. He came to my company alone and lost his way. Accidentally falling into the sea to feed the fish shouldn't be surprising, right? As these thoughts traversed her mind, a pink Lamborghini came to a halt at the entrance. Bang! Finally, he has fallen into my grasp. Come here to meet your fate. Gu Yanyan, pulling along a suitcase, stared in bewilderment at the girl who burst through the door. Can I not go? He started to protest. But before he could finish, he was dragged outside, suitcase and all. Come here. Once in the car, she pondered how to deal with him. While Gu Yanyan huddled in the back seat, watching her with a wary expression. Sister Yi's scent. Is she still here? Tang Luyu raised her head, surveying her surroundings, her gaze ultimately settling on Gu Yanyan. Observing the delicate yet frightened youth, her brow gradually furrowed. Am I truly that terrifying? She mused. Hand me your jacket. Gu Yanyan's mind was momentarily blank, but he complied, slowly removing his jacket and handing it to her. After receiving it, Tang Liu held it to her nose, squinting slightly as she caught a faint whiff of woodsy fragrance. It seemed even more refreshing now. After donning the jacket, she hurried toward the company. As they drove along, Gu Yanyan gradually spotted a fork in the road ahead. Soon, they arrived at their destination. The two walked side by side into the company, where he noticed that nearly all the employees were female. Apart from security, there were no other men. This made him the center of attention, as curious gazes followed him wherever he went. Whispers reached his ears. Is this handsome boy new? Why is he walking with President Tang? Could it be? How could that be? You know President Tang prefers Shu. Ultimately, Tang Luyu resolved to let him stay. After leading him to an office on the first floor, she departed. Gu Yanyan looked at his desk cluttered with files and frowned. Even the pigsty at his grandfather's house was cleaner than this. Fortunately, with the assistance of others, he slowly began to organize. Gu Yanyan worked with remarkable efficiency, managing to tidy up all the paperwork by the end of the afternoon. A subtle smile crept onto his lips, and he began to feel a sense of mastery over his tasks. Gold will always shine. It was far better to be busy here, showcasing his worth, than to be subjected to their endless demands. Just as he relished this thought, a knock resonated from the desk behind him. Tang Liu gazed at him in surprise, simultaneously admiring his work ethic while inviting him to join her. The company building was quite spacious, featuring private offices. Gu Yanyan was assigned to the room adjacent to Tang Luyu's. That evening, he was invited to dine alone with her. Well, it seems you are not merely a slothful individual who sleeps all day. You surpass many others, she remarked without exaggeration, as she genuinely believed the young man to be meticulous and highly efficient. This was the first time someone had acknowledged him in such a manner, and he appeared to have discovered his own worth. Hearing her praise, Gu Yanyan couldn't help but feel a surge of pride. Of course, they simply fall short. A glint of mischief suddenly flashed in Tang Luyu's eyes. She approached him, giving his shoulder a gentle pat, and said, hearing you say that, you must be quite brave. Of course I'm amazing. Gu Yanyan smiled, attempting to ingratiate himself, seemingly grateful for her affirmation. However, Tang Liu unexpectedly grasped his neck. Caught off guard, Gu Yanyan still bore a smile on his face. What are you doing? He stammered, trying to break free but finding himself utterly powerless. As her grip tightened, a knife appeared in her hand, slowly pressing towards Gu Yanyan. Tell me, you scoundrel, why did you take away my Yi? I am so indignant. I am furious. I have been with her since childhood. Gu Yanyan struggled to breathe, stuttering. I didn't. Tang Luyu toyed with him carelessly, akin to a cat playing with a mouse it had just caught. Deep down, she was acutely aware that this forbidden boundary was insurmountable. A love for nearly 20 years for her senior was ultimately unattainable. Sighing, she released Gu Yanyan and began pouring herself bottle after bottle of strong liquor. Silent tears streamed down her cheeks, and the fierce girl from moments ago now succumbed to quiet sobs. Perhaps out of compassion or an innate kindness, Gu Yanyan grabbed a few tissues, gently wiping away her tears. The girl looked up, a faint blush tinting her cheeks. She scrutinized the young man before her. His striking features and fair, delicate face bore a hint of concern. So beautiful, like a young girl. How can there be such an attractive boy? At that moment, Gu Anian's worried expression was filled with genuine care, and each time Tang Liu glanced at him, she marveled anew. I treated him that way, yet he still comes to wipe my tears. Could he possibly be a fool? With this thought, she casually wiped her tears, as if having made a resolute decision. Well, as long as you can make Yi happy, I shall be content. With that, she rose to leave. As she departed, Tang Liu cast one last glance at the weary young man tidying up the table, her gaze slowly transforming with a newfound hue. Observing Yi's reaction, one might ponder, are men truly that remarkable? If, and I emphasize if, there existed a boy akin to him, I would not be entirely opposed to it. The following day, Gu Anyan emerged from his room early, unexpectedly carrying a substantial stack of documents. These were discarded proposals he had requested from the department's management, and he found them quite intriguing. The ability to meticulously plan every detail and maintain order filled him with a profound sense of accomplishment. Unbeknownst to him, he was also a subject of meticulous care. Tang Luo, you had returned home yesterday. Recollecting the visage from the previous day, a singular thought incessantly occupied her mind. Today, she had brought along a colossal box, exclaiming, "These will undoubtedly look splendid on him." The young girl delightedly organized the contents, which included an array of feminine attire, adorable styles, elegant ensembles, and even whimsical outfits, all meticulously curated. After a brief arrangement, she eagerly set off in search of Gu Anyan. Upon entering the office, she beheld the earnest youth diligently engaged in his work. "Come here, I have something delightful for you." Without regard for his consent, Tang Luo seized his arm and guided him to her room. "What are you doing?" "I need to work." Gu Anyan expressed his discontent, gazing at her with a mournful countenance. Tang Luo mused, that little expression is quite captivating. Soon, I shall have you donning these garments and posing to your heart's content." Clearing her throat, she announced, "Today, you shall take on a different role, my personal model. Here, this is what you will wear." Following her finger, Gu Anyan's gaze fell upon a plethora of women's clothing. As a rather traditional individual, he found it challenging to accept. "You want me to wear this?" "Absolutely not. I cannot possibly do that." He looked at the young girl beside him, her eyes glistening with a hint of innocence as she clung to his arm. "Well, it's not entirely out of the question," but the girl, clearly losing her patience, pressed him against the wall, a sharp edge hovering near his neck. "Dear sir, it is entirely possible." With a huff, she added, "Yi is right. You seem to be asking for trouble." Ignoring Gu Anyan's protests, she proceeded to assist him with the outfit change. Wait. I can do it myself." "I've already said so." Gu Anyan protested, but it seemed Tang Luo was deaf to his pleas, driven by either her curiosity or some other motive. 10 minutes later, Gu Anyan reluctantly donned the first ensemble. Tang Luo flushed with embarrassment, yet as she observed his transformed appearance, a flicker of excitement ignited within her. Despite his naturally handsome features, he appeared remarkably like an enchanting young lady in the attire. It was as though she had unearthed a portal to a new era, clutching a selection of cosmetics to enhance his beauty. Soon, she found herself astounded by her own creation. Tang Liu was herself quite enchanting, often adorned with makeup and elegant attire, yet the young girl before her was equally captivating. One exuded playfulness, while the other evoked sympathy in those who beheld her. He was compelled to don numerous outfits and pose for an array of charming photographs. Resembling a doll being manipulated, Gu Anyan felt a wave of morbid amusement wash over him. However, observing the girl's enthusiastic demeanor, he endeavored to comply. After all, this was a far more agreeable experience than dealing with someone like Lan Youyan. "All right, we're all done. Brother, I adore you so much. I wish we could remain this way forever. Why don't you become a girl? Then the three of us could play together as good sisters." As she spoke, the knife in Tang Liu's hand began to twitch, her gaze fixated on him like that of a predator eyeing its prey. Gu Anyan, alarmed, exclaimed, "You dare? If you do that, I'll end my life. I won't live anymore." The matter at hand involved a man's dignity, and he could not allow her to continue her antics. Her reaction was immediate. She paused, and upon hearing his declaration, she softened. At this moment, she truly valued him. "What are you going to do?" Tang Liu inched closer, her vulnerable expression provoking a response within him. "You smell so delightful." Gu Anyan allowed the girl to embrace him, As long as she harbored no dangerous intentions, everything would be manageable. The girl lay quietly, seemingly lost in thought. I know I am peculiar. Perhaps even abnormal in your eyes, but I have my reasons, Tang Liu began, a bitter smile gracing her lips. Since encountering Bai Yi, she had never exchanged more than 3 words with any male, save for this young man before her, who brought her a sense of warmth akin to a gentle spring breeze. Gu Anian patiently listened to her confessions, guiding her through her turmoil. Chapter 32. I don't like Bai Yi. To deceive you would be unthinkable. She recounted a tragic childhood. Her father was a rogue, idling away his days, gambling until the world seemed to darken. Eventually, he succumbed to addiction, shattering their already tenuous family. His temper soured, and he resorted to violence against her mother, leading to her mother's unbearable humiliation and eventual suicide by drowning. She herself was sold to others, forced into servitude. In those moments, she harbored an intense hatred for men. By chance, she was discovered by Bai Yi's father, and at Bai Yi's urgent insistence, she was rescued and brought to the Bai household. It was Bai Yi who saved her, illuminating her previously darkened soul. The girl vowed never to engage with gambling, drugs, or men for the rest of her life. It was during this time that she developed affection for Bai Yi. It is not you who is at fault, but rather the world and your father, Gu Anian gently reassured her, stroking her head with tenderness. However, Gu Anian, when I first laid eyes on you, I did not harbor any disdain. Moreover, I have never contemplated causing you harm. Sister Yi perceives me as childish, yet you are different. Would you be willing to become my second dear friend and continue to accompany me in my playful endeavors? Gu Anian gazed at the pitiful girl, unable to refuse. Very well. A smile blossomed upon the girl's face. She gently grasped Gu Anian's hand. From now on, your duty is to play with me. In the following days, Gu Anian enjoyed a life of unparalleled ease, engaging in leisure without any obligations, indulging in food and drink, and entertaining the whims of a childish peer. Gu Anian, why is your skin so fair? Bai Anian, does your body emit a fragrant scent? Let me take a whiff. Xiang Anian, your visage is truly exquisite. It was somewhat bothersome, yet far preferable to serving Bai Yi. Creak. The door to the room swung open, and the moment Bai Yi stepped inside, she was taken aback. She had been pondering why she could not find Gu Anian, only to discover he had been hiding here. But Xiao Tang, did you dress him and apply makeup on his face? Indeed, Sister Yi, would you like to try it as well? Bai Yi was both amused and exasperated. Yet there was a flicker of intrigue in her gaze, as if this was rather novel. Gu Anian, I need to speak with you. Holding a sailor's suit. He paused, captivated by her fervent eyes. Shall I change into something else to prepare? No need to change. Tang Luo, you watched the two of them exit the room. A sense of loneliness enveloping her. Sister Yi is playing with him, not with me. When he returns, I shall teach him a lesson. In recent days, Bai Yi would occasionally return to inspect the branch office, taking Gu Anian with her. Tang Luo, you keenly observed that each time he came back, he appeared utterly exhausted, as if he had endured great torment, resembling someone drained by a swarm of mosquitoes. One day, she intercepted Gu Anian, curious to inquire, what does Sister Yi take you away for each time? Do you make her unhappy? Did she strike you? Gu Anian sighed. You could say that. I indeed faced some punishment. We went to her company to discuss a project. Upon hearing this, Tang Luo, you burst into laughter. You? What could you possibly discuss with her? Stop boasting. Seeing her disbelief, Gu Anian chose not to elaborate further. However, she sensed something amiss, for each time he returned, he bore the lingering scent of Bai Yi. Moreover, she found herself irresistibly drawn to him. How peculiar. He must be concealing something from me. I consider you a friend, yet you perceive me as a mere child? Genuine feelings cannot be exchanged for insincerity. Driven by curiosity, she inquired of everyone in the company. Tang Luo Yu, with her innocent nature, was oblivious to certain matters, but others were not so naive. The answers she received were nearly uniform. Upon uncovering the truth, her anger surged to the brink of eruption. In a pair of eyes brimming with indignation, reluctance, and a hint of curiosity, Gu Anian returned home, only to find himself subjected to the usual interrogation. Upon entering Tang Luoyu's room, an unsettling feeling washed over him. Unlike her usual self, she did not don feminine attire, but instead approached him slowly. Gu Anian, what exactly were you doing with Sister Yi? The sudden inquiry left Gu Anian acutely aware that he could no longer conceal the truth. It was all at your Sister Yi's behest. I had no intention of it. He confessed candidly. Sensing an odd tension, Gu Anyan recalled her fondness for Bai Yi, leading him to believe she would not succumb to jealousy and would simply embrace her true self. However, her eyes dimmed, and she stood motionless, seemingly lost in contemplation. You appeared unwell today, little Tang. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. A wave of inexplicable guilt washed over Gu Anyan. He genuinely feared the impulsive actions the girl might undertake. Resolutely, he rose and slowly made his way towards the door, leaning against the wall. Just as he reached the threshold, the girl had already approached him from behind, delivering a precise strike that rendered him weak. Tang Liu had controlled her strength impeccably, incapacitating him momentarily. Dazed, Gu Anyan struggled to stand and flee, only to discover his hands had been bound without his notice. The girl dragged him and tossed him into a pile of clothes. A sense of foreboding engulfed him. Little Tang, it was your sister Yi who coerced me. I truly do not harbor feelings for her, he desperately pleaded. How dare you call me Little Tang? The chilling tone interrupted him, a sound he had never before encountered from her. Do not call me Little Tang. May I be addressed as Luoyu instead? Gu Anyan was taken aback, momentarily disregarding everything else as he hastily acquiesced. You just said you do not like Sister Yi. Is that true? Without a moment's pause, he replied, It is true. If I were to deceive you, I would be a dog. I harbor no other intentions. Upon uttering those words, he noticed a discernible softening in her expression. It was indeed effective. If you release me, I shall persuade Bai Yi to reconsider her stance on you. What do you think? He was unaware of the nonsensical words escaping his lips, driven by fear. Yet, the moment he spoke, the girl's previously softened demeanor darkened once more. If you do not have feelings for Sister Yi, then do you have feelings for me? He was momentarily rendered speechless. Do you like me or not? Speak up. With a swift motion, she inquired. If you do, could you first set down the scissors? Gu Anyan was drenched in cold sweat, fixated on the scissors pressing against his neck as an icy sensation coursed through him. Is it true? Truly? Indeed. Hee. I knew all along that you liked me. Why didn't you say it sooner? Indeed, you are quite shameless. The young girl set down the scissors, grinning foolishly, but then suddenly inquired, You aren't deceiving me, are you? Gu Anyan hurriedly nodded. After all, you wouldn't dare to lie to me. Those who deceive me never meet a good end, especially not you. Sensing her ominous tone, Gu Anyan quickly replied, Luoyu, I'm feeling a bit unwell today. May I leave early? Am I your good friend? The girl asked abruptly. Yes, of course, we are the best of friends. So, according to you, you and I are closer than you are with Yi, right? That's correct. A sense of foreboding washed over him. Upon hearing this, the girl revealed a triumphant smile, and the peculiar glint in her eyes grew ever more pronounced. Then the games you play with Yi, as your better friend, shouldn't I also partake? What do you mean? What are you planning? Gu Anyan recoiled instinctively, pressing his hands against the ground. Don't move. Why can Bai Yi do it? But I can't. She yanked him back with increased intensity, a surge of jealousy swelling within her. Because you and I are true friends. And true friends should not behave this way. They ought to understand one another. The girl pondered, gazing at the pitiful boy before her, and slowly picked up the scissors. Then I shall no longer be your friend. Snip, snip. Gu Anyan's clothes were completely shredded. Tang Luoyu blushed, saying, I see I completely misunderstand. So please enlighten me. If that's the case, I shall loathe you and never be your friend again. You are the most detestable person to me. The latter was taken aback, clearly not expecting such a response. She grew anxious, and in her fluster, the scissors slipped, cutting his skin. A thin line of blood slowly appeared. She grabbed a nearby piece of clothing and stuffed it firmly into his mouth. Don't speak. Who told you to say such things? I am your best friend. I won't accept otherwise. Gu Anyan whimpered softly, clenching his fists, and with all his strength. He struck her shoulder. You little rascal actually hit me. The girl winced in pain, yet her actions did not cease. Breathing heavily, she waited for a moment before slowly withdrawing her hand from his mouth. He closed his eyes, appearing serene. You want to despise me, then cease being my friend. I do not wish to hear such words again. After a while, silence enveloped them. Tang Luoyu sensed something was amiss and extended her fingers to check for breath beneath his nose. No warmth emerged. No. This cannot be. The young girl, in a fit of hysteria, dashed out, her emotions teetering on the brink of collapse. Moments later, she returned in a hurried frenzy, accompanied by two individuals. Doctor, please save him. Upon uttering those words, She was taken aback, for the room was nothing but a disarray of clothing, devoid of any person. How could this be? He is alive. In those fleeting 5 minutes, he could not have vanished into thin air. Tang Liu ordered all the security personnel in the company to monitor the entrance, forbidding anyone from leaving. The rest of the staff abandoned their tasks to search for Gu Anyan, with a reward of 1 million for whoever located him first. No matter how vast the company, with so many helping to search, success was inevitable. It was akin to catching a turtle in a jar. Gritting her teeth, she resolved to impose severe punishment upon him once he was found. After tirelessly searching for over half an hour, turning every restroom, corridor, and office upside down, no trace of him was found. Tang Liu was puzzled. How could such a sizable living being simply disappear, if he was not outside? Suddenly, she recalled a large box in her room, still containing a substantial amount of clothing yet to be retrieved. With this thought, she returned to her room and cautiously approached the box, discovering a faint trace of blood in the corner. Humph, I truly cannot fathom where he has gone. I shall search elsewhere. A hint of sorrow laced her voice as she walked to the door and slammed it shut. Indeed, approximately 150 seconds later, a rustling sound emanated from the box. Gu Anyan emerged, exhaling a deep breath. You little wretch, daring to play tricks on me. Just wait until I get my hands on you. As he poked his head out, he was met by the sight of Tang Liu standing at the door. She yanked him out and flung him onto the bed. Ouch, my back. Stop your whining. You'll endure worse. At that moment, Tang Liu was filled with such fury that she felt as though she could consume him whole. After delivering a sharp slap to his face, she pinned him down. 2 years later, Tang Liu's face radiated with an expression of revelation, as if she had unlocked the door to a new world. Gu Anyan, I shall ask you once more, are you my good friend? No. He weakly replied, devoid of strength. A shadow flickered in the girl's eyes as she retrieved a large pair of scissors from the bedside cabinet. If you are not a good friend, then you must be the best friend. Only then did she put away the scissors, nodding in satisfaction. Honesty is what makes a good child. By the way, do you prefer me or Sister E? Overcome with despair, Gu Anyan chose Tang Liu in a bid to ensure his safety. Splendid. I must go boast to Sister E. He gasped in horror, exclaiming, you foolish creature, you will be the death of me. I have given you everything. What more do you want? Tang Liu, undeterred by the sudden outburst, pondered deeply and ultimately concurred that such behavior was indeed inappropriate. Observing the ailing man before her, she offered words of comfort. Please do not feel distressed. Your condition saddens me as well. Gu Anyan, in a feeble tone, replied, I consider you a good friend. How do you regard me? Your treatment of me is certainly disheartening, and it feels as though our pure friendship has deteriorated. Yet, despite this, she found herself inexplicably joyful. In essence, her happiness was intertwined with sorrow, a paradox of pain and pleasure. You are truly incomprehensible. Now, can I finally rest? He lamented, overwhelmed by anxiety at the thought of how Bai Yi would react if she discovered the situation. Tang Liu was his beloved confidant, akin to a sister, and would not harbor ill will towards her. However, his own fate was uncertain. He would undoubtedly face Bai Yi's intensified wrath. He pleaded, please do not inform Bai Yi. The girl, with a mischievous glint in her eye, replied, I might not, but it all depends on you. Tang Liu spent nearly every day in close proximity to him, entering and exiting the office together, which inevitably led to speculation among their colleagues. Surely the boss isn't involved with him romantically? They whispered. For this handsome young man was undeniably charming, and her sudden change of heart seemed plausible. Yet, Tang Liu remained unfazed by the gossip, her sole focus being on caring for Gu Anyan. After a few days of this routine, Bai Yi arrived as usual. Her commanding presence silenced the room, and she strode directly to the office. Xiao Tang, where's Gu Anyan? You haven't done anything to him, have you? Tang Liu, who was engrossed in paperwork, flinched slightly. No, Jia, I've been taking excellent care of him. But you, why did you come without a word? I had no time to prepare for your visit. This little girl has changed quite a bit lately. If she had come on her own, she would have surely been playful and dragged me out for fun. Now, she seems to be concentrating more on her work. Xiao Tang had matured, and Bai Yi felt a sense of pride. After Tang Liu finished speaking, she hastily sent a message to Gu Anyan. Get ready and come out of my room. Jia is here. Chapter 34. I am quite upset. Why is your face so flushed? Oh, Gu Anyan, what are those scratches on you? They were accidental. And what is that red mark on your neck? just an allergic reaction. With concern etched on her face, Bai Yi examined his body, her expression growing increasingly somber. Suddenly, an overwhelming sense of suffocation enveloped her, as if she were submerged underwater, saturating her sensitive nerves. Bai Yi wiped her forehead, beads of perspiration glistening on her hand. What? How could I possibly be sweating? I feel no pressure at all. Abruptly, she turned her gaze to Tang Liu, her heart racing with unease. Xiao Tang, I have repeatedly cautioned you. What has happened? Gu Yin exclaimed, It's spicy. How could you strike him? Just look at his current state. Tang Luo momentarily found herself uncertain whether her surname was Tang or if it was Bai Yi who bore that name. Yes, indeed. I did strike him. Nothing else, I assure you. Are you truly proud of that? Have you disregarded your sister's counsel? As she was still speaking, she was suddenly embraced tightly. With the playful Tang Luo nestled in her arms. I won't do it again. It was merely a slight punishment because he attempted to flee. What? Upon hearing this, Bai Yi was infuriated, grabbing Gu Yin and dragging him outside. We shall discuss this at home. He is utterly innocent. I only fled because you harbored ulterior motives towards me. Gu Yin shot a fierce glare at Tang Luo, only to find that she had followed them. The three of them returned to the villa together. Have I ever struck you? Gu Yin pondered silently before responding with confidence. Yes, you have. Bai Yi was displeased at this revelation, suddenly tearing at his clothing, revealing barely visible whip marks on his fair skin. Now tell me, have I ever tormented you as Lan Youyan did? He shook his head. It seemed she truly had not, other than a few slaps. Gu Yin had experienced a relatively gentle treatment from her. He even sensed a hint of tenderness. Bai Yi would occasionally prepare meals for him, and her tone was often remarkably gentle when she spoke. Then why did you contemplate escaping? He found himself at a loss for words. He had never truly intended to flee, but could not divulge the reasons behind it. Tang Luo sat quietly nearby, appearing entirely unconcerned about the matter. I just wanted to step outside for some fresh air, not to escape. Is that true? You aren't deceiving me, are you? I could never deceive you. Upon hearing his earnest response, Bai Yi gradually relaxed, choosing to trust him. Though I have forgiven you, my anger still simmers. Do you understand my meaning? With no other options, he reluctantly agreed. Sister Du, today I shan't learn to cook. I wish to play with Yi. Upon hearing this, the housekeeper instinctively glanced towards a room on the second floor. Their lady had instructed her to keep a watchful eye on Tang Luo. Should their plans be interrupted, she would surely face dire consequences. You still wish to play? How can three of you manage that? Her gaze was easily caught. Tang Luo, using a stomach ache as an excuse, slipped out of her line of sight. She stealthily made her way to the room on the second floor, exercising utmost caution. The door was not entirely shut. Excitement surged within her as she peered through the narrow gap, observing this new world with a level of focus she had never applied to her studies. Over an hour later, she stealthily descended from the second floor, clutching her stomach, and made her way from the restroom to the living room. At that moment, the other two also descended, with Bai Yi supporting him. Tang Luo skipped over, a mischievous smile dancing on her lips. Sister Yi, why have I not seen you around? And what has happened to him? The young girl pointed towards Gu Yin, who was being supported, observing his pale face with feigned curiosity. Oh, he's been exercising with me and accidentally injured his back, Bai Yi replied nonchalantly, her voice steady and her heart unperturbed. After a while, once things stabilize over at Tianhai, I will take this fellow away. Upon hearing that he was to be taken away, a flicker of sorrow crossed Tang Liu's face, though she adeptly concealed it. What should I do? I don't want him to leave. After a hurried meal, Bai Yi departed once more, leaving the two in a silent exchange. The girl vigorously shook her head, exclaiming, Oh well, I want to think about it now. We'll deal with that later. Let us focus on the present. She turned her gaze toward Gu Yin, her eyes burning with increasing intensity. Today, she had acquired a wealth of new knowledge, some of which she had never dared to contemplate. It's all thanks to Sister Yi's cleverness. Under her intense scrutiny, Gu Yin felt a wave of unease wash over him. You can't be serious about. Before he could finish his thought, the girl seized his hand and led him upstairs, directly to Bai Yi's room. Hey, are you for real? Seeing her fervent enthusiasm sent chills down his spine. He had no desire to meet an untimely end. A desperate urge to survive surged within him, and he cried out in panic, Please, let me rest for a moment. I will agree to any condition you propose. Upon hearing the word any, the girl halted her actions. After regaining her composure and observing his distressed state, she realized he indeed needed a proper respite. After much contemplation, she spoke. I want you to escape when Sister E comes to take you away. What? Such a fortunate proposition. I will do my utmost to assist you. But you must agree to join me afterward, all right? Without a moment's hesitation, he acquiesced. Regardless of the pros and cons of the situation, his body could no longer endure. Seeing his agreement, the girl gleefully released him, preparing to return to the company. Throughout the journey, Lan Youyan pondered the implications of her proposition. Setting aside Bai Yi's intentions towards him, he could not bear the lack of freedom, even if she were to treat him like royalty. Moreover, Lan Youyan was genuinely struggling, his physical and mental health deteriorating. If he could succeed, he would only have to contend with Tang Luoyu. Dealing with one person was far less burdensome than two. And this girl sometimes lacked clarity of thought. Perhaps he might actually escape. This was the only source of joy he had encountered recently. But the condition was that it must succeed. Why did this feel so familiar? What did you give me to drink? It's so bitter, worse than death. Tang Luoyu pouted in annoyance, gazing at the oblivious Lan Youyan. This is a special medicine I found just for you. It will help you recover. It's akin to a cool-down reduction potion. Forget it. Bitter medicine benefits the patient. She does this for my own good, and he swallowed it all in one go. Once I recover, she will want to. As expected, he witnessed the smile of the young girl, triumphant in her scheme. Let me rest for a few days. If possible, may I take the initiative next time? The girl's eyes sparkled with excitement. She was eager to discover what that feeling entailed, and joyfully agreed. It's a deal. I look forward to it. If I find it unsatisfactory, well. Chapter 35. What do you think is the meaning of life? How could that be? I will absolutely not let you down. Lan Youyan chuckled awkwardly. You better not. During the day, call me Luoyu. At night, refer to me as master. What he has, I want as well. Lan Youyan promptly acquiesced, as he would need this young girl as assistance to escape. For several consecutive days, Tang Luoyu refrained from coercing him into any tasks and showered him with gifts daily: hairpins, bags, bracelets. Lan Youyan glanced at the mechanical watch on his wrist. It was the only item of any utility, while the rest. Was she really treating herself like a girl? As the weather turned cooler, Lan Youyan donned a sweater, accompanying Tang Luoyu as usual. Today is significant. I will share my plan with you. He paused, then listened intently. The girl before him was not only peculiar, but also quite intelligent, and she trusted him sufficiently. Peering through the building's window, she spotted a black van approaching. It's time. Shortly thereafter, several burly men in black entered, ascended the stairs, and headed straight for Lan Youyan. Go ahead, Tang Luoyu said nonchalantly. Watching his departing figure, she steeled herself and thrust the scissors into her shoulder with determination. Moments later, amidst the astonished gazes of the majority of the company's personnel, Lan Youyan was dragged out from the first floor by the men in black. What are you doing? Let me go? Lan Youyan's face was a mask of terror, his frail frame struggling futilely against their grip. The majority of the staff were women who dared not intervene, while the security guards merely put forth a token effort to stop them. Faced with their well-built physiques, they felt compelled to retreat. Although his salary was not insignificant, it was hardly worth risking his life over. With fury in her eyes, Tang Luoyu clutched her shoulder. Stumbling down from the upper floor, blood still oozing from her wound. This scene horrified everyone in the company. Many had already pulled out their phones to call the police and an ambulance. Bai Yi was set to come to the office that day and arrived promptly. Bursting through the door, she found Tang Luoyu sprawled on the floor, her face pale. Yi, I'm sorry, he was taken away. Without uttering a word, Bai Yi scooped her up with evident concern and rushed her to the hospital. Gazing at the bloodstains on her body, as well as the video of her man being dragged away, she felt an overwhelming mixture of heartache and fury. If only she had been more cautious. Or if he had stayed by her side, little Tang would not have been harmed, and he would not have faced such a fate. Upon examining her shoulder, a gaping wound came into view. Gritting her teeth, she declared, just wait. Once I catch you, I shall make little Tang deal with you personally. Originally in a daze, Tang Liu broke into a cold sweat upon hearing these words. After changing vehicles 8 times and enduring 2.5 hours of uncertainty, Lan Youyan was brought to an inconspicuous little house in the neighborhood. He surveyed his surroundings and addressed the burly men in black, saying, Enough, I wish to be alone. You may leave. However, they shook their heads in resignation, signifying that they would not depart until Tang Liu returned. It seemed she had yet to fully trust him. Nevertheless, he thought it inconsequential. After all, he was one step closer to freedom after all this turmoil. He felt confident he could escape from this little lady's grasp. The priority now was to earn her trust. He sent someone to procure some ingredients, intending to prepare a delightful meal for her himself. "I'm fine, Yi." Observing Tang Liu in her hospital bed, Bai Yi retorted with exasperation, "You usually speak so softly. Why are you being so stubborn now? We've been good sisters for years, and I consider you family. How can you expect me not to worry?" After hearing such sentiments, Tang Liu remained silent with her eyes closed. She felt guilty towards Bai Yi. Witnessing her concern weighed heavily on her heart. Yet, inexplicably, her infatuation with Gu Enian had grown, gradually overshadowing Bai Yi's place in her heart. "Enough. Focus on your recovery. Stop busying yourself with work and take a proper break," Bai Yi instructed before turning to leave. She was quite troubled by Gu Enian's disappearance. Her first suspicion fell upon Lan Youyan, but after inquiring, she discovered that Lan had not found Gu Enian, which only led to her mockery. "Bai Yi, you wretched girl. It's your turn now, I assent it? You deserve this. You can't even protect your own man." Yet, upon reflection, she felt a wave of embarrassment. Ignoring the taunts, Bai Yi knew that locating Gu Enian was of utmost importance. Once Tang Liu saw her depart, she struggled to move her body and completed her discharge paperwork. Hurry, hurry, hurry. She eagerly made her way to Gu Enian's location. The pain in her shoulder paled in comparison to the fervor within her heart. Upon arriving, she dismissed the thugs. As she entered, the delicious aroma filled her senses, and she found Gu Enian, drenched in sweat, busily preparing. An indescribable joy surged within her as she lunged toward him, only to inadvertently reopen the stitches on her shoulder. Gu Enian gazed at her wound in astonishment, realizing that she had given considerable thought to avoiding suspicion. "Luo Yu, let's have a meal," he urged. "What should I call you?" "And master." She took a bite of the tomato scrambled eggs, unexpectedly delicious. After savoring a few mouthfuls, she cast a jealous glance at Gu Enian. "It is indeed delicious. But do you often cook for Bai Yi?" He chuckled helplessly, having not cooked in quite some time. "No, I've only made it for my sister." "What? Are you related by blood?" "Sort of." After a lengthy explanation, Tang Luo Yu's previously inflated anger had diminished significantly. "So, you must have it tough. But you needn't worry. From now on, as long as you are with me, I will ensure you are not bullied." The girl seemed unfazed and, after casually eating a few more bites, set down her chopsticks. "I want something else." She slowly turned to Gu Enian, her inner fervor becoming increasingly uncontainable. For the past few days, she hadn't made a move on him at all. "Do you remember what you said before?" "I do. But couldn't you finish your meal first?" Before he could finish his sentence, he felt a sudden pressure and was whisked away to the room. "By the way, don't you have an injury on your shoulder? You should rest well these next few days. I'll take care of you, and we can talk afterward, all right?" "No way. What trick are you trying to play? Be honest with me." She forcefully pushed him onto the bed. Although she was injured, the boy before her was still not enough to defy her will. Observing his slightly emaciated figure and the flush on his cheeks from anger, her heart fluttered. "Gu Enian, what do you think is the meaning of life?" Chapter 36. The electrifying little gadget. When he opened his eyes again, it was already dawn. Gu Enian struggled to rise from the bed, his entire body aching. He glanced at Tang Luo Yu beside him. Her cheeks tinged with a faint blush as she slept peacefully. Suddenly, he noticed something, a large patch of dark red above her wound. This must have been an accidental injury. He quietly slipped out of bed and left the room. The streets in the morning were bustling with activity, numerous vendors setting up stalls to sell their wares. A strange thought crossed his mind. Perhaps he could take advantage of this moment. He cautiously surveyed his surroundings, feeling a wave of nostalgia at the sight of the ordinary sights nearby, yet at the same time, he was uncertain of where to go. Time was of the essence. He needed to vacate the area quickly, as it would be all too easy for her to find him. With no taxis available and online rides nearly impossible to secure, it took him a good 10 minutes of walking before he finally located a bus stop. Why hasn't he arrived yet? He anxiously prayed for the bus to come soon. Suddenly, his phone rang, and upon checking, he saw that it was a call from Tang Luo Yu. At this critical moment, he anxiously pressed the answer button, and a chilling voice came through the line, starkly contrasting with the previously endearing girl. "Where are you going? Come back." In an instant, Gu Enian's mind raced. From her tone, it seemed she was not concerned about her escape and appeared to know exactly where she was. "I'm just out buying groceries. I'll be back shortly." After hanging up, he calmly pondered the situation, surveying his surroundings but finding no sign of her. Eventually, his gaze fell upon the watch she had gifted him. No wonder. Gu Anyan sought out the nearest pharmacy, purchasing some anti-inflammatory medication, a few bandages, and a box of sleeping pills, alongside some fresh vegetables for his return home. Upon entering, he found Tang Luoyu. Her bloodshot eyes filled with anxiety as she stared at him. Yet, upon noticing the items he carried, her expression visibly softened. "What have you been up to?" Gu Anyan feigned urgency. "Look at your shoulder. You're injured again." He fetched a towel, dampened it with warm water, and with genuine concern, helped her clean up before applying the anti-inflammatory ointment. Afterwards, he moved to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Tang Luoyu, feeling the warmth of his hands from earlier, stealthily approached him in the kitchen, slowly raising her hands from behind. Sensing the warmth behind him, Gu Anyan gently said, "Be good and sit down. Breakfast will be ready soon." His tender demeanor resembled that of a kind older brother from a novel. "Did you buy the groceries from the bus station?" The girl's icy voice pierced through the air. In that moment, he was further convinced that the watch on his wrist was a tracking device. "I didn't." He stammered. Sensing his anxiety, her expression darkened further as her right hand reached forward, swiftly snatching the knife he had been using to chop vegetables. "How is it that this knife is so quick? If it were to fall, it could accidentally sever something, and that would be unfortunate." Gu Anyan felt a slight tremor begin to course through him. What kind of knife behaves like this? She had indeed discovered something. Beads of sweat trickled down his forehead, landing on Tang Luoyu's hand. Feeling his fear, a wicked smile crept onto her lips. With a sudden motion, she tossed the knife aside. "There's only one chance. Whether I choose to forgive you depends on your performance. Life and death hinge on your thoughts." He was utterly terrified, berating himself for his carelessness. "All right, I want to do it again. Let us go to the room." "Right here," she replied. A light rain began to fall from the sky. There is something particularly enchanting about sleeping on a rainy day. Gu Anyan, weary and drained, sank onto the sofa, wearily gazing at the red marks on his skin. He sensed that she harbored a desire for revenge. Meanwhile, Tang Luoyu hummed a little tune as she prepared lunch for him. The vegetables had lost their freshness after sitting out all morning, and the carrots had wilted. My Gu Baobao could only consume the freshest and healthiest fare. Moments later, Gu Anyan observed her emerging from the kitchen, balancing 2 bowls of instant noodles. "Darling, come and savor my freshly prepared noodles," she cheerfully said to Gu Anyan, who was sprawled on the sofa. Seeing the lethargic youth before her, Tang Luoyu felt a twinge of embarrassment. "All right, I shall gift you a necklace. You needn't look so dismal." With that, she produced a delicate chain from seemingly nowhere and snapped it around his neck. This iron ring was exquisitely crafted and could not be removed once fastened. "What is this? Hurry and take it off." Gu Anyan's anguished cries echoed, only to be abruptly silenced. "Be obedient," Tang Luoyu shouted at the nearly fainting Gu Anyan. The youth removed his watch and, with all his strength, hurled it toward her, yet it fell onto the table without reaching her. "I truly do not wish to harm you. I am merely terrified of your escape. I find myself unable to live without you. I love you. Thus, please do not test my limits, all right?" The youth numbly nodded in response. Very well. He had never anticipated that he would underestimate this young woman before him. Initially contemplating an escape from her grasp, he now realized that such an endeavor was futile. Had he known it would come to this, he might have preferred to endure with Bai Yi, who at least treated him kindly. Lost in self-deprecation, Gu Anyan recognized that he had been overly presumptuous. Wait, didn't he have sleeping pills? He nearly forgot about that. With this thought, a glimmer of hope began to illuminate his eyes. Post-escape, he would need to exercise extreme caution. "Shall I prepare dinner?" Tang Luoyu remained silent, slowly placing a flower atop his head, playfully coaxing a smile from his lips. So adorable. She then began to apply makeup on him. After an extended period of her bustling about, Gu Anyan could no longer contain himself. "Aren't you hungry? Allow me to cook for you." "No need. We can simply order takeout from now on. It would spare you the trouble of cooking." The young woman flashed a considerate smile. This thoughtful gesture was rather ill-timed. With no other recourse, he resigned himself to waiting in exasperation. "So beautiful. You're almost as handsome as I am. How can you be this stunning?" she murmured to herself, a hint of something unsettling glimmering in her gaze. God help us. Chapter 37. Administering to oneself. Our child will surely be exceptionally lovely as well. Gu Anyan could hardly bear to imagine it. This deranged woman only sought to torment him. He truly wondered what misdeeds he had committed to deserve this. What kind of friends treat each other this way, constantly preoccupied with such thoughts? The weather outside was growing increasingly cold. Today, I shall return for a brief moment. You stay here and behave. Do not attempt to remove the item from around your neck, for I cannot guarantee it will not electrocute you. Also, uncork that bottle of red wine. I wish to enjoy a candlelit dinner with my beloved. Tang Liu pointed to one of the bottles on the cabinet. Gu Anian's heart leapt with joy. Was this not an opportunity? He quickly agreed, assuring her that he would prepare an exquisitely romantic candlelit dinner. After lingering for a while longer, Tang Liu reluctantly departed. Finally, he had managed to send this eccentric away. He let out a long sigh of relief. Stretching his weary body, the naive girl merely needed to enjoy her time in peace, while Gu Anian had much more to contemplate. He scrutinized the object adorning his neck in the mirror, utterly at a loss as to how to remove it, with no clues whatsoever. Surely, forcing it open would be unwise. He feared it might lead to disastrous consequences. Who knew if it had a self-destruct mechanism or if it required a certain distance for separation? There was no time to ponder such matters. Escaping was of utmost importance. After a busy day, Gu Anian cooked several steaks and carefully lifted the bottle of red wine from the cabinet. It was indeed from 1982. He poured a modest amount into 2 elegant glasses, adding a touch of sleeping pills to one. The dosage was mild, just enough to ensure a deep slumber. Once he had completed this, he anxiously seated himself, quietly awaiting her arrival. It was his first time executing such a plan, and he felt a twinge of nervousness. Surely, he wouldn't be discovered, would he? After a flurry of anxious thoughts, he shook his chaotic mind and chuckled at himself. With such a flawless plan, how could he possibly be caught? Gu Anian was quite clever, after all. After reassuring himself, he settled down to await her return. Before long, the door swung open, and the young lady entered, her radiant smile illuminating the room. Gu Anian gallantly assisted her with her shoes, tied a silk scarf around her neck, and gently pulled out her chair. "My lady, please enjoy this Western feast," he said with utmost reverence, presenting her with the highest courtesy. "Very well. You shall be rewarded later." As the candles flickered to life, a romantic atmosphere began to envelop them. Tang Liu gazed at him with tender eyes. Showing no inclination to begin the meal, Gu Anian's heart raced under her gaze, fixated on the glass of red wine. "Drink. Why do you not drink?" His heart was filled with urgency. Suddenly, the young lady leaned in and kissed him. This unexpected gesture left him momentarily flustered. After a prolonged moment, she raised her glass. "Cheers." The crisp clinking of their glasses resonated, and they partook in the shared wine. However, after just one glass, he began to sense something amiss. A slight intoxication washed over him. Could his tolerance be this low? Although Gu Anian had never indulged in alcohol before, he hardly expected to feel its effects after just one glass. Indeed a romantic candlelit dinner, where I am wrapped up as a gift for you. And I find this present quite satisfying. He quickly grasped the situation, yet the sensation of dizziness intensified. Did she change the wine? It was infuriating that he hadn't even noticed her movements. Thud. Ultimately, he succumbed to the effects of the drug and collapsed onto the table. When he awoke, darkness enveloped him, and his body was utterly immobile. He felt a chilling sensation at his wrist, accompanied by a crisp sound, leading him to surmise a few things. In the dim light ahead, he discerned the outline of cold iron bars, surrounded by frigid walls. Once again, he found himself confined in a small dark room. The sound of soft footsteps approached, accompanied by a unique fragrance emanating from the girl. "You are making things quite difficult for me," she said, her voice now filled with coldness and resentment, completely devoid of its previous sweetness. "Do you still believe I won't dare? How dare you utter such words?" Tang Liu rushed towards him, seizing his arm and biting down fiercely. "Ah, sister, I beg you, it hurts so much. Are you a dog?" Her fair arm bore the marks of her bite, and the intense pain sent jolts through his fragile nerves. For reasons unknown, watching the boy before her plead for mercy ignited a fervent excitement within her. "Why do I feel such an urge to torment him when I see him like this?" Tang Liyu's eyes glimmered with a hint of pink as she cupped his face and sank her teeth into his fair neck once more. "Ouch. Please, I can do anything. Just don't bite me anymore." Instead of a response, she only escalated her frenzy. Seizing the opportunity, he retaliated by biting the injured shoulder of the girl. It was effective. She pushed him hard, causing him to crash against the wall, a small piece of stone embedding itself at his feet. Is this loose? Before he could ponder further, her reddened eyes locked onto his. She gripped a chain in her hand and forcefully shoved it towards his mouth. Are you a dog? Do you like biting people? Then bite to your heart's content. Uncontrollable tears streamed down his face as he whimpered. I learned this from a dog. He struggled to maintain control, but tears flowed freely. The girl, feeling a mix of embarrassment and anger, softened slightly upon seeing his tears, her own emotions shattering. Stop crying. I'm a girl and I don't cry. What do you have to cry about? Well, when you misbehave, I feel like crying, and then I feel wronged. Which makes me want to bully you, and after that, I feel quite happy. Liu, what must I do for you to let me go? Tang Liu furrowed her brows in deep thought for a while before responding. I will let you out when you no longer wish to leave. Then I don't want to leave. Will you release me? If you don't want to leave, then just stay here. How peculiar. After uttering these words, she departed, leaving Gu Anian alone in the pitch-black space, engulfed in despair. Suddenly, he recalled the area that had shown signs of loosening. Hastily, he crouched down to investigate. A stone shard had protruded, concealed beneath a layer of earth. What are you up to? Upon hearing the voice, Gu Anian was startled, promptly feigning ignorance. Oh, just playing tic-tac-toe. He jested while tending to his bite wound. Gu Anian did not resist, silently acquiescing. This was not the moment to confront her. Enduring a while would bring tranquility, and retreating a step would yield benefits. Gu Anian vowed that if given the chance, he would ensure she would kneel before him. Begging for mercy, you'll stay here for a few days. Consider it punishment for your second escape. For the past few days, his sustenance and needs were nearly all managed by Tang Liu, leaving him in a state of filth, yet fortunately, she did not impose harshness upon him. Liu, I feel I'm at my limit. My hand is festering. In the dark environment, the girl leaned in closer and indeed saw the swelling on his wrist and the inflamed wound on his neck, his overall demeanor lacking vitality. How did it come to this? Seeing his condition pained her deeply, prompting her to swiftly release the bindings on his hands and unfasten the chain from his neck. Still planning to run? Her voice was cool yet tinged with concern. I dare not anymore. Chapter 38. Is this still our homeland? Think carefully. Do not act foolishly again. You cannot escape. Behave well, and tomorrow I shall release you. Tang Liu departed with a cold demeanor. It was not out of benevolence. Rather, Gu Anian's current state rendered any affection impossible. Watching her retreating figure, the cracked corners of his mouth lifted slightly. He moved to a dark, damp corner, uncovering a small hole obscured by wet earth. The opening was narrow, but he could barely squeeze through. The following morning, Tang Liu hurriedly arrived with breakfast. Today, I am in a good mood. Once I release you, you must. Before she could finish her sentence, her eyes widened in astonishment. The cell was entirely empty, the door showing no signs of having been forced open. Only a cold chain remained. After pondering for a while, she could think of no means of escape other than phasing through. After searching meticulously within, she eventually discovered the small pit in a corner. Damn it, this wretched place, she exclaimed, rushing to the storage room, where the wooden door had been broken open and a small amount of food had been taken. On the wall, a few hastily scrawled words in charcoal read, I've deceived you. I am unworthy of being your friend. Once again, he found himself alone. The autumn wind howled, and the boy, covered in dirt, wore nothing but a short-sleeved shirt. Throughout the night, he traversed tirelessly, devoid of both a mobile phone and currency, yet fortunate enough to have enjoyed a hearty meal before his departure. In a state of bewilderment, he stumbled upon a quaint village, intending to conceal himself there for a while before stealthily making his way back home. His disheveled appearance quickly captured the attention of the locals, many of whom regarded him with a hint of malevolence. One middle-aged man remarked, Young fellow, judging by your attire, you must not be from around here, am I right? Gu Anian dumbly nodded in response. I have a lucrative job abroad, earning a substantial monthly income of 10,000. Individuals like you, young intellectuals, are particularly sought after. A scoff escaped Gu Anian's lips. He found the man's words amusing. Was he foolish, or was it the other man who was naive? What are you laughing at? The stranger's tone grew noticeably colder, the smile on his face vanishing abruptly. Oh, nothing, just recalled something amusing. Did I permit you to laugh? Get him. With that, the onlookers swiftly encircled him, binding him in a matter of moments. Oh no, what manner of people inhabit this village? He exclaimed. Beat him. This insolent brat fails to appreciate the opportunity presented to him. Wait, please, don't strike me. I'll comply, I will. Upon uttering these words, Gu Anian immediately pleaded for mercy, thus averting a severe beating. You lot, take him to Captain Huang, along that same route, and ensure his safety. I'm sorry. Whatever punishment you deem fit is acceptable, but please ensure he is returned safely, wept Tang Liu, who had been searching frantically, yet to no avail. In her desperation, she confided her fears to Bai Yi. Sister Yi, I apologize, it's all my fault. I don't know why, but I care for him dearly. You may as well end my life. Bai Yi remained silent, her hand hovering uncertainly before eventually resting gently upon Tang Liu's head. Torn between her own partner and her closest friend, she found herself in an exceedingly difficult position. Enough of the tears. The foremost priority is to locate him. The southern expanse bordered perilously, and if he ventured that way, danger could surely await him. This was no time for levity. Tang Liu recognized the gravity of the situation, wiping her tears as they strategized together. For several consecutive days, their search yielded no results, prompting Bai Yi to reach out to Fong Lulu to inform her of the distressing situation. Previously, their relationship was merely professional, and Bai Yi was not particularly acquainted with Fong Lulu. Upon hearing of Gu Anian's disappearance, Fong Lulu replied with a vague promise of assistance, but thereafter, communication ceased. Bai Yi approached the matter with a sense of futility. After all, if the Lan and Bai families could not locate him, what hope did she hold alone? The young man awoke once more, unaware of how many times he had regained consciousness. I'm parched. Is there anyone who can rescue me? Even Lan Youyan would suffice. This time it is truly dire. The boy's mouth foamed, words failing him, and he could only emit faint sounds. He felt only a series of jolts. His eyes shrouded in darkness, lying upon a cold, hard metal surface, unaware of how much time had passed. Suddenly, a loud thud. The trunk was opened. A beam of light accompanied by a rough hand rushed toward him. Upon exiting the vehicle, he was doused with a bucket of cold water. His head spun, and he noticed several others around him, all bearing wounds. As he gazed intently, he saw dense woods flanking them on either side, and ahead, a man brandished a firearm, a weapon he recognized, perhaps called an AK. Behind them loomed a tall wall, and he could faintly hear the crackle of electricity coursing through barbed wire. Where have they brought me? Is this still my homeland? Gu Anian muttered to himself, his voice tinged with a hint of despair. Over the past few days, he had been in a daze, spending most of his time enveloped in darkness, and the sight of the maimed individuals before him stirred a deep-seated terror within. Brother Huang, light up for me. A man approached with a sheepish grin, offering a cigarette to a burly, rough-looking fellow. How's this batch? Is it enough for your viewing pleasure? Brother Huang remained silent, his expression indifferent, even somewhat disheartened, as his piercing gaze swept over the crowd. Upon spotting Gu Anian, the rotund man broke into a slight grin. All taken in. He tossed a handful of bills carelessly. The man behind him beamed with delight, bowing in gratitude. They were then escorted to a grim place resembling a factory. Huang Chong, armed and smoking, stood at the forefront. Commanding, I trust you have all learned your lessons. I need not elaborate on the purpose of this establishment. Perform well, and there are rewards. Fail to adhere to the rules, and you shall be sent to the banana grove. His eyes flicked, and several underlings began to lead the group away. Wait. Take him to my room. A man with a lewd grin, his flesh quivering, aimed his gun at the last standing Gu Anian. At this moment, Gu Anian stiffened, a sudden realization washing over him, his stomach churning as he instinctively recoiled. Just as he was about to be taken away, a deep, authoritative voice resonated from the entrance. Huang Dog, you better hold on for a moment. Your lackeys are in for it. Huang Chong, startled by the voice, nearly dropped his gun. Fear etched on his face. He turned to the figure at the door. Yuan Gu, why are you here so suddenly? Before he could finish, a metal barrel hurtled toward his face. The man stepped closer, scrutinizing the despairing Gu Anian, nodding in satisfaction before reprimanding Huang Chong. Remember this. Such individuals are to be sent to Miss Na. Chapter 39. Do you know how to please a woman? Yes, I'm sorry, Yuan Gu. I'm damned. Huang Chong trembled, collapsing to the ground in terror. He never imagined that his fresh batch of captives would come under the scrutiny of the boss. Get lost. Yuan Gu kicked him aside, showing no regard for his dignity. Young brother, do you wish to survive? Upon meeting his gaze, Gu Anian was momentarily taken aback before nodding vigorously, rendered momentarily speechless. The man escorted him out of the factory and into a relatively pleasant room. Before long, a few subordinates arrived bearing food and water. Gu Anian eyed the offerings warily. Though hunger and thirst gnawed at him, he hesitated to partake. If you wish to live, You should eat quickly. We have brought you here because you are of use." The man stated, his words measured and calm. With such encouragement, Youyan set aside his reservations and began to eat heartily. "Oh dear, what have I done to deserve this? I should have just stayed put," he lamented. After a considerable time, he wiped his mouth and expressed his gratitude to the man before him. "Young lad, can you please women?" "What?" He paused mid-drink, his mind racing to comprehend the question. If he could, perhaps he wouldn't have to endure such beatings? Maybe he could? The man's expression darkened, his tone growing impatient. "You must be able to." "Ah, yes. I will." Over the next few days, he was well cared for, and his complexion improved slightly. Just as he began to relax, he was taken away once more. This time, accompanied by several men, some handsome and others robust, one even flamboyantly dressed. In this journey, Yuan-gu took the front passenger seat, his face etched with tension, as if he regarded the impending events with grave seriousness. Sitting in the back, Youyan overheard the murmurs of the others. "Brother, Miss Na doesn't fancy simple-minded types like you." The burly man glanced at him. "Look at your frail frame. Don't let her break you. I've heard Miss Na is quite the sadist." Sighing, he thought, "We are all just trying to survive. If only I could win her favor." The discussions continued in the back of the vehicle, with some men specifically seeking to please the enigmatic Miss Na. Youyan huddled in the corner, listening intently. Feeling utterly insignificant, he began to grasp that he and these men were likely being sent to be toyed with, stripped of dignity like slaves. He detested this fate, yet he did not wish for death. After navigating several checkpoints, they finally arrived in a bustling urban area. Here, armed guards were plentiful, many treating Yuan-gu with deference. "Ah, Yuan-gu, have you brought us another gift?" Upon recognizing the newcomers, Yuan-gu handed over a card. "Brother, you jest. My humble abode is hardly worthy. I merely bring some fodder for the lady." At this remark, the mood in the vehicle soured, but no one dared voice their dissent. "Laugher, this is not a jest. Allow me a word of caution. Miss Ina is in a foul mood today." Upon hearing these words, Yuan-ji's heart jolted in surprise, and he forced a smile, saying, "You speak as if her temper ever improves. Ha." As they ventured into the deepest part of the city, the group was escorted one by one into a low fortress by a band of mercenaries. Outside, the dust was a muted yellow, while the interior was relatively well furnished. However, Youyan could faintly hear distant cries of anguish. Upon reaching a larger chamber, Yuan-gu lowered his head in contemplation for a considerable time. His trembling hand slowly raised to gently knock on the door. The strange sounds from within ceased, and after a brief interval, a cold female voice commanded, "Enter." Yuan-gu led the others inside, and upon witnessing the scene, they could not help but gasp in shock. A woman with flowing, pale golden hair casually reclined on a high chair, her exquisite visage exuding an aura of lethal intent and displeasure. She seemed born to embody such an icy demeanor, her restless gaze appearing to harbor a profound disdain for the world. Two men knelt before her like obedient dogs, their expressions contorted in desperate attempts to curry favor with her. The surroundings were replete with various implements of torture, and a faint metallic scent of blood hung in the air, with drag marks faintly visible on the grayish-white floor. Yuan-gu, adopting a humble posture, was about to speak when the woman smiled faintly. "New toys have arrived," she remarked. As soon as the words left her lips, the room was pierced by 2 gunshots. It seemed to serve as a signal, as several individuals rushed in to drag them away, simultaneously cleaning the floor. The woman's indifferent expression shifted, hinting at a semblance of satisfaction. Yuan-gu, who had intended to speak, felt a chill run down his spine upon witnessing this scene, his words faltering. "I detest those who speak slowly." The dark muzzle of a gun was raised, aimed directly at him, wisps of smoke curling from its tip. Without a moment's hesitation, Yuan-gu collapsed to his knees. "My lady, I apologize for interrupting your leisure. I am Wang Yuan, the head of District 3, and I bring you a few amusements." While he spoke, the woman scrutinized everyone present. When her gaze fell upon Youyan, slumped on the ground, it lingered, an unprecedented glimmer of intrigue spilling from her lips. "From District 3, your gift appears rather intriguing this time." Her words carried a weighty significance. "Perhaps it's time to elevate the status of your District 3, as you seem to lack formidable players." Upon hearing her words, Wang Yuan trembled with excitement. "My lady, we have no such formidable players." "Oh, I shall arrange for someone to deliver them. Now be gone." "Understood. Thank you immensely, my lady." With that, he bowed once more and hurriedly departed, feeling immense pressure with each passing second. After he left, Gu Yan's expression grew grim. The female tyrant before them was truly merciless. Renowned in foreign circles as the king of arms, she was a notorious figure in the underworld, infamous for her sadistic penchant for deriving pleasure from tormenting others. The remaining individuals were equally terrified. Yet upon hearing the esteemed figure before them remark that the gift was intriguing, a flicker of hope ignited within them. One individual, mustering his courage and adopting a facade he deemed impressive, proclaimed, "Lady Ina, you are the most mesmerizing queen I have ever encountered. I would gladly serve you as a slave or a dog." Bang! A bullet pierced through his brow, echoing against the wall beside Gu Yanyan. "Did you think I would tolerate your arrogance, you foolish wretch?" The room fell silent. "Speak. Are you all mute?" Observing her impatience, another individual ventured forth, unlike him. "I am willing to do anything for you, my lady. Are you prepared to die for me?" The question rendered the man speechless, his face paling as his eyes widened in shock. Bang! The sound of a gunshot rang out. "You deceitful wretch." She waved her hand dismissively, her gaze inadvertently drifting to Gu Yanyan, who trembled against the wall. Noticing his lack of response, her agitation grew palpable. Chapter 40. Is this a fire stick? Sensing her impatience, the remaining two were engulfed by dread. "Did you not claim to be quite amusing? How did matters escalate to this?" The guard at the entrance sighed, realizing that this group was destined to become Lady Na's targets. One individual feigned composure, determination gleaming in his eyes. "Lady Na, I have long revered you. For your sake, I would do anything, even die." His words were blunt and direct. The woman responded with a cold smile. "Then you shall eliminate him." The tip of her high-heeled shoe pointed toward another man. Panic washed over him, and before he could utter a word, he was surprisingly obedient. In an instant, he lunged forward. The sudden attack, along with various unscrupulous tactics, ensued. Another individual, caught off guard, failed to evade, and a right hook shattered his nasal bones. Sounds of struggle and screams filled the air. The metallic scent of blood quickly permeated the room as one man, drenched in liquid, surveyed his surroundings with a triumphant gaze, as if he had emerged victorious. Suddenly, a realization struck him, his already bruised face contorted with fury, perhaps spurred by the threat posed by Gu Yanyan's fair complexion. "There's another. Kill him, and I shall be the sole survivor." He charged forward with blinding speed, his expression frenzied, his fist aimed fiercely at Gu Yanyan's abdomen. Just as the blow was about to land, another gunshot echoed. Gu Yanyan watched in disbelief as the man's eyes widened, filled with incredulity before he succumbed to defeat. Unbeknownst to them, Ina had risen, her right hand clutching the gun, trembling slightly. "I am surprisingly tense," she mused. Meanwhile, Gu Yanyan remained oblivious, his mind consumed with thoughts of impending doom. "If only I could experience a reversal of extremes." The rhythmic sound of high heels striking the ground echoed evenly. He slowly raised his head. In the boy's eyes resided 7 parts of fear, 2.5 parts of despair, and half a part of desperate resistance. Witnessing his red-rimmed eyes, his pitiful silence stirring something within her, Ina was instantly intrigued. Perhaps it was his cherubic appearance that evoked such sympathy. The girl felt an unusual attachment to him, even nurturing a fleeting thought of destruction. Yes, destruction. She relished observing beauty wither gradually beneath her touch. "Speak." He remained motionless. Ina removed her black mesh gloves, her icy hand brushing against his cheek. In that instant, Gu Yanyan shuddered. Is it about to begin? Having done nothing wrong, would she make his demise a spectacle? "I am merely 19. I do not wish to die." He slowly closed his eyes. "I shall not kill you, provided you heed every word I utter from now on. Speak now. This is the second and final time." Upon hearing her assurance of survival, Gu Yanyan felt as if a great weight had been lifted. His pale lips quivered as he struggled to maintain his composure. "Hello, I am Gu Yanyan. My ID is..." Before he could finish, his chin was seized and lifted, locking eyes with 2 furious orbs. "Sister, please allow me to speak." Sensing the woman's murderous intent and the pain radiating from her grip, his worthless tears began to flow anew. How utterly fascinating, Ina thought, her heart racing. She beckoned Gu Yanyan with her slender fingers, inviting him to follow her. The guards at the door awaited the final gunshot, only to witness Ina emerge with the young man. "Wow, no way," he muttered softly to himself. Trailing the woman, Gu Yanyan caught a whiff of gunpowder, reminiscent of the fireworks he had once set off. They entered a room adorned with antiquity, the warmth of a hearth enveloping them. suffused with the unique charm of a bygone era. Kneel. He was merely a moment slow in his reaction before being violently thrust to the ground. Unable to contain herself, she seized his collar, forcing him to kneel before her, relishing the sensation of having the boy at her mercy. Let us play a game. With that, she picked up an unidentifiable piece of clothing and blindfolded him. Once his vision was obscured, he felt a tickling sensation on his face, as if something were teasing him. Guess what this is? A wrong answer will incur a penalty. And if I guess correctly? A shadow of malice crossed the girl's face. No one had ever dared to negotiate with her in such a manner. If you guess right. Did I ever say you could ask me? Her tone turned frigid, sending a shiver down Gu Anian's spine. I'm sorry. He exerted every effort to control himself, calming his mind to perceive that ticklish sensation. The girl's voice seemed to linger near his ear, and he faintly detected a fragrant scent, even feeling the airflow generated by her speech. This indicated their proximity. If that were the case, it could only be her hair. With a cold snort, Aina fell silent and stood up. Shortly thereafter, he felt a force apply itself to his head, accompanied by a hint of warmth. Instantly, he realized what it was, after all. This wasn't the first time he had been subjected to such treatment. With a tinge of embarrassment, he stammered, Your leg. Observing his flushed countenance, Aina experienced an inexplicable surge of impulse, a nameless fire gradually igniting within her. Not hearing her voice, he waited for a moment before a chilling sensation pressed against his forehead. What is this? He didn't even need to cover his eyes to feel that dark, ominous barrel aimed directly at him, ready to unleash its spark. Please, his speech was interrupted. Guess. Yes, just guess correctly. That's all that matters. It's a gun. The icy sensation persisted, and his vision slowly began to clear. He exhaled a sigh of relief. Wrong. Ayane's cold voice, laced with a hint of triumph, reverberated in his mind. Only then did he see what she held. It was not a gun at all, but rather an iron rod. I shall punish you severely. The girl spoke ominously, her words carrying an ambiguous undertone. There was no room for Gu Anian to refuse. Chapter 41. Miss Ayane's Wicked Pleasure. You understand what to do, don't you? She cast a glance at the metal in the furnace, sitting on the bed, swinging her feet in his direction. He had always been a man of dignity, but when faced with life and death, he knew what choice to make. His eyes were already swollen from tears, the red rims still glistening. Indeed, I enjoy obedience. Aina gazed at the docile youth, her inner flames of excitement growing ever stronger. The thrill of tormenting him was indescribably pleasurable. With her slender fingers, she lifted the boy's chin, compelling him to meet her gaze. You may make one request. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of hope sparked in his eyes. Can you take me back? Smack. The intensity of her fury erupted in an instant, Gu Anian covering his flushed face, bewildered and unsure of what he had done wrong. For some reason, the moment she heard him express a desire to leave, Aina radiated an ominous aura. Those who wish to please me line up from the South Pole to the North Pole. I have truly given you a chance. Do you think I am easy to deal with? If you entertain such thoughts again, I shall take action against you. Furthermore, I will say this only once. You are to call me master from now on. At this moment, he trembled like an ant facing a ferocious flood. I apologize, master. Please punish me, he said, exhibiting a certain submissiveness born from prior experiences. She observed Gu Anian's shivering form and shifted her tone. There is an ancient saying in Huagua, those who know how to adapt are the true talents. If you obey, you shall not suffer. A slap followed by a touch of comfort. What a cunning strategy. Raising her gaze, she noted that he was indeed crafted for the eyes of others. Gu Anian weakly lifted his head to meet her gaze. Yaina, seasoned by the storms of life, found it difficult to resist the pang of sympathy when confronted with Gu Anian's pitiful expression. He seemed to entice her. How shameless. He is merely my plaything. Feigning such a demeanor for whom? Gu Anian thought. Look up, be obedient, or face the consequences. Yaina furrowed her brow, thinking he enjoyed this pretense. After a moment of eye contact, she seized his fragile wrist and flung him aside, as if venting her frustrations. She then advanced and grasped his throat. How dare you present yourself in such a manner before me? Gu Anian was bewildered. At times, he truly could not decipher her thoughts. Feeling as powerless as a gamer without a mouse, he remained silent, his silence speaking volumes. After an interminable period of discomfort, Yaina finally relented. She left for an errand, leaving him alone. For the time being, he felt a sense of safety, allowing his anxious heart to ease somewhat. As for escaping, He now hoped someone would come to find him. What's the matter, Sister Xiaoxua? Yana languidly crossed her legs and answered a phone call. Xiao Nanzi, you seem particularly cheerful today. Has your mania subsided? Not really. I just recently acquired a new toy that is quite intriguing. Oh, enough chit-chat. I have a friend who has gone missing at the border. Since you're nearby, could you help me look for him? Is that all? Rest assured, Sister Xiaoxua. Send me a picture, and I'll have it sorted in no time. Shortly after, a familiar photo arrived. Yana, just having swallowed a sip of 1982 pure water, nearly spat it out. The world truly is small. Sister, may I ask, what is your relationship with this person? Currently, just a casual friend. Currently? Don't mind that. It's a bit urgent. Bring him over by tomorrow afternoon. I just remembered that I might be short-handed here, so it could take a few more days. With mixed emotions, she returned to her room, finding Gu Enyan sitting anxiously on the bed. Upon her return, he immediately lowered his head, standing up nervously. I need to ask you something. Do you know a friend with the surname Sure? Caught off guard by the sudden question, Gu Enyan stood frozen for a long while. It seems that there is only one person who recognizes the surname, doesn't he? Does she know her sister? Goodness. Could it be that Xiao Qian is an undercover agent, secretly positioned beside me? He had a fleeting thought and swiftly dismissed it. After all, he had spent a considerable amount of time with her. How could she possibly be connected to such individuals? Yet, there was no room for contemplation at the moment. He met Ayane's impatient gaze and pondered that if they were not strangers, they ought to be acquainted. What is your relationship like? She asked, her face darkened, a hint of tension flickering in her eyes, which made him uneasy. Very good, exceptionally well, indeed splendid, he declared. Having stated this, would she let him off the hook? A palpable sense of disappointment washed over her face, only to be followed by a reluctant inquiry. How many years have you known each other? Now, that was a question Gu Enyan had not truly considered. He had known Shi Qian since he was 7 or 8. It must have been around a decade by now. 15 years. Buzz. Ayane's mind exploded with this revelation, her expression shifting to one of astonishment, which Gu Enyan keenly observed. Indeed, regardless of the circumstances, he had managed to impress her. This person, sharing the same surname as his sister, must be extraordinary. If he were to ever meet someone like her, it would truly be a blessing earned over a lifetime. He embellished the tale further. We grew up together. As Ina pondered this statement, she suddenly scoffed. Sister Xiaoxua grew up with me. How dare you deceive me? Never mind, he reassured. It's not that kind of relationship, which means I can remain her toy for life. He chuckled to himself, thinking how he wished he had met her sooner. To alleviate the shock she had just endured, Ina decided to unwind a bit. Meanwhile, Gu Enyan felt a wave of dread as he observed the woman before him wearing an unsettling grin. Chapter 42. Active service. When he opened his eyes, it was already afternoon, and he found himself alone. Each time he woke to find her absence, he was reminded of the tears he shed the previous night. Tears of joy. Amino truly lives well. Gu Enyan stretched luxuriously. His experiences over the past few months had been vibrant and varied. He felt as though he could pen a novel about them. Despite having felt fear just yesterday, today seemed less daunting. His state of mind was steadily strengthening. He believed that as long as he catered to the whims of this capricious lady, he could surely safeguard his own life. The door swung open with a resounding bang, revealing Ina, her brow furrowed with agitation, her fierce gaze fixed upon him. A rush of iron rust wafted toward him. He recognized that her aura was heavy with negativity and aggression. She strode over briskly, her hands fervently ruffling his hair. Gu Enyan found himself bewildered by the unexpected touch, feeling akin to a small kitten, while Ina played the role of the one who caresses it. After considerable effort, he gradually lifted his head, murmuring, "Master, I have just awakened, please." Sensing his helplessness and the myriad of sensations brought about by his subtle resistance, Ayane's body and mind were gradually soothed. Unbeknownst to her, she reached out to brush away a stray lock of hair clinging to his cheek. As they locked eyes, a moment of awkwardness enveloped them. A tinge of shyness washed over Ina as she firmly grasped his chin, attempting to mask her previous action. Yet, the fluttering of her heart could not be mistaken. How could someone so insignificant, a mere ant, a slave, a being easily extinguished, become her anchor? Her expression was a tapestry of complexity, her gaze oscillating between tenderness and agitation. Gu Enyan yearned to inquire if she had always been this way, though he was oblivious to the reasons behind Miss Ayane's temper. He certainly did not wish to witness such a demeanor. Would her mood improve, allowing him to endure less suffering? With this thought, he timidly ventured, "Master, if you do not mind, I could assist in alleviating your discomfort." Ayane's interest piqued. When had he become so proactive? "Ah, there is no man I cannot manage." A surge of joy filled her heart, yet her words remained stern. "You've overstepped. Such things are only for me to do to you, not the other way around." Her tones softened noticeably, laced with an unexpected hint of anticipation. What was that, she wondered. "I dare not entertain such notions. I merely wish to relieve your tension and promote circulation, a simple massage, if you will." Having grown accustomed to helping others, he had become quite the adept practitioner. Noticing he meant no offense, Ayane's expression dimmed slightly, yet she acquiesced, reclining on the bed. The young man rolled up his sleeves, eager to showcase his skills. Gathering warm water and towels to prepare for the task at hand. With gentle warmth, kneading, and manipulation, every area was expertly addressed. And each application of pressure was perfectly measured. As she savored the sensations he provided, her physical aches and anxieties gradually dissipated. She relished the closeness he offered. No one had ever treated her in such a manner, nor had she ever allowed anyone to draw near, except for him. Through numerous sessions, Lan Youyan had amassed a wealth of techniques and experience. Those who received his touch understood its value. A single application left them speechless. After a considerable time, Lan Youyan paused, gently wiping the sweat from his brow, playfully remarking, "Dear guest, would you like to extend our session?" The young lady was genuinely taken aback. After stretching languidly and exhaling a deep sigh of relief, she felt an unprecedented sense of relaxation. It was as though she had stumbled upon a treasure. Within her heart, an inexplicable affection began to brew. He could only treat her in this manner throughout his life. "I am his sole master." A potent sense of possession seized her mind. What once was a tempest of agitation and bitterness has dissipated entirely, leaving only an abundance of affection, reflected in the tender, rosy glimmer of her gaze fixed upon him without a blink. With a swift movement, Lan Youyan found himself effortlessly subdued. He sensed the excitement radiating from the person before him, as if the embrace was so tight that he might melt away, accompanied by the sound of fabric tearing. Lan Youyan realized her intentions. "I implore you, considering my earlier actions, do not force upon me what I am unwilling to endure," he pleaded, beseeching her for mercy. Yet his entreaties only served to incite her further. She had seldom encountered rejection and harbored a disdain for that feeling. It was this young man who dared to negotiate with her multiple times, yet she could not bring herself to dispose of him. The grip on him intensified suddenly, making Lan Youyan feel as though she might crush him. Why do you resist me? You could simply close your eyes and relish this moment. Yet here we are, leaving none satisfied. With every word, Ayane's ire grew, her eyes ablaze with an unquenchable fire. Lan Youyan could do nothing but submit to her whims, utterly devoid of any power to resist. After enduring a beating, he ultimately acquiesced to her will. He regretted having uttered that one careless remark. As evening descended, Ina arose and gazed at the sleeping visage of the youth beneath her. Her breath quickened once more. Suppressing the rekindled warmth within her, she gently tapped his face. "You awaken." Seeing no response, she decided to let him continue his slumber. Stepping out of the room, she pondered briefly before summoning a few maidens. "Ahem, I have a friend who has asked me to inquire how one might bring joy to a young man. Who among you knows? There will be generous rewards." The maidens exchanged glances, their faces alight with curiosity. Mayday remarked, "My lady, your friend could present him with a horse or perhaps a car or a house. Who wouldn't he appreciate such gifts?" Maybe suggested, "I think a light machine gun or a mortar would be fitting. I've heard every young man is enamored with such things, and it aligns perfectly with your interests." Maid C chimed in, "I believe I read online that to love a young man, one must bestow upon him 10 gold bars." Listening to their animated discussions, Ina found their suggestions somewhat dubious and waved her hand dismissively. My friend also inquired how to discern his feelings toward her. At this juncture, she faltered, a hint of embarrassment coloring her cheeks. The maidens quickly filled the silence, offering their insights. "If he does not shy away from you, it indicates a modicum of affection. If he often smiles at you and listens to your words, the likelihood of his feelings is quite high. If he is willing to share your burdens and comfort you in times of distress, that too is a sign." While their words held merit, all of it rested upon a fundamental principle: one must not force affection. Ina contemplated slowly. Having long been immersed in the world of metal and the chaos of war, she found herself utterly clueless in matters of the heart. After researching some information online and reflecting on the words of others, a faint smile graced her face. I have encountered storms of all magnitudes. I shall undoubtedly compel him to willingly submit to me. Chapter 43. Returning home after bustling about both inside and out for a considerable time, Ina wiped the sweat from her brow. Humph. Once you experience the culinary delights of this young lady, you shall be utterly enchanted. This was her inaugural venture into the kitchen, and she felt quite pleased with her achievements. Upon bringing the food into the room, she spotted Lan Youyan, who was holding his waist. I inadvertently prepared a bit too much food. Please come over and help me clear it away. She felt a twinge of embarrassment, unable to shed her years of pride. So she resorted to issuing a command. Lan Youyan, feeling quite hungry, was delighted to see her preparing a meal for him, smiling as he expressed his gratitude. Ina, momentarily taken aback by the sunny smile he directed her way, felt her heart race. He smiled at me. Could it be that he loves me? Surely. It cannot be mere affection. After all, I have cooked for him for the very first time. The young girl's heart fluttered with excitement. Lan Youyan, unaccustomed to using a fork, switched to a pair of chopsticks and noticed a plate filled with crabs, red and black in hue. Is this how you all eat? He mused aloud, perhaps surmising that these were crafted by the young lady herself. Unable to refuse, he grasped the chopsticks. However, as his gaze shifted, his anticipation shattered when his outstretched chopsticks were caught by a claw. I should have foreseen it. This young lady is skilled with weapons, but utterly inept in the kitchen. Perhaps it's merely this that was poorly prepared. The rest might be acceptable. Suddenly, a fish in a large bowl thrashed about, splashing water all over his face. Oh. Ha ha ha. Sashimi, is it? He chuckled, twirling the chopsticks towards the nearby vegetables. Just as he was about to pick some up, he spotted something wriggling within. This must be a delightful blend of meat and vegetables, right? Ha. I've heard this thing has protein levels 6 times that of beef. Truly thoughtful of the host. As he took a spoonful of rice and brought it to his mouth, he fell silent. Uncooked rice cannot transform into a meal on its own, after all. His internal assessment was succinct, a lump. However, he dared not voice this opinion. Dear host, I am genuinely pleased that you consider me. But I feel unworthy of partaking in your meal. Perhaps I should order takeout? He pondered for a moment, realizing there was no takeout available here. Noticing his forlorn expression, Ina became aware of a slight flaw in her culinary skills. She lowered her head, feeling somewhat disheartened. I merely wished for him to savor my cooking. Why did it turn out this way? At that moment, Lan Youyan approached and gently leaned against her. Dear host, please do not be disheartened. I know you care for me, and that is sufficient. His tender tone, coupled with his gesture, momentarily stunned Ina. Could this be a form of consolation? He must certainly have a fondness for himself. Is he merely putting on an act for me? Lan Youyan had no inkling of her thoughts. His only desire was to survive. After a brief adjustment, they ventured out for a simple meal. The distant echoes of gunfire, the hurried footsteps, and the cries surrounding them offered him no solace. Was he destined to be trapped in this situation for eternity? At that moment, Ina beside him seemed quite discontented, letting out a heavy sigh. Just as he was about to inquire about her troubles, she spoke up. Lan Youyan, right? Don't you wish to return? Tomorrow. I shall accompany you home. Her tone was laced with a hint of reluctance and displeasure. How frustrating. He had barely experienced a few days of freedom before she urged him again. Lan Youyan could hardly believe his ears. Life was truly brimming with surprises. After confirming her words multiple times, the expression on his face finally brightened. When he asked why she was letting him go, she merely shook her head, asserting that even after he returned, he would still belong to her. That evening, Lan Youyan worked diligently. He harbored the thought of one day opening a massage parlor. He discovered that regardless of who it was, as long as he provided service to them, their spirits would soar. Gradually, he understood that the path to redemption lay within this very act. Unbeknownst to him, Ina had drifted off to sleep. Upon hearing her even breaths, he ceased his movements and cautiously succumbed to slumber. Should he rouse her, she would demand a massage from him. She was even more domineering than Lan Youyan. Lan Youyan had become a measure of sorts, and Lan Youyan chuckled at his own whimsical thoughts. He dreamt of entering a magical realm filled with wondrous and diverse marvels, where he seemed to possess an extraordinary constitution, liberated from the constraints imposed by Lan Youyan and others. Upon awakening, a smile graced his lips. Ina lay beside him, still deeply asleep, seemingly savoring her dreams. Regardless of the reasons, the thought of returning home today filled him with excitement. having inexplicably found himself in this terrifying place. He was finally on the verge of returning to his homeland. He could not gaze upon the bright moon, yet he constantly yearned for his hometown. In a moment of youthful exuberance, he raised his fist in a silent cheer, only to inadvertently elbow the softly sleeping Ina beside him. Almost instantaneously, she sprang up, countering Gu Yin with astonishing speed, her grip tightening around his neck. This movement seemed instinctual, a result of her long-honed assassin's reflexes. With bleary eyes, she fixed her gaze upon him. "You appear quite pleased. Do you dare believe I could send you to an even more dreadful place?" The girl, sensing no immediate danger, feigned a cold demeanor. Gu Yin felt an urge to smack his own elbow in frustration. "I apologize, may I return?" She initially intended to casually reprimand him, but suddenly found herself intrigued, a playful smile gracing her lips. "Perhaps it would be best if you did not return, unless you are prepared to make amends." "Make amends for what? If you wish to go back, shall we not leave something behind in this place? Consider it a memento." She patted the bed beneath her, the meaning in her eyes unmistakable. Gu Yin felt a slight, barely perceptible unease, though it was quite evident to others. In a heartbeat, Ina's expression turned icy. "The opportunity is but a singular one. You know what I desire, and I hope for your initiative." With that thought, Gu Yin ceased to ponder further, fearing he might truly never return. Gritting his teeth, he smiled and said, "Master, I am here to serve you." After some time, noon arrived. They were preparing to return. Ina regarded him with ill intentions, contemplating how to keep him by her side. Meanwhile, Gu Yin, slightly out of breath, lay on the bed with vacant eyes. When the time came, a modified off-road vehicle came to take them away. Throughout the journey, Gu Yin gazed out the window at the retreating scenery, reflecting on the flowers and grasses passing by, filled with a sense of melancholy regarding his own insignificance. Merely a flower or a blade of grass, a stone cast into water, creating ripples. What fate awaited him, and what transformations lay ahead in his life? After navigating several modes of transport, they finally arrived in the Great Xia. Chapter 44. Eavesdropping at the door. The Blue family's villa was bustling with excitement today. The 3 members of the Blue family and the 3 from the Bai family took their seats together. This scene would undoubtedly capture widespread attention. As all present were individuals of considerable stature, the performance was about to commence. Upon seeing her nemesis, Blue Youyan felt a surge of anger, almost as if she could breathe fire. Bai Yi was not faring much better, reluctantly attending the gathering. Yet recognizing that cooperation was the only means to swiftly locate the person they both yearned for. I was the first to meet in Yan, unlike certain individuals, who are inherently base and merely act like thieving cats. Blue Youyan could not hold back and spoke up first. "I recall that Gu Shuedi once complained to me, stating that you are a most unfortunate creature, with a rather poor reputation, and moreover, you cannot even guard your own tower," Bai Yi retorted, her words laced with sarcasm. "Uffed, you are hilarious. As if you have managed to protect yours, considering your own best friend stole your crystal. I hope you endure this for a lifetime." "How do you know that?" Bai Yi shifted uncomfortably, having never disclosed such information to anyone. She straightened her posture, glanced at her opponent, and regained her confidence. "Gu Shuedi also mentioned that when you let down your hair at night, he cannot distinguish between your front and back." Initially taken aback, Blue Youyan quickly realized and, in a fit of anger, slammed her fist heavily onto the coffee table. "Damn, Bai Yi, you are truly desperate." Bai Shanha playfully slapped the man on the backside, reminiscing. "Can you remember the days when we were merely 2 mischievous youngsters? Now, we are both fathers of 2 children." The man's voice quivered with nostalgia, as he seemed to reflect on the past. Indeed, life has been consumed by business matters, leaving little room for leisure. However, today offers a splendid opportunity to catch up. This time, you shall not outdrink me. I am here to return the favor for the 3 whacks I took for you back in class. You, with your youthful vigor, are as sturdy as a dog. I could spank you 30 times, and it wouldn't matter. Yujia, your skin remains as flawless as it was in our youth," remarked Mu Ruhan, the mother of Lan Youyan, gazing warmly at her companion. Zhang Yu appeared somewhat melancholic, as if burdened by unspoken thoughts. "Alas, let us not even begin to discuss it. The men in my household simply do not listen. It drives me to despair." With that, her eyes darted towards Bai Shanha, who was engaged in animated conversation. Upon hearing this, Mu Ruhan's eyes sparkled with intrigue, for it touched upon her area of expertise. To manage your man, one must be resolute. When she declared her feelings to Tianyu, She had prepared 2 gifts, one of which contained a knife. And the other? Jiang Yu inquired with curiosity. Also a knife. If he declined, I would have to help him with a little stab in the side. And if he agrees? Upon hearing this, Mu Ruhan's lips curled into a faint, cold smile as she replied. Any man worthy of my attention must first endure a personal declaration from me. Even if he consents, he must receive a knife as a form of punishment. Her chilling words made Jiang Yu sweat slightly. Sister, you truly know how to play the game. The 3 engaged in their banter, each sharing their tales. Lan Youyan clenched Bai Yi's hand tightly, her knuckles turning white from the pressure. Listen closely. I am only cooperating out of respect for Yin. Once we find what we seek, do not entertain any dishonest intentions, you thief. Bai Yi reciprocated the grip, her well-trained physique equally formidable. Humph. He will be begging for my attention. He is destined for me. You can only belong to me. Only to me. Yana held him tightly, leaving him breathless. What a good master, Gu and Yin managed to utter through gritted teeth. Now that's more like it. They had arrived at the seaside, where a villa stood majestically by the shore. Curiosity swirled within Gu and Yin about whom they were to meet. Someone who could command such a distinguished lady certainly must be someone significant. Upon reaching the villa, the butler respectfully opened the door for them. As they stepped inside, the brilliance of white jade enveloped his entire vision. The opulence of the hall's decor could only be described as lavish. Yet, this atmosphere undeniably exuded a comforting allure. At that moment, footsteps echoed from the upper floor as someone descended. Shaunazai, it has been ages, and you too, Gu classmate. Beside them, Ina momentarily froze upon seeing the person before her, but soon vanished from sight. What is the matter, Gu? Are you surprised to see me? Gu Anian could hardly believe his eyes. Had it not been for the decorum, he would have rushed forward to pinch himself, ensuring that she was indeed an acquaintance from the past. In his memory, he had envisioned her as a figure of considerable power and influence. How could she possibly be this eccentric? Aren't you attending school anymore? Given the time, you should be in your early morning class. Fong Lulu interjected. Her intelligence seems to have been transferred to her looks. I left my studies midway to embark on an entrepreneurial journey, mingling with prominent figures, hence the sight before you. Gu Anian was naturally skeptical, yet he had little choice but to set aside his doubts given the circumstances. Considering his current predicament, he hesitantly inquired, Lulu, are you familiar with her? Addressed in such a familiar manner, Fong Lulu hesitated for a moment, yet for reasons unknown, felt an unexpected warmth in her heart. I am quite familiar with her. Then could you possibly? Before she could finish her sentence, her mouth was covered. Ina was displeased by the endearment directed towards another girl, and thus her grip tightened. Shua Lulu, I neglected to introduce you. This is my toy. What a coincidence. What is your relationship with him? At this question, she nervously glanced at Fong Lulu. Fong Lulu, with a face full of hesitation, grappled internally for quite some time. We are merely ordinary friends. It was the first time Ina had seen her appear somewhat bashful, even slightly flushed. She noticed the discomfort, yet since the other party did not acknowledge it, she felt free to be unabashedly forward. All right. Without further ado, Gu Anian chose not to pry any deeper. The group settled down and commenced their dinner. During the meal, Ina pulled Gu Anian to sit beside her, their closeness palpable as she continually served him food, bringing it to his lips. Fong Lulu observed them sharing a pair of chopsticks, an inexplicable unease creeping into her heart. What is wrong with me? It's impossible. Absolutely impossible. This cannot be happening. She hastily finished her meal and left the scene, unwilling to witness their intimate exchange any longer. Upon her departure, Ina immediately draped her arm around his neck. What were you about to say to her? Were you thinking of leaving? Gu Anian struggled to breathe under her hold. Mistress, I truly did not. I would never dare to deceive you. Seeing him so obedient, Ina's temper softened slightly as she exhaled near his ear. You understand. That evening, Gu Anian introduced a new service, foot bathing. He brought forth a basin of warm water infused with various herbs, designed to soothe her fiery temperament. The youth gently grasped her delicate feet, slowly immersing them in the water. Is the temperature to your liking? As she felt the boy's touch, Ina couldn't help but blush. It's a bit warm. Gu Anian, eager to please her, was willing to endure any discomfort. Let us take a moment and proceed slowly. For a massage is meant to be a tranquil enjoyment. The young girl blushed and replied, At the entrance, Fong Lulu herself was bewildered by her impulsive decision to eavesdrop. The villa boasted excellent soundproofing, and at the doorway, She could only faintly discern muffled voices. It felt somewhat warm. Take your time. In an instant, her world felt as if it had collapsed. Countless thoughts flooded her mind. Why was she feeling so unbearable? Bang. Chapter 45. Could you help me relax thoroughly? For reasons unknown, after spending some time together, her mind was consumed entirely by the image of this young man. Bang. The door was flung open with force. What are you two doing? Fong Lulu, her face flushed, barged into the room and saw her best friend seated on the bed, her legs submerged in a medicinal tub. Gu Anyan knelt on the carpet, earnestly helping her with the massage. What's wrong, Lulu? Yaina was immersed in bliss when suddenly startled, her mood turning slightly sour. Fong Lulu struggled to find her voice, feeling inexplicably odd at the sight of him with her friend. A strange discomfort settled in her heart. At that moment, Yaina chimed in with a smile. Little Gu is simply crafted for me. I suspect he was sent by heaven to serve me. Ha ha. Lulu, would you like to experience it? I could lend him to you. Seeing Yaina's mischievous expression, Fong Lulu shot her an exasperated glance. Nevertheless, her mind wandered to a peculiar thought. What would it feel like if she were the one sitting on the bed, with Gu helping her willingly? Noticing her rare moment of daze, coupled with a hint of daydreaming, Yaina grew anxious. Could it be that she... No, it's impossible. I have never seen her treat anyone kindly, especially not a boy. Gu Anyan is mine alone. Hee hee, how wonderful. The creation of Gu Anyan is nothing short of genius. I wish to conjure a world that exists solely for him. Gu Anyan was utterly befuddled, observing the usually haughty Yaina now sporting a silly grin, nearly drooling into the basin. Was this contagious? Fong Lulu, already a bit eccentric, now seemed to be losing her sanity as well. With that thought, she exerted all her strength to pinch, causing the girl to gasp in surprise and awaken. With a hint of indignation, she playfully scolded. Could you be a bit more serious? This is truly disappointing. He hastily nodded in agreement, feeling utterly unable to resist. Witnessing this scene, Fong Lulu felt a profound discomfort. Melancholic as she retreated from the room. After closing the door, an inexplicable sadness washed over her, soon followed by a wave of anger. Gu Anyan had cared for you so tenderly at school, even rescuing you, yet now he lavishes attention upon another woman. How could you not reflect upon the reasons for this? Even she herself had not anticipated such a transformation in her emotions. The following morning, Fong Lulu awoke early, devising ways to keep others oblivious to her presence. Initially, she had intended to wait for his return and present him to a certain young lady for a delightful spectacle. Yet, inexplicably, she found herself wanting to keep him close. In unison, Aina and he emerged from the room. Upon seeing his slightly disheveled demeanor, Fong Lulu immediately grasped what had transpired between them. Anger simmered within her. Why did she care so much? Had she known earlier, she might have declared to Xiao Na that he was her servant, or perhaps something even more. Today, Gu Anyan felt an unusual urge to cook for himself. Having seen Aina in the kitchen, where she unceremoniously tossed a live fish into the pot. Why isn't it turning white? It's still swimming. Is it white yet? Is it white yet? Ayane's temper flared as she muttered curses while ending the fish's life. Just as she was about to wreak havoc upon the kitchen, Fong Lulu approached and playfully struck her on the head. After all these years, she remained unchanged. Her temper was as fiery as ever. Aina chuckled and leapt onto the sofa. Gu Anyan scratched his head, realizing that before Fong Lulu, the girl who tormented herself over pressure resembled a little kitten. Without further contemplation, he followed her into the kitchen, observing the long-unseen Fong Lulu with keen interest. Allow me to assist you, he offered, cautiously taking the bowl from her hands. It seemed that, after a considerable time apart, the two had grown somewhat estranged. His initiative was well received by Fong Lulu, and the sensation of slowly rekindling their familiarity was intriguing, tugging at her heartstrings. Their collaboration flowed seamlessly, with Gu Anyan consistently providing thoughtful assistance, occasionally exchanging those peculiar glances. Gu Anyan perceived it simply as old classmates helping one another, while Fong Lulu's thoughts spiraled deeper. Why did he keep gazing at her? His hand brushed against hers again. She could feel his breath. A simple meal of 4 dishes and a soup emerged. Gu Anyan prepared his signature tomato and scrambled eggs. Although modest, none of the diners expressed disdain. Aina scrutinized the meal before declaring, Xiao Gu, your culinary skills are mediocre at best. You still fall short compared to your master. Gu Anyan smiled gently, nodding in agreement, internally wishing to hurl that live crab at her face. After tasting a few bites, Both women were astonished. They had never realized that this young man was not only charming, but also an adept cook. The tomatoes were simply exquisite. However, as they continued to eat, Fong Lulu felt something nudging her. It seemed that a peculiar sensation slowly crept over her. After a while, she spotted Ina, whose face radiated a joyful smile, and she comprehended the situation, though her expression remained unchanged. Moments later, Ina observed the boy, who was nearing the end of his meal, and her brow furrowed in concern. "Ah, so you enjoy pretending, do you?" She exerted herself fiercely, yet found herself unable to break free. Gu Anyan felt somewhat bewildered. First he noticed the mischievous grin on her face, followed by her look of confusion. "I assure you, there is no poison in my dish. So don't even think about causing a scene." He hastened his eating. Ina summoned all her strength. Watching the boy voraciously devour his food, she chuckled inwardly. "Umph. Can't hold on any longer, wanting to make a swift exit, are we?" But just as the boy grasped his bowl and chopsticks to rise from his seat, her mind went blank. He was leaving, and it felt as if she were grappling with her own rigidity as she turned her gaze toward Fong Lulu. Hello." After the meal, a gentle drizzle began to fall. 3 keywords emerged: afternoon, tranquility, rainy day. It was rare to experience such a soothing moment. Fong Lulu answered call after call, her tone impatient, and her expression far from pleasant. After all the events that had transpired, Gu Anyan's thoughts had become remarkably astute. Perhaps seeing an old classmate in distress reminded him of how she had potentially saved him twice. He approached cautiously, wishing to ease her burden. "Sister Fong Lulu, did anything happen after you returned that day? You seem quite troubled. Is there any way I can assist you?" Gu Anyan spoke softly, his face radiating warmth akin to a spring breeze. Fong Lulu looked up, momentarily taken aback. A smile crept onto her lips, as if her mood had brightened considerably. "Since you've offered, how about you give my shoulders a gentle massage to help me relax?" Chapter 46. A lifetime of service, just use your signature touch, she teased, stretching her slightly sore shoulders with a smile. It seemed his reputation was growing ever larger. Of course, it's no trouble at all. Overall, he held a rather high regard for this occasionally unreliable young lady. He even felt that Fong Lulu was the most normal among them. With gentle hands, he placed them on her shoulders, delicately alleviating the fatigue in her neck. The girl's skin was tender, yet she was quite slender, almost all bones. Simultaneously, an inexplicable sense of familiarity washed over him, though he did not dwell on it. It was hard to imagine how she had managed to ascend to the second floor back then, or how she had fought off several burly men to rescue him. The girl before him was truly remarkable. Feeling the pressure on her shoulders, Fong Lulu's body stiffened slightly. She had never had any contact with the opposite sex, except for this boy, who brought her a sensation akin to a refreshing breeze. She truly cherished him. If only she had snatched him away from Lan Youyan at the very beginning, what might have transpired? What kind of relationship would they have shared? As these thoughts crossed her mind, her delicate face flushed with warmth, and her breaths grew heavier. Gu Anyan remained silent, merely sighing, remarking on her exquisite skin, reminiscent of a dear departed friend. At that moment, a commanding voice echoed from the room. "Where are you? Come serve your master. You have 10 seconds. The tone shifted from impatience to a frosty command. With a sense of resignation, Gu Anyan ceased his actions and slowly approached. Unbeknownst to him, Fong Lulu gazed at him with a pitiful expression, desperately wishing he would remain by her side. Yet, he walked away without a backward glance, uttering not a single word, making her feel utterly insignificant. The light in her eyes gradually dimmed. Gu Anyan's voice was so soft that even he struggled to hear it. Little did he know, regardless of the circumstances, Fong Lulu would never harm him. However, Ina was an entirely different matter. Though she had improved somewhat, she still delighted in tormenting him, bullying him from dawn till dusk. Gently pushing open the door, he found her looking at him with evident displeasure. "What were you doing in the living room just now?" Sensing the chill in her demeanor, he responded with a hint of guilt. "Did I have your permission? You must remember, you are now my possession. How dare you assist another?" As she spoke, her anger intensified. It had been a while since she had taken action, and her hands itched for a confrontation. Sometimes, one must not extend too much kindness. With a sudden motion, she seized his neck, pinning him onto the bed. Fortunately, the bed was soft, otherwise, his back would have borne the brunt of it. "I command you to comply." She straddled Gu Anyan, her hands firmly gripping his face. "Ah, my master, please don't do this. You're being disobedient, aren't you?" Did I grant you permission for this? He found himself flipped over like a floundering fish, his arms restrained behind him. Ayane's grip was unforgiving. Gu Anian's face contorted in plea, his slender limbs unable to withstand such force. Now, are you obedient? The boy's weak voice echoed. You must swear it. I swear I will never betray my master. If I do, may I suffer endlessly. Satisfied, the girl nodded, feeling a pang of sympathy as she observed his plight. She gently reassured him, if you behave, nothing ill shall befall you, and we can remain together. She enveloped the sobbing Gu Anian in her embrace. This was hardly a consolation. The following morning, Aina received a call from her father. Damn, why now of all times? Why? Gu Anian, terrified, dared not move. Upon being roused from slumber, he remained curled beneath the covers, observing the young lady before him in a state of frenzy. Today, she must return, for there are pressing matters to address regarding a rebellion in their district. With her crimson eyes fixed upon him, trembling in fear, she implored, Honey, come back with me. I cannot bear to be without you. Her demeanor was resolute as she forcefully tugged at him, and despite his desperate resistance, it was of no avail. Trails of disturbance marred the ground, his skin bore wounds, and he was besmirched in dirt. At that moment, Fong Lulu appeared at the doorway, her tone gravely serious as she proclaimed, Nana, there are matters at home that require my attention. This person is of use to me. With that, she forcibly separated the two, lifting Gu Anian and seating him upon a chair. Yaina felt a surge of frustration, yet she understood that she would always be overshadowed by Sister Schwer, leaving her powerless in this situation. Compelling herself to regain her composure, she offered an apology and bid farewell, assuring that she would return promptly after clarifying the matter. As she departed, Fong Lulu cast a glance at her retreating figure, revealing a cryptic smile. She then turned her attention to Gu Anian, who was wincing in pain, and remarked, Now it is just the two of us. You may rest well now. Gu Anian responded with a faint smile, expressing his gratitude. Before long, Fong Lulu returned with some iodine and anti-inflammatory medicine. Gu classmate, you seem to be perpetually injured. Fortunately, I am here. I can assist you. He failed to notice the peculiar glint in her eyes as he quietly allowed her to tend to his wounds. Most of his body was marked with red, dotted with bruises in various places. For reasons unknown, he sensed that she was deliberately slowing her movements while applying the ointment, her gaze fixed upon him as if relishing his pain. Gu Anian vigorously shook his head, insisting, No, while Lulu may have a dark sense of humor, her heart is undoubtedly kind. I am certain of that. Observing her demeanor, a thought crossed his mind, causing him to momentarily freeze. Later you, resembling her by 3 parts, left me bewildered. The girl before him began to merge with the image of the companion from his childhood who had clung to him. Sister, he instinctively uttered. Upon hearing those words, Fong Lulu's body trembled violently, the medicine bottle slipping from her grasp and shattering upon the floor. Sister Lulu, are you all right? He hastily retrieved the fallen bottle, a pang of guilt washing over him as he regarded her, blissfully unaware of the fleeting shadow in her eyes. Sister Lulu, if you are weary, please take a moment to rest. I am not a bother. Oh, Gu classmate, I am fine. It is merely that holding my arm aloft for an extended period while aiding you has left my shoulder a bit. She lowered her gaze, falling silent. Originally, burdened by guilt, Gu Anian stated without hesitation, I'll take care of it. You are my benefactor. As long as you do not find it bothersome, I shall serve you for a lifetime. You have aided me countless times through peril. How could I possibly refuse to assist you in this minor difficulty? This was the sentiment that resided in the heart of the youth. However, to her, those words took on a different connotation. A lifetime. Fong Lulu's cheeks flushed anew, her eyes revealing a trace of morbid affection. Chapter 47. Couple be gentle. Oh, my apologies. He resembled a considerate little housewife, attentively kneading Fong Lulu's shoulders. As he gazed upon her swan-like neck, Gu Anian felt a blush creep onto his face. Fong Lulu, sensing the warmth radiating from her neck, couldn't he help but smile blissfully. Waves of warmth surged through her body, a familiar sensation enveloping her limbs. How comforting. The last time she felt this way was. She unconsciously murmured softly, then leaned back gently, pressing her body against the youth. Gu classmate, if you find this boring, we could take a stroll outside. Upon hearing this, his expression momentarily faltered. Could we truly go outside? He had nearly forgotten the taste of freedom. Thank you so much, Lulu sister. A glimmer of moisture appeared in his eyes as two warm tears trickled down his cheeks, falling onto her shoulder. He gently embraced her shoulders. Fong Lulu was taken aback, surprise blooming on her face. What was he trying to do? It felt a bit sudden, but if it were Gu's classmate, perhaps it wouldn't be so bad. She turned to embrace him, but only ended up wrapping her arms around the hard wooden backrest. Turning her head, she noticed him beaming as he expressed his desire to change clothes. After he emerged, perhaps due to his elation, he appeared considerably more spirited. "Let us go?" He flashed a sweet smile at Fong Lulu. She was momentarily taken aback, witnessing him so joyful for the first time. At the entrance, a vehicle had long been waiting. Once they boarded, they set off for the city center. As the scenery transformed, vibrant hues gradually danced before their eyes. "Miss, we've arrived." She took his hand and slowly disembarked. In an instant, the clamor of passing pedestrians and vehicles, the shouts of street vendors, and the familiar scent of the wind enveloped them. How long had it been since she ventured out like this? "Lulu, sister, I'm no longer a child. Please don't hold my hand." He glanced down, only to find that her hand had unknowingly intertwined with his. "No, what if her people see us? I can't save you then." Lan Youyan did not pull away, thinking to himself, "Keep pretending. Who could possibly be more formidable than you?" Hand in hand, they enjoyed the evening breeze for a considerable time. Lan Youyan awkwardly placed a hand on his stomach, glancing at Fong Lulu beside him. Just then, they passed a restaurant where someone was energetically calling out. The challenge of couple games, with the promise of a free meal, instantly piqued Fong Lulu's interest, primarily due to the allure of the word couple. "Let us dine at this establishment," she exclaimed, eagerly dragging Lan Youyan inside. "Greetings, esteemed guests. To partake in the challenge, please provide proof of your relationship," the attendant instructed, gesturing towards a nearby couple engaged in a passionate kiss. Fong Lulu, brimming with excitement, was about to respond affirmatively when Lan Youyan interjected, waving his hand dismissively. No, we are." As he hesitated to articulate their relationship, his words faltered. Perhaps they were merely acquaintances? Before he could ponder further, two delicate arms encircled him. Meeting the astonished gaze of the young man, she expressed a hint of disappointment, saying, "I haven't brought my phone, if you wish to avoid washing dishes." Upon hearing this, he resigned himself to the situation. After all, it was a rare occasion for him to be out, and she had done him a kindness. With the eyes of onlookers upon them, he leaned in to kiss her soft lips. 10 seconds elapsed. Growing somewhat flustered, he gently patted Fong Lulu's waist, seemingly signaling that it was sufficient. However, the young woman showed no intention of stopping, drawing a chorus of murmurs from the crowd. "Wow, this is so sweet. When will I have a beautiful girlfriend like that?" After 2.5 minutes, she reluctantly ceased her advances. The sensation left her feeling warm, a bit dizzy, as if under a spell. Meanwhile, the young man's face flushed, not for any other reason, but because he was struggling to catch his breath. "All right, you two. Next we have a little game." The server led them to a panel where a toy gun and several buttons awaited them. The game required cooperation. One person would press a button while the other shot, aiming to achieve the highest score in the shortest time possible. It appeared similar to the shooting games outside, yet the targets appeared at random, testing not only reflexes but also the duo's synergy. Nearby, a couple had just completed the game. The girl glanced at the wall score with discontent. 62. "And we only got an 80 discount. Your aim was atrocious. I've seen you shoot accurately before." The boy chuckled awkwardly, promising to perform better next time. Lan Youyan's eyes sparkled as he approached the station, picking up the sleek, black gun. Wow, the quality. Yet before he could fully appreciate it, it was snatched away. "You press the button continuously. I'll handle the shooting, or we might not escape paying the bill today." He longed to retort, "What gives you the right?" But instead, he begrudgingly pressed the button beside him. A balloon was swiftly released by a string, and he was taken aback by its speed. Bang! With a swift motion, the balloon shattered into fragments. "Press faster, with all your might." Upon hearing this, Lan Youyan hurriedly pressed the button, his small hands nearly smoking from the effort. A myriad of balloons in vibrant hues swiftly ascended, yet within the span of a mere second, they disintegrated into fragments. A cacophony of explosions ensued, and Fong Lulu merely caught a glimpse out of the corner of her eye. Lan Youyan was taken aback by the spectacle. As the countdown reached its conclusion, the astonished crowd turned their gazes toward the scoreboard. 999. This was the pinnacle for the scoreboard and Lan Youyan, not for Fong Lulu. Several admiring glances were cast her way, with one exclaiming, "Wow, miss, Your aim is impeccable. You struck at the very core of my heart. Oh, just average. I'm ranked third in the world. You all enjoy a complimentary experience. The highest record is merely 268. Lan Youyan, equally astonished, realized she was indeed formidable. But he had not anticipated such prowess. Sister, what did you do before? Naturally, I wielded a gun to take down targets. How else could I achieve such marksmanship? She flashed a charming smile, grasped his arm, and prepared to dine. It must be a game, he thought quietly, and they proceeded to their meal. As they exited, a brisk breeze caressed their faces. The weather is turning cooler. Let me take you shopping for clothes. Fong Lulu appeared quite elated, clinging to his arm with her head resting on his shoulder. But we have no money to go home. She promptly retrieved her phone, revealing a balance of digits. Wait, didn't you say you had no phone? I found it just now. Lan Youyan was led into a clothing store that exuded a traditional aesthetic, reminiscent of styles from over a decade ago. Upon entering, he was struck by a wave of nostalgia, and his eyes began to glisten. Fong Lulu noticed his unusual demeanor and inquired about the cause. It's nothing. I merely recalled some past events. Chapter 48. My bed is quite spacious. Cheer up. You have me by your side now, right? Lan Youyan looked up in astonishment. How did she know? Have you heard my story? Fong Lulu chuckled. For as a young lady of privilege, she was bound to be acquainted with some of his family matters. Gazing at the girl's radiant smile, he found himself lost in reminiscence. As a child, I would accompany my parents to purchase clothes, and those moments brought me immense joy. The girl sensed his emotions and gently embraced him. Lan Youyan paused. I once encountered a little girl who bore a striking resemblance to you. The weight of his words struck the girl like a boulder, reverberating in her mind. What a coincidence. At that time, she insisted on buying out the entire store because I admired a particular outfit. The boy spoke animatedly, oblivious to the girl's shifting emotions. Let us head home. The boy was momentarily taken aback by her statement. Observing her expressionless face, a sense of unease began to stir within him. Had he said something amiss? There are many who resemble one another. Didn't you mention that I bear a resemblance to your sister? The young girl smiled faintly and spoke casually. Indeed, those in front of the screen share striking similarities with both the fish banquet and the ancestral lineage. It seems that my own sister bears some resemblance to the little girl as well. A vague memory flickered in his mind, one he wished to avoid revisiting. After standing in the wind for a while, the butler's car arrived to take them back. In a quaint cafe, a girl sat with a furrowed brow, biting on her straw. Oh dear, Luo, how could you let a vile man ensnare you? She pouted, playfully reproaching her friend. You weren't like this before. Just take a look at me. Perhaps you'll let it go. The girl gently pinched her, lifting her drooping head. At that moment, a flicker of light ignited in her otherwise listless eyes. Through the glass behind the girl, she caught sight of a familiar figure alongside another girl. It was Lan Youyan, who slowly began to regain her composure. The girl across from her, noticing the sparkle in Luo's eyes, couldn't help but chuckle. That's right, my dear Luo. What good is a man? Upon returning to the villa, Lan Youyan squeezed his aching legs, intending to retire to his room. Ahem, that room is occupied. Fong Lulu quickly signaled with her eyes. A maid hurried to the door, awkwardly stating that it was her room. Oh, then I'll find another one. Lan Youyan ascended to the second floor, only to discover that all the rooms were occupied, with not a single one available. Weren't these rooms usually empty? He mused aloud, his gaze drifting toward the sofa in the living room. To his surprise, the space where the sofa once stood was now entirely vacant, as if it had vanished in an instant. The sofa was damaged by mice and has been disposed of, Fong Lulu explained, observing the boy's dazed expression. Is that reasonable? Where am I supposed to sleep tonight? He dragged his weary body toward the only male butler. Uncle, let us share a room. Upon hearing this, the butler broke into a light sweat. That's not possible, he stammered, gritting his teeth before adding, I have certain preferences. Are you sure you want that? Lan Youyan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him and immediately waved his hands. He had no intention of being cared for by a nurse when he grew old. How about you share a room with me? My bed is quite large. Even if you do something, it would be beyond my control. Lan Youyan widened his eyes, feeling as though her gaze held something peculiar. However, with no other options available, he resigned himself to fate. Thank you then, he said with a helpless shrug before heading upstairs to wash up. Her room was indeed spacious enough for both of them. He glanced at the pink throw pillows and initially marveled at them, only to feel an odd sense of familiarity. The pink dolphin seemed oddly familiar, yet he shook his head, dismissing the thought. At that moment, the door swung open, revealing Fong Lulu clad in pajamas and adorned with a rabbit-eared nightcap, sauntering in with a leisurely gait. She embodied the essence of a charming little girl, making it difficult for him to reconcile her current appearance with the earlier image of her as a cold and competent individual. "What are you staring at? Haven't you ever seen anyone like me before?" Fong Lulu teased with a playful smile, her tone slightly mischievous. Upon hearing this, he quickly laughed and waved his hand dismissively. "It's not that I haven't seen beauty. It's just that you, Fong Lulu, are quite the contrast." He cautiously lay down on one side of the bed, gently pulling the corner of the blanket over himself. As he caught sight of the pale arm exposed outside the covers, a flicker of warmth surged within her. Lan Youyan buried his head under the blanket, feeling a touch of embarrassment. Although he had endured countless humiliations, his spirit remained untainted, causing him to feel somewhat awkward in this situation. Just then, he sensed a cool touch against his waist. "It's too cold. Let us huddle for warmth," he remarked with a slight smirk. "You could just turn off the air conditioning set to 16 degrees. "I can't turn it off. The remote is broken, chewed up by a mouse," she replied, her voice dwindling to a whisper, her fingers playfully tracing his pajama fabric. Lan Youyan sighed internally, pondering the number of mice in her household. Despite this, he shifted into a more comfortable position and soon drifted into a deep slumber. Unbeknownst to him, the girl behind him felt her cheeks flush with heat, her breath quickening as she pressed against his back. The chill seemed to dissipate. Meanwhile, in a distant building, an elderly man with silver hair exhaled deeply and dialed a number. "Great-grandson, those individuals have been dealt with, but most are not from the Xia nation. Don't worry. I'll bring him back tomorrow," came the response, her voice betraying no emotion, yet her entire being trembled. Yawning, the boy turned over, preparing to continue his slumber when he felt a gentle prod urging him to wake for breakfast. "What is it, little sister?" "It's barely morning." Realizing something, he shot up, only to find Fong Lulu in her pajamas, her eyes inexplicably crimson, her delicate fingers tightly gripping his arm. "Do you think of me as your sister?" she asked with a hint of mockery. The boy winced in pain, unable to pry her fingers from his arm. "I used to be accustomed to this. But could you please let go?" He was baffled by her unexpected strength, feeling as though his arm might be crushed. "How delightful. I too have a sister, though she is far from obedient." With that, she abruptly released his arm and declared she was heading downstairs for breakfast, leaving him bewildered. Unseen by anyone, her scarlet eyes shimmered with envy and possessiveness. He gazed at the 5 marks on his arm, perplexed by her actions. Every family has its own struggles, and your sister's mischief is not my concern. Chapter 49, The Three-Way Contest. Just as he marveled at the terrifying dragon claw hands, preparing to rise from his bed, a chilling sensation crept over his back. He reached behind to touch, feeling a dampness seeping through his clothing. Was it a result of perspiration? Upon removing his shirt, he discovered that the first 2 buttons of his pajamas had mysteriously come undone. After much contemplation, he concluded that the quality of Fong Lulu's pajamas was simply subpar. It could not have been his doing. Without further thought, he completed his morning routine and headed downstairs for breakfast. Upon descending, he was greeted by the sight of Fong Lulu, her face shadowed with worry. "Are you all right?" he asked, feeling a pang of guilt, thinking that a mere pajama top could not warrant such distress. The young lady looked up, her expression hauntingly grim. "Good classmate, they have come for you. Not the pajamas. Right? Then it's fine." "What? You said it was discreet. How could they find out so quickly?" He felt as if struck by lightning, breathless. Beside him, the girl swiftly tapped away on her phone before slowly approaching him. "It's all right. We can go abroad. No one will find us. Then we can be together. Just the 2 of us. What do you think?" Fong Lulu seemed anxious too, gently shaking his shoulders. "All right. As long as we can leave, I'll follow your lead. There are 20 cars outside. We can each take 2 and head to different airports. The chances of being discovered are slim." After saying this, she donned a cap and began gathering her belongings. "Good thinking. You're so clever." Lan Youyan, forgetting all about breakfast, quickly slipped on a pair of shoes and pulled Fong Lulu out the door. Hastily entering a vehicle, he felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. How could this happen so suddenly? Just yesterday, they were shopping and dining. Today, they were on the run. "Driver, do you think we can manage this?" "I'm a bit scared." He gripped the seat cushion tightly, his voice quivering. To his surprise, the chauffeur wore a smile more dismal than tears, his voice tinged with despair. "Brother, why did you choose me? If you get caught, you might just face some consequences." I'm risking my life here." As he spoke, tears began to stream down his face, yet he seemed to gather resolve, pressing the accelerator to the floor. The car surged forward at breakneck speed, weaving wildly through the streets. "Calm down." Yin was thrust back into the rear seat by the abrupt acceleration, the raging wind outside making it impossible to keep his eyes open. "Please, brother, I beg you. There's construction ahead." Yin gazed at the concrete filled with obstacles, despair consuming him. Yet the driver remained unfazed, as if he had made a final decision. Suddenly, a line from a book he had read came to mind, and he spoke with newfound confidence. "Young brother, do you not know? There is always a way out. If it were my will to traverse myriad paths, they would lie beneath my feet." With the accelerator pushed to its utmost limit, he would exhaust his lifelong driving skills in exchange for a mere glimmer of hope. Yin stood in a stupor. The car surged forth like a bolt of black lightning, crashing through a series of orange barricades, drifting across the still damp concrete, leaving behind serpentine trails. The workers on the side were astonished, wiping the cement splattered on their faces. Was this a live-action adaptation of a cartoon? The journey was fraught with peril, yet he successfully navigated the obstacles. Cold sweat trickled down the driver's cheek, yet his heart burned with fervor. Taking a deep breath, he slightly tilted his head. Sweat coursed down his resolute face, glistening under the rising sun, as if adorned with a sacred hue. "Young man, perhaps you have not heard my tale, but now bang, bang, bang." Just as the words were unspooling, two cars barreled in from either side. The immense friction ignited a shower of sparks, and the doors began to warp. Under the force of inertia, Yin found himself intimately acquainted with the front seat, his entire body slumping against the cushion. A piercing screech reverberated as the vehicle was gradually forced to a halt. Two men in black emerged, one on each side, forcefully kicking open the doors. At last, the young master was revealed. One reached out to embrace him, but the other blocked the way. "This belongs to my young lady. You stand aside." Neither was willing to concede, and in the end, both lifted Yin into a single vehicle. Inside, a man was gravely injured, swiftly retrieving his phone to send a message. "It's agreed, he belongs to my Lan family. After all, first come, first served. Well, that's the gist of it." The driver declared assertively, yet the other countered, "But I boarded first. If it weren't for my young lady providing the intel, you wouldn't have known it all." Several other empty vehicles were cleared thanks to my young lady's efforts. Their quarrel escalated, completely disregarding the trembling Yin in the back seat. Suddenly, an unforeseen event occurred. A truck barreled in from the right side of the road at a speed too quick to react. They felt a heart-wrenching pain as the vehicle flipped over entirely. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware that the yellow oriole is behind. The blue and white had unexpectedly allied. "I must hastily report this to the young lady." As the man prepared to send a photo from his phone, a girl approached from a distance. His eyes widened in disbelief. "Young lady? What brings you here personally? Aren't you supposed to?" A cold glimmer flashed, and he fell in shock. The girl stepped on the phone before slowly advancing toward the vehicle. Just as she came near, a large hand swung to cover her face. Swish! A blade severed his wrist, and he was dispatched in an instant. She gazed at the young man before her, barely clinging to life. A surge of emotions welling within her. Anger, heartache, possessiveness, and entanglement flooded her mind. As she gazed at the vehicles approaching from afar, an overwhelming irritability washed over her. "Why can't you just like me? Damn it all." The girl slowly approached him. Hearing the commotion, Yin mustered the last remnants of his strength to slowly open his bloodshot eyes. "Is that you, my sister?" A vague yet familiar figure entered his line of sight. After asking this question, he felt a wave of dizziness, and then darkness enveloped him. Cars continued to arrive, occasionally accompanied by the sound of sirens. He drifted into a prolonged dream, one where everyone gathered in joyous reunion, yet he remained solitary. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself surrounded by intricate medical equipment suspended in midair beneath a stark white ceiling. "Ah, the patient has awakened. Please, do not move." As he attempted to rise, he felt an unbearable heaviness, accompanied by a pervasive ache throughout his body. "Am I in a hospital? What happened?" he murmured, struggling to breathe, each word extracting a heavy toll on his breath. Upon hearing the commotion, the door to his room swung open. A familiar voice called out, "Brother, you're awake." Chapter 50. Bad news. Your leg is broken. Good news. Both legs are broken. Brother, you're awake. The gentle and delicate voice resonated, so familiar to him. He struggled to move, lifting his head to gaze toward the doorway. Clad in a black Lolita dress with a matching short skirt that fell just above her knees, she hurried towards him, her pale face etched with concern. Overwhelmed with emotion, he found himself momentarily speechless. Noticing his reaction, the nearby doctor quickly interjected, "Hold on. Don't move. Your injuries are severe. Just lie still." Ignoring the caution, he painfully spoke, "Sister, what are you doing here? I remember being hit by a car." A small hand gently covered his mouth, while the girl, feeling the warmth radiating from him, explained, "Brother, you were in an accident. The police brought you here. When I arrived, you were fast asleep, looking so peaceful." As she spoke, her tone shifted, gradually transforming into a sob. I thought you. It's all right, as long as you're safe." He sighed deeply, reassured by her presence. Although he hadn't been taken abroad by Fong Lulu, he was at least spared from falling into their clutches. Meeting his sister was indeed a stroke of fortune amidst misfortune. Seeing him relax, Qian hesitated for a moment, as if she had something to say. Finally, summoning her courage, she declared, "Brother, I have good news and bad news. Which would you like to hear first?" Taken aback by her words, Yan immediately felt a surge of anxiety. Let us hear the bad news first." The girl lowered her head, her hands tightly gripping his arm. "Brother, when I tell you this, please don't be afraid. No matter the difficulties we face, just say it. I can handle it. What difficulties can there be? Your leg is broken. Buzz." These four simple characters struck the young man's mind like a thunderclap. He stood there, stunned for quite a while, incredulously gazing at his sister. He then hastily attempted to regain control over his legs. Initially, he felt no sensation and presumed he had been administered anesthetics, but now, regardless of the effort he exerted, he could not lift his left leg. He could not even feel it anymore. This must be treatable. The good news is that it can be cured, right? The youth's gaze towards her was fraught with urgency, even tinged with a hint of desperation. "The good news is that both are broken." "What did you say? Please repeat that." The young man's eyes widened in disbelief, each word trembling. "Brother, accept reality. Both are broken. This might actually create a balance. So it could be considered good news, right?" His sister, fearing he might take a drastic step, gently shook his shoulders, her eyes betraying a flicker of guilt and regret. I even skipped being a cripple and went straight to, no. Had I known it would come to this, I should never have run away. I would have accepted capture willingly." After enduring prolonged agony, he suddenly recalled something and turned to the doctor beside him, asking, "Doctor, do you think I still have a chance?" His expression darkened, seemingly unable to accept the gravity of the situation. An elderly man with snow-white hair sighed, "Young man, do not despair. Typically, a common car accident would hardly result in such shattering fractures of both legs. Yet, it just so happened to happen to you." Observing the despair on Yan's face, he shifted his tone, stating that if recovery progresses well, alongside top-notch treatment, the chance of your legs healing could reach, well, perhaps 1 in 10. Initially filled with hope, upon hearing such harsh conditions, and that the likelihood stood at a mere 10%. He once again lay despondently on the bed. "Try to think positively, young man. Life is still long ahead. Even if your legs may not work, your hands are still capable, and you can accomplish many meaningful things." At this juncture, he reluctantly came to terms with his present circumstances. Yet, he remained dissatisfied, feeling that fate had been exceedingly unjust to him. "Brother, it's all right. I will take care of you for the rest of your life." Seeing him in such a state, Qian felt a pang of sorrow and gently embraced him. "Where would we find the money? I might as well just end it all." The young man was engulfed in despair. "No, brother, wait. My grandfather has several properties in the capital that have suddenly been redeveloped, yielding several hundred million. Although it may not be a fortune, it is enough for us to grow old together and secure our future. Please do not despair, all right?" Upon hearing his brother's troubled thoughts, Qian immediately spoke with urgency. Gasp. Yan and those around him collectively inhaled sharply. "What do you mean by not much? Is our family truly this wealthy?" After pondering for a long while, he gradually began to accept the current situation. "Perhaps it is rather good. I am genuinely free now, liberated from those few individuals and unexpectedly bestowed with a windfall." The situation was undeniably peculiar, and although he struggled to comprehend it, the truth was evident before him. Nevertheless, it was imperative to focus on the present. "Sister, during my period of unconsciousness, Did anyone come to visit me? Before she could respond, a nearby nurse interjected. No one else, apart from your sister who visits 8 times a day. This was, in a way, reassuring. He took a deep breath. By the way, what about our parents? Upon hearing those words, the young girl exhibited a look of desolation. Alas, there is still no news. Gu Yin nodded slightly, harboring little expectation regarding the matter. When can I be discharged? Brother, there's no need to worry. I will stay by your side. Once you are discharged, we shall return home and live well, ensuring that no further troubles arise. Shi Qianqian revealed a warm smile, gently caressing his cheek with her small hand. All right, he softly uttered, then closed his eyes. Having not seen his sister for such an extended period, he found it somewhat strange, gazing into her smiling eyes. A flicker of unease arose within Gu Yin, yet he chose to dismiss it. Over the sea, a private plane traversed the ocean, heading towards its destination. The young girl twisted her hair, directing her gaze towards the person opposite her. Dr. T, are you saying that by merely touching him, my cold affliction can be alleviated? Although incredulous, the assertion held true. Perhaps it was due to her constitution. She pondered deeply, a hint of reluctance gracing her features. No wonder there was a warm sensation each time. Just wait. When I return, you will undeniably belong to me. I cannot bear to be without you. What? There's a master. Inside the villa, Lan Youyan slapped by Yi on the chest, observing the astonished expressions of the investigators before her. Hey, you can listen. But why slap me? Bai Yi retorted, visibly displeased. After Tang Liu hastily relayed the news, their families united to investigate and ultimately located Gu Yin. However, reality was harsh. Their respective bodyguards reported that he had been intercepted by another group. This revelation plunged them into contemplation. Lan Tianyu tactfully remarked, how foolish. Think about it. Who else could possibly dare to seize him from us? The ensuing chaos was merely suppressed by the authorities. Such power could only belong to a select few. Their minds were instantly awakened by this realization. Indeed, a significant military presence had arrived, and it appeared that only the Shi family possessed the authority to do so. Chapter 51. I will feel sorry for my brother. Open your mouth. I will feed you. I can manage on my own. After all, my hand isn't broken. After several days of recuperation, he was gradually acclimating to his current condition. Notably, even though his legs could not support him in walking, he still retained a semblance of sensation. Rest assured, dear brother, I shall enlist the world's most skilled physicians to heal your leg, the young girl confidently declared, seemingly unfazed by the gravity of the situation. At that moment, Gu Yin sat in his wheelchair, his vacant gaze wandering the room, his hands feebly maneuvering the chair until a ray of sunlight from outside illuminated his face. A sharp pang of pain surged through him. Yet he stubbornly kept his eyes open, fixated on what he perceived as a glimmer of hope. Though his body was frail, his spirit remained unbroken. Sister, take me home. All right then, I will care for you diligently, she replied. In the afternoon, Shi Qianqian completed his discharge paperwork and procured a mobile phone along with a new outfit. Seated in the wheelchair, he noticed the curious stares of passers-by, yet he paid them little mind. Brother, have you been bullied lately? Her unexpected inquiry caught Gu Yin off guard. No, not at all. Why do you ask? Because I see numerous injuries on you that do not stem from the accident. Brother, when did you learn to lie? Her final words were articulated slowly, each syllable dripping with a hint of coldness. The wheelchair came to a gradual halt, as if expressing discontent with his deceit. Those are from a fight. I got into a scuffle with someone. I didn't want to worry you, so I kept it to myself. He was unsure why he felt flustered, desperately attempting to conceal the truth and evade his sister's icy demeanor. To his surprise, Shi Qianqian did not press further and resumed pushing him homeward. It's all right. No one will bully you again. Only I will. The familiar scenery along the way stirred his emotions. In a brief span of time, everything remained unchanged, filling him with a sense of reassurance. The familiar security guard, the recognizable apartment building, all evoked nostalgia. However, a problem arose. Their apartment was situated on the 6th floor, and there was no elevator. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed his sister assisting him to his feet, her hand resting on his shoulder. I will carry you. As he clung to her fragile shoulder, his heart ached with a bittersweet sense of familial love he had not felt in ages. Yet, there was something oddly familiar about this sensation. Women are made of water, he thought, dismissing any further contemplation. To be frank, although Shi Qianqian appeared petite, she effortlessly carried him up to the 6th floor without breaking a sweat. We're home, back to the old village, he remarked as he gazed at their modest dwelling filled with cherished belongings, a wave of contentment washing over him. Once the wheelchair was brought inside, memories flooded back from every corner of the house. Sister, have you been here before? He noticed that some of his clothes had mysteriously vanished from the cupboard and inquired. Oh, I returned a few days ago and took your old clothes to wash them. Oh, I see. After saying this, she busied herself in the kitchen for a moment before returning with a bowl of soup. My dear brother, it has been quite some time since I last prepared this for you. This time, I have infused it with herbs that will also aid in your recovery. He carefully accepted the warm bowl of soup, savoring its familiar taste, just as he remembered. His sister truly possesses an understanding heart. After finishing, he took the porcelain bowl to the kitchen and inadvertently caught a glimpse of the anime playing in her room. She was still following her favorite series. Ah, such a familiar character. Xiao Qian, what are you watching? He inquired, and upon hearing her brother's question, she smiled gently, nudging him towards her room. I don't know, but it's something wonderful. Come watch it with me. Gu Yin felt a tinge of curiosity as he entered her room, and the images on the screen filled his vision. This is Yuan Xiao Qian, but it's not very good. Shall we change it? However, the young girl disregarded his suggestion, her delicate hand lightly trailing across his shoulder. Gu Yin felt a flush of embarrassment. If his memory served him correctly, this anime was not suitable for viewing. He attempted to maneuver his wheelchair to escape the room, but it seemed to be stuck. Just then, the girl casually remarked, Don't be afraid, brother. Since your legs are already broken, let us just go to Germany. What are you talking about? He exclaimed, covering his knees with his hands in disbelief as he gazed at his sister. She burst into laughter. I'm just teasing you. You're still just as foolish as before. With that, she pushed him out of the room. Gu Yin, startled by her jest, wondered why she always enjoyed toying with him. They simply prepared a few dishes and hastily enjoyed a meal. Afterward, Gu Yin expressed a desire to go for a stroll, but his sister firmly declined. I'll stay with you at home. It's dangerous outside. Though he longed to push his wheelchair outdoors, he reluctantly acquiesced to his sister's wishes. He opened the window to feel the evening breeze, only to be called to take a bath shortly thereafter. He detested this routine, yet Qi Qian always insisted on maintaining good health, leaving him with no choice but to comply. How can I wash like this? He turned his head, a serious question suddenly surfacing in his mind. It's simple. I can help you, she replied. Hearing this, Gu Yin quickly waved his hands in refusal. On one hand, he felt the need to stand on his own, and on the other, they were both adults now and should respect each other's privacy. Oh, you still pretend. Wasn't he always like this when we were younger? Besides, if it's your brother, wait, don't say any more. The past is the past, and the present is the present. He grabbed a mop, managing to stand with some effort, then closed the bathroom door, sitting in the bathtub to wash. Watching this unfold, the girl's gaze gradually dimmed as she pondered. That unfortunate accident had caused him to lose his legs, yet even in this state, he remained so stubborn. When will you finally learn to rely on me completely? A phone call interrupted her thoughts, and she answered it with impatience. Excited voices emanated from the opposite side. Miss, his leg can be healed. Upon hearing this, she twitched her lips, replying, no need for treatment. The other side fell into a moment of stunned silence. Then, with a hint of confusion, inquired, What? Miss, did you not instruct me to delay the treatment? Very well. Thud. Ouch. Upon hearing the sound, Shi Qian rushed into the bathroom, only to find Gu Yin sprawled on the floor. Brother, you're not gone, are you? Without regard for his struggles, she scooped him into her arms and swiftly made her way to her room. Gu Yin's face flushed with embarrassment, alternating between shades of crimson and azure, as he grimaced in pain while clutching his body. Hey, don't do this. I can manage these things on my own. No, you're injured. We must tend to it quickly, or I will be heartbroken for you, brother. Chapter 52. Something is amiss with my sister. Ouch. Gu Yin was unceremoniously deposited onto the pink bed, a faint, delicate fragrance wafting in the air. She retrieved a blanket, wrapping it around him, and began to dry his damp hair with a towel. At this moment, he felt a twinge of embarrassment. It's all right. I can handle it myself, he said, reaching for the towel. Stay still. I'll take care of it. Shi Qian persisted with her ministrations, resolutely combing through his hair. From now on, it will only be Qian who needs to assist. Observing her smiling demeanor, Gu Yin felt an uneasy chill run down his spine. Xiao Qian, that's enough. Once she halted her movements, Gu Anian grasped the blanket tightly, propping himself up to leave. However, as he attempted to rise, he was pulled back, gently but firmly pressed onto the bed. Brother, the doctor instructed me to apply the ointment. Please don't move. Her tone was neither harsh nor soft. Her cool little hands gripped his neck as she straddled his back, while the other hand reached for the ointment. A slight discomfort prompted him to struggle, but to no avail, until the ointment made contact with his skin. Ouch, this ointment is quite chilly. Yet, as it seeped into his wounds, its effects began to take hold. A burning sensation gradually emerged, making him feel as if his shoulders and back were being pressed with an iron. I feel a bit fiery. 2 hours later. Hey, little sister, are you done yet? I'm fine elsewhere. You need not apply it. At his vehement protest, Shi Qianqian's small hands reluctantly came to a halt. The ointment had been fully applied. Gu Anian trembled as he rose, having maintained the same position for too long, leaving his limbs numb. Observing his fair skin, still glistening with the warmth of a recent bath, Shi Qianqian took a deep breath, striving to suppress some inner emotion. Qianqian, where are my clothes? Hearing him speak, the young girl quickly fetched a set of her own clothes for him. They've been washed, were mine for now. Gu Anian acknowledged with an "oh," took the clothes, and retreated to his room. After he departed, Shi Qianqian cautiously rummaged beneath the pillow, retrieving his discarded clothing, and subsequently opened the wardrobe to place it inside. Uncertain whether it was the familiarity of home, Gu Anian lay on the well-known small bed, his head heavy, sinking into a particularly deep slumber. In the dead of night, he vaguely sensed a pressure upon him, the quilt rustling against his skin as if something had intruded. An overwhelming sense of drowsiness and fatigue enveloped his body. He attempted to open his eyes, but found himself unable, his consciousness gradually fading. Suddenly jolted awake, he struggled to sit up, gasping for air. What is happening to me? Am I experiencing a nightmare? Stretching his numb body, he realized that dawn had already broken outside. Just then, the door swung open, and Shi Qianqian entered, carrying some items. Noticing him clutching his chest and breathing heavily, she rushed over to embrace him. Brother, are you all right? It seems you had a nightmare last night, murmuring something about not coming closer. Tell me, what did you dream about? She tightly held his head against her neck. It's nothing, perhaps just a case of sleep paralysis. He waved his hand dismissively. Noticing the items she had brought on the bedside table, a heart-shaped egg, a bowl of congee, and steaming medicinal broth. I truly appreciate your kindness. After expressing his gratitude, he gently pushed her small hand aside and wheeled himself to freshen up. However, Shi Qianqian pouted, revealing her discontent. After assisting him back to his room, she reached for the bowl of congee, scooping a spoonful to taste before slowly bringing it to his lips. Don't move, let me feed you. Her voice was soft, yet carried an undeniable insistence. Spoon by spoon, the entire bowl was soon finished, followed by the medicinal broth. Watching him consume the last morsel, Shi Qianqian finally smiled. Brother, you're so good. This will help you recover quickly. She then leaned closer and gently tapped his forehead. This action startled Gu Anian, prompting him to retreat, his eyes widening as he gazed at her with a hint of unease in her smile. Xiao Qian, please don't act like that. We are no longer children. Upon uttering these words, he noticed her smile fade, replaced by a shadow of discontent and melancholy. She let out a soft sob. Brother, have we grown apart? You weren't like this before. Have you forgotten the days when we worked together and looked after each other? A few tears had already spilled from her reddened eyes, her lips pressed together, gazing at him with longing. Gu Anian found himself unable to withstand such an emotional trial. His heart trembled, overwhelmed by guilt and remorse. Gently wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes, she tenderly caressed his little head. Naturally, she would not forget. Yet such sentiments must be expressed to the one she will love in the future. She has grown up. Shi Qianqian remained silent. After a moment of contemplation, she embraced him. I don't want to. Her gaze was chillingly cold, her eyes filled with melancholy. Do you not know, my beloved? Meanwhile, in the conference room, Lan Youyan and her companions gazed at the documents on the table, each lost in thought. A decade prior, the eldest daughter of the Shi family had already appeared by Gu Anian's side. This was the earliest information they could uncover. It turned out that Shaoan had been targeted so early on. Bai Yi held a report, scrutinizing it closely. With a sudden rip, Lan Youyan tore the documents into shreds, slamming them down on the table, her eyes ablaze with fury. Damn it, I didn't notice anything in 3 months of high school. No wonder I couldn't find any information about his family. This Shi Qianqian is quite formidable. The two engaged in a heated discussion, all too aware that Gu Anyan was currently in peril, yet the problem lay in their ignorance of his whereabouts. Following the series of incidents that day, all information had been sealed, leaving no trace behind. It seemed they would have to pursue alternative avenues. Lan Youyan's expression remained impassive, devoid of any discernible emotion. Since losing Gu Anyan, she had been restless by day and sleepless by night. However, this turmoil had also honed her resolve. Is there still a way to find him? At that moment, Tang Liu, slumped over the table, weakly spoke. Her silence had been preferable. Upon her utterance, she instantly felt two icy glares directed at her. Xiao Tang, hold your tongue. I have yet to settle the score with you. Lan Youyan regarded Bai Yi with a mocking smile, resting her chin in a dismissive manner. Ha ha. I originally thought Bai Yi, the infamous seductress, was invincible, yet it appears there are still formidable opponents. After a moment of laughter, her smile froze upon recalling that Tang Liu was also among those who had bullied Gu Anyan. She immediately adopted an expression that suggested she was ready to tear her apart. You two are hardly virtuous. Chapter 53. A Desire for Reward in Country M. The weather was exceptionally bright today, with sunlight cascading over a coastal villa. At that moment, a young girl reclined, her fair leg crossed, gazing at the waves crashing against the shore. She glanced to the side, questioning, "Are our people still present?" A respectful middle-aged man promptly replied, "Miss. The situation is not good. It has essentially been cleared." His voice trembled as he occasionally stole glances at her expression. "Do not fear. I am in good spirits today. Instruct them to continue extensive infiltration, and I shall proceed shortly." Understood. It will be accomplished without fail. Upon hearing this, the girl revealed a smile, speaking to herself. "My dear sister, do you like this gift? I am truly eager to witness the expression that will grace your face upon discovering his transformation into a cripple." Her resentment towards the Sher family runs deep within her bones. After slightly regaining her composure, she summoned Tari. Soon, a venerable doctor with white hair was brought forth. "Miss, you called for me." His voice carried a hint of fatigue. "Dr. T, is there a more effective method to manage my condition?" Her tone grew increasingly impatient. Ever since her encounter with Gu Anyan, that sensation has lingered around her, yet she finds herself unable to see him at the moment. Due to an innate excess of coldness within her body, she has tried countless remedies throughout her life, none of which have proven curative. They merely offer slight relief, even defying explanation in the realm of medicine. It was only after meeting that young man that she felt her frigid heart begin to beat, and her entire meridian system gradually relaxed. "I only have 2 vials of the antidote. Please use them as you see fit. I believe your emotional fluctuations are causing the turmoil within you, leading to this addictive sensation," Dr. Tari replied with utmost respect. He had been by the side of this young lady for several years, dedicating nearly all his time to conquering this illness. It was not a matter of unwillingness to treat her, nor was it a technical shortcoming. The essence of the issue lay in the rarity of her affliction. She took the 2 sealed vials with a deep sigh. "Regardless, I did not intend to harm you." With a resounding click, the last metal clamp was secured, and an excited smile appeared on Gu Anyan's face as he eagerly rose to his feet. Shi Qianqian gently embraced him from behind. "Brother, take it easy. Don't break your arm again." Using his cane, the young man familiarized himself with the framework of his left leg. One step, then another. He wobbled as he began to walk. It worked. He embraced Shi Qianqian tightly, showering her with words of gratitude. "What are you saying, Yin? Who are we to each other? Even if you lost all your limbs, I would remain by your side, caring for you for a lifetime." Shi Qianqian held him close, her face radiant with happiness. This initiative brought her great joy. Gu Anyan felt somewhat at a loss for words. "Please refrain from cursing me with such thoughts of losing my limbs. By the way, what did you just call me?" "Anyan, what's wrong?" "And nothing." His response was hesitant. Hearing his sister address him in such a way felt peculiar. Yet, he brushed it aside, for at least now, he was able to stand. This was largely due to the alloy framework for his left leg that Shi Qianqian had procured for him. Its strength far exceeded that of ordinary metals, and it was lightweight, significantly easing the burden on those with mobility challenges. Fortunately, Gu Anyan's left leg was in slightly better condition, allowing him to stand, albeit precariously, with the assistance of the framework. Once upright, his perspective broadened. Supporting himself with one hand on the cane and holding an old toy gun in the other, he suddenly felt playful. "Sister, do I resemble anyone?" Upon being questioned, Shi Qianqian scrutinized him intently, circling around him, yet failing to discern anything particularly remarkable. Like my future, she whispered softly, a sentiment only audible to herself, her eyes betraying an uncontainable affection. Gu Ennian paid no heed to her murmurs, gradually making his way to the mirror. He struck a myriad of poses, contemplating for an extended period, chuckling to himself. Artists are all mad, he mused. What are you saying? You look so pleased. Shi Qianqian remarked with a smile as she approached him, her small hand incessantly brushing against the hem of his garment. It's nothing, merely imitating an artist, he replied. She did not comprehend, nor did she inquire further, instead pouting slightly, revealing a playful grin. All right then, as long as you like it, Ennian. But this outfit took quite an effort to acquire. I believe I deserve a reward. Gu Ennian, caught off guard by her words, chuckled and replied, my dear sister. What reward could I possibly give you? You are quite the wealthy young lady now, a hint of envy lacing his tone. A waft of jasmine enveloped him as the girl gently embraced him from behind. I do not care about such things. What is mine is yours. From now on, do not call me sister. Call me Qianqian, if you please. What do you mean? He paused momentarily, feeling a tinge of confusion. She wouldn't want to sever their sibling bond, would she? After a brief contemplation, he dismissed the thought, finding it inconsequential and casually agreeing. However, Shi Qianqian continued, then, could you give Qianqian a kiss? Just as a reward. Taken aback by her request, he froze. She had always been clingy, yet he had not anticipated her advancing to such a degree. Noticing his hesitation, Shi Qianqian instantly donned a profoundly disappointed expression, her face etched with melancholy. Gu Ennian, flustered, recalled that previously, no matter what he did, seeing her in such a state would soften his heart. The same was true now. All right, how old are we now? There won't be a next time. He sighed in resignation, then gently leaned in to place a soft kiss upon her forehead. Yay, she exclaimed gleefully, bouncing with delight, her charming demeanor restoring his tranquility. Upon reflection, it was indeed true. She had lived with him since she was quite young, rarely seeing her parents thereafter. Such a life could be considered a trial for a little girl, with only a non-blood-related companion by her side. It was only natural for her to crave affection. He shook his head gently, realizing perhaps he had been overly sensitive. As Shi Qianqian turned away from him, her large, sparkling eyes revealed a flicker of excitement. I'm so happy. With such a remarkable tool at his disposal, he merely needed to adapt for a while longer before he could venture out independently. No longer needing to trouble others. By the way, I haven't taken my medicine today. As Shi Qianqian suddenly smacked her forehead. It seemed she had forgotten something of great importance. She hurriedly opened a packet and warmed its contents. Gu Ennian slowly took his seat, pondering whether Qianqian would no longer need to take medicine in the future. After all, he couldn't possibly turn into a walking pharmacy. This medicinal soup was something Qianqian often brewed for herself during her childhood, but after years of consumption, he felt it had little effect. The ailments that were meant to be cured still persisted, and recently he had been plagued by fatigue and restless nights. Medicine can be toxic, he mused quietly. Unexpectedly, upon hearing his words, Shi Qianqian raised her voice significantly. No, you must drink it. The young man was startled by her tone. After uttering those words, the girl froze, realizing her reaction had been somewhat excessive. No, what I mean is, if you don't take your medicine properly, your health will continue to deteriorate, and who knows? One day, I might find myself all alone. Shi Qianqian held his hand tightly, her concern unwavering. Qianqian, it's not that serious. I'll drink it, he replied, feeling a bit embarrassed. His sister always had a knack for startling remarks. Couldn't she hope for his improvement instead? Upon hearing his agreement, the girl giggled, returning to her endearing demeanor. The steaming medicinal soup was placed before him, and he took a moment to observe it closely. Its color was dark, with an initial bitter taste, and he had never experienced its aftertaste before. This time, he was cautious. After taking a few sips, Shi Qianqian cheerfully took the bowl away. Turning away, he discreetly found a spot and secretly expelled the large mouthful he had failed to swallow. Ugh! Previously, he would gulp it down in one go. But he hadn't anticipated the bitterness intensifying in his mouth, accompanied by a peculiar flavor. Could this really be something fit for human consumption? Surely, she wasn't concocting some sort of potion to harm him, was she? Gazing at his adorable and cheerful sister, he quickly dismissed the thought. Over the years, he had come to know her character well. How could he ever doubt her intentions? His sister would never wish him harm. Shaking his foggy head, he leaned on his cane and limped towards the kitchen. Qian, I'll cook tonight. It's been ages since you've had my tomato scrambled eggs. He took painstaking steps into the kitchen, then released his grip on the cane, shakily reaching for the spatula hanging on the wall. And Nien, please don't do this. I'm worried you might collapse in front of the stove. Humph. If you have the strength, you should cook and do your fair share, she retorted, snatching the spatula from his hands and lifting him in a princess carry to the sofa. Oh, I have a delicate sister blossoming into maturity, strong enough to conquer mountains. All right, I merely wish to do more for you. Sighing, he questioned, am I truly so worthless? Although he could walk slowly, there were still considerable limitations and many inconveniences. If one were to languidly recline at home every day, akin to a sloth, relying on one's sister for sustenance, with meals served and comfort provided. Such a thought is indeed disheartening. However, upon hearing this, the young girl wore a serious expression, gently whispering into his ear, Anian, do not feel any psychological burden. As long as you are alive, I shall never depart from your side. I will always take care of you. Even if you were to meet an untimely demise, I would ensure your legacy lives on. Oh, no, you shall not die. You cannot leave this world. Having such a companion by his side brought Gu Anian a sense of solace, yet he pondered whether she truly intended to preserve him as a specimen. Was it not someone else who had made a similar remark? After comforting him with sweet words, she busied herself in the kitchen. Chicken soup is ready. A nourishing treat just for you. I've recently learned this recipe. This is authentic black chicken, raised naturally for 2.5 years. Just look at its dark feet. It's delicious. Come, taste my culinary skills. Qian exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with anticipation for his evaluation. Delicious. I love it. Gu Anian savored each dish she prepared, noting her remarkable improvement since they last met. However, 2 of the dishes bore a familiar taste, reminiscent of meals he had savored at Fong Lulu's place. Impressive. They both can cook. Brother, you should stop attending school and stay at home, she remarked, her gaze penetrating, carefully observing his reaction. School? He had nearly forgotten about that. And it was certain he could not return, otherwise he would face dire consequences. Oh, I've already taken an extended leave. I'll just rest at home and recuperate my legs, he replied nonchalantly, oblivious to the intense gaze Qian directed at him. I won't take any exams either. I'll stay home to keep you company. For some reason, her laughter felt unsettling. After a brief tidying up, Gu Anian retired to wash up and prepare for bed. As night fell, he found himself feeling dizzy again, a recurring state lately. It was imperative to rest early. The reasons for his fatigue need not be mentioned. At 10 o'clock, he heavily closed his eyes. In a state between sleep and wakefulness, he vaguely perceived a sound. A soft click as the door opened, barely perceptible, his mind clouded. Perhaps due to having missed a dose of his medicinal soup. Today he felt slightly better than the previous day. He could faintly hear gentle footsteps, steady and rhythmic, approaching from the door to the bedside, gradually growing clearer. The sound intensified, bringing with it a sense of pressure. This sensation was markedly stronger than before. From his perspective, the truth might be that he was experiencing sleep paralysis. Damn it, of all the bodies to choose from, why must it be mine, a frail youth with crippled legs? Curse you, malevolent spirit, he pondered within, feeling an inexplicable fear, for he understood this phenomenon to be a facet of human nature. Yet, why did this sensation feel so strikingly real? It felt as though a colossal weight bore down upon him. An unsettling sense enveloped him. He struggled to breathe, and the flow of blood throughout his body slowed considerably. In the depths of his consciousness, a sharp pain shot through his shoulder, as if he had been bitten. Goodness, could it be a ghost? Am I to be devoured? Once this thought took root in his mind, his entire being tensed up. The sensation intensified until he regained clarity, suddenly thrusting himself forward. He felt a surge of energy rush towards him. A familiar voice echoed in his ears. He slapped his face, shaking off the haze and peering ahead, only to find it was Qian. Qian, what are you doing here? He exclaimed. Why are you out so late? At that moment, an unsettling anxiety gripped his mind, recalling the myriad peculiarities of Qian from the past, sending a chill down his spine. He gazed nervously at her, only to find her face reflecting similar astonishment and fear. She stuttered, there was a huge rat in my room just now, and I was truly terrified. Clad in a delicate nightgown, her body trembled slightly, her small hands fidgeting restlessly. Oh, I see. Don't be afraid. I will help you chase that creature away. Gu Anian scratched his head, rising to get out of bed. It turned out he had overthought the situation. After donning a metallic framework, the two made their way to Shi Qianqian's room. Upon entering, however, darkness enveloped them. She reached out to switch on the light, then pointed towards a corner. Anian, it's right over there. I'm really scared. To his surprise, Gu Anian himself harbored a fear of rats. He had spoken with such righteous fervor moments ago, yet he was unaware of his own trepidation. Caught in a dilemma, he cleared his throat, feigning composure as he approached the corner step by step. Ahem, come out. You foul rat. I have seen you. Chapter 55, The Sedative What? How does he know I'm playing with a rat? At that moment, a man next door, engrossed in a game, exclaimed in shock. Beep, 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 beep. Meanwhile, beads of perspiration dotted Gu Anian's forehead. He cautiously edged closer to the clutter, his gaze fixed on any potential place a rat might emerge. Ah, I've seen its eyes. A large green one. At the sound of Shi Qianqian's voice behind him, he nearly succumbed to paralysis, his disability making the fright all the more daunting. The fear of humans can indeed be deadly. Gathering his courage, he concentrated, one hand propping himself with a cane while the other clutched a metal basin. Qianqian, where is it? He sensed the girl behind him, trembling nervously, yet he could see no trace of the creature. As a delicate hand extended from behind, it shakily pointed towards the center of the pile. As she began to speak, her outstretched right hand suddenly opened, pressing a moist handkerchief against his mouth and nose. He barely perceived her movement before he was enveloped in darkness. This transpired in less than 0.25 seconds. A powerful wave of dizziness washed over him, and his head grew heavy as his body could no longer bear the weight. Shi Qianqian swiftly coiled her left arm around him, gently laying him down on the bed. At that moment, her delicate face was clouded with confusion, yet overshadowed by something darker. Logically, the dosage was sufficient. He should not awaken. Yet, she abruptly turned her gaze towards the unconscious Gu Anian, her eyes glinting with a chilling ferocity. How could he have taken precautions against her? This was something Shi Qianqian simply could not accept. How could he not trust her? He had to prioritize her above all else, allowing no hint of aversion to cross his mind. After a moment's contemplation, Shi Qianqian closed the door, gently removing the metallic brace from Gu Anian's left leg. Hee. Let the future unfold as it may. For now, let us relish the present. Those familiar with her knew of the substance on her handkerchief. A drug designed to induce amnesia. When one awakens, all memories are blissfully erased. Time passed, though she could not ascertain how long. Oh, my head feels so heavy. Shi Qianqian stretched languidly and slowly rose. To her surprise, she too had succumbed to unconsciousness but retained a faint recollection. The reasons for her fainting remained a mystery. Curse it! How careless of me! She lamented, wishing she had cleansed herself beforehand. Anian, do not sleep any longer, awaken. She impatiently shook him with her hands, lightly patting his face. Surely, it was time for him to rouse. In the early morning light, he partially opened his eyes, his speech still muddled as though he had yet to fully awaken. What happened? Why are you here? The youth shook his dazed head, gazing at her in disbelief. Look at this blanket. It hardly resembles yours. His words jolted him from his stupor, revealing a pink, soft covering draped over him. After a brief moment of shock, he pondered, why can I not recall anything? What transpired yesterday? His head spun, feeling as if it were about to burst. Unbeknownst to him, Shi Qianqian was now teary-eyed, embracing her arms, regarding him as if he were a monster. Sensing her distress, Gu Anian quickly grasped that something was amiss. Anian, how could you? Yesterday, I was sleeping soundly when you barged in, claiming to have heard a mouse squeak, and then, he shuddered at the horrifying thought. Even in his confusion, the gravity of the situation dawned upon him. What have I done to you? His voice trembled, struggling to accept the reality unfolding before him. However, after hearing the girl's explanation, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. It is of no consequence. You merely fell asleep while holding me, which startled me greatly. In truth, if it were Anian, there are matters she desires to approach willingly. Wiping away the tears from her eyes, she looked at him with a bashful expression, only to be abruptly interrupted. No. I assure you, such an occurrence will never happen again. He swiftly grasped a nearby metal frame and, limping, exited the room. Having grown up, he felt embarrassed to linger there. As he departed, the girl in the room wore an expression of profound disappointment, her gaze betraying an unhealthy fixation. Upon returning to his own room, Gu Anian vigorously rubbed his face. He endeavored to recollect the events of the previous day, only to remember that he had slept uneasily, unable to recall any specifics. His state was dismal. What was wrong with him? He gazed into the mirror at his gaunt reflection, sensing an unsettling peculiarity that had been growing stronger. Just as he began to formulate a thought, a knock sounded at the door. "Lunch is ready. Come out so we can eat together." His train of thought was abruptly derailed, and he sighed as he stepped out of the room. Upon exiting, he was greeted by Tian, clad in an apron and wielding a spatula, her face beaming with joy. The small table was laden with dishes, alongside a large bowl of the medicinal soup from the previous day. It was a generous portion, indeed. Merely seeing it stirred an uncomfortable sensation in his stomach. This feeling was entirely unfamiliar, as he had not paid it heed until recently, when he began to notice oddities. "Wow, you prepared everything so quickly. Tian, you are amazing. However, I do not wish to drink the medicine today. It makes it difficult to eat." He uttered this with palpable nervousness, his head bowed, stealing a furtive glance at her. Little did he know, that fleeting glance revealed Tian's adorable face gradually contorting into a mask of fury. He was taken aback. "You must drink the medicine first. It is good for your health. If you cannot eat, that is of no consequence." Her tone was frigid, devoid of any emotion, as if she were issuing a command. "For your own good, you must obediently comply." Yin stared at the large bowl of dark medicinal soup and at his sister's cold visage. His heart trembled. He could not discern. He truly could not discern. Was it for his own benefit? Or was it something else? Regardless, he had no desire to consume that bitter concoction any longer. He devised a plan. Furrowing his brows, he approached her, his hand trembling slightly as it gripped the cane. Suddenly, his left foot slipped, and the metal frame caused his body to topple forward, his hands instinctively reaching out. With a loud crash, the bowl of medicinal soup spilled all over him. The fall was quite disastrous, yet fortuitously, he managed to avoid drinking the medicine. He was slowly helped up, and then looked at her with an expression of regret, saying, "Ah, I apologize for wasting your kindness." As he apologized, he bent down to pick up the bowl that had fallen. Unexpectedly, Tian supported him, smiling as she took the large bowl. "It's all right, and Yin. For the sake of your health, even if you were to fall 100 times, I would gladly prepare it for you again." Chapter 56. The 60-year-old comrade. "How much of this do you have?" he asked, genuinely repulsed by the taste, yet feeling unable to refuse any further. "Very well." Seeing his acquiescence, the young principal produced a sealed bag containing a black powder. It dawned on him that this was what he had been consuming. It did not bode well. "All right, let me feed you." She hurried towards him, bringing the bowl to his lips. Gulp, gulp, gulp. As he reached the final sip, Yin waved his hand, pouting and gesturing towards the restroom. However, as he turned, he was halted by Tian, her beautiful eyes glinting with suspicion as she scrutinized him. Gulp. Reluctantly, he swallowed the bitter concoction, gasping for air. Good boy. After consuming just a few bites, he felt a tumult in his stomach, uncertain if it was psychosomatic. "I wish to go for a walk," he declared, gently leaning back in his chair while observing the shifts in Tian's expression. Why do I feel as though I am seeking her consent? This is, after all, my home." With this thought, he leaned on his cane and made his way to the door. After being cooped up at home for days, he felt utterly stifled. It was time to breathe in some fresh air. "Did I permit you to leave?" came a voice from behind, tinged with impatience, causing him to freeze in place. Turning around, he was taken aback to see his sister's face. Perhaps it was her cold tone that startled him. Or perhaps he simply couldn't comprehend why she would act this way. "I only wish to step outside for a breath of fresh air. Why are you being so harsh?" Vulnerability shone in his eyes, and a hint of timidity crept onto his fair cheeks. It felt as though the person he had once trusted most had suddenly become his adversary, leaving him at a loss. Tian instantly regretted her words. She had not anticipated that he would want to go out, nor would she allow it. Thus, in a moment of panic, she had raised her voice. Upon seeing his pitiful expression, her heart softened. "I'm sorry, that wasn't my intention. It's just that it's inconvenient for you. So whatever you wish to do, please let me know beforehand, all right?" After saying this, the young girl quickly walked over and gently embraced him, as if to offer reassurance. Yin felt the shift in her demeanor, a cold sweat trickling down his back. She had indeed changed slightly from before. "I'll accompany you outside." "No, that's unnecessary. I prefer to walk alone." Upon hearing his words, Tian ceased her insistence. After assisting him downstairs, she allowed him to proceed alone. Watching his unsteady figure, The young girl clenched her teeth and tightened her fists. Subsequently, she retrieved her phone and dialed a number. Leaning on his cane, he made his way step by step to a nearby park. Though autumn had deepened, the sun still graced him with its warmth. As he inhaled the fresh air, his brow gradually relaxed. "Oh, radiant sun, how bright you shine! Alas, my dear boy, why do you appear so haggard?" The park was filled with elderly men, one of whom, hanging from a pull-up bar, remarked upon seeing the youth. He flexed his biceps in disbelief. Noticing someone speaking of him, Youyan turned his gaze. An elderly man, robust despite a few silver strands in his hair, approached with vigor and vitality. In stark contrast, the young man, despite his youth, leaned heavily on his cane, his demeanor exuding despondency. The youth opened his mouth, offering a bitter smile without uttering a word. "Young man, you shouldn't be like this," the old man observed, scrutinizing his legs and then his face. The lad is quite handsome, reminiscent of my younger days. Surely, you haven't wronged a girl and ended up like this? Why would you think such a thing?" Youyan pondered. The old heart never grows weary," he mused. "Please, do not jest. I've merely been in an accident." He offered a casual explanation, brushing it off. The elder chuckled heartily and engaged the intriguing young man in conversation. Upon learning that the old man was in his 60s and dedicated to his fitness regimen, particularly enjoying Tai Chi, the autumn breeze and the elder's amiable demeanor gradually lifted Youyan's spirits. Then, the old man shared a piece of news. "Young man, let me tell you, there have been patrols around lately, seeking someone to take back a certain young lady." His expression bore the mark of gossip, and his nonchalant tone sent a shiver down the youth's spine. His mind raced, scanning his surroundings as he trembled slightly. Who was it? Was it Lan Youyan? Bai? Or perhaps Ina? The torment he had once endured was a fate he wished never to face again. In an instant, the youth rose, leaning on his cane, ready to leave. "Hey, young lad, are you leaving so soon? Stay and chat a bit longer with the old man," he said, with a hint of apology. Youyan forced a smile and searched for an excuse to depart. However, before he could utter a word, he froze in place. In the distance, he clearly spotted two burly men. Their attire and stature made him question the coincidence. The old man, perceptive as he was, noticed the change in the youth's expression, sensing that something was amiss, and immediately turned to take a look. As he glanced over, he noticed two individuals approaching him. Judging by the young man's expression, he almost grasped the situation. Could it be mere coincidence? Were they indeed after him? Despite Youyan's profound reluctance to accept this reality, he had to concede that the two were indeed charging towards him. Alas, he had been discovered, and he had barely enjoyed a few days of tranquility. He stood frozen in place. Although they were still a distance away, as a disabled person, he knew escape was futile. Just as despair set in and he prepared to resign himself to fate, a force lifted him up. "Enough of this, let me lend you a hand. For our conversation has been serendipitous," said the elderly man as he scooped Youyan into his arms and took off at a brisk pace. Bystanders were left in stunned silence. It was as if the heavens had turned upside down. A few elderly women exhibited expressions of envy, one of them patting the bald man beside her. "Look at you, old man, and then look at him." The park was filled with numerous structures, and as the old gentleman ran, he glanced back. "Young man, you owe me your gratitude." The youth in his arms nodded eagerly. Nearly brought to tears by the unexpected glimmer of hope, he resolved that he would stay home at all costs from now on, vowing never to venture out again. After a prolonged sprint, they finally managed to shake off their pursuers. Youyan hurriedly set the elderly man down, supporting him while checking his condition. "Thank you so much. Are you all right?" he asked, gently patting the old man's back as he caught his breath. He looked back and saw no one following. If that's all they can muster, perhaps they should head home early. "The paths I traversed in my youth, you can scarcely imagine," the elderly gentleman said, wearing a satisfied and amiable expression. Youyan, overwhelmed with gratitude, stammered, "I truly cannot thank you enough. I am at a loss for how to repay your kindness." In dire need of a gesture of appreciation, he glanced at his own metallic leg brace and, gritting his teeth, declared, "Perhaps I could gift you this leg brace." Chapter 57. My chess skills. Unrivaled. The elderly man was taken aback. He looked down at his robust legs and began to ponder the young man's intentions. Youyan quickly realized his words were inappropriate. No, that is not what I meant." The old man scoffed lightly. "I see you are envious of my legs." He then sighed. "Young man, my assistance was merely a matter of convenience. Do not take it too much to heart. After all, I have a cherished one of similar age. I cannot bear to see you taken away." He adjusted his non-existent beard and regarded him with a righteous demeanor. The youth expressed his gratitude once more and prepared to leave, knowing that lingering even a moment longer could spell danger. He turned back to retrieve his phone, intending to jot down the man's number. "Grandfather, I haven't yet asked your surname, and might I request your contact information as well?" "My surname is Sure." The elderly man then produced a smartphone that Gu Yin had never seen before. It was evidently of high quality, suggesting that the old gentleman was indeed a person of affluence. "The younger generation shall take the lead. Today, you have rendered me a great service, and in the future, I shall certainly repay you for it." With these words, he leaned upon his cane and made his way step by step. Each stride was fraught with anxiety. When a wall was present, he would press against it, and when there was none, he would hunch his back. The elderly gentleman paused behind him, a flicker of guilt crossing his face. "Good child, I have wronged you. You have shown kindness to this old man." Initially, he had worried about being caught, yet, for reasons unknown, he encountered no one along the way. The path was unimpeded, and after a good 10 minutes, he returned home. With a creak, the door swung open, and he was astonished at how he had managed to ascend the 6 flights. Upon hearing the sound, Shi Qianqian instantly rose from the living room, as if she had foreseen his return. "Why didn't you let me know when you were downstairs? You must be exhausted. Come here, let me embrace you." The young girl, upon seeing his breathless state, took the cane from him and opened her arms wide. Gu Yin, in a daze, stepped into her embrace, and in a moment, he found himself on the sofa. With a gentle tone, Shi Qianqian spoke. "I apologize for my earlier harshness. From now on, I will accompany you out for a stroll every day, if that pleases you." "Ah, Qianqian, after today's venture, my legs feel particularly unsteady. I believe it is wise to rest at home." Presently, he was gripped by fear, anxious that his sister, out of guilt, might insist on taking him out. If that were to happen, it would be disastrous. Fortunately, those individuals were unaware of his residence. Otherwise, Qianqian would inevitably be implicated. Upon hearing his response, Shi Qianqian obediently acquiesced without a hint of hesitation. "Very well, I shall heed your wishes." He, of course, failed to notice the triumphant glimmer in her eyes. "Ha ha ha. At last, you can stay at home obediently." Gu Yin, feeling utterly bored, sat on the sofa, enveloped in a sense of monotony. He had no fondness for games and was not particularly inclined towards socializing. Thus, it seemed he had little to occupy his time. "Come, Qianqian, let us play a game of chess." In his boredom, he unearthed a box of dusty chess pieces. They used to play often, and back then, due to Gu Yin's exceptional skill, Shi Qianqian had even taken the time to study the game. Upon hearing his request, she paused, her hand hidden behind her back, gripping a pill. With a hint of dissatisfaction, she agreed, flicking the pill away. "Why the sudden interest in this?" "Because I am exceedingly bored. Are you not?" After posing the question, he began to ponder. Shi Qianqian seemed to have little to do. Why did she not find it tedious? "Oh, I actually have something far more entertaining. Would you care to take a look?" The girl revealed a mischievous smile, her bright eyes gleaming with mischief as she gazed at him. She wished to share fine wine and engage in delightful games. "Not interested. Let us play chess instead. I wish to see if your skills have improved." Gu Yin, oblivious to the implications of her words, was solely focused on enjoying a good match. This was the one domain where he felt confident, as Shi Qianqian had lost to him countless times before. "Winning brings me rewards, you know." "Humph. My chess skills are unparalleled. I have yet to encounter a worthy opponent." As these words left his lips, the girl's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she quickly seated herself opposite him. He chuckled. "Silly child, just like before, how could I possibly lose?" "General, General, General." He gazed in astonishment at the girl before him, who appeared so composed, a stark contrast to her earlier demeanor. "Impossible. I absolutely cannot lose. Apologies. But the game has come to an end." With those words, she grasped a piece and decisively placed it on the board. The impact scattered the surrounding pieces and struck deeply at Gu Yin's heart. How could she have suddenly become so formidable? Could it be that she had been feigning ignorance all along? No, her previous moves had been too clumsy to be an act. Thus, there must be only one explanation. She had someone extraordinary guiding her from behind. Gu Yin looked at her with a stubborn yet earnest expression, as if to convey, "I will not concede. Let us go again." He gritted his teeth and rearranged the pieces. Shi Qianqian giggled. "But you promised a reward." We can defer that for now. Before they began anew, he had carefully inspected her hands to ensure she wasn't using a chess app on her phone before returning to his seat. In truth, he would have preferred if Shi Qianqian had cheated. At least that would affirm his own prowess. The two continued their match. As time passed, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. He felt an oppressive sensation, as if a giant serpent was constricting him, each of his moves weighed down by pressure. With the final piece played, he found himself defeated once more. Despite her board being nearly empty, she managed to deliver a fatal blow each time. I concede. After enduring countless rounds, he could no longer hold on, both physically and mentally. In that moment, he looked at his sister with admiration. From now on, you needn't call me brother. I shall call you sister, as long as you promise to teach me. After 88 games, he had lost them all. Shi Qianqian could hardly believe that conquering him had been so simple. She gently patted his drooping face and smiled. It's all right. Losing 88 games occasionally is perfectly normal. What about those 88 rewards? She approached him, leaning in closely, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Yin was taken aback, having thought he could never lose and thus never considered rewards. He stammered, the reward is, I'll play with you again tomorrow. As he spoke, his voice trailed off, and he cast a sheepish glance at Shi Qianqian. How about I suggest something? Her tone gradually lost warmth as her small hands wrapped around him from behind. This was troubling. What if she concocted some bizarre demands? Initially, there was no mention of what the reward would be, so anything could be considered acceptable. Suddenly, he seemed to recall something. I have an idea. Cough, cough. How about this, Qianqian? I've noticed you've been tirelessly assisting me lately, so allow me to offer you a massage. Chapter 58. Identity revealed. His eyes sparkled with newfound confidence, as he possessed some skill in this area. What did you say? A massage? When did you learn that? Upon seeing Shi Qianqian's wide-eyed astonishment, he decided to showcase his abilities. I picked it up by chance. He offered no further explanation, but rose, guiding her to sit on the chair. Rubbing his palms together until they radiated warmth, he gently placed them against Shi Qianqian's smooth, delicate neck. Her swan-like neck was soft and petite, requiring hardly any effort to grasp. With hands as warm as jade, his perfectly measured pressure and deft technique brought her immense comfort. A soft sigh escaped her lips. Her cheeks flushed as she felt a wave of warmth envelop her body. My Yin, my dear Yin, how can you be so skilled? You truly make me so happy. She lost herself in the moment, a smile unconsciously gracing her lips. However, she suddenly recalled something, and her expression shifted. Where did you learn all this? Who have you given massages to? The questioning tone in her voice made her small hands tremble slightly. He was momentarily taken aback, genuinely unsure of how to respond. I learned it in a dream. I haven't given massages to anyone else. His words were laced with unease, but it was the only explanation he could muster. I suppose I'm quite honored to be your first, she replied, her tone devoid of warmth, the tremor in her voice betraying her suppressed anger. Ha, delighted to serve you, Qianqian. He chuckled awkwardly and continued his ministrations in silence. All right, Qianqian, how does it feel? After 10 minutes, he concluded the session, exhaling deeply and shaking his sore hands. It feels a bit warm, the young woman remarked nonchalantly. What about the remaining 87? What? Yin was taken aback. Did she consider this just a single session? His innocent expression, tinged with sincerity, ignited a flurry of emotions within her. She licked her dry lips and smiled brightly at him. Let us leave it for next time. Today will suffice. Indeed, Yin's stubbornness persisted from day to night. It was remarkable that he wasn't exhausted considering his frail constitution. He yawned, rubbed his swollen eyes, and rose to wash up. I love bathing. It feels so refreshing. Shi Qianqian pressed her ear against the bathroom door, struggling to resist the urge to enter. After a considerable time, having washed away his fatigue, he settled onto the couch, just in time to notice his phone glowing. He intended to watch some videos. However, he was startled to see several messages waiting for him. Is it truly Yuanin? I have finally found you. Do not be afraid. I am here to warn you. Your situation is dire, and your sister is perilous. I cannot articulate it clearly at the moment, but you must keep your distance from her. How amusing it is, someone impersonating Lan Youyan to frighten themselves. How utterly trivial. No, something is amiss. Guanian paused, a troubling premonition blossoming within him as he continued reading. I am by your sister. She is extraordinary. She has been lurking by your side since childhood. Your parents. Everything you hold dear may very well be her schemes. Buzz. Upon finishing these messages, he felt as though struck by lightning, rendered completely speechless. If the earlier messages were indeed from Lan Youyan, then her words, coupled with Qianqian's recent peculiar behavior, sent chills down his spine. No wonder I sometimes felt something was off about her. He murmured to himself, unable to discern her true intentions. What troubled him most was whether his parents' disappearance had anything to do with her. Contemplating this, he calmed his thoughts, slowly untangling the entire sequence of events. The more he pondered, the more horrifying it became, an icy dread seeping through him, soaking his back with cold sweat. Thank goodness, she hasn't discovered me. I must find an opportunity to leave swiftly. Listening to the sound of running water from the bathroom, he thought carefully. But why did it feel so wrong? Where exactly was the issue? Suddenly, he glanced at the message notification bar. Recalling the messages he had just read, there was no red dot. The messages received had no notifications. In a panic, he looked around and was astonished to find the bathroom door ajar. He hobbled over, only to be met with the sound of rushing water. There was no sign of the girl. A chilling sensation enveloped him, and all he felt was terror. Suddenly, a frigid hand grasped his neck. "Brother, are you looking for me?" He spun around sharply to face the voice. The girl's eyes were mere inches away. No longer the adorable gaze he was accustomed to, but rather, they resembled a snake poised to strike, fixated on its prey. This aura was foreign and terrifying. "You've discovered me," she said, her tone trembling, devoid of warmth. In an instant, he recoiled, but due to his impaired legs, he fell straight to the ground. The girl promptly seated herself upon him, her hands tightening around his throat. "Why were you looking at your phone? Can't you just stay here and accompany me for a lifetime?" Now that she had been uncovered, she shed any pretense. The boy could no longer see a trace of his former sister in her. "I don't care who you are. Get off my Qianqian at once." The boy was incredulous, as everything unfolded beyond his expectations. "Delete. You dare to strike me?" Guanian gazed at her in shock, finding it hard to believe, yet upon reflection, it seemed all too plausible. He could never fathom why things had come to this. Gritting his teeth, he forcefully pushed her off him. Without a moment's hesitation, he crawled towards the door with his contorted body. Halfway there, a sharp pain shot through his knee. The girl stomped on his leg, her full weight bearing down on him. A heart-wrenching scream escaped his lips, echoing hauntingly through the night. "Qianqian, I beg you, please don't treat me this way." Yet, no matter how he pleaded, she seemed deaf to his cries, her eyes ablaze with hatred. "Guanian, my dear brother, how many times have you deceived me? Huh? Did you think I was unaware?" Her silver teeth clenched tightly, and if it hadn't been for the inexplicable attack on her family during that time, how could she have been separated from him? How could he have taken advantage of another woman? The mere thought intensified the fury in her eyes, revealing her fierce possessiveness. She had nurtured her cherished pet for over a decade, and now, to see him become someone else's betrothal gift was utterly infuriating. "I have a condition," she stated. "Please, I implore you." He still refused to accept reality, his hands gripping the edge of the table tightly. But no matter what he did, it was futile. He was no match for Qianqian. She seized him, dragging him slowly into her room. The friction of his skin against the floor sent jolts of pain through his nerves. He heard the grinding of his knees, but felt nothing as his bones had already misaligned. The girl placed him on the bed, gently brushing the hair that had fallen over his forehead, gazing at him intently. "Guanian, I'm offering you a chance. If you're willing to stay by my side, I'll pretend nothing ever happened. We can go back to how we were." Her red-rimmed eyes fixated on his agonized face, desperately seeking an answer. "Ha, you deceived me for over a decade. What right do you have to say such things?" He scoffed, feeling increasingly uncomfortable with her behavior. "Say that again," she yelled, her anger palpable. "Isn't it because you're foolish and brainless that you can't see it?" As she spoke, she grasped his chin tightly. "Someone like you should be in my grasp, never to escape my hold for the rest of your life." Growing more agitated, she lunged at him, her gaze fixated on his bloodless lips. After a prolonged moment, he felt a sharp sting, followed by a sweetness in his throat. "You." He looked at Qianqian's triumphant face, a mix of shock and helplessness washing over him. How could the once adorable girl have transformed into this? He simply could not comprehend. With a change in tone, she began to speak gently. "Brother, let go of the past. Let us pretend nothing happened, and spare yourself from suffering. I have been by your side since childhood, yet you remain oblivious." The youth interrupted her words, stating that he had consulted himself. "If you are willing to grant me 9 chances, and manage to capture me each time, then I shall willingly submit." Upon hearing this, Shi Qianqian's beautiful eyes sparkled, and she let out a soft laugh. Are you serious? Gu Anian nodded with utmost conviction, a flicker of excitement illuminating his gaze. There is hope. This arrogant woman dares to believe she can capture him 9 times. What gives her such confidence? Even if she possesses great abilities, surely it cannot be to this extent? He was confident he could completely distance himself from her before the 9th attempt. If all else fails, he would seek refuge with Lan Pei or Bai Yi. Very well. You may leave, she declared, tossing the words over her shoulder as she exited. Was she truly letting him go just like that? In shock, yet tinged with a sense of relief, he slowly rose to his feet. Bang! 10 seconds after the door closed, it was forcefully kicked open, and the girl walked in with a smile in her eyes. She eagerly approached him, holding up one finger. What? This isn't fair. Are you bullying an honest person? Following this, Gu Anian found himself unable to escape the confines of the room. Shi Qianqian had ensnared him 9 times. I refuse to accept this. Gu Anian slammed to the ground, clutching his stinging cheek, feeling utterly resentful. Brother, have I been too generous with my kindness towards you before? She pressed her knee against his waist, her hands sliding down his face to slowly encircle his neck. You heartless, unfeeling woman. I shall never forgive you. With the last vestiges of his strength, he managed to utter this exclamation, crimson trickling from the corner of his mouth. Upon witnessing this, the girl released her grip, gently wiping her hand before placing it to her lips. An inexplicable surge of emotion coursed through her, her head spinning, as a rosy hue blossomed in her eyes. Anian, Qianqian loves you dearly. Qianqian wishes for you to remain by my side forever. She teasingly curled her finger, and in an instant, her large eyes sparkled with golden light. My dear Anian. The girl swallowed hard, and just as she was about to make her next move, she discovered he had already lost consciousness. Rising, she kicked the chair in frustration. Why did it have to happen at this moment? When he opened his eyes once more, he found himself in a dimly lit room. Where am I? He struggled to ask, the pain in his legs and the dizziness in his head overwhelming him, leaving him in a fog. Staggering to the door, he realized he could see nothing of the outside world. Gently knocking on the door, he hoarsely called out, Is anyone there? Yet, there was not a single reply. After 5 minutes of this, exhaustion overtook him, and he sat back on the bed. The dim light illuminated his pale face, failing to penetrate the fragility of his heart. As he pondered deeply, the sound of the doorknob turning resonated, and the door creaked open. Who else could it be if not Shi Qianqian? The girl before him was no longer dressed as she had been. Her cascading black hair framed her face, and she wore a delicate dress complemented by a pair of petite leather shoes. You have finally awakened, came a calm voice. Qianqian. He gazed at the exquisite girl before him, momentarily at a loss for words, eventually shaking his head with a sigh. The two remained silent for quite some time until Gu Anian lifted his gaze to her, his eyes imbued with a flicker of hope. Qianqian, considering our years of friendship, could you allow me to leave? He implored, his tone almost begging, his expression gradually turning pitiable. Yet upon hearing his words, the girl's gaze dimmed, her emotions flaring. From now on, do not call me your sister. We share no blood relation. Remember that. She stepped closer, lifting his chin, her eyes glinting with a fierce intensity as though she wished to pierce him with 1,000 daggers. Do you understand me? We are not related by blood. Gu Anian comprehended that she did not wish to be treated as a sister, yet how could she so easily dismiss the bond forged over more than a decade? His voice dwindled to a whisper, growing increasingly helpless. Be silent. Of course, there are feelings, but they cannot be those of siblings. The girl became more agitated, her hands gripping his arms tightly. Not sibling feelings? Wouldn't that change everything? However, Gu Anian could not accept the reality of a family member who had been by his side for so long without ever revealing the truth. By the way, what truly happened back then? I must understand everything. A flicker of excitement sparked in his otherwise dull eyes as he patted the girl's shoulder. Qianqian, tell me what transpired in our childhood and what happened to my parents. What became of them? Please, I beg you. His heart raced with a blend of anxiety and anticipation, yearning to uncover the answers. The girl seemed to have anticipated his inquiry, a faint smile gracing her lips. I can tell you, but I have a condition. Chapter 60. Shi Qianqian's past. You must agree to one condition. You must do something necessary. He pressed eagerly. What is it? With a soft laugh, she entwined her arms around him, exhaling gently as if releasing a fragrant breeze. It concerns what you did with them before. Her smile was laced with danger, resembling that of a venomous serpent fixating on its prey. Seeing the disbelief etched on the young man's face, her expression darkened abruptly. You, who are unclean, and yet I do not disdain you. Why do you play this charade? She wrapped around him tightly like an octopus. Promise me, Anian. Memories flooded the boy's mind, recalling the times they had faced trials together, hand in hand, when their bond had been genuine. Gu Anian undoubtedly felt affection for her. Yet it was certainly not of a romantic nature. Faced with the increasingly unhinged girl before him, he found himself utterly unsure of how to respond, let alone engage in such acts. The voice of the youth, reminiscent of a sob born from desperation, seemed to plead for mercy. But what purpose did it serve? Upon hearing those words, Qianqian bit down hard, her small face etched with a deep-seated animosity. The pain rendered him speechless. A trickle of crimson seeping forth as she licked the corner of her lips, an unsettling sight in the dimly lit room. I shall reiterate, do not regard me as your sister. After venting her emotions, she gradually regained her composure. Tears and sweat mingled on the contorted visage of the boy. Pain. Excruciating pain. Promise me, and I shall allow you to see your parents. The girl sighed, presenting another condition. Gu Anian's desperate eyes instantly sparkled with hope. Indeed, after 20 years, he finally recognized the terrifying side of this girl. Gritting his teeth, he responded, Fine, but you must release me so we can reunite. Release you? Huh. Even in your dreams, do not expect me to let you go. A sharp slap echoed, clear and resounding, akin to celestial music. You lack the standing to bargain with me. At most, I shall permit you a fleeting glance, no more. The girl began to exhibit signs of impatience. Ultimately, he had no choice but to relent. All right then. After a considerable time, the girl rose and called out towards the door. Shortly thereafter, a maid placed an item at the threshold, bowing her head and hastily retreating. Gu Anian trembled as he got to his feet, pressing a hand against his wounds. Before today, he had never contemplated such an occurrence. It felt surreal, yet the stark reality of the blood-stained sheets reminded him that this was no dream. The girl had changed into fresh garments, quietly tending to his injuries with care. She spoke little, merely lowering her gaze, her cheeks flushed. Now can you tell me? His tone held a hint of anticipation. After a brief pause, she finally began. Do you remember that winter from your childhood, when you and your parents visited the clothing store? That day was filled with your joyous exclamations. Oh yeah, Mom and Dad, we're going shopping for new clothes. His voice, innocent and vibrant, echoed with youthful exuberance. Their laughter filled the air as the three of them, hand in hand, entered a clothing store. Wow, how beautiful, so lovely. The young boy's eyes sparkled with wonder at the dazzling array of new garments, rendering him momentarily speechless. Mom, I want that one. He pointed to a new sweatshirt hanging high above. Of course, my dear child, his mother replied with a warm smile. And this one too. And that one with the little dolphins. As his mother began to sweat nervously, his father approached, swiftly pulling off his belt and crouching down to meet his son's gaze. Every year, do you desire a piece of clothing, or perhaps your leather-clad uncle? Listening to the sound of the belt slicing through the air, he broke into a cold sweat, pleading for just one would suffice. His father, with a smile, tucked the belt away. It was merely a threat, never a true intention to strike. After all, his child exhibited a degree of understanding, making a judicious choice. The three of them shared a joyful laugh, enveloped in an atmosphere of happiness. Yet in a corner, a young girl watched this scene, tears streaming down her cheeks uncontrollably. Her parents were engaged in secretive research, leaving no time to be with their daughter. All she had was an endless supply of wealth. She glanced at the black card in her hand, recalling her grandfather's words. Qianqian, since Grandpa and your parents cannot accompany you, hold this card. It can purchase anything your heart desires. The cold, lifeless card paled in comparison to the warmth before her. Wiping her tears, she trotted over to the boy's family, waving the black card. Hello, if you want clothes, I can buy them for you. Can you spare a moment to chat with me? The boy was initially intrigued but turned to glance at his parents. They exchanged a look, noting the girl's splendid attire and the imposing bodyguards trailing behind her. Yin Yin, we cannot accept gifts from others. With that, they exchanged an awkward smile and led the boy away. Mom, Dad, where are my clothes? As he turned to glance back, his starry, pure eyes left an indelible mark on the girl's heart. She raised the card and asked the bodyguards beside her, Can I truly buy anything? This incident eventually reached her grandfather's ears. Perhaps out of guilt or perhaps out of indulgence, He intervened, but only to arrange for the two children to live in proximity. At that time, Gu and Nyen's parents, swayed by the other's influence and primarily by their own life pressures, acquiesced. They perceived no harm in this. Both they and their child could enjoy a better life, albeit with reduced encounters, yet it was deemed worthwhile. After a while, Gu and Nyen's parents informed him of their plans to travel out of town with a little girl as parents. Thus, a new chapter began with Shi Qianqian. The young boy did not recognize her, but complied with his parents' wishes to coexist with her. Nyen, take good care of her. And wait for your mom and dad to visit you. That wait extended for over a decade. But do you know how I have spent these years? I have seen little to suggest that my life has improved due to your presence. Gu and Nyen absorbed the entirety of this narrative, lost in bewilderment. It turned out that she was indeed that little girl. And Nyen, as long as you promise to be with me for a lifetime, I assure you that you shall never descend from your lofty heights. I guarantee you a life of opulence and splendor. Take your time to ponder this, for you have your parents to consider. The young girl gazed at him, her eyes betraying an uncontainable morbidity. Chapter 61. Nurtured parents, wounded him, Qian. Please do not act this way. Do not harm them. Gu and Nyen bit his lip, a wave of trepidation washing over him. Promise me. I have even thought of the name for our future child. It shall be Gu Qian. He. The girl looked at him, her eyes brimming with affection. No. His eyes widened in terror. He did not want such a fate for himself. In a moment of confusion, he quickly changed the subject. By the way, Qian, where are my parents? His breath quickened, anxiety etched across his face. Looking at the cold, emotionless woman before him, he could scarcely fathom what fate awaited his parents. Perhaps the only advantage was that they would not suffer from hunger or want. Yet what of their spirits? Or would they, like him, be subjected to unending torment? The thought pierced his heart, and he dreaded the tears that would flow upon their reunion. Here, take this. Shi Qian handed him a mobile phone, and the sound of a video call began to resonate, soon connecting. He hastily wiped his face and aimed the camera at himself. The image quickly materialized. What's the matter, Xiao Qian? A magnetic male voice echoed through the phone. Yet the other party remained silent for an unsettlingly long time. For Gu and Nyen was already entranced. How could this be so different from what he envisioned? In the frame, seagulls soared in the azure sky. A man donned sunglasses. Reclining on a beach chair with a cigarette dangling from his mouth, exuding sheer relaxation. Dad. Though much time had elapsed, the moment he laid eyes on him, Gu and Nyen recognized him instantly, his nose tinged with a bittersweet ache. Nyen, it's really you. Yaya, come, see our child. No sooner had he spoken than a woman clad in swimwear approached. Far better than Gu and Nyen had imagined, with time having graced her face with few wrinkles, adding a touch of allure. Upon seeing the youth, both parents were momentarily struck dumb. The mischievous little rascal of yesteryears had grown into such a young man. Observing his slightly pale and emaciated face, their hearts ached in unison. Child, are you well? Gu and Nyen wiped away his unrelenting tears. Dad, Mom, I am thriving here. See, I have gained weight. He managed a strained smile, gesturing to his swollen face. Seeing his parents living so well, a great weight slowly lifted from his heart. It appeared that Shi Qian still possessed a sense of conscience. The three of them shared nostalgic moments across the screen for a time, before Shi Qian seized the phone once more. Dear parents, please do not worry. And Nyen is truly happy here with me. She beamed a kind and radiant smile, adding, if you ever find yourself short on funds, remember to let me know. With that, she ended the call. So busy, always busy, perhaps it is for the best. He mused, recalling the comfortable life his parents led. In comparison to his own existence, though somewhat meager, he felt a sense of contentment. At the very least, his parents were safe and healthy. The young man moved forward slowly, gently embracing her. This embrace lasted a full 25 seconds, a gesture of gratitude towards the girl. His heart began to race, and her cheeks flushed in response. Just as he was about to release her, she suddenly tightened her hold and playfully pushed him onto the bed behind them. Please, don't be reckless. We just met. He stammered. Yet, she paid no heed to his words, the warmth from his earlier affection igniting a fervor within her. Your parents are living quite well, aren't they? Hee. Doesn't that mean you should repay their kindness? Her grip on his wrist was firm, and no amount of struggle could free him. Let me go? You can't treat me like this. Have you forgotten our childhood promise to face challenges together? Now you are bullying me. The past is the past. The present is the present. The girl had become consumed by her actions, her gentleness replaced by an unrestrained fervor. Just as the situation reached a critical point, her phone rang, the jarring sound interrupting the moment. In a fit of anger, she let her phone drop onto the bed, landing perilously close to Gu and Nian's head, where he could even feel the rush of air from her movement. "Who on earth is calling me at this hour?" She fumed, snatching up her phone and answering with impatience. "Hello, who is it?" Her tone was marked by annoyance. "I am your grandfather. Or perhaps I am your grandmother." Upon hearing this, the girl hesitated, staring at the number in disbelief. "Oh dear, it truly is my grandfather." "Grandfather? I thought it was a scam call. Why are you calling me?" she said, her demeanor shifting to one of unease. Her fingers nervously playing with the fabric of her clothes as they rested on Gu and Yin's leg. The voice on the other end was aged yet authoritative. "If I do not call you, you will run wild. The housekeeper upstairs has already reported your antics." The girl became flustered, mumbling a few submissive replies before hanging up the call. She turned sharply to the young man. "Brother, consider yourself fortunate. We shall continue this another time." With that, she adjusted her attire and exited the room. Gu and Nian exhaled a sigh of relief, as if he had narrowly escaped a perilous fate. Feeling a tinge of loneliness, he sat on the bed, uncertain of what to do next. The door swung open once more, and Shi Qianqian entered, pushing a cart laden with sumptuous food and that familiar medicinal soup. Upon seeing the dark, bitter liquid, he felt a wave of nausea wash over him. "What exactly are you making me drink?" At this point, he could no longer bring himself to believe it was medicine. "Almost daily, I indulged in it. Yet it bore no fruit, and instead, my health deteriorated further. This might be a sign, but please do not be upset." In the past, when Shi Qianqian visited his home, she became infatuated with him, clinging to him incessantly. However, when she arrived at his school, she discovered numerous girls orbiting around him. "Gu classmate, I am struggling with this problem. Could you guide me through it? And Nian, may I address you as such? We are having a small gathering tonight. Would you care to join us? Senior Nian, I wish to consult you on a matter. Please, I implore you to accompany me home after school." Various signs indicated his popularity at school. Despite his kind-hearted nature, he was not articulate and found it hard to refuse, which endeared him to many girls. Upon realizing this, Shi Qianqian felt utterly disheartened. She devised countless schemes to keep him close. Yet, if he were to be expelled, it would surely sadden him. Thus, if he fell ill, he would naturally remain home, allowing Qianqian to care for him indefinitely. The girl easily procured a certain potion that would gradually weaken his constitution, though it was not highly toxic. Henceforth, Shi Qianqian prepared a nourishing soup for him each day. Chapter 62. Stop. Do not strike any further. What do you mean? What have you made me drink? Upon hearing the girl's cheerful explanation, his world crumbled. The revelations she uttered were increasingly shocking. The root of his ailments stemmed from this. He roared in fury. "Do you possess no conscience? Do you regard me as livestock? Livestock do not consume such substances." His tone grew more agitated. "I ask you, am I not human? You are my treasure. Am I not a person?" He pounded the bed repeatedly, the tumult of anger and sorrow rendering him irrational. "Do you have no sense of morality left? Who would willingly drink this? You are a lunatic, a pervert." Gu and Nian pointed an accusatory finger at her. Unable to endure any longer, Shi Qianqian remained silent, quietly observing his outburst, aware that her actions had indeed crossed a line. After his tirade, he collapsed onto the bed. After such prolonged shouting, he must be parched. It would be just the right moment to quench his thirst. With that, she brought the bowl of soup to him, wearing a playful grin. "Drink it while it's warm. It won't taste as good when it cools." Crash! Gu and Nian hurled the porcelain bowl away, shattering it upon impact with the ground, the warm medicinal broth splattering onto her shoes. "To hell with it. If you wish to drink, do so yourself." The moment he uttered those words, he sensed something amiss, as silence enveloped the surroundings. Shi Qianqian's gaze turned icy, her brows furrowed with rage. With a resounding slap, with a swift slap, she seized his hair, compelling him to kneel upon the ground. "Drink. Why won't you drink?" His head was forced down, the bitter concoction, mingled with dust, smeared across his face. Only after she wiped the spilt liquid from the floor did she cease, lifting his chin. A trickle of crimson began to seep from the bridge of the young man's nose, the blood cascading down his face, evidently from a ceramic shard. Without hesitation, Shi Qianqian produced a coarse hemp rope from nowhere, deftly binding his hands and feet before casting him onto the bed. Shortly thereafter, she returned with another bowl. Squatting before the bed, one hand clamped his chin, forcing his mouth open, while the other poured the contents directly inside. He grimaced, struggling fiercely as the bitter liquid overflowed from his mouth until the bowl was emptied. After rolling onto his side, he began to violently retch onto the floor. But to no avail. Sure, Tian, I hate you. He sobbed from the bed. Then remain here. When you come to love me, I shall let you out. The girl declared, leaving behind a cart laden with food as she departed. At that moment, three exquisite young women walked together, capturing the attention of all. Anne's residence seems rather untidy, remarked one whimsical girl, none other than Tang Liu. Upon locating their target, she added, for this, I suppose the Lan family owes you a debt of gratitude. Lan Youyan remained ever so assertive. Bai Yi held her silence, yet Tang Liu was displeased. Sister Youyan, let An Yin be yours, and you can belong to me, all right? As Lan Youyan stepped into the community, her body trembled slightly before she coldly retorted, I have no interest. Go seek your dear friend. Huh, what is there to be proud of? The fact that these three had remained together until now was truly a stroke of fate. The Lan family was responsible for the search, while the Bai family provided intelligence. Their roles were distinctly defined. As for Tang Liu, she insisted on accompanying them, aiming to ease the tensions between the two. They halted beneath a building, and Lan Youyan turned to an elderly lady gnawing on a sweet potato. Excuse me, madam, is there a person named Guan Yin living upstairs? The old woman glanced over, then set down her sweet potato. Young lady, how do you know? I just went upstairs and twisted my joint. She frowned slightly, leaning forward. Is there a Guan Yin upstairs? What about knee arthritis? Or shoulder periarthritis? She pressed her ear closer. Not a friend. But, she leaned in closely to the old woman's ear. I mean, is there a Guan Yin? No. The reply was sharp and unequivocal. A look of confusion crossed Lan Youyan's face. That can't be. Bai Yi may compete for men, but she usually doesn't here. Just as she pondered this, the old woman's voice echoed again. Isn't it just early winter? After the new year, there are still a few months left. She waved her hand, smiling brightly at the group. Upon hearing this, Lan Youyan was nearly driven to the brink of despair, experiencing a profound sense of helplessness for the first time. At that moment, Bai Yi casually remarked that she had heard the residents of Unit 603 were giving away free eggs. What? That scoundrel Guanian didn't even tell me. As soon as those words left her mouth, the old lady darted up half a flight of stairs like a shark sensing blood, panting heavily. This young man is so inconsiderate. Living so high up clearly means he doesn't want to share his eggs with me. With the news confirmed, Tang Liu gave Bai Yi an enthusiastic thumbs up. Sister Yi, you're truly amazing. Unlike some people, who are as clueless as a deserted airport. You. Say that again if you dare. Lan Youyan's heart raced with indignation as she reached out to pinch her ear, but unfortunately, Bai Yi was in the way. In the cool weather, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Calm down. I didn't mention any names. Someone just took it personally. All right, everyone stop bickering and let us hurry up. Bai Yi said, exasperated as she separated the two. The group swiftly ascended the stairs to the door of Unit 603. Knock, knock, knock. Hello, is anyone home? Lan Youyan gently tapped on the door. Bang, bang, bang. We have urgent matters. Open up. She impatiently rapped on the door. Bang, bang, bang. Whoever is inside, hurry and come out. She lifted her foot and kicked the door. This time, it truly worked. The doorknob turned gently. Just as the group excitedly anticipated seeing the longed-for Guanian, a graceful figure stood behind the door. Shi Qianqian stood there, her gaze fixed intently on the individuals before her. Bai Yi's heart sank. Was this the renowned member of the Shi family? Miss Lan from the Lan family. Miss Bai from the Bai family. Have you come here seeking trouble? Her icy tone sent a shiver down their spines as she raised an eyebrow. The pampered Lan Youyan could not tolerate this and charged at her. Shi Qianqian executed a swift shoulder throw, sending her sprawling, but, to her surprise, Lan Youyan landed gracefully. Sensing the challenge, Lan Youyan was on high alert. She possessed some skill, but not much. Thus, the two young women engaged in a fierce tussle, neither able to gain the upper hand. Bai Yi rushed over to mediate, only to receive a kick to the face, leaving her bewildered as to who had struck her. Stop! You two must cease this fighting. After a fierce struggle, they eventually paused to catch their breath. Humph, do you think you have the right to fight? If I wanted to, I could have this place surrounded instantly. Shi Qianqian panted slightly. Lan Youyan, refusing to back down, retorted, then by all means, give it a try. Yet, truth be told, neither dared to escalate the confrontation. After all, old Master Shi was a former general, and the Lan and Bai families were formidable forces not to be trifled with. Shi Qianqian had long anticipated their arrival. Her presence here was merely to assert her dominance. These troublesome women. Thankfully, I have already hidden Lan Youyan away. That scoundrel, frolicking outside, will have to face my wrath upon my return. Just then, an unexpected voice emerged, followed by a figure that lunged at Shi Qianqian, only to be swiftly kicked away. Tang Liu rose, twirling the silver knife in her hand, offering an awkward smile. My apologies, I couldn't resist getting close to such beauty. You just came from Yan Yan's room? What were you doing there? Shi Qianqian inquired, a hint of discomfort in her tone. Of course, I was looking for some fun, but unfortunately found none. She casually averted her gaze elsewhere. Shi Qianqian shot them a fierce glare. Remember, do not lay a finger on Yan Yan. After her declaration, footsteps echoed in the corridor as a group of sharply dressed bodyguards approached. Please leave, ladies, we wouldn't want to make things awkward. Realizing that they had no choice, the three reluctantly departed. As they exited, a wave of frustration washed over them, especially for Lan Youyan. This is infuriating. She should have been kidnapped to reveal Yan Yan's whereabouts. She paced, seemingly venting her frustrations. Stay calm. There must be another way, Bai Yi pondered quietly. A triumphant laugh suddenly resonated from behind them. Tang Liu playfully clasped her hands on the shoulders of the others. What has got you all riled up? Lan Youyan shrugged off the unease. I just planted a tracker on Shi Qianqian. Her words caught the attention of both, leading them to recall Tang Liu's earlier lunge at Shi Qianqian. It appeared that her actions were not merely driven by desire, but were premeditated. Perhaps having her along was not entirely fruitless after all. Finally, some clever thinking. Hand over your phone, Lan Youyan commanded, extending her hand. Tang Liu shot her a disdainful look, then playfully wrapped her arms around Bai Yi from behind, standing on her tiptoes and resting her head on her shoulder. I'll give you a head start, my Yi sister, and I will take it from here. You've become quite expendable. She stuck out her tongue, making a silly face. How dare you? Lan Youyan, unable to fathom being insulted twice in one day, stood her ground, her nails digging into her palms as she glared at Tang Liu, advancing step by step. Yi sister, help me. Bai Yi, somewhat exasperated, knew Tang Liu was a bit childish and naive, but why was Lan Youyan behaving like a petulant child? In an instant, Lan Youyan had circled around, gripping Tang Liu's shoulders from behind. Witnessing this, Bai Yi broke into a cold sweat, not even reaching for her scissors. Lan Youyan's face was fierce, her cheeks flushed crimson. I beg you, give it to me. Huh? Tang Liu was taken aback. She had originally intended to give it to her. Such a tone. Was this how one pleaded for assistance? Noticing her silence, Lan Youyan continued. Once the task is accomplished, Guanian will belong to me, and Shi Qianqian will be yours. Upon hearing this, Tang Liu's eyes sparkled with excitement, and her fingers clenched into fists one by one. I want it all. She grinned foolishly, then, mimicking Lan Youyan's posture, grasped her shoulders, their large, expressive eyes locking. Sister Youyan, it's not that I can't give it to you, but... A mischievous smile appeared on her face as she appraised Lan Youyan. You wouldn't want Guanian to continue being bullied, would you? Nor would you wish to. Suddenly, a fist the size of a sandbag landed on her head with a thud. Ouch! What was that for, Yi? She looked up at her with pitiful eyes, rubbing her head continuously. Bai Yi was utterly speechless. She had no desire to witness what unfolded next. Stop fooling around, Luoyu. Just hand it over quickly. If she discovers it, you'll be in trouble. Reluctantly, Tang Liu pouted and, feeling wronged, retrieved a device. An electronic map materialized, displaying precise locations with a small red dot moving incessantly. Follow quietly, and be careful not to alert anyone. In a dim, dreary room, the boy's hands were bound. He crawled on the floor like a maggot, desperate to drink from the bowl of water before him. It had been 2.5 days without a drop to drink. Fortunately, Shi Qianqian had been absent during this time, sparing him from the bitter medicinal concoction. Why is my fate so cruel? Just as he took a sip from the bowl, the lock on the door turned, and a sliver of light crept in. He weakly lifted his head, knowing without a doubt who it was. Yet this time, he was mistaken. A tall, imposing figure stood at the threshold, clad in a Zhongshan suit, exuding an air of authority. Guanian was somewhat surprised. This person seemed familiar, as if he had seen him on the news during his childhood. Moreover, he bore a resemblance to Gu Xiaoyu, I truly apologize. As he spoke, he crouched down to untie him. I apologize on behalf of my granddaughter. However, please forgive my selfishness. I am deeply remorseful towards the people. He muttered these words, gradually helping him to his feet before carrying him away. The moment he spoke, Gu Anyan recalled the man. Wasn't he the 60-year-old comrade? He was indeed the grandfather that Shi Qianqian had mentioned. It turned out that the encounter in the park was part of a conspiracy. The fool had been himself, blind to the truth. Gu Anyan chuckled at his own foolishness, reflecting now held little value. Given the current circumstances, it appears that the elderly gentleman has no intention of relinquishing his resolve. As the delightful aroma wafted through the air, he beheld an array of dishes laid out upon the table. Shi Qianqian had commanded that he be deprived of sustenance, permitting only water to quench his thirst, and had provided no means of entertainment. This relentless mental and physical torment rendered him utterly wretched. As long as I am here, I shall do my utmost to prevent my granddaughter from bullying you, the venerable Shi Yizi remarked, gently patting the boy's head, his voice heavy with emotion. If you wish to eat, seize the opportunity to partake in whatever you can. Chapter 64. The softening of Shi Qianqian. Gu Anyan remained silent, casting a quiet glance at the elder before nodding and proceeding to serve himself some food. Child, take your time, Shi Jingwa said, his heart aching as he beheld the boy's battered form. Once a valiant servant of the nation and its people, he was not merely the head of a clandestine organization, but had also provided significant support to the research teams of Xia country. Yet now, he could only watch as the youth endured relentless suffering, all because Shi Qianqian was his most cherished granddaughter. I have never bowed to anyone in my lifetime, but now, I sincerely implore you, do not harbor hatred towards Qianqian. His sorrowful gaze was etched with the lines of age, yet his pleading eyes betrayed a deep yearning. Gu Anyan swallowed hard, struggling to articulate his thoughts, but ultimately managed to utter a single word, all right. In that moment, a heavy stone seemed to lift from Shi Jingwa's heart, and he exhaled a long, resigned breath. I recognize your greatness, Grandpa Shi. You have sacrificed so much for us. I cannot afford to disappoint you. Gu Anyan set down his chopsticks, his eyes brimming with sincerity. He held profound respect for these pioneers who selflessly dedicated themselves to the country and its people. Although the situation was undeniably lamentable, if it could bring joy to this elder, then his own discomfort was of little consequence. At least, that was how he felt. Thank you. The elder rose, facing Gu Anyan, and bowed deeply. You mustn't do that, old sir, Gu Anyan responded, taken aback, rising awkwardly. I, Shi Jingwa, swear to the heavens that as long as the Shi family stands, this will be your eternal haven. With that, he patted Gu Anyan's shoulder and departed, leaving the bewildered youth in his wake. After a prolonged silence, Gu Anyan found himself reflecting deeply. If, in the future, Shi Qianqian treated him with less disdain, perhaps remaining here would prove beneficial. He chose not to dwell on her past actions, simply wishing for a peaceful coexistence, to become friends. Surely, this venerable elder would lend him assistance. Once he finished his meal, he regained some strength. Observing his disheveled appearance, he decided to freshen up. Under the butler's guidance, he enjoyed a thorough bath and donned a fresh set of clothing. Gazing at his reflection in the mirror, he could not help but lament his pallor. Though his complexion appeared somewhat haggard, his handsome features remained intact, lending him an air of fragility that evoked a protective instinct in those who beheld him. Just as he was lost in thought, a commotion caught his attention. Miss, you have returned, someone announced. How is he? Shi Qianqian inquired immediately upon entering. Before the butler could respond, her gaze fell upon Gu Anyan, who sat in a wheelchair. At that moment, the boy had emerged from the shadows of his dim chamber, no longer shrouded in gloom. He appeared immaculate, his delicate visage adorned with a subtle grace, dressed in fresh garments that exuded elegance. For a brief moment, she stood transfixed. Then, regaining her composure, she erupted in rage. Which blind fool let him out? Enforce the family rules immediately. With a furious glance at the onlookers, she strode purposefully toward him. It was I, this old scoundrel. A commanding voice resonated from the staircase, laced with ire. Shi Qianqian halted, her anger dissipating upon recognizing the speaker. Grandfather, why are you back? She asked, a hint of guilt creeping in, for she knew she had disobeyed him. And it was rare for Shi Jingwa to address her in such a tone. You unfilial daughter. You do not heed my words. Are you intending to bully him again? He approached his granddaughter, his beard quivering with indignation. If I had not been here today, I shudder to think what might have happened to this young man. With that, a large hand rose slowly, and Shi Qianqian bowed her head, closing her eyes, tears threatening to spill. That hand, which had lingered in the air, finally descended gently upon the girl's head, patting her twice softly. Alas, Shi Jingwa sighed in resignation, his face etched with reluctance. The boy in the wheelchair, nearly incensed enough to rise, retorted, "Hit me. Will you perish from delivering a blow? You're already suffering enough." Initially pleased to witness Shi Qianqian receiving a reprimand, he was now dismayed by the turn of events. Fortunately, Shi Jingwa spoke again. "Now, you will apologize to him. And you both must learn to coexist amicably without resorting to violence." His tone was firm, commanding her to approach. The girl's demeanor softened as she obediently nodded. "All right. Grandfather, please do not be angry." She hurried to Gu Anian, her expression full of contrition as she candidly acknowledged her missteps. "Anian, I am truly sorry for my past behavior. Can you forgive me?" She pleaded, gently grasping the boy's hand, her eyes beseeching. "Humph, how bold you were before. Look at how you treated me." He retorted, "I am no longer the person I once was. The next time we meet, lower your head and act with humility." Cough. "Could you possibly maintain a bit of distance?" He feigned fear, while inwardly reveling in comfort. Shi Qianqian paused, her previously somber expression swiftly transforming into a smile. "All right." Under the stern gaze of her grandfather, the young girl gently comforted the youth, each word imbued with a sincerity that starkly contrasted with her usual demeanor. "I truly understand my mistakes, and I have repented. I promise to treat you well from now on." Observing Shi Qianqian's humble posture, Gu Anian finally spoke with a sense of satisfaction, conceding, "Well, given our past as siblings, it would be rather ungracious of me to hold a grudge. I simply hope you will remain true to yourself and refrain from actions that betray your conscience." With that, he assisted the girl, who had been squatting before him, to her feet. Although he suspected her words might be insincere, he felt reassured by the presence of the old man. She would not dare to act recklessly against him. Shi Jingwa nodded approvingly, remarking, "Qianqian, you are no longer a child. It is time to abandon such juvenile amusements. We must often consider others, ensuring that our desires do not come at the expense of another's well-being." His earnest words were delivered in the hope that his granddaughter would heed his counsel. With a compliant expression, Shi Qianqian nodded rapidly, yet her gaze, laden with deeper meaning, remained fixed on Gu Anian. The youth, undeterred, held her gaze, his confident eyes seemingly challenging her, "Come closer." Soon after, Shi Jingwa ascended the stairs to rest, while Shi Qianqian continued to watch him. A sinister smile creeping across her face, her deep-set eyes evoking a sense of dread. "You see, I am of no use to you," Gu Anian mused. Despite having the old man's backing, he still felt a twinge of fear should she decide to unleash her whims. Suddenly, the girl spoke, "Brother, let me take you to the balcony for some fresh air." With a smile gracing her lips, her small hands had, unbeknownst to him, already found their way around his neck. A chill ran down Gu Anian's spine, prompting him to swiftly reject her invitation. "I'm cold. I don't wish to go outside." However, the girl was undeterred by his refusal, pushing his wheelchair toward the balcony regardless. "I said I don't want to. It would be rather impolite to insist." Beneath his calm facade, he felt a flicker of anxiety. The wind today was particularly biting. A gust brushed against him, causing the boy to shiver. Yet the girl showed no signs of stopping, maneuvering him until they reached the railing. The cold air rushed into his sleeves, and given his condition, the height posed a significant danger. Shi Qianqian wrapped her arms around his waist, gently lifting him, inadvertently nudging him closer to the pillar. "Brother, stand up and feel the evening breeze." At that moment, Gu Anian was as tense as could be, his trembling hands gripping the wheelchair tightly. Please don't act recklessly. If you continue like this, I will inform grandfather." Shi Qianqian leaned in close to his ear, her tone dripping with mockery. "Stay calm. Just calm down. I admit, I may have raised my voice a bit too much." Her hands, however, showed no signs of pausing, as if she had not heard him at all. His stomach pressed against the railing. "Please, I was wrong. Don't do this." Panic engulfed him as he felt the weightlessness of his upper body, gripped by fear. He could barely stand, and were it not for Shi Qianqian holding him back, he would surely have fallen. "Weren't you quite impressive just now? Why are you acting like this?" "Regardless, my grandfather favors me," the girl complained, yet she dared not act against him now. After a moment of intimidation, he was slowly pulled back. "You mustn't tell my grandfather." All right, a kiss then." She pouted her lips. What? You dare to make such a request of me? Do you believe I would come over there? Before he could finish his words, the girl's actions had already taken place. After lingering on the balcony for a while, the cold wind failed to dissipate the flush on the boy's face. You. Guanian pointed at her nose, wanting to say something, but fearing her reckless behavior would continue. Forget it. At least it's much better than before. He wiped his mouth and maneuvered his wheelchair into the living room. At that moment, he noticed Shi Zheng was seated in a chair, discussing something with the butler. Xiao Gu, Qianqian, where have you been? Shi Zhenghua inquired with a smile upon seeing the two emerge simultaneously. Nothing at all. Shi Qianqian, noticing Gu Anian's willingness to speak up, relaxed her brow and echoed the sentiment. Humph, as if you would dare to say anything. Little did she know that just as she felt triumphant within, Gu Anian, with a face full of grievance, declared, no, she didn't take me to the balcony, she didn't scold me, and she certainly didn't nearly throw me down. Gu Anian lowered his head. Every ounce of his fear was evident to Shi Zhenghua. Bang! He slammed his hand on the table, startling everyone. The seriousness etched on his face was accompanied by tightly furrowed brows, clearly incensed. He pointed at Shi Qianqian's nose and scolded, What did I just say? Was it meant for a pig? Is this how you behave? Breathing heavily, he strode over to the girl, seizing her ear and beginning to reprimand her. Grandfather. P.S. lying. Silence. Do I not know your character? If you dare act like this again, I'll send him back, and you will never see him again. His eyes widened in fury. This time he was completely serious. Sending him back was impossible. He was merely speaking out of anger, for the commotion from his granddaughter would be disastrous. Shi Qianqian looked utterly wronged, tears streaming down her face as she implored, I'm sorry, grandfather, woo woo woo. Each tear that fell tugged at Gu Anian's heart, knowing how she treated him. Yet Shi Zhenghua was different. He could not bear to see his granddaughter in such distress. Witnessing her tears, even his rugged heart began to ache, and he could no longer bring himself to scold her. All right, stop crying. Don't do this again. It was my harshness that was excessive. A large hand gently caressed her head, tenderly wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes. All right, I shall never do it again. Seeing his granddaughter acknowledge her mistakes, the old man smiled with a sense of relief. By the way, make sure to tend to his leg. This injury is not beyond healing. After offering some comfort, he finally felt at ease to depart. Gu Anian observed everything silently, fully aware that her demeanor was merely a facade. I did not. Gu Anian mimicked her manner of lying, disdainfully mocking her. The young girl kept her head lowered, remaining silent, her cheeks visibly flushing with a deepening crimson hue. Gu Anian, if I were you, I would certainly refrain from uttering such words. The girl's tone was devoid of warmth. I am myself, and you are you. Gu Anian remained unfazed, for he was convinced that, after this encounter, the girl before him would no longer dare to bully him so easily. Indeed, at least for now, Shi Qianqian would not torment him. However, there would be ample time in the future. She spoke softly, You should best go to my room now, and do not tell my grandfather. Upon hearing this, the boy could not help but laugh in exasperation. It was indeed evening, the time for dreams. He smiled faintly. After he responded, the girl did not linger, swiftly ascending the stairs. Hey, remember to take care of my legs. He called out excitedly, watching her retreating figure. Surely, she would heed the words of her grandfather? Suddenly, he recalled that incident. Before losing consciousness, he vaguely remembered seeing a shadowy figure that seemed to be Shi Qianqian. He felt as though struck by lightning, astonished at the girl's cruelty. Just thinking of how she pretended to comfort him in the hospital sent a cold sweat trickling down his back. She was truly an excellent actress, and those doctors were simply terrifying. Yet, none of it mattered now. Hope still lingered before him. I must escape this place, otherwise, I shall ultimately become her plaything. Humph, what cannot kill me only serves to make me stronger. He resolved quietly, his gaze growing resolute. Nonetheless, today was already a significant improvement. It was, for him, a fortuitous day. With the aid of the servants in the villa, he successfully made his way to the second floor and entered his own room. This room was indeed spacious. It was rather delightful. The chamber where he had previously been confined could barely be considered a small storage room, and it was shrouded in darkness. In such a comfortable environment, he stretched languidly and soon drifted into a deep slumber. He slept soundly, so much so that he remained oblivious to the gentle turning of the doorknob. Chapter 66. The Loss of the Old Man. Click. A subtle sound of the door opening resonated, and a beam of light filtered in, softly illuminating the boy's face. A lithe figure stealthily entered the room. In the stillness of the night, only Gu An's youthful breaths could be heard. Suddenly, a pair of delicate hands appeared, gently placing a handkerchief at the tip of the boy's nose. With a soft inhale, he succumbed to a profound slumber, unresponsive to any disturbance. In this dream, he found himself lying in the midst of a bustling marketplace, a massive stone slab resting upon his chest, surrounded by a throng of people. Ladies and gentlemen, behold, the stone crushes the living. With those words, a colossal hammer materialized, slowly obscuring the heavens above. 80. Awakening from this exhausting slumber, he groggily opened his eyes. What has happened to me? He wondered, examining his body, marred by crimson scratches, feeling a wave of soreness wash over him. His lips were swollen, making speech a challenge. The youth unsteadily rose, leaning against the wall as he settled into a wheelchair. It was already noon when he emerged, only to be summoned downstairs for a meal. By the time he reached the dining table, the members of the Zhenghua family were already seated, waving at him as he descended. However, upon seeing his disheveled state, their expressions turned to concern. "Comrade, what has happened to you? You appear quite unwell." Shi Qianqian rested her chin on her hands, asking gently, "Brother-in, what is the matter? Did you have a nightmare?" Her casual tone belied a hint of amusement in her eyes. Gu An glanced at her, feeling a palpable hostility. Surely, he could not be suffering without cause. Was it her doing? Yet, without evidence, he could not accuse her, for he had seen no one else. Infuriating. Observing the girl's triumphant smile, he suspected she was indeed involved. With a soft huff, he addressed Shi Zhenghua. "It's nothing, as Qianqian mentioned, merely a troublesome nightmare." He recounted a dream of a monstrous creature invading his room. At this, the elder chuckled heartily. Ah, the vibrant imagination of youth can conjure the wildest dreams. Yet, Shi Qianqian, looking at her jovial grandfather, could not muster a smile. Her gaze shifted to the serene boy, as if to say, "You shan't revel for long." After the meal, the elder insisted they share the same sofa to mend their relationship. Gu An felt as though he were on pins and needles. Glancing at the girl beside him, instinctively shifting away. "Hey, the sofa is long enough. Can't you sit over there?" Unable to contain himself any longer, he protested against their cramped positioning. Shi Qianqian, however, paid no heed, draping her arm around his neck. "Grandpa wants us to strengthen our bond," she declared, emphasizing the word strengthen with a certain weight, as if it held deeper implications. "I don't want to. Keep your distance. Please let go of me." As she drew nearer, her warm breath brushed against his neck, sending a wave of anxiety coursing through Gu An. He struggled desperately for a moment, yet was held tightly. "Don't move. I haven't done anything. Grandpa won't care about me," the girl replied with a playful laugh. He felt as though his entire body was on the verge of being crushed. Just as he was at a loss, Shi Qianqian leaned closer to his face, sporting a mischievous grin. "Just a kiss, and I'll leave," she said, pointing to her pouted lips, nearly pressing against him. "You must keep your word." Unable to evade her any longer, he closed his eyes, welcoming the scent of jasmine. "All right, just move a bit." After a considerable time, the boy realized he was still firmly embraced. Shi Qianqian's hands and lips had not ceased their movements. Instead, they intensified. "You deceived me." He glared at her in anger. Hee, "I've been deceiving you since childhood, didn't you know?" Shi Qianqian shamelessly retorted. Just as she was about to continue her mischief, a voice rang out. "Qianqian, what are you doing? Come here." The sudden call startled both of them. Reluctantly, Shi Qianqian walked over in response to Gu Anian's triumphant gaze. "I was wrong. There won't be a next time." She had grown accustomed to it, speaking without hesitation. "You said the same thing last time. Is this how you ease the tension?" He sighed and shook his head at the indifferent girl. "You've grown up. I can't control you anymore. Just don't let there be a next time." The girl obediently nodded and immediately sat beside Gu Anian, maintaining a respectful distance. She placed her hands on her knees, gazing at Shi Zhenghua, as if to say, "I am well behaved. You needn't worry." Shi Zhenghua felt reassured, but Gu Anian was different. He found it hard to believe that it ended just like that. She didn't even seem afraid. Turning slightly, he observed that the girl indeed kept her distance, yet her gaze remained ominously fixed on him. "I warn you, do not come any closer. If you do, I shall call out." The hours of the afternoon swiftly passed. That evening, Shi Zhenghua hurried down the stairs, dressed formally, indicating he was about to leave. As an important figure, it was normal for him to be busy. "I have something to attend to over there, Qianqian. You two behave well. Do not bully him while I am gone." And what about his leg injury? Why has it not been treated? The old man departed, not forgetting to issue a reminder. But what use was that? All right, I have scheduled a doctor to come home. I promise not to bully him, Shi Qianqian declared, her expression filled with righteousness, as if she were genuinely intent on reforming her ways. Finally, no one is watching me. Gu Anyan sat dazedly in place with a book in hand, feeling as if the sky were about to collapse. Can you take me away? He uttered, but was immediately met with a vehement rebuttal from Shi Qianqian. Grandfather is occupied with a matter of great importance. Your presence would merely complicate things. And this is a confidential affair. Beside him, Shi Zhigua concurred, offering reassurance. Do not fret, my dear comrade. I know my granddaughter well. Since she has spoken thus, you shall undoubtedly be fine. If matters become dire, do not hesitate to call me. After uttering these words, Shi Zhigua glanced at the time and exited, leaving Gu Anyan in a state of helplessness. It's over, it's truly over. Gazing at the young girl's face, he gradually broke into a near-manic grin, his shoulders trembling. Who, indeed, holds the reins now? Gu Anyan grasped his phone. Just as he was about to dial, it was snatched away, with a resounding slap. The device shattered upon the ground. The nearby servants were taken aback by this unexpected display. Why don't you go complain? Go on. I dare you. Chapter 67. Retribution Go. The girl stomped on the broken phone twice before thrusting it into the boy's hands. Hit it. Gu Anyan trembled. You cannot do this. Your grandfather said we should behave. A sharp slap landed on his ear, causing temporary deafness, nearly toppling him from his wheelchair. I command you to strike. At that moment, the girl exuded a terrifying aura, her eyes brimming with darkness. Gu Anyan shuddered, then picked up the ruined phone, his fingers tracing its shattered surface. Why aren't you hitting it? Is this even effective? She nearly screamed, her voice laced with hatred and a twisted sense of pleasure. Her delicate hand suddenly gripped his shoulder and yanked, sending him crashing to the ground. He knelt there, tears of fear and regret streaming down his pale face, falling onto the mirror-like tiles. By this time, the surrounding onlookers had retreated, maintaining a safe distance, all acutely aware of the girl's menacing presence. The elderly butler stepped forward, his kind face etched with concern. Miss, this is truly inappropriate. The master has said, silence. She snapped, her eyes blazing with a fierce discontent. You were the one who reported me last time, ruining my plans. Now, vanish from my sight. This was her first display of such unrestrained fury. The elderly butler, witnessing her ferocious demeanor, could only shake his head in resignation before sighing and walking away. Ha ha. The girl laughed maniacally, reveling in the cathartic release of her emotions, which greatly satisfied her inner turmoil. Her gaze sharpened as she noticed the boy attempting to crawl away. You think you can escape? In a few swift strides, she placed her foot upon his spine. The frail boy, already weakened, could scarcely withstand the full force of her kick. With a cry of anguish, he fell, unable to rise again. Brother, you are disobedient, but that is of no concern. I shall gradually teach you to comply. I will savor this delightful process, the girl declared as she lifted him, compelling him to kneel before her. Do you enjoy complaining? A sinister smile graced her lips. And no, he stammered. But before he could finish, she struck his face with a resounding slap. If you enjoy complaining so much, I might as well sew that insolent mouth shut. Swiftly, she produced a needle and, with a kick, sent him sprawling to the ground. No matter how he struggled, it was futile, his face pressed against the earth, pinned down by her knee. Ugh, he gasped. Observing his agony, she paused momentarily. But sewing it shut would render it less kissable. Having played enough, she wiped his lips and leaned closer. Gu Anyan could only taste the metallic tang of blood, a pain that penetrated to the marrow of his bones. In just 2 days, he had transitioned from arrogance to regret, and finally to despair. He truly feared her relentless torment. Had he known he would end up in such a dire predicament at the hands of Lan Youyan, he might have chosen differently. Feeling the pressure on him lessen, he attempted to rise. Yet, as he sat up, he saw Shi Qianqian brandishing a fruit knife, gesturing menacingly. Brother, I know you regret your actions, but it is of no use. Mistakes necessitate lessons. This is merely the beginning. Her gaze was rife with a morbid excitement, an unsettling madness. Gu Anyan trembled, his heart pounding with terror upon hearing her words. In the face of overwhelming dread, he made a decision that frightened even himself. Summoning an unknown strength, he suddenly sprang to his feet and seized the knife from her grasp. With a clang, he hurled it to the ground. In that moment of shock reflected in her eyes, he embraced her and swiftly pressed his lips against hers. Shi Qianqian stood frozen, her heart racing with exhilaration. A rush of warmth surged through her mind, making her heart race. Gu Anian held her tightly, seemingly expending his last reserves of strength. Though she resisted, her efforts were feeble, appearing more like acquiescence. Eventually, exhaustion overtook him, and he collapsed onto the ground. Do you think this resolves everything? That is simply impossible. We must continue. Her voice was laced with a coyness, a flush of color gracing her cheeks, a stark contrast to her earlier menacing demeanor. This was the boy's first act of such initiative, and she was genuinely elated. Indeed, those who recognize the tides of circumstance are wise. This tactic was particularly effective with her. It seemed she could never show him leniency again. Gu Anian gritted his teeth against the searing pain coursing through his body. Struggling to speak, "Please, let me rest for a moment. I can endure." The words of supplication escaped his lips, and he cast a pitiful glance at her, filled with resignation. "Butler, attend to him immediately. You have 1 minute to restore him to perfect health, then bring him to my room." The elderly butler paused abruptly. "Miss, do not put me in a difficult position. I am no Huata." A strained smile emerged on his aged face as he spoke. Shi Qianqian gently lifted Gu Anian and carried him to the medical room. She pressed her lips together and glanced at the young man on the bed. "Tomorrow, summon the orthopedic doctor to commence treatment on his leg." "Understood, miss," the old butler replied with utmost respect. Lying on the bed, Gu Anian breathed a reluctant sigh of relief upon hearing this news. It could be considered a blessing. At the very least, he would be able to walk again. He had felt every excruciating moment of the ordeal. The methods employed were truly unbearable. Now, not a single part of the boy's body remained unscathed. His fair skin bore crimson marks, presenting a pitifully fragile appearance. The sight of Shi Qianqian in a fit of rage genuinely terrified him. Gu Anian had never fathomed that a person could conceal such depths of malice. His body, his legs, even his childhood memories were all within the grasp of this girl. Reflecting on it now, it seemed profoundly tragic. Strangely, he found his thoughts drifting to Lan Youyan, recalling the moments when she meticulously applied ointment to his wounds and when they practiced yoga together. Although Lan Youyan could be tormenting in her own right, her methods were nowhere near as cruel as those of his dear sister. A sudden wave of nostalgia for Lan Youyan washed over him. No. Why was he thinking this way? He shook his head frantically, contemplating whether anyone would come to his rescue. He thought of his senior, the terrifying little girl, and Fong Lulu. Would anyone come to save him? Chapter 68. The familiar slap. Two beautiful ladies. Are you guests of the young lady? A gentleman in black, a bodyguard, inquired at the entrance beyond the villa. Bang! Tang Liu kicked him forcefully, hands on her hips, fuming. Am I not human? I ask you, am I not human? The man who had been kicked down grimaced in pain, struggling to reach for the walkie-talkie. Intruder alert. Someone as his mouth was bound tightly with layers of tape, staring at them in despair. Soon, footsteps echoed nearby, predominantly the Shi family members, accompanied by some armed personnel. The three of them were no pushovers. Upon locating the Shi family's estate, they did not act recklessly, but instead cautiously mobilized their forces. A large group soon appeared at the estate's entrance, clad in protective gear, hands clasped behind their backs. The two sides faced each other in tense silence, neither daring to speak first. After a few minutes, a vehicle approached slowly, and Shi Qianqian, her face darkened, gazed at the individuals outside the villa. Upon recognizing the visitor, her heart skipped a beat. To think they could find her in such a concealed location was truly infuriating. Her expression darkened as she strode directly towards the trio. Be careful, miss. Watch out for a sneak attack from Old Six. One of the guards at the entrance, now freed from restraints, grimaced in pain as he clutched his nearly shattered kidney, glaring at the others with resentment. In a swift motion, a dagger appeared in Shi Qianqian's hand, slicing through the air as it aimed directly ahead. The blade halted just a centimeter from Bai Yi's eyes, who remained unblinking, gazing back with a calm demeanor. Miss Shi, this is hardly the time for foolishness. You are as impulsive and thoughtless as Lan Youyan. Lan Youyan, taken aback, raised her right hand, suddenly gripping the one that reached for her. Her delicate brows furrowing as she tilted her neck, the dagger now poised against her throat. Her tone remained dismissive, as if unaffected. You wish to make a move? By all means, do try. However, you must consider the consequences of your actions. Her expression hardened. You will face the White family's wrath, and your grandfather will be the first to suffer the repercussions. At this, Shi Qianqian's brows twitched. Should a large-scale brawl erupt here, resulting in casualties, the one who would bear the brunt of the impact would undoubtedly be her grandfather. Furthermore, the previous kidnapping of Gu Annie had already tested his limits. Such a display of armed force would leave him deeply unsettled. How infuriating. These individuals appeared to have no fear, and should a fight ensue, it would certainly be the Shi family that would bear the losses. Shi Qianqian stood there, momentarily stunned, her expression remarkable. After a long pause, she lowered the dagger and slowly uttered, "What do you want?" Seeing her concession, the three let out a collective sigh of relief. "This estate seems rather splendid. We wish to reside here with you, Miss Shi. I hope we are not intruding upon your enjoyment." Shi Qianqian clenched her teeth, her nails digging into her flesh. "You are intruding." "Intruding? Then endure it. We will be staying," Tang Liu interjected, stepping closer and reaching for her pocket. "Don't move. What do you think you're doing?" A guard shouted, rushing to shield Shi Qianqian. Startled by the outburst, Tang Liu's demeanor soured. She pitifully produced a hairpin. "I'm giving your lady a gift. Why are you being so suspicious?" With that, she pushed the guard aside and adorned Shi Qianqian with the pin. "Miss Qianqian, here is a gift for you. Can I stay, please?" She wrapped her arms around Shi Qianqian's, adopting a charmingly coy expression. The two behind her exchanged glances, bemused, yet they quickly joined in. One linking arms on the other side, while the other draped an arm over her shoulder. The four moved forward in an oddly peculiar formation. Lan Youyan cleared her throat, revealing a hint of a smile. With guests arriving at home, one cannot simply neglect their hospitality, can they? Indeed, we are all sisters. Tang Liu, in a state of exuberance, jumped about, adding, "If there isn't enough room, I can reluctantly share a room with you." Overwhelmed by the cacophony of their chatter, Shi Qianqian felt on the verge of madness. With a sullen expression, she inquired, "How long do you intend to stay?" "Not long, just a brief period," Bai Yi replied, waving her hand in an attempt to calm her. "Perhaps a year or two," Lan Youyan remarked, her gaze lingering on Shi Qianqian's face, as if asking a question without words. In contrast, Tang Liu was bolder, planting a smacking kiss on Shi Qianqian's cheek. "Good friends for life. Get away." The remaining two groups exchanged glances, at a loss for what to do. Meanwhile, the group at the door chuckled awkwardly, one of them extending a hand. "Here, brother." The recipient glanced at the hand, which then hesitated. "I prefer electronic ones," he replied with a cough. Bang! The villa's grand door was forcefully kicked open by Shi Qianqian, startling everyone inside. "Miss, is this your friend?" The butler ventured cautiously. "They are renting," she stated. "Clear 3 rooms for them upstairs, at 50,000 a month." The old butler was taken aback, struggling to believe his ears at his mistress's outrageous demand. "Hey, that's rather inconsiderate." Tang Liu glared at her, visibly upset. Shi Qianqian cast a quick glance at the plump girl, recalling the earlier scene, instinctively maintaining some distance. It was terrifying. She had never committed any wrongdoing in her life, so why was she subjected to such a circumstance? "Stay away from me." She pointed an unpleased finger at Tang Liu. As she continued to express her grievances, Lan Youyan and Bai Yi had already begun searching the house. "Stop. Don't look anymore," Shi Qianqian urged in a flustered manner, but one cannot hide fire with paper. They arrived at a room filled with various medical equipment, presumably the family's medical room. At that moment, a young boy endured excruciating pain in his legs, gritting his teeth and drenched in sweat. The torment, both physical and mental, weighed heavily on his spirit. "It hurts. It hurts so much. Even if his leg healed, he would still have to face the demon that was Shi Qianqian. I don't have a sister. It's all a lie. Woe is me. Who will save me?" Lan Youyan sighed. Just then, the door creaked open, and several figures hurriedly entered. "Huh, didn't the doctor come earlier today?" Gu Annie felt a twinge of doubt as he cautiously poked his head out. But as he looked up, a familiar and stunningly beautiful face appeared before him. She blocked the light above, her loose strands of hair cascading onto the boy's face, bringing with it a familiar fragrance. In that instant, the boy gaped in astonishment. "Am I dreaming?" He felt the sensation on his face and the breath of the young girl, immediately confirming that this was not a dream. "Could it be that I have gained the ability to manifest my thoughts into reality?" He fantasized incredulously. If so, that would be truly wonderful. However, just as he reveled in his thoughts, a swift slap came crashing down. Slap. It was a familiar sensation. Chapter 69. Gu Annie and his 4 beautiful roommates. Run away. Lan Youyan cradled his face gently as if it were a precious treasure, whispering softly, "At last, I have found you." The girl's gaze was chillingly fierce, her entire being trembling with emotion, reaching a fever pitch. Then, in a softer tone, she added, "Gu Anian, you have deceived me. How shall you atone for this?" Bai Yi leaned in from the other side, her eyes sparkling with a unique allure. "Am I in hell?" He could scarcely believe his eyes, rubbing them. He prepared to widen his gaze when a searing pain struck. "Ah!" Tang Liu leapt onto him with excitement, her entire self crashing onto him. With a crack of his kneecap, he fainted once more. "It's been so long. Hee, I've missed you so much. I don't blame you for running away. I only blame that wretched house." As she finished speaking, someone restrained her. Shi Qianqian hurriedly pushed through the crowd to check on his condition. Alas, it seems he has suffered yet again. At this moment, everyone sensed something was amiss and rushed to inspect him. They soon discovered, upon closer inspection, that his body was covered in bruises, contusions mixed with scratches, the varying depths of scars intertwined, and his legs lay limp, devoid of strength. Lan Youyan gazed upon this shocking scene, even more grave than her own previous plight. Coming to their senses, the three glared at Shi Qianqian in unison, demanding, "How did he end up like this? You perverse monster. You've nearly killed my Anian." Tang Liu lamented, pummeling her in distress, her heart heavy with sorrow. Lan Youyan stood up indignantly, exclaiming, "How could you treat him this way? Don't you realize he is dear to me? I can hardly bear to touch him." As she spoke, her eyes wandered, betraying a hint of guilt. Bai Yi shot her a disdainful glance. "Who was it that just slapped him?" "Enough. Let us not be hypocritical," Shi Qianqian interjected, shoving Tang Liu aside. "You madwoman. You've broken his leg again." She too felt a pang of heartache, cherishing Gu Anian, but insisted he must be obedient. "Then how did his leg get broken?" the three asked in unison, their gazes fixed on Shi Qianqian, who suddenly lost her confidence. Feeling equally anxious, "I don't know. Perhaps he accidentally fell?" As soon as those words left her lips, she was met with a tempest of accusations. "I did not intend to, but I shall exercise more caution next time." "Do you truly expect there to be a next time?" Gu Anian last experienced such despair during the previous incident. Upon opening his eyes once more, he found himself surrounded by a multitude of doctors clad in white coats. He let out a soft sigh, reminiscing about the circumstances preceding his unconsciousness. "They really have come to find me." A flicker of hope ignited within him. "Are they here to rescue me? Regardless of who they are, I implore them to take me away." Just as he was about to utter something, a nearby doctor spoke up. "Ah, young man, you are awake. Just in time. We have a surgery that requires anesthesia, so please continue to sleep." With that, the syringe was already piercing into his vein. As he inhaled, he drifted back into a hazy slumber. Outside the room, for young women were embroiled in a heated argument. "I live with him, I understand him, and I can care for him," Bai Yi asserted first. Shi Qianqian let out a cold laugh. "No matter how well you think you know him, can you truly comprehend him as I do? I have lived with him for over a decade." As she spoke, Lan Youyan clenched her fists, casting her a resentful gaze, her eyes deep and haunting. Tang Liu, feeling displeased, swiftly approached her, declaring, "You have monopolized him long enough. It is my turn now." At this moment, Lan Youyan felt a twinge of insanity. She had no desire to share Gu Anian with these women. He belonged solely to her. However, therein lay the dilemma. Within the Shi family's territory, no one could take him away. In truth, everyone harbored the same sentiments as her, yet kept such thoughts to themselves, refraining from voicing them aloud. None could overpower the others, yet they all constrained one another. The most prudent course of action was to stabilize the situation. After a flurry of discussions, they ultimately reached a consensus. For the sake of his health, no one was permitted to disturb him until his leg had healed. The four young women would take turns attending to his daily needs. Each would occupy a room, and with 5 of them in total, they all resided on the second floor, effectively becoming roommates. Throughout the day, Gu Anian remained in a coma. It was not until the following morning that he gradually opened his eyes. The pain throughout his body had significantly diminished, and his wounds were healing rapidly. Fortunately, Tang Liu's earlier blow had not struck a critical area, thus his leg was slowly recovering. Although he still could not walk, the bones were beginning to mend. Outside, there was a faint murmur of conversation. "Ladies, the patient's condition has stabilized, but we must avoid overstimulating him," one of the doctors stated. Shi Qianqian leaned in closely and whispered, "Cough, cough. It won't affect that, will it?" Upon hearing this, the elderly doctor adjusted his glasses, which were nearly slipping off. It is best to avoid that altogether. What if the worst occurs? He remained silent. So, it is permissible then? Very well, doctor. Before the doctor could finish his sentence, Shi Qianqian interrupted and stepped inside. I shall handle this myself. Upon overhearing their conversation and the sound of the door creaking open, Gu Yin felt his body tense in fright, promptly shutting his eyes. Why haven't I awakened yet? By all accounts, the effects of the anesthesia should have worn off. Shi Qianqian mumbled to herself as she gently pulled back the covers draped over him. What are you doing? Lan Youyan raised an eyebrow, swiftly grasping her hand. Let go of me. He is my brother. How laughable. You are utterly unworthy of being his sister. After all these years, you have achieved nothing. You're just a useless thing, aren't you? You've only made it easier for me. At those final words, Shi Qianqian's face flushed with anger. She couldn't find a single reason to refute her claims. Beside her, Tang Luyu added fuel to the fire indeed. What capabilities do you possess? You are just like Sister Youyan, perfectly symmetrical in body. Someone like me is the most suitable, both admirable and not mindless, she proclaimed, her face alight with confidence as she held her head high. Suddenly, both of their gazes turned toward her, a murderous intent rising sharply. Tang Liu's smile faltered at once, a chill creeping up her spine. Two hands clapped down on her shoulders. Luoyu, are you suggesting that your sister is mindless? The girl paused, suddenly reminded of her own sister. Wait, let me explain. Tang Liu understood well the peril of offending three individuals with a single statement. At that moment, the youth on the hospital bed could no longer contain himself. His face flushed crimson as he burst into laughter. Chapter 70. Do you think you deserve to call him brother? With a sputter, he coughed, feeling utterly helpless. As anticipated, the raucous quartet fell silent in an instant. He sensed four pairs of eyes fixated on him, the atmosphere around him terrifyingly still, save for the sound of his own breathing. Unable to maintain his facade any longer, he stifled a yawn. That dream I just had was so amusing. What are you all doing here? I've only just awakened. Gu Yin's expression was exceedingly unnatural, awkwardly gazing at the four who had encroached upon him. Why do I feel dizzy again? I must have dozed off once more. With that, he closed his eyes again, feigning unconsciousness. Yet, as soon as he shut his eyes, he felt a sudden chill around his neck. A waft of fragrance enveloped him, rendering him breathless. Ugh, cough. His chin was suddenly gripped tightly, forcing his eyes open. You truly enjoy deceiving others, don't you? Lan Youyan's deep, penetrating gaze was mere inches from his face, observing him with an eerie calmness. I had almost forgotten this scent, she continued, her tone growing increasingly animated. Now, tell me, how should I punish you? With a dismissive shove, she pushed Tang Luoyu aside. Go away, don't bother me. Gu Yin was drenched in cold sweat, feeling a shiver run down his spine as he caught a glimpse of Bai Yi nearby. Senior, have you come to rescue me this time? Junior, you truly have a sense of humor. In front of so many people, you still think you can escape? Bai Yi wore an expression of helplessness, yet a flicker of resentment emerged towards the boy's evasion. I have yet to settle the score between you and Xiao Tang, she stated, her words devoid of warmth. Gu Yin felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. Even the gentle Bai Shuejia had transformed, leaving him in a state of despair. Similarly, Tang Liu wrapped her arms around Bai Yi, exclaiming, Sister Yi, it's not my fault. He begged me to take him away. Besides, we're all sisters, so it's no big deal. A heavy punch landed squarely on her small head. Get away from me. Don't cling to me, she sobbed, tears spilling down her cheeks. Feeling wronged, she quietly approached Shi Qianqian, leaning gently against her shoulder. Qianqian, let us stick together. Go away. Amidst the incessant suggestions from the group, Gu Yin slowly descended from the bed. Be careful, I'll support you. Bai Yi was the first to press against him, gently assisting his movements. Enian, I'll help you too. I'll help as well. Gu Yin, being supported, felt a mixture of surprise and compliance, anxious that a slap might unexpectedly appear on his face. Thank you all. My hand isn't broken. There's no need to hold on so tightly. Why are you so close to me? Thus, he was carried upstairs to a private room. Upon learning he would have his own space, his heart swelled with joy. At least he could enjoy some solitude. As long as they refrained from imposing on him further, he could accept this arrangement. Initially fearing torment from Shi Qianqian, he now viewed these three as his saviors. Thank you, but I wish to rest quietly by myself, he stammered, glancing at the four girls who seemed reluctant to leave. Tang Liu swiftly moved to his back, wrapping her arms around him. From now on, I willingly volunteer to be Brother Anyuan's personal bodyguard, ensuring his safety 24 hours a day. Shi Qianqian glared at this scene, wishing she could slap her into oblivion. His leg isn't healed yet. Get off him. And who do you think you are to call him brother? With that, she strode over, intent on pulling her away. Only I can call him that. What are you? Shi Qianqian bared her teeth. Enough. Stop arguing and let him rest properly, Bai Yi implored, glancing at Gu Anyuan, who was being tugged back and forth. After a brief commotion, the group settled down and left the room. Before departing, Lan Youyan leaned closer to his ear, whispering, Anyuan, come back with me. I promise I won't hit you again. With that, she stood up, leaving the boy to ponder alone. Returning with her would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences, whereas remaining here allowed him to scrape by, at least free from any egregious acts against him. If any one of them were to be discovered, the others would surely intervene. He gently touched the scab on his hand and let out a soft sigh, hoping that this would be the final scar. What? Repeat that. My lord, I speak the truth. I dare not lie. At that moment, aboard a cargo ship, Ina had just captured the leader of the rebels and was conducting an interrogation. It was indeed a mysterious benefactor who, on that fateful day, granted us a substantial sum, instructing us to seize the backstreet. Ina, crossing her legs, bore an icy glare as the last flicker of light faded from her eyes. That very day marked her journey to the Summer Kingdom to deliver Gu Anyuan to Sister Shui. How could this be? Was it possible that she orchestrated this rebellion? The thought left her in disbelief. After all, they were sisters, forged from the ashes of despair. Why would she turn against her? Ina then recalled the young man from earlier and Sister Shui's attitude towards him. Could it be because of him? The mere thought of that youth, with his fragile and pitiable demeanor, ignited a fervent flame within her. Impossible. He belongs to me. I cannot relinquish him. Ina murmured to herself, her pupils gradually flashing with a hint of crimson. My lady, how should we deal with these individuals? A middle-aged man in a tailored suit inquired, surveying the bound and trembling captives on the ground. The young girl nodded absently, a faint, intriguing smile gracing her lips. Sever their tendons and toss them into the sea to feed the sharks. Upon hearing her words, the kneeling figures felt a chill run through them. Well, we're doomed anyway. I'm going to fight back. One man suddenly leapt up, drawing a small knife from his waist and lunging toward her. Bang! The scent of blood filled the air as the man fell to the ground. Ina retracted her silver handgun, its dark muzzle still smoking. Sister, the gun you gifted me has been kept safe, she said, her gaze lowered as if lost in memories. If you insist on taking him from me, I shall have no choice but to send you away with it. As she spoke, a glimmer of tears welled in her eyes, filled with sorrow. My lady, what troubles you? It's nothing. In due time, I shall return to the Summer Kingdom to recruit some capable individuals. Firearms are not permitted there. The other party appeared momentarily stunned, but respectfully replied, Understood. Chapter 71. I fell asleep. Don't come in, brother. Open your mouth. I shall feed you some grapes. Bang. Tang Luoyu, could you please go away and refrain from addressing him like that? Earlier, Shi Qianqian had been busy in the kitchen for quite some time. She had originally prepared some fruits, but upon opening the door, she stumbled upon this intimate scene. Naturally, she was displeased at being preempted. Tang Liu made a face at her, pressing his body closely against Gu Anyuan, carefully wiping his mouth. Witnessing this scene, Shi Qianqian was filled with indignation, her eyes nearly ablaze with fury. She could not tolerate any male, apart from herself, being so intimately close to Gu Anyuan. Come here. You must not touch him. Shi Qianqian tugged at her, dragging her towards the door, their petite figures entangled in a playful struggle. If you won't let me touch him, then I shall touch you. Let us see what you choose. Tang Liu pouted defiantly, adopting a mode of unreasonable persistence. With a playful grip around Shi Qianqian's neck, she leaped onto her, clinging like a mischievous vine, rendering Shi Qianqian unable to shake her off despite her attempts. You little weirdo, get off me. Then I shall embrace my Anyuan Gidge. The two twisted and turned, neither willing to yield. Ultimately, in a bid to spare Gu Anyuan from further annoyance by Tang Liu, Shi Qianqian resolved to temporarily sacrifice herself, allowing this impish girl to cling to her. Anyuan, wait for me to deal with this fool, and I shall come to you. With those words, she swiftly dashed out the door. Gu Anyuan, observing this spectacle, felt a stir of emotion. Their playful banter resembled that of close friends, enveloping him in a sense of warmth. He recalled his own childhood, those moments in kindergarten when he too had known such joy. The youth shook his head, as if lost in reminiscence, a hint of a blissful smile gracing his face. Yet, an invisible barrier always lingered between them. The shadows they cast upon him were not easily erased. With no further interruptions, Youyan scrolled through his phone for a while before sinking into a deep slumber. Time slipped away unnoticed, and when he awoke, he found the world cloaked in darkness. Have I slept for so long? Stretching languidly, he was about to rise when he suddenly perceived a faint sound of breathing. The breath was slightly erratic, almost frantic, and upon awakening, the youth fell utterly still. Who was there? This sudden series of changes sent a chill down Youyan's spine, evoking memories of ghost stories he had once heard. Surely there are no ghosts beneath my bed. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Stealing his courage and suppressing his fear, he cautiously poked his head out from under the covers. To his horror, as soon as half his head emerged, he was met with a pair of eyes staring back at him, disturbingly close. Those eyes seemed to have lingered for an eternity, filled with an unsettling, morbid intensity. The moment Youyan let out a scream, a pair of icy hands swiftly covered his mouth. Don't scream, be quiet. A familiar voice echoed, and he blinked in surprise. Sure, Qianqian, what are you doing here? His heart brimmed with fear and resentment towards his once-beloved sister. Had it not been for Lan Youyan and the others' arrival, he would have refrained from expressing his anger. Yet now, with the trio's presence creating a delicate balance of power, Youyan felt emboldened. Have you stopped calling me Qianqian? Youyan, you truly are despicable. It hasn't been long since I last dealt with you. The girl's eyes glimmered with a dark light as her tone turned frigid, reaching out to seize him. Don't touch me. If you continue like this, I will call for help. The boy sat up, looking at her with a hint of nervousness. Upon hearing his response, the girl seemed quite displeased, yet she managed a cold smile. Suddenly, a piece of cloth appeared in her hand. She crumpled it into a ball and swiftly stuffed it into his mouth. Then, she grabbed the boy's hair, yanked him up, and slammed him back onto the bed. Thud. Though it wasn't heavy, Youyan still felt discomfort, mumbling incoherently. Who taught you to behave this way? Remember this. She delivered another slap. If you want to be obedient, you will always belong to me. The girl's emotions were slightly agitated, her breath coming in quick bursts. After she finished speaking, the boy ceased his struggles. A pitiful expression on his face. That's right. Be obedient, and you shall not suffer. With the punishment administered, Qianqian decided to offer him a reward. At that moment, a mischievous grin spread across her face as she gazed at the powerless boy on the bed, feeling a surge of heat within. He whimpered. Just as she was about to proceed with her next move, a sudden sound of footsteps echoed from the doorway. Tap, tap, tap. The steps were measured and as light as if walking on tiptoe. A shadow of darkness crossed Qianqian's face. Damn it, why is someone here at this hour? As the footsteps drew nearer, a hint of panic appeared on the girl's face. She glanced around. You better not say anything. She shot him a fierce glare, then released him and quickly hid inside a large cabinet. As Youyan removed the cloth from his mouth, the footsteps outside had already come to a halt. Knock, knock, knock. A very soft knock sounded at the door, and Youyan instantly held his breath. A voice drifted through the door. Youyan, are you asleep? Though the voice was muffled, Youyan immediately recognized it as Tang Liu. A wave of fear washed over him. What on earth was she doing here at this late hour? Inside the cabinet, Qianqian gritted her teeth. That bastard. Wasn't she already asleep? Her agitation caused a slight noise from the cabinet. Hearing some commotion inside the room, the voice outside chimed in again. Hee, since you're not asleep, I'm coming in. After this declaration, the doorknob was gently turned. Hearing this, Youyan's heart raced. His mind went blank, and in a panic, he blurted out, Don't come in. I'm already asleep. But as soon as he uttered those words, he regretted it, feeling utterly foolish. He helplessly wiped his forehead, listening as the girl opened the door and walked in. Youyan, you're so foolish. Don't lie to me. She plopped down on the bed, immediately launching into a playful banter with him, her tone brimming with excitement. I must tell you, that sure Qianqian was as foolish as you. She actually attempted to drug me. However, I saw through her little trick long ago, and she was still foolishly toasting with me. As she recounted her tale, she entwined her arm with his, truly a display of utter naivety and Nian. How could someone so dim-witted manage to remain undetected by you for over a decade? Her words flowed effortlessly from her lips. Gu and Nian covered his face with his hands, at a loss for words. When it comes to offending people, Tang Luoyu is indeed the champion. Just then, a faint sound emanated from the cabinet. What was that noise? Chapter 72. Cabinet. I am splitting apart. Who is it? Tang Liu was startled, abruptly turning her head to survey her surroundings. Upon spotting the large cabinet, her eyes narrowed as she cautiously approached. Inside the cabinet, Shi Qianqian crouched, listening intently to the footsteps outside, feeling an inexplicable tension. How strange. Why do I feel an urge to hide? The footsteps ceased, leaving the two merely separated by a door. Just as she was about to burst forth from the cabinet, a youthful voice called out. Tang Luoyu. Did you leave the door ajar? Upon hearing this, she glanced back at the sliver of light emanating from the doorway, which emitted a faint sound. Indeed, an awkward laugh escaped her lips as she gently closed the door. I am truly too careless. I nearly got discovered. Hee hee. The girl giggled dreamily, picking up a bough and placing it on the young man's head. Gu Wenyan dared not make a move, allowing her to have her way. This time I shall see how you escape, my dear Nyan. The girl laughed mischievously as she leaned closer. This is a punishment for your attempted escape. I hope this lesson remains etched in your memory forever. Always remember it. Gu Wenyan barely had time to react before the blanket was thrown over his head. As he listened to the girl's peculiar laughter, he weakly resisted. I dislike disobedient individuals. If you keep squirming, I shall turn you into a doll. At that moment, a faint sound of a door opening came from next door, silently approaching the room, the doorknob turning. Oh no. What to do? What to do? Tang Liu instantly snapped into action, leaping from the bed, her eyes darting around in a panic. Her gaze swiftly landed on the large cabinet. How infuriating. Couldn't they be 2.5 minutes late? I'm nearly beside myself. With that, she dashed to the cabinet, flung the doors open, and dove inside. Don't. Gu Wenyan barely had time to finish his warning. Click. A slender figure slowly materialized before the young man. Junior. Why are you still awake at this hour? What are you up to? Bai Yi's face broke into a mischievous smile as she gazed at Gu Wenyan, who was wrapped in blankets, revealing only his flushed face. How adorable. Caught off guard by the sudden question, the young man immediately became flustered, not wishing to be misunderstood. Then why is your face so flushed? She inquired, standing before the bed with a playful smile. Because, just as he stuttered, a sudden noise interrupted. Inside the wardrobe, two young girls were grappling with each other, neither willing to concede. Didn't you go to sleep? Why are you in my brother's room? Tang Luoyu spat through clenched teeth. Don't call him brother. You treacherous cat. You dare speak ill of me. The kind of person I despise the most is someone who sneaks into others' rooms at night. The two shoved each other, their faces turning crimson, completely disregarding the noise they were making. At that moment, Bai Yi had approached the wardrobe, her eyes glinting with suspicion as she listened to the rustling sounds from within. Just as she was about to open the door, the young man's anxious voice broke through. Senior, don't open it. There are 2 mice inside. Upon hearing mice, Bai Yi quickly withdrew her hands, a hint of panic flashing in her eyes. How could there be mice in your room? She swiftly retreated to the young man's bedside, wrapping her arm around his. Perhaps it hasn't been cleaned properly. Bai Yi clung tighter. I'm so scared. Could you hold me? She leaned closer to Gu Wenyan, her eyes filled with a plea for comfort. Feeling her slight trembling, the young man, unable to resist, gently embraced Bai Yi. Is this better, senior? Much better, Bai Yi replied, a subtle smile gracing her lips as she began to converse with him. By the way, have I been unkind to you? Why did you run away? Her words carried an undertone of sorrow, evoking a sense of pity. Gu Wenyan shot her a glance before lowering his head. If I don't run, I'll become an adult. Why don't we switch roles? I'll show you what cruelty truly is. Observing the young man's silence, she pressed on. Was it Xiao Tang who threatened you? A hint of dissatisfaction laced her voice as she posed the question. It's fine. It's just the two of us here. You can confide in me. And I promise to stand by you. Oh dear. The sky is falling. Gu Wenyan thought. There are ears on the other side of the wardrobe. No. It's not that. I'm not being coerced by Tang Luoyu at all. I left willingly because I felt it wasn't right to stay with you, senior. His head spun, and he spoke without filtering his words. Rest assured, I'll deal with that childish girl sooner or later, and I will seek justice for you. At that moment, one of the girls inside the wardrobe felt her heart race and began to panic. Bai Yi, observing the young man's distress and the slowly healing wounds on his body, felt an odd sensation rising from her heart. Enian, everything is all right now. I won't let you be harmed again. Her words were like a gentle spring rain, soothing the wounded Gu Yin. In an instant, he felt enveloped by a profound sense of security. He had thought he could be shielded from harm, if not for Bai Yi's mischievous hands. He might have truly believed it. "Sister Yi, please refrain from this," the youth protested, retreating until he reached the edge of the bed, only to be pulled back again. "Gu Yin, I have never begged anyone in my life. I implore you." Though her lips uttered such pleas, her actions betrayed her intentions. The young man, feeling powerless, closed his eyes, bracing himself to confront reality when, unexpectedly, the doorknob began to turn. There were no warnings, no moments to react. Fortunately, Bai Yi had locked the door upon entering. Outside, the intruder twisted the knob several times, and upon finding it unyielding, began to pound on the door. "Gu Yin, I give you 3 seconds to open this door." The familiar voice, laced with terror, could belong to none other than Lan Youyan. Both were taken aback, sitting upright on the bed. Gu Yin was suddenly struck by an odd sensation of being caught in the act. Bai Yi instinctively glanced at the wardrobe, then gritted her teeth and walked towards it. "Hey you." Gu Yin wished to dissuade her, but it was too late. Frustration welled within him. Why did they all seek refuge in the wardrobe? As Bai Yi opened the wardrobe and stepped inside, she bumped into something. How peculiar, she thought. The wardrobe is so spacious, it should accommodate more. Yet, upon spotting the two nestled within, she was rendered speechless in shock. "What a pair of large rats," she exclaimed, her astonishment momentarily halting her. After a brief pause, she quickly squeezed inside. At that moment, a slight crack appeared at the bottom of the wardrobe. Chapter 73, One Short. "Will you come?" Bang, bang, bang. "Open the door immediately." The noise outside continued, her icy voice tinged with anger. Gu Yin hurriedly descended from the bed, limping toward the door. He was certain that if this were her own home, the door would have been shattered by now. "Here it comes." As he leaned against the wall, the moment he unlocked the door, a forceful push sent him sprawling to the ground. Thud! With the sound of the door slamming shut, a frosty visage appeared, casting a glance of indignation from above. "What are you doing? Why did it take you so long to open the door?" Faced with her domineering demeanor, Gu Yin felt no inclination to resist. He lifted his head, gesturing toward his leg, slowly rising from the floor. "Please understand. I am unwell." The frail youth leaned against the wall, moving toward the bed under her watchful gaze. "Did I permit you to leave?" Almost instantaneously, a force from behind yanked him back. Caught off guard, his legs weakened, and he was pulled into Lan Youyan's embrace. Held in such a manner, she remained silent, seemingly relishing the gaze exchanged with the youth. "Do you have something to say?" He turned his head away, his tone tinged with anxiety. Witnessing his demeanor, the girl let out a cold laugh. "Nothing in particular, but I wish to find something." "Do you think I came to see you at this late hour without reason?" One arm encircled Gu Yin while the other grasped his chin, compelling him to meet her gaze. A teasing smile crept upon her face as she stared intently at the boy, the amusement evident in the curve of her lips. I don't know," he stammered, wriggling in an attempt to escape. Noting his lack of compliance, a spark of anger ignited within Lan Youyan. With a swift movement, she pinned him against the wall, her knee gently pressing into his abdomen. Their faces were uncomfortably close, her hair cascading over his neck. Confronted with her frigid gaze and the palpable tension, he found himself unable to evade. Gu Yin blinked, his eyes filled with a pitiful plea directed at the girl before him. "It hurts." Nevertheless, the girl tightened her grip around him. "Gu Yin, do not think your act of feigning vulnerability will serve you. During your time away, my heart ached even more." At this, her eyes reddened, her tone growing fervent. "Do you have any idea how I have endured these past few months? Was my punishment too lenient for you to even consider fleeing?" With a forceful push of her knee, she subsequently laid him down. The boy let out a muffled groan, and soon a delicate hand tightened around his throat. As her grip intensified, stars began to dance before his eyes, rendering him speechless. Just as he felt himself nearing unconsciousness, she finally relented. "Look at you. Can't you just stay with me? Or is it that you wish to be rid of these legs?" She gently massaged her injured limb, gradually pressing it against him. "I can forgive your escape, but this time, you must comply. Do you understand?" Lan Youyan observed the boy beneath her, who gasped for breath, nodding in acquiescence. Her satisfaction palpable. She leaned closer to his ear, her lips barely moving. "Thus, you must keep your distance from those three, for only I hold true feelings for you. They merely covet your physique." Her voice was soft yet audible enough for someone hidden in the cupboard to overhear. Instinctively, Gu Anyan glanced sideways, then nodded in resignation. What choice did he have? Disobedience would likely lead to further suffering. Compliance was his only option. I understand. I will keep my distance from them. He sighed. Lan Youyan exhaled in relief, pleased with the obedient Gu Anyan. Meanwhile, a faint rustling emanated from the cupboard, unnoticed by both. The girl rose and gently laid him upon the bed. Her fingertips traced the pallid skin of the boy, a fiery intensity igniting in her gaze, gradually morphing into a hint of madness. Since it has been a long time since we last met, her voice gradually diminished, yet her figure drew closer. Gu Anyan, no matter how naive, understood her intentions. Her blazing gaze resembled that of a helpless lamb. Wait, do not touch me. Did you not profess your sincerity towards me? Of course, I am sincere. I am genuinely craving your body. Upon hearing those words, a wave of helplessness engulfed him, akin to having just fallen prey to a scam. You cannot treat me this way. How could a youth possibly withstand her madness? Before he could finish his sentence, a refreshing sensation enveloped his lips. After a prolonged separation, Lan Youyan felt an overwhelming longing for him. What Gu Anyan remained oblivious to was that during their time apart, Lan Youyan had endured sleepless nights. Her love for him distorted, yet deeply ingrained, more addictive than any vice. What was that sound? In an instant, Lan Youyan became alert. Her senses heightened as she scanned her surroundings, finally tapping the floor beneath her. It must be the bed that has cracked. She struck the blanket with her fist, the unexpected fright nearly extinguishing her enthusiasm. The Sher family's possessions are indeed shoddy, just like your perverse sister. Strangely enough, immediately after uttering those words, a thunderous crash resonated from the nearby wardrobe. Bang! The sound of splintering wood filled the air, and the large wardrobe collapsed, appearing to shatter into pieces. This commotion startled Lan Youyan, causing her to leap up. I was merely making an observation, and it truly fell apart? She hastily scrambled off the youth and swiftly turned to look. At that moment, disheveled, she found herself taken aback by the sight before her. Bai Yi was blushing, lowering her head to brush off the dust from her clothes. Shi Qianqian also bore a flushed face, gritting her teeth as she emerged, her eyes ablaze with intensity as they fixed upon Lan Youyan. Yet, the most outrageous sight was Tang Liu. The petite figure was still wedged within the wardrobe, hands raised with a phone, grinning dreamily at the two on the bed, seemingly unfazed by the wardrobe's collapse. The angle appeared perfect to capture the scene through the wardrobe's crevice. Click, click. As the flash erupted, Lan Youyan, who had been sitting vacantly on the bed, instantly regained her composure. She quickly adjusted her attire, disregarding Shi Qianqian's fiery gaze, and snatched the phone from Tang Liu's hands, raising it with one hand. She was about to shatter it when she hesitated, slowly tucking it into her pocket instead. Sister Youyan, what are you doing? That is my new phone. Tang Liu remained cheeky. It's mine now. Lan Youyan shot her a cold glare before shifting her attention to the others. What are you all doing here in the dead of night? Her icy words sliced through the stillness of the room. Bai Yi remained silent, while Shi Qianqian cast a glance at Gu Anyan, who was curled up beneath the blanket, her frustration boiling over. I haven't even asked you yet. Before she could finish her sentence, Tang Liu conjured a pile of cards out of thin air. We're missing one. Will you join us? Chapter 74. Pretending to sleep. Dappled light filtered through the treetops, illuminating the cold AK. The rhythmic sound of footsteps echoed through the muddy countryside, accompanied by the clatter of metal. Be cautious, a foreigner with golden hair and blue eyes commanded, gesturing behind him. This is a gun-free zone. We must remain discreet, understood? His tone was notably grave, underscoring the significance of their mission. Do not disappoint the young lady. In two locations, currents flowed beneath the surface as several teams gradually assembled. A bomb, Tang Liu exclaimed incredulously, sitting cross-legged on the bed, staring at the boy before her. Under the astonished gazes of the four, Gu Anyan chuckled awkwardly, tossing his cards onto the bed. A plane, my apologies, but I've won again. The scene evoked a chorus of sighs from the onlookers. Not again, they murmured. Why not again? Because they had spent the entire night playing, and it was predominantly Gu Anyan who emerged victorious. After discovering each other's presence the previous night, the girls had lingered in his room, reluctant to depart. Reluctantly, they had indeed started playing cards. Yet, after a few rounds, they found it impossible to stop. Particularly Gu Anyan, who had not savored the taste of victory in quite some time. How is it that you've won again? Are you cheating? Tang Luoyu exclaimed, her excitement palpable, as if she possessed boundless energy. Gu Anian lowered his head slightly, adjusting an imaginary hat, a subtle smile curling at the corners of his mouth, hinting at a trace of disdain. Humph, everything lies within the cards. Though the others remained silent, their expressions revealed their enjoyment. At that moment, Shi Qianqian spoke up. The winner can propose a condition, dear brother. Her words reminded Gu Anian of their earlier agreement. Upon hearing this, the youth rested his chin on his hand, lost in contemplation. Anything I desire? A glimmer of excitement danced in his eyes. The others momentarily froze, taken aback by his expression. Could he finally be awakening to the possibilities? Oh ho ho, anything you wish. Tang Luoyu replied, swaying from side to side, her cheeks slightly flushed. Come on, anything goes. Lan Youyan leaned forward, her hands propped up, her large eyes blinking in eager anticipation. Very well, but you must not renege. Gu Anian suddenly raised his head, meeting the four ardent gazes directed at him. He spoke slowly. You all, let me go. The four young ladies were momentarily stunned, their eyes wide with disbelief, staring at him in silence. Then, as if on cue, they shouted in unison, say that again. Upon hearing such a shout, Gu Anian felt a chill run through him. You truly dare to say anything. Lan Youyan could no longer restrain herself and delivered a sharp slap. Although it was not heavy, it drew astonished gasps from the onlookers. Shi Qianqian's expression darkened in an instant, her voice laced with incredulity. Do you dare to strike him in front of me? I could do far worse, Lan Youyan replied coolly, meeting the furious gaze with a hint of disdain. Sensing the escalating tension, Bai Yi quickly intervened. From the moment she had laid eyes on Gu Anian again, she realized that this young man was no longer solely hers. Though reluctant to accept it, she was painfully aware that the others felt the same way. Enough of this quarrel. Luoyu, please help mediate, she urged. Just as she turned her head, she noticed Tang Liu had already nestled beside Gu Anian, gently caressing his cheek. Does it hurt? She asked earnestly, her gaze fixed upon him. I am fine, he stammered, unsure of how to respond. In the next moment, Tang Liu boldly leaned in, cradling his face in her hands and planting a soft kiss upon him. Does it hurt now? She teased, her laughter ringing out as she watched the bewildered boy. Just as she was about to continue speaking, she felt a sudden chill approach from behind. Before she could react, she was yanked away unexpectedly. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Lan Youyan shot her a fierce glance, her anger palpable. The three girls restrained her, launching into a fit of playful tickling. Ha! You all lack martial ethics. Tang Liu squirmed like a fish on a chopping board, laughing so hard she could scarcely breathe. Amidst Gu Anian's fearful expression, they completed this torturous amusement. I can't take it anymore. Anian, they are bullying me. Help me take revenge. Exhausted, she collapsed onto the bed, soon succumbing to a steady rhythm of sleep. The four exchanged glances, fatigue evident after a sleepless night. Shi Qianqian yawned, waving at the two. All right, you may leave. My brother and I need to sleep. With that, she gathered the game cards strewn across the bed and burrowed under the covers, patting the bed invitingly. Anian, come in. It's chilly, let us sleep together. Please take her away, she added, stretching contentedly and pouting at the slumbering Tang Liu. Gu Anian felt a sudden chill, instinctively shivering. Are you really going to sleep here? He asked cautiously. Of course. This is my home. I can sleep wherever I please, she replied with a smirk. Then, shall I leave? Gu Anian inquired tentatively, wishing to be alone in peace. Just as Shi Qianqian reached out to grasp his arm, two hands seized her shoulders, pulling her away abruptly. Lan Youyan and Bai Yi, in their unwavering camaraderie against external threats, firmly grasped Shi Qianqian and Tang Liu, dragging them out the door. Gu Xueti, take a good rest. Gu Anian expressed gratitude with a meaningful glance toward Bai Yi as he departed. I am utterly exhausted, he sighed, stretching his shoulders before reclining comfortably on the bed. Finally, he could indulge in a restful slumber. After a night filled with gaming, his bones felt as if they were on the verge of dislocating. Just as he settled into a position to drift into dreams, the sound of the door lock turning interrupted his reverie. With a hesitant pause, Gu Anian peered out, but just as he prepared to emerge, the door closed, and a figure lunged towards him. Caught off guard, he found himself pinned beneath the weight of another. Oh ho ho ho. The familiar laughter elicited a flash of shock within Gu Anian. Who else but the mischievous Tang Liu could laugh in such a lewd manner? Weren't you already asleep? He inquired, puzzled. The girl responded with a mysterious smile. If I weren't pretending to be asleep, how could I care for you properly? A glimmer of triumph danced in her eyes as she gazed at the young man, her demeanor gradually igniting with fervor. They are on guard against each other. They won't disturb us, she declared before diving under the covers. Chapter 75. The Perilous Tang Liu. Wait, hold on. Gu Enyan raised both hands, desperately attempting to resist her. Yet he was no match for Tang Liu, and his actions only served to further incite her ire. Her lips quivered in frustration as she saw his lack of cooperation. With a sudden, fierce motion, she flung his hands away, pinning them to the headboard. In that moment, Tang Liu was a stark contrast to her usual playful, endearing self. She now exuded a fierce demeanor. Her eyes brimmed with resentment and a hint of murderous intent, an unsettling juxtaposition against her delicate, fair visage. Gu Enyan had never witnessed this side of her. He shrank back against the bed, trembling as he stared at her. Are you turning into a zombie? He cautiously ventured, only to receive a sharp slap in response. Smack. Just as he was about to cry out, his mouth was firmly covered. No shouting. Tang Liu gripped him tightly, controlling the boy's futile struggle on the bed. Her expression grew increasingly peculiar, revealing a trace of excitement. It was as if suppressed emotions had reached a boiling point at that very moment. Gu Enyan, until he had exhausted his strength and ceased to resist, lay motionless on the bed. She slowly lifted her hand, her face alight with delight as she fixated on his vacant eyes. Leaning closer, she gently nibbled on his earlobe, gradually increasing the pressure. The soft, indistinct whispers of the girl echoed, "You are but a servant, destined to serve me." Her voice dwindled, ultimately reduced to heavy, labored breaths. "Dare to defy me, and I shall ensure your suffering is eternal. Do you comprehend?" She cradled his face with both hands, their noses nearly touching, her gaze revealing a disturbing intensity. The boy exhaled sharply, his voice laced with trepidation. "Can you let go for a moment? I love you." Gu Enyan was taken aback, surprised by her declaration. "I know, just calm down and release me." His arms were firmly gripped, the pressure mounting to an unbearable degree. "I love you. Please, let me go," he pleaded, his voice tinged with desperation. Her nails had embedded themselves into his arm, drawing forth crimson droplets. "I love you," he reiterated, unable to endure the immense pressure that left him drenched in sweat, consumed by fear. He turned towards the doorway, uttering a single word. But a hand struck his face, lifting him before slamming him back onto the bed. "You cannot treat me this way," he protested, but the girl laughed maniacally, clearly discontent with his resistance, even if it was minuscule. "You have a sharp tongue, don't you?" Tang Liu struck him again, then bit down hard on his pale lips, her hatred palpable, her grip unyielding. Gu Enyan stifled silent sobs, feeling as though his lips might be severed. After a prolonged moment, Tang Liu slowly pressed her lips together, savoring the mingled flavors. The metallic taste of blood filled his mouth. "Liu, I beg you." Gu Enyan's wide, fearful eyes reflected his agony, the excruciating pain ensnaring his nerves, rendering him incapable of resistance. "Enyan," Tang Liu caressed his cheek gently. "I find myself losing control. You want to tell them, will you?" Her tone was flat, even somewhat tender, yet her eyes glinted with menace, as if to say, "If you divulge this, prepare for relentless retribution." At that moment, Gu Enyan harbored no thoughts of defiance. He would comply with her every whim. He dreaded any further movement, fearing she might truly devour him. Never had he witnessed such madness in her before. "This is our secret, do not share it with anyone," she concluded, a smirk gracing her lips as her inner fervor surged uncontrollably. All her pent-up negative emotions and desires erupted in that instant. The boy brushed his fingers against his eyelids. When he opened his eyes again, it was afternoon. He lay curled in his blanket, feeling profoundly wronged. He was genuinely terrified. This lunatic, Tang Liu, might indeed do something outrageous, and he certainly would not dare to reveal it to anyone. Thus, one must endure such torment. Initially, I thought I could rest quietly for a while, but it now seems I have unwittingly entered a den of wolves. Even a single Tang Liu can catch him off guard. What if others suddenly fell ill as well? And should the three of them discover this, he might find himself in a predicament. With these thoughts weighing heavily on his mind, he buried his face beneath the covers. The future appeared shrouded in darkness. Am I to be trapped here for the rest of my life? Bang! Just as he was lost in his thoughts, the door to his room swung open. Upon seeing the visitor, he involuntarily trembled. "Tang Liu, Why you hello? Gu Anian's tongue nearly tied itself in knots, for this young lady had left him utterly defeated. He had no desire to witness such madness again. Anian. She leapt onto the bed, her tone seemingly unchanged from usual. Lazy pig. You've slept long enough. It's time to eat. She looked at Gu Anian with an air of nonchalance, her face adorably flushed, radiating joy. Truly, it was terrifying. Having donned his shoes, Gu Anian was assisted by her as he slowly made his way to the living room. As he stepped outside, a delightful aroma enveloped him. The three young ladies were bustling about. They noticed Gu Anian's haggard appearance but paid little heed, as he often appeared rather lethargic. Ah, brother has awakened, Shi Qianqian exclaimed, placing a dish down with a smile as she approached. However, as she drew near, her smile faltered. For his frail demeanor and slightly dazed expression suggested something beyond a mere sleepless night. Having lived together for quite some time, Shi Qianqian immediately sensed something amiss. She swiftly glanced at Tang Luyu, her eyes filled with suspicion, though she quickly resumed her cheerful facade. Brother, please sit and see if my culinary skills have improved. She maintained her bright smile. After taking their seats, the others eagerly served him dishes, except for Lan Youyan, who displayed an air of disdain, her expression one of aloofness. Understandably, in her household, Gu Anian had feasted on imported delicacies, which she would feed him directly. Now, she could only watch helplessly. After the meal, Gu Anian felt a blend of various flavors within him. All right, I'm full. He waved his hand, letting out a gentle sigh. At that moment, Shi Qianqian cleared her throat. Brother, be sure to rest well. If anyone bullies you, you must tell us. Her tone intensified as she cast a sidelong glance at the voraciously eating Tang Luyu. In this matter, the group reached a rare consensus. None would allow anyone to harbor ill intentions towards Gu Anian, and they kept one another in check. Upon hearing this, Tang Luyu set down her chopsticks, resolutely patting her chest, her gaze unwavering with determination. Rest assured, and Nian, take these days to rest well. If anyone dares to bully you, I shall be the first to object. Chapter 76. Observe the sincerity of brother. Gazing at the young girl's fervent demeanor, Gu Nian felt utterly unsettled. Had it not been for the inhumane treatment he had subjected himself to mere hours ago, he would hardly have discerned her intentions. Truly, she was a formidable character. His expression faltered, a fleeting glimpse of fear passing across his face, which was deftly captured by Shi Qianqian. After dinner, Gu Nian was forcibly escorted to the sofa by several individuals, where they watched television together. Surrounded by the swirling chaos, he felt like a fragile vessel on the verge of disintegration. He had long since grown accustomed to their incessant tugging and pulling. After a considerable time, the group exchanged glances and retreated to their respective rooms for the night. It appeared relaxed, yet each remained vigilant of one another. Tang Lu gently patted his lower back, a knowing smile gracing her lips. Should you feel any grievances, do share with us. We shall ensure that you are not subjected to any bullying. Raising an eyebrow, she then returned to her room. Sigh. Even if he had 10 times the courage, he would not dare to speak. He felt as if he were living under a shroud of fear, utterly exhausted. After a brief wash-up, he returned to his room, pondering whether the pervert would come again tonight. He cautiously locked the door and lay down wearily. Indeed, Tang Luyu had no intention of ambushing him again today. Pushing him too far would not bode well. Thus, she stealthily continued her antics, feeling a tinge of excitement. Just as he was on the cusp of slumber, a shadow silently approached the door and unlocked it. Could it be? Not again. He buried himself under the covers, engaging in a mental struggle before finally daring to peek out. This time, he would not relent. Huh, it's you. The silhouette was all too familiar. Who else could it be but Shi Qianqian? He offered her little warmth in his demeanor. The youth furrowed his brows slightly, questioning her presence at this late hour. Upon witnessing his indifferent attitude, a surge of anger and a hint of sadness welled up within her. I can't sleep. I want my brother to cuddle with me. Upon hearing this, Gu Nian nearly chuckled. This reminded him of when Shi Qianqian, at 8 or 9 years old, would constantly cling to him, wanting to sleep together. However, now, as he observed her mischievous gaze, a chill ran through him. He gestured towards his legs, stating, I cannot allow that. What if you break my legs again? Shi Qianqian, undeterred by his teasing, earnestly apologized. I truly regret that incident, but it was not my intention. That driver was simply going too fast. Gu Nian, bewildered, shot her an angry look. What nonsense are you spouting? It was clearly your fault. In the young boy's mind, vivid recollections of that moment surfaced. At that time, he retained a flicker of awareness, faintly perceiving the sinister smile of Shi Qianqian. He did not. The girl paid little heed, dismissing it merely as a manifestation of the boy's negative emotions. Just as Gu Anyang pointed at her, intending to voice his reproach, Shi Qianqian's hands had already found their way to his shoulders. Caught off guard, Gu Anyang was abruptly pushed onto the bed. An expression of incredulity washed over his face as he exclaimed, "What are you doing? Let me go?" At that moment, a troubling sensation began to stir within him. Yet he struggled desperately against her hold. The bedclothes were already rumpled, but the boy remained firmly pinned down, stray locks of hair cascading onto his forehead, his helpless gaze rendering him pitiably vulnerable. Shi Qianqian swallowed hard, her eyes fixed intently on the boy before her. Realizing the unsettling nature of the situation, Gu Anyang hastily declared, "You cannot do this. I swear I will tell them tomorrow." His threat lacked conviction, yet it was his sole glimmer of hope. Upon hearing this, Shi Qianqian momentarily paused, then released her grip on the boy. With a sigh of relief, Gu Anyang thought this tactic had worked. Just as he believed himself to be in the clear, a small foot suddenly kicked him squarely in the chest. The unexpected blow left him breathless. Shi Qianqian let out a cold snort, gradually easing her force. "You truly are insufferable," she remarked, followed by a sharp slap that left a red mark on his cheek. Flames of anger flickered in Shi Qianqian's eyes, barely contained. Gu Anyang gritted his teeth in pain. "Aren't you afraid I will tell them?" At this, the girl merely smiled faintly, responding nonchalantly, "What were you and Tang Liu doing this morning?" The abrupt inquiry made Gu Anyang's heart clench. "What Tang Liu? Hadn't she already fallen asleep?" Though he uttered those words, the subtle changes in his expression were swiftly noted by the astute Shi Qianqian. "Are you still trying to deceive me? Were you sleeping with her?" Enraged by his deceit, the girl seized his neck. I can't breathe." Gu Anyang no longer cared about how his secret had been exposed. Fear gripped him entirely. After venting her emotions for a moment, she flung him onto the bed, gazing at him with wild intensity. "I will tell them that you have been secretly meeting Tang Liu behind their backs." Hearing this, Gu Anyang's face drained of color. If they discovered the truth, he would find no way to explain himself. At that point, he would be akin to fish on a chopping block, awaiting their merciless division. The thought filled his eyes with terror. Trembling, he grasped Shi Qianqian's garment. "No, please, don't tell them. I was forced. I never wanted this." Tears welled in his eyes, his tone laden with despair. "Do you think they will believe you?" Shi Qianqian's voice remained icy. "No, please, don't tell her." He grasped her hand, gazing earnestly into her eyes. "Qianqian, considering the years we've spent together, could you refrain from informing them?" Watching the youth's desperate plea, her heart swelled with satisfaction, and her demeanor lightened. "Now you understand the intricacies of relationships. I recall you once said, 'Do not make me call you brother.'" Though Shi Qianqian felt a sense of triumph within, she maintained an icy exterior. Upon hearing her words, the boy's despair deepened. Yet, in that moment, she shifted her stance. "However, I might consider not telling them, provided I see your sincerity." She cupped the boy's chin, compelling him to meet her gaze. "What say you?" Gu Anyang wiped his tears, staring at the triumphant girl before him, realizing he had no alternative. "All right." Chapter 77. Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays belong to me. Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays belong to you. In the late hours of the night, Gu Anyang trembled as he rose, yearning for solitude in the living room. He touched the marks on his arm, but as he stepped forward, a small hand pulled him back. Shi Qianqian exhaled a warm breath. "Where do you think you're going?" The boy languidly lay in her embrace. "I just want a drink of water. I have some here." She retrieved a small bottle of beverage from the nightstand. "No, I prefer plain water," he replied, attempting to rise again, but the girl swiftly turned, encircling him. "Drink this." Her tone brooked no refusal. Gu Anyang scrutinized the bottle, a sense of foreboding creeping in. "What is this? Why ask so many questions? It will quench your thirst." Her impatience grew evident. As she prepared to force the drink upon him, he resignedly accepted the bottle and drank, only to be met with a bitter flavor. "What purpose does it serve to give me this medicine now?" Gu Anyang chuckled bitterly, unable to discern the world's goodness from its malice. Shi Qianqian remained silent, a peculiar smile gracing her lips as her hands began to explore once more. Sensing her movements, Gu Anyang instinctively wished to resist, yet found himself utterly devoid of strength. "We truly cannot continue this way." Despite their lack of blood relation, he implored, "For the sake of our many years together, please spare me." His words were tinged with bitterness as he gazed at her in supplication. Shi Qianqian exhaled softly, her eyes fixed on Gu Anyan, clearly unheeding his words. A smile crept upon her lips. "Given our history, would you assist me?" With that, she lunged toward him. "Humph, I anticipated this outcome." Yet, he felt an utter lack of strength and feared he would disappoint Shi Qianqian. With a resigned glare, he ceased to resist, lying quietly. In the early morning, as the sky began to blush with the first light, a sneaky figure crept to the door of Gu Anyan's room. Arriving this early, they surely won't notice. She murmured to herself while stealthily opening the door. "Anyan, let me see if you've been sleeping soundly," as Tang Luoyu approached the bed. Her expression shifted to one of bewilderment. Her initial reaction was to question whether she had entered the wrong room. How odd, where is everyone? She rubbed her eyes and surveyed her surroundings. The dilapidated wardrobe remained. Indeed, this was his room. Suddenly, a realization struck her, and she whipped around to face the bed. A pair of large eyes met hers with an unwavering gaze. "Oh, what the—" Tang Liu gasped, startled, and stumbled back a step, only to recognize Shi Qianqian, who was tidying up clothes. Once her shock subsided, she widened her eyes in fury. "What are you doing here? What have you done to him?" Shi Qianqian swiftly slipped on her shoes and descended from the bed, casting a cold glance at her. "Just what you did." Tang Liu froze at her words. Glancing at the slumbering Gu Anyan, whose furrowed brow indicated he had endured significant distress. "How infuriating. I've been discovered." She was confident that Gu Anyan would not dare to disclose anything. Had she revealed any slip-ups that this cunning one caught onto? A flicker of panic crossed her mind, but quickly dissipated. Observing Shi Qianqian's demeanor, it was apparent that she would not expose her. Both were acutely aware of their unspoken understanding. Tang Liu angrily thumped the bed. "Damn it, I'll have to share my spoils with her now." She glanced at the boy's woeful state, resembling a withered branch or a fading flower, hardly able to withstand any further torment. "Well, he doesn't deserve death," she conceded, recognizing the distinction between a full meal and a mere morsel. Having anticipated that the early bird would catch the worm, she was taken aback to discover that someone had kept vigil throughout the night. Reluctantly, she retreated from the room. Upon exiting, she spotted Shi Qianqian seated on the sofa and hurried over. "Sister Qianqian, what were you up to last night?" She intentionally brushed against her, feigning affection. Get off. Get off. Are you a dog?" Shi Qianqian pushed her away, and their eyes exchanged a rare understanding. As Gu Anyan finally emerged from his stupor, the light of day washed over him. "What on earth? I feel so dizzy," he groaned, propping himself up and noticing a cup of milk at his bedside. Still warm to the touch, he lifted the cup and took a sip. So sweet. This must be from Sister Yi. Only Bai Yi offered him the scant kindness he received. It was only upon re-encountering her that he realized she was the most amiable of them all. Bai Yi had never laid a hand on him nor coerced him into anything. A warm current surged from the depths of his heart, moistening his eyes slightly. Sister Yi is truly kind. Had I known earlier, I wouldn't have run away. Alas, I have far too many regrets. As noon approached, he indulged in a warm bath. Afterward, dressed in his pajamas, he made his way to the living room. Lan Youyan gazed at him intently, while Bai Yi smiled and waved. Gu Anyan felt a wave of comfort wash over him, returning her smile as he slowly sat down. "Why aren't you smiling at me?" Lan Youyan, witnessing this scene, was suddenly consumed with jealousy, her tone turning noticeably colder. Perhaps it was due to the intimidating presence of Tang Liu and Shi Qianqian that he now found Lan Youyan somewhat more agreeable. Maybe it was her respect for him, as she seldom intruded into his space. In truth, after enduring a series of events, Lan Youyan had grown considerably more composed. She had begun to gradually respect his feelings, delving into the nuances of love. "Good morning to you both," Gu Anyan greeted Lan Youyan, managing a rather unattractive smile. This expression caused Lan Youyan to momentarily lose her train of thought. Such an unpleasant smile. Despite her still frosty tone, Gu Anyan paid it no heed and limped over to the dining table. The aroma of the dishes wafted through the air, and glancing at the gentle Bai Yi beside him, his fractured heart felt a tad more at ease. "Wow, you all are up so early." Tang Liu strode in with an air of indifference, plopping herself down at the table. Shi Qianqian followed closely behind, her gaze fixed intently on Gu Anyan. Feeling the heat of their stares, Gu Anyan lowered his head, unable to meet their eyes. Tang Liu and Shi Qianqian exchanged glances. They had engaged in a lengthy negotiation in their room that morning, ultimately reaching a conclusion. On odd days, Gu Anian would belong to Tang Liu, while on even days, he would be with Shi Qianqian. As for Sundays, the two young women, displaying a semblance of conscience, granted him a reprieve. Chapter 78. I shall not be human anymore after the meal. Gu Anian glanced at the two scheming girls with a sense of dread. Their gazes were as cold as twin venomous serpents, poised to devour him whole. It became evident that Gu Anian was not destined for a peaceful existence. In the ensuing days, Tang Liu and Shi Qianqian took turns visiting him each night. Occasionally, Lan Youyan and Bai Yi would also check on him, offering nothing more than gentle hugs and kisses, ensuring not to impose upon him, at least for now. However, both would arrive in the dead of night, their intentions cloaked in subtlety while still exuding a palpable threat. Thus, it became increasingly difficult for him to escape their watchful eyes. Having endured several days of this torment, Gu Anian finally glanced at the calendar. It was Sunday. For the first time, he found himself yearning for the weekend to arrive. In recent days, he has been drifting through life in a state of lethargy, finally able to enjoy some well-deserved rest. However, as he sat on the sofa watching television, relishing the rare moments of tranquility, Tang Liu stealthily approached from behind. Guess who I am? The girl playfully covered his eyes, adopting a high-pitched voice. The sensation of small hands on his face instantly revealed her identity. Loyu, is that you? Gu Anian stammered, utterly unaware of her intentions. With a light hum, the girl let her hands glide from his cheeks to his neck, gently constricting. Guess what I want to do? If you guess correctly, there's a reward. If not, a punishment awaits. She teased, her mischievous smile drawing closer. Wait a moment. Are the reward and punishment the same? Gu Anian inquired, his surprise evident. How did you know? Tang Liu gasped, taken aback. Suddenly, Gu Anian felt as if struck by lightning. They're the same, aren't they? Today is Sunday, you promised me. Upon hearing this, the girl waved her hand dismissively. Oh, that was for that wretched Shi Qianqian. On Sundays, you belong to me. She gently cupped his face, her eyes sparkling with mirth, her tone leaving no room for refusal. But, Gu Anian felt tears welling up. He was utterly aggrieved. After weighing the pros and cons, he clenched his teeth and relented. Fine, but today I want to watch television in the living room. You can wait for me in my room tonight. All right, but don't keep me waiting, or else. Tang Liu mockingly reached out her hand as if to grasp him, huffing before she departed. Once she was gone, Gu Anian mentally cursed her ancestors. The typically polite boy now felt a surge of frustration. This brat really doesn't treat me like a human. He impatiently tugged at his hair, emotions spiraling out of control, and limped towards the bathroom. With a flurry of motions, he washed his face repeatedly, as if trying to wash away his unsettling feelings. Upon raising his head to face the mirror, he was met with bloodshot eyes and disheveled hair, which hung down to his shoulders. As he stood up again, he caught sight of a figure behind him in the mirror, sending a jolt of cold sweat down his spine. He lost his balance and stumbled toward the sink. A slender shadow caught him, enveloping him in a warm embrace. The scent of jasmine filled the air. Qianqian, you scare me to death. Do you know that? Why were you so quiet? Gu Anian found himself awkwardly held in her arms. Please let me go, he squirmed a bit, but she did not yield. The girl's lips curled into a smile. Nian, tonight. Before she could finish, Gu Anian interrupted, tonight? You can't possibly mean. The intensity of his reaction caught Shi Qianqian off guard, leaving her momentarily speechless. Please, do not be so agitated. I merely inquired about today, a rare day of respite for you. It would be utterly inhumane to treat you otherwise. She gently assisted Gu Anian to his feet, offering soft words of comfort. Upon hearing the girl's sentiments, he exhaled in relief. Otherwise, he was at a loss on how to confront both of them. Therefore, I shall cease to be human. I wish to be your treasure. At this moment, Shi Qianqian's tone shifted, revealing a bashful smile. I must trouble you once again today. As soon as those words escaped her lips, Gu Anian was rendered speechless for a full 25 seconds. What did you say? Please repeat that. He could scarcely believe his ears. This sister was clearly intent on not letting him off the hook. Shi Qianqian, fully aware of her own shortcomings, adored Gu Anian far too much. The moments they had shared over the past few days replayed in her mind, impossible to forget, almost like an addiction. The girl continued to offer consolation and plead, grasping his arm tightly. I beg you, just this one time. She pouted, beginning to act childishly. Suddenly, an idea struck Gu Yin. There was no other way. He cleared his throat, sighing in resignation. All right, then come find me tonight. Upon hearing Gu Yin's acquiescence, a radiant smile illuminated Shi Qianqian's face. Brother, you are truly wonderful. I should have asked earlier. Enough of that. Let me enjoy some peace during the day, he replied, letting out a sigh as he quietly retreated to the sofa. His feelings towards Shi Qianqian were incredibly complex. He felt a sense of trepidation towards nearly everyone. Each person professed their love for him, yet seldom considered his feelings. At times, such profound affection seemed almost pathological. Oh heavens! Does their love imply they wish to ensnare me? I simply cannot bear such a burden of love. That afternoon, certain locales were far from tranquil. Miss Na, we have located her whereabouts. However, it is within the territory. Are you certain you wish to proceed directly? A middle-aged man's voice transmitted through the walkie-talkie, laced with respect. Ina, legs crossed, abruptly opened her eyes, a glint of cold determination flashing within. Proceed with the planned operation. I shall lead the team there immediately. In the outskirts, a vast, abandoned factory loomed. The girl surveyed her well-equipped entourage with satisfaction. This time, she was thoroughly prepared and confident in her ability to abduct Gu Yin. Check your gear, and do not expose yourselves unless absolutely necessary. She stood there, exuding an air of undeniable authority. Her anticipation was palpable. Just then, gunfire echoed faintly from outside, and a frantic subordinate rushed in. Boss, we are under attack. We are under attack. He stumbled and fell to the ground, blood streaking his face from a bullet graze. Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire grew increasingly closer, causing the girl to tremble slightly. Who could possibly have discovered us? Who is it? Heightened alert. Upon hearing the command, all armed personnel present immediately began to collaborate, swiftly searching for ambush locations, assessing the situation, and setting traps. The young girl hurried away, her mind racing with thoughts. Could it be her? As night approached at the Shi family villa, a shadow stealthily slipped into a room on the second floor. Gu Yin, seated on the living room sofa, observed silently, his lips pressed together in anxious anticipation. What would he do if discovered? Yet, he truly wished to avoid further complications. The young man shook his head, dispelling his chaotic thoughts, and, with a resolute expression, rose to his feet. He steadied himself on the staircase, ascending step by step until he reached the door of a room. He paused, his hand hovering in midair as he contemplated for a long while, ultimately summoning the courage to knock. Knock, knock, knock. Come in, came a familiar and gentle female voice. Gu Yin timidly pushed open the door. Sister Yi, may I hide here? He blurted out as soon as he entered, only to meet the gaze of Lan Youyan, who sat on the bed. The two young women seemed engaged in conversation and were taken aback by Gu Yin's sudden appearance, particularly Lan Youyan, whose eyes flashed with a hint of reproach as she fixed her gaze upon him. Why are you here? You too. Her tone was icy as she strode directly toward the young man. It's not what you think. He stammered, standing frozen in place. As he noticed the growing chill in the girl's expression, he steeled himself, deciding to reveal the truth, hoping they would believe him. Meanwhile, in another room, Shi Qianqian, wrapped in a towel and wearing a smile, cautiously opened the door. She surveyed the empty living room before making her way toward her destination. A peculiar sensation surged within her. Although she felt like a thief, an inexplicable excitement coursed through her veins. Taking a deep breath, she slowly turned the doorknob. Creak. The room lay in darkness, illuminated only by the outside light, and her gaze fixated on the bed, where the covers were tightly wrapped. Still shy, are we? What are you pretending for? Today, I shall teach you a lesson, she thought, unable to suppress a smile as she closed the door and, in the enveloping darkness, lunged forward. Hee. At that moment, far away in an abandoned factory, gunfire had persisted throughout the afternoon. Bodies lay scattered both inside and out, with sporadic shots ringing out. Ina laughed coldly, her gaze sharp as a serpent's, fixating on the girl before her. You orchestrated and arranged matters concerning my family, did you not? The other party remained silent, a trace of disdain curling at the corner of their lips. If there's blame to assign, it falls upon you for attempting to seize what is mine. She watched as more figures poured in, nearly encircling her. It seems you have made ample preparations. The young girl leaned against a wooden crate, facing dozens of ominous gun muzzles, yet not a trace of panic appeared on her countenance. A subtle smile graced her lips as her hand delicately pressed a button. It was time. At that very moment, an explosion erupted, and several gun barrels emerged from a nearby sandbag. Those caught at the epicenter of the blast were hurled away, the crowd disintegrating into chaos. Quick, find cover. Ina was no ordinary person. She had anticipated this moment. The instant she observed the enemy's movements, she had already prepared herself. Both sides maintained a safe distance. As dust filled the vast factory, just as the standoff continued, footsteps echoed in the distance, accompanied by gunfire. A few ambushers outside were swiftly neutralized, followed by a commanding shout. Everyone inside, surrender your weapons immediately. The speaker's voice trembled with urgency and fervor. The two young girls were momentarily taken aback. Ina cursed in frustration. Time was slipping away, and if this continued, they would be doomed. With her mind racing through strategies, she realized that if they were captured, not only Guanian would be in peril, but she herself as well. Meanwhile, the other girl stood frozen, her disbelief palpable as she strained to hear the voice from the other side. It was at that moment their eyes met. Tears welled up in Shirjigua's aged face. Indeed, upon receiving the news, all personnel had rapidly assembled and rushed to this location. And from the photographs, he had recognized a familiar figure. In an instant, the weathered lines of his face, etched by decades, softened with moisture. He stepped forward, momentarily forgetting the dire situation unfolding before him. Shirlao, it's dangerous. Come back. A line of armed personnel behind him formed quickly and amidst the chaos. It was unclear who fired first, igniting a fierce exchange of gunfire between the three factions. Qianxue, is that you? Hearing the familiar yet trembling voice, Qianxue's heart ached. She glanced at the factory, riddled with flying bullets, and gritted her teeth, rushing towards the fray. You reckless old man, she shouted in fury, urgently instructing her team to provide cover, her emotions a tumultuous blend of concern and anger. At that moment, Ina emerged from her hiding place, seizing a fleeting opportunity. She picked up a pistol from the ground, smoke still wafting from the entrance. Biting her lip, she gazed at her sister Shuer, with whom she had shared a decade of companionship. Her hand trembled slightly, and her high-bridged nose quivered. Damn it! She shifted her arm to aim at Qianxue's shoulder, but ultimately hesitated to pull the trigger. Bang! The gunfire rang out, a shot fired. Just then, Shirjigua's slightly stooped figure lunged forward, positioning himself in front of the girl. A muffled grunt escaped him as he clutched his chest, collapsing to the ground. Panic enveloped Qianxue as despair surged from the depths of her heart. Once she regained her composure, she swiftly pulled him behind the cover, muttering to herself incessantly. In the distance, Ina observed this scene, her own heart racing with anxiety. No, my marksmanship cannot fail. I was clearly aiming at. As if struck by a realization, she immediately inspected her handgun, her expression turning blank. No. The trajectory of this bullet veered to the left. I did not intend for this. She was acutely aware of the elderly man before her. If he were to perish, the consequences would be unfathomable. The gunfire continued to erupt, gradually becoming erratic. The old man behind the cover slowly opened his eyes, speaking in a strained voice. Qianxue, your grandfather and father never abandoned you. We were merely conducting research for your illness. Coughing, his words made the young girl's heart tremble. Silence, you old fool. She retrieved a medical kit, hastily assessing his injuries. On his chest lay a medal, pierced through by the bullet. The projectile had embedded itself deep within the bulletproof vest. Yet fortunately, it had not harmed any vital organs. She wiped the sweat from her forehead, feeling a wave of relief wash over her. Little one, when you left all those years ago, you were just this small. Now you've grown so much, cough cough, just like Qianxian. Shut up, do not speak. Chapter 80. Who placed me on Guanian's bed? On the silent street, armed vehicles were racing towards the outskirts. The abandoned factory was thick with the scent of gunpowder. After tending to his wounds, Qianxue swiftly departed. Child, do not leave. The elderly man leaned against a wooden crate, his eyes filled with weariness. The girl said nothing, casting a glance back before gritting her teeth and rushing outside. What is the current situation? Ina hid in a corner, rising to assess the circumstances when a faint noise emerged beside her. Who? She reacted swiftly, pivoting her body and raising her firearm in an instant. Crack! A sharp pain shot through her wrist as her handgun was kicked away. Qianxue's face darkened, a knife pressed against Ina's throat. Upon recognizing the intruder, she opened her mouth to speak, only to be rendered unconscious by a swift blow. Outside, The distant roar of engines could be heard as she hoisted the girl into her arms and fled into the night. Meanwhile, within the villa, Lan Youyan sat awkwardly on by Youyan's lap, rapidly recounting his harrowing experience. As expected, the girl's gaze was icy, her slender fingers gripping his arm tightly. "It hurts." With a forceful shove, she threw him onto the bed, but fortunately, Bai Yi intervened just in time. Otherwise, he would have faced another round of torment. "Why didn't you speak?" she demanded, her emotions running high and her voice trembling. "I was afraid." Lan Youyan nestled into Bai Yi's embrace, his eyes filled with helplessness. With a deep breath, the young girl forced herself to regain her composure, her voice icy as she spoke. "I will make sure to eliminate you once we return." Upon hearing this, Lan Youyan paused momentarily before swiftly grasping the situation. After repeated inquiries, he learned that the two girls intended to help him escape from this place. On a dark, stormy night, they would rally all available hands to facilitate his departure. "Is that truly the case?" Lan Youyan replied with a cold smile, exuding absolute confidence. The plan had quietly taken shape in her mind upon discovering that Butler Lu and Shi Zhenghua were sworn comrades. As long as they could stall the old man, dealing with the armed personnel of the Shi family would pose no challenge. Unbeknownst to them, a room next door erupted with frantic cries. At first, Shi Qianqian was oblivious, mistaking Lan Youyan's complexion for that of the girls due to the darkness that enveloped them. Gradually, however, she caught a whiff of an unfamiliar scent that did not belong to him. Instantly alert, she sprang up, turning on the light to find a bewildered girl upon the bed. "What are you doing here?" "I wanted to ask you." The two, clad in scant attire, exchanged awkward glances, the atmosphere thick with embarrassment. After a prolonged moment of shock lasting 2.5 seconds, realization dawned upon them. They had been deceived. Shi Qianqian's anticipation crumbled, her once cheerful visage twisted into one of resentment. She had fallen victim to his trickery more than once. "Damn it, I shall make you pay tenfold," she bellowed, ready to charge out in search of the boy to vent her anger. Yet, as she carelessly stepped off the bed, she was suddenly enveloped in a pair of arms. Caught off guard, Shi Qianqian stumbled and fell back onto the bed. "Ouch!" she groaned, clutching her lower back, then turned to scold the girl. "Are you trying to kill me? Why did you pull me?" But even as she spoke, she sensed something was amiss. Tang Luoyu's gaze was fixed upon her, an expression of bizarre intensity on her face. Shi Qianqian felt a twinge of panic. "What are you doing?" Her voice grew increasingly faint. "Could you please act normally?" Under the weight of that penetrating stare, she felt a wave of discomfort wash over her, gradually retreating. With a swift motion, Tang Luoyu responded, "I have been deceived as well, and thus I am quite angry." As she spoke darkly, she reached out towards the bewildered Shi Qianqian. What do you intend to do? What does your anger have to do with me?" Meanwhile, Bai Yi, having heard the faint commotion, inquired curiously, "Isn't that noise coming from next door? Are they fighting?" She rose to investigate, only to be restrained by Lan Youyan. "Wait," he cautioned, noticing Lan Youyan's unwavering gaze fixed upon him, as though she were intent on devouring him. After a brief wait, the three made their way to the living room. Shortly thereafter, the two girls emerged from the next room, their faces smeared with dust and disheveled. Indeed, they had a confrontation. Neither could gain the upper hand, perhaps because the other was not Lan Youyan, and their frustration led them to strike. As they opened the door, they beheld Lan Youyan sitting anxiously on the sofa, her eyes unusually reddened. Just as tensions were about to escalate, Shi Qianqian's phone rang. With an expression of irritation, she answered it, but mere seconds later, she appeared as if struck by lightning, frozen in place. Before dashing out of the room, what was happening to her? The others exchanged glances but did not dwell on it. Bai Yi rose and firmly pulled Tang Luoyu onto the sofa. With a thud, she cradled her head in her arms, weeping in distress while casting a look of grievance at her companion. Another loud thud followed as Lan Youyan shook her slightly aching knuckles, revealing the force behind her actions. "What are you doing? Does it sound nice? If it does, then it's a blow to the head." The girl touched her head, gazing resentfully at Lan Youyan nearby. If he hadn't deceived her, none of this would have happened, and she wouldn't have been exposed. The more she pondered, the angrier she became, but facing the unfriendly gazes of the two, she felt helpless and vented her frustration. "Tang Luoyu, you had better provide me with an explanation." Bai Yi's tone was far from her usual gentleness. Upon hearing this stern inquiry, Tang Luoyu's eyes brimmed with tears. She dreaded nothing more than Bai Yi's anger. "Sister Yi, Please don't scold me. She sobbed, grasping her hand. Who? Who put me on Gu and Yin's bed? Oh, it must be Shi Qian. Yes, it was her. I didn't dare move at all. And of course, I wouldn't allow her to bully brother and Yin, so I directly fought back to protect him. Yes, that's exactly it. Her head swirled as she rambled incoherently. Already drenched in sweat, Gu and Yin gathered her courage and lifted her gaze to speak, but the door swung open abruptly. Bang! Shi Qian strode in. Upon seeing her, Tang Luoyu lowered her head in guilt, at a loss for words. Shi Qian glanced around the living room and slowly approached Gu and Yin. Gu and Yin, come here for a moment. I have something very important to discuss with you, she stated coldly and expressionlessly. All right then, Gu and Yin replied, a hint of fear compelling her to rise. Weren't you just about to leave? Is there something that can't be said here? Lan Youyan remarked, visibly displeased as she observed the two departing. However, Shi Qian did not respond, leaving her with a strange feeling. Why do I sense a tension in the air? Tang Luoyu timidly interjected amidst the group. Chapter 81, Leaving the Villa. Shi Qian remained silent. Her back turned to Gu and Yin as she walked away without uttering a word. This feeling is rather unpleasant. He glanced at the few people downstairs, pondering whether it was time to stop enduring such bullying. Thus, he gritted his teeth and entered the room with her. However, the girl exuded an odd sensation, as if she were an entirely different person. The sound of footsteps ceased, and she slowly turned to face the boy. Gu classmate, she uttered languidly. Revealing a smile he recognized all too well. In that fleeting moment, Gu Anyan recognized the familiar voice. The boy's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the person before him, noting her tone and demeanor. You resemble an old acquaintance of mine. You're mistaken. The girl retorted swiftly. I'm here to save you again. Can you guess who I am? The stark contrast left him momentarily speechless. Why did she say again? Connecting her previous demeanor to this, he suddenly exclaimed, You are Fong Lulu? She smiled but offered no reply. Instantly, a wave of reassurance washed over Gu Anyan, his face alight with joy. It truly is you. Tears streamed uncontrollably from his eyes as he trembled forward, arms outstretched for an embrace, only to halt. Feeling it might be impolite, just as he withdrew, the girl drew him into her embrace. The familiar warmth enveloped him. She held him tightly, savoring his warmth, feeling as if her heart might melt. So warm, so delightful, Gu Anyan whispered softly in her ear. You have no idea. I felt like I was dying here. He wiped his tears and snot, lamenting how the family's beast had even broken his legs. It's all because of this disguise of yours, he expressed his grievances, pouring out the tribulations he had endured during this time. He offered no resistance to her actions, only boundless gratitude. Earlier, you mentioned you wouldn't again. What did that mean? After a long pause, the girl finally inquired, though her tone was somewhat peculiar. Oh, that. It's about that kind of thing, he replied, his voice dwindling as he grew shy. In an instant, he felt her hold tighten, nearly rendering him breathless. In a place unseen beside him, a shadow flickered in the girl's gaze. Ahem, I can hardly breathe. He managed to cough lightly, prompting her to release him. Phew, she exclaimed, as usual. I'll help you jump out the window. She reverted to her usual cheeky tone. Gu Anyan smiled in agreement, but this time, be careful. My legs aren't fully healed yet. The girl glanced at his injured legs, a flicker of panic flashing in her eyes, though he remained oblivious. Reflecting on the earlier experience, her evasive gaze returned to him. I'm doing you such a big favor. Hey, what do I gain from this? For a moment, he stood frozen, feeling somewhat flustered. He truly did not anticipate how to repay her, yet she genuinely offered assistance. She had been a great help on 2 occasions. Were it not for the constraints of gender, Gu Anyan might have knelt down to acknowledge her as a father figure. Perhaps he should offer himself in gratitude? No, what am I even thinking? For reasons unknown, such thoughts surfaced in his mind, though he undoubtedly held a profound fondness for the young lady before him. Just as he contemplated this, she gradually leaned closer, pointing at her pouting lips. Ah, is it possible she truly? Regardless, as long as she is pleased. That is sufficient. Gu Anyan slowly closed his eyes and leaned in. This could possibly be his first sincere initiation. A frigid sensation enveloped him. At that moment, Gu Anyan's mind was hazy, filled with errant thoughts. Why is it so cold? Has she been outside in the wind? I feel so anxious. Her skin feels so real, unlike a mere mask. The girl stood frozen, having intended to tease him, but unexpectedly felt a wave of peculiar sensations wash over her entire being. The girl tightened her embrace once more. After a time, Gu and Yin, struggling for breath, finally paused. They locked eyes, both blushing. Wait, something feels amiss. Why is her face flushed? Recalling what he had just seen, her face bore no sign of a mask's edges and appeared strikingly genuine. With this realization, Gu and Yin shivered involuntarily, stepping back to maintain his distance. What's wrong? The girl queried, puzzled. You deceived me, Shi Qian. You really should. He spoke with rising anger, unable to contain his emotions at the thought of being tricked once more. Sighing, she understood that this deception could not be concealed forever. Let's go outside. I will explain everything once we are out. Without heeding his protests, she embraced him and leaped from the second floor. Why haven't they returned yet? What are they up to? Lan Youyan kicked the coffee table, her face etched with impatience. I knew it was all Shi Qian's doing. They were likely in a heated discussion, as Tang Luoyu wore an expression of righteous indignation. Bai Yi frowned, a nagging sense that something was amiss growing stronger. I'll go check upstairs. Just as she stood to head toward the staircase, the front door swung open. A figure emerged from the night. Shi Qian, you were supposed to be upstairs. Tang Luoyu exclaimed, eyes wide in disbelief. Leave me alone. I'm not in the mood, the girl replied, seemingly displeased, waving her hand as she prepared to ascend the stairs. However, Lan Youyan and Bai Yi instantly sensed that something was wrong. Oh no, we've been deceived. They dashed up to the second floor, calling out, but receiving no response. Subsequently, the four of them searched the entire house, yet there was no trace of Gu Anyan. He had vanished completely. What on earth was happening? Shi Qian's eyes widened in disbelief. She had only stepped away for a brief moment. And now Gu Anyan had disappeared. This was utterly unbearable. Observing her distress, the others quickly explained that someone who resembled her had entered earlier, and it was likely that she had taken Gu Anyan away. What? Please repeat that. Shi Qian could hardly believe her ears. After confirming the information multiple times, she collapsed onto the ground, her memories drifting back to her childhood. If this was not mere deception, then she recalled having an older sister. Chapter 82. I am your beloved class monitor by the seaside. The light of dawn mingled with a hint of crimson, casting a warm glow upon the deck. Gu Anyan and Shi Qian sat side by side, gazing at the slowly rising sun. So, you are both Fong Lulu and Shi Qian? Fool, I am indeed Shi Qian. Your beloved class monitor, the girl responded, placing her hand on the boy's shoulder. She had answered this question countless times throughout the night. Regardless, you have truly assisted me numerous times, Gu Anyan said, shaking his head and deciding to disregard those matters. After listening for an entire night, he could barely digest the information. Shi Qian suffered from a congenital cold illness, necessitating her to wear several layers even during summer. Many advanced treatments failed to provide a cure. They could only alleviate her suffering. With her parents often absent, she battled extreme feelings of inferiority, and her grandfather gradually faded from her sight. The only companion she had was a twin sister, yet Shi Qian, in her youth, often ridiculed her for her condition. The torment she endured extended far beyond that. During her treatment, she learned that her sister had made a friend, a boy with whom she shared a deep bond. She felt an intense envy, for she often found herself alone at home, a chill that was colder than her own ailments. All of this weighed heavily upon her. And as she grew older, she secretly took some funds and permanently left the family she loathed. The encounter with Gu Anyan years later was certainly not a coincidence. Her motivation to assist him was simple. She did not wish for Shi Qian to succeed. Originally, she intended to ruin him, to destroy the one her sister cherished, reveling in her despair. However, after spending time together, her feelings began to evolve, and she discovered that her pain could be alleviated in his presence. Whenever she was with him, her heart felt eternally warm. Oh, you are so pitiful, Gu Anyan murmured, moved by her childhood tales and his own recent experiences. Unable to hold back his tears, hearing his words, Shi Qian smiled faintly. Feeling the chill emanating from her, Gu Anyan wiped away his tears and resolutely spoke. I, Gu Anyan, am but a flawed individual with little to offer. If alleviating your suffering is within my power, I am willing to do anything for you. His voice, though soft, was indelibly etched in her mind. It was precisely this declaration that set everything amiss. Is what you say truly genuine? The girl's tone quivered, disbelief evident in her eyes. If you are willing, then we shall be the best of friends. No matter what happens, I shall be by your side. As soon as the words left his lips, Gu Anyun's face flushed crimson, his gaze cast downward, his voice barely audible. All of this was heartfelt. Yet it felt akin to a confession. No, that is not what I meant. Before the boy could finish his sentence, his mouth was gently silenced by a soft touch. Tears cascaded down Shi Qianshui's cheeks, their warmth contrasting against his skin. At that moment, everything began to intensify. After basking in the sun for a while, Shi Qianshui released him. In that instant, her heart soared to its zenith, her eyes shimmering with a profound affection. I should have claimed you sooner. My foolish sister is utterly unworthy. Gasping for breath, she took a moment before rising slightly. Come, I have a surprise for you. Unbeknownst to them, their hands entwined as they strolled along the lengthy deck. Numerous bodyguards saluted, greeting them warmly. Within the grand confines of the cruise ship, Shi Qianshui led him to a room. A burly man with a firearm opened the door. Miss, be cautious. She has already awakened. The latter waved her hand dismissively, taking Gu Anyun inside. As soon as the door swung open, a figure lunged forward, only to be swiftly kicked back by Shi Qianshui. Cough, cough, shua. You wouldn't dare kill me, would you? If you have the courage, then do it. She had just lifted her head when her pupils glazed over, soon replaced by a look of sheer astonishment. It's you. My. She excitedly reached out, but was rebuffed. Upon seeing Gu Anyun holding Shi Qianshui's hand, her exquisite face contorted with rage. You, how dare you associate with another woman? I am your master. I am. She bellowed, her eyes ablaze with fury, unable to accept the reality before her. The boy, feeling a twinge of fear, instinctively took a step back, only to be gently pulled back. Do not be afraid. With me here, no one shall harm you. Shi Qianshui's words provided him with a profound sense of security. Darling, give me a kiss. Upon her utterance, she leaned in, and Gu Anyun, caught off guard, did not resist but complied wholeheartedly. Unbeknownst to them, this action plunged Ina into despair as she crawled forward in agony, only to be thwarted. Kill me. Just kill me. Ina could hardly bear it as she watched the door slam shut. What would become of her? Gu Anyun, returning with her, asked with a hint of concern. Shi Qianshui immediately perceived the underlying meaning. Do you care for her? Her expression darkened instantly, her tone chillingly cold. No, I don't. I merely inquired, the young man stammered, feeling a sudden chill emanating from the girl. She will die? How? Are you thinking of her? Shi Qianshui's demeanor grew increasingly frigid. I truly am not. Just forget it. It doesn't matter. He did not comprehend why a simple sentence could transform her so dramatically, rendering her terrifying. You needn't concern yourself. I will handle it. With that, the girl shook her head, unaware of her own drastic change. After offering the young man some simple comfort, she led him to her room. Go away, just leave. Shi Qianshan lay despondently on the sofa in the Shi family villa. Don't be upset, Qianshan. I'm here, Tang Liu said, her face clouded with worry, as she embraced her friend in consolation. Get lost. You irritate me the most. Shi Qianshan forcefully pushed her away, tears streaming down her cheeks. She is your sister. Your real sister, yet we have never known. Indeed, why don't you tell us more? Perhaps we might uncover some clues, the others chimed in, further agitating her. She had no idea where her sister was, and a twinge of fear gripped her heart due to past events. Suddenly, her eyes lit up as if struck by inspiration. She hurried to her room and began searching frantically. The others, intrigued, followed her. I found it. She retrieved a device from her drawer and connected it to her phone. A red dot appeared in the center, surrounded by a sea of white. Damn it. It's too far away to show anything. Where on earth has my sister taken him? Chapter 83. So what is our relationship now? Wow. This room has a view of the sea. What lies beyond the ocean? Gu Anyun rested his chin on his hand, gazing into the distance like an inquisitive child. In the dimly lit cabin, Shi Qianshui watched his silhouette, lost in reverie. The thought of spending a lifetime with him was enticing. The two had not slept all night, and Gu Anyun was the first to succumb to fatigue. He yawned and sat up on the bed. I'm going to sleep now, are you? He asked awkwardly. I want to sleep, of course, Shi Qianshui replied. Her eyes fixed on him, whispering softly. Noticing her intense gaze, Gu Anyun felt uneasy and patted the bed. Aren't you feeling unwell? If there's any way I can assist you. The girl instantly grasped his implication, relieved that he had broached the subject without her needing to. The distinction between voluntary and coerced actions is significant. She felt an overwhelming sense of accomplishment. Eagerly, she approached, drawing the curtain and extinguishing the light. This must be his first voluntary act, she thought, swallowing hard. Yet, several minutes had elapsed, and he had yet to make a move. Was he shy? Indeed. If I were to take the initiative, would that not seem too forward? As more minutes passed, the darkness of the cabin was filled solely with the sound of their breathing. Unable to contain herself any longer, she turned over, poised to act, only to hear the rhythmic sound of his breath, soft, almost slumberous. Was he asleep? A sense of disappointment washed over her. Surely, he could not think that this was sufficient? Such passivity would only exacerbate my condition. In her helplessness, she gently embraced the youth, gradually succumbing to slumber herself. It was cold, unbearably cold. Gu Anyan found himself in a dream, feeling as though he had fallen into an icy abyss. Upon opening his eyes, a chilling sensation enveloped him. "Hey!" he called out to the girl, but she remained unresponsive, her eyes firmly shut. A wave of foreboding surged within him, prompting him to shake her gently. "Qian, are you all right? Please don't scare me." He continued to rouse her until a faint sound reached his ears. "It's so cold. I feel like I can't hold on much longer." Her voice was weak, as if she might slip away at any moment. Seeing her in such a state sent panic coursing through Gu Anyan. He was at a loss for what to do. All he felt was the intense cold radiating from her body, and he could only pull the blanket tighter around them, holding her close. "What should I do? Qian, please don't leave me. Why are you so cold?" Cough, cough. "It seems I'm gravely ill now." There's only one solution. Her breathing was faint, and she spoke slowly, almost conspiratorially, in his ear. "What solution? Please, tell me quickly." Gu Anyan was genuinely frightened. He simply could not fathom how anyone could be so cold. She whispered the solution into his ear, and upon hearing it, his handsome face flushed crimson as understanding dawned upon him. Without hesitation, he acquiesced. All right, just don't die. I'll do it right away." After he spoke, a smile emerged at the corner of Qian's mouth beneath the covers. Her earlier frailty seemingly vanished. Beneath the bed lay an array of empty freezing spray bottles. "Give it back. That's mine." Qian gritted her teeth, watching as three individuals snatched her phone away. "How despicable. Do you think you can bully me just because I'm alone? I truly have no means to retaliate. Wretched woman, if you had this useful item earlier, why didn't you utilize it? It belongs to everyone," Tang Liu said with a look of righteous indignation. "Where exactly is this tracker placed?" Bai Yi inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion as she struggled to comprehend. Indeed, if it were on her clothing, it would have surely been lost by now. Confronted by the relentless inquiries of the crowd, Qian clenched her teeth, uttering words that sent a chill through the onlookers. Yet, amidst their shock, a sense of relief washed over them. Fortunately, she had kept this ace up her sleeve. Otherwise, locating him would have been akin to searching for a needle in a vast ocean. Beside her, Lan Youyan gritted her teeth, her expression dark and brooding. Plans had been meticulously laid, only to be disrupted by the unexpected emergence of an older sister. It was her own lack of ruthlessness that had allowed Gu Anyan to slip away. All that remained was to broaden the search radius. In the blink of an eye, afternoon descended upon them. Observing the motionless youth on the bed, Qian felt a pang of sorrow. Had she been too harsh with him? Yet, this sensation was undeniably accompanied by an unprecedented warmth. Waves of comfort surged through her body, permeating every limb. For the first time, she sensed the warmth of her own blood. In stark contrast to her previous thoughts consumed by vengeance and indifference, she now yearned to embrace life and revel in happiness. The young woman's complexion had noticeably improved, and she marveled at the wonders of the world, relieved that she had not missed out on them. With trembling hands, she rose to pull the covers over the sleeping boy. Unbeknownst to anyone, an insatiable sense of possession and fervor began to blossom within her heart. As dusk settled, the colossal vessel gradually approached the dock. Listening to the soothing sound of the waves, the boy slowly opened his eyes and beheld the girl before him. "You're awake? You're not dead. Thank goodness." Gazing at the lively Qian, Gu Anyan exhaled a sigh of relief. "Hee, what a little fool. I'm growing fonder of you." She bestowed a gentle kiss upon him, her face adorned with a smile. "Thanks to you, I feel so much better. I hope to rely on you from now on. You wouldn't just stand idly by while I suffer, would you?" "Of course not. I am genuinely happy to assist you." Gu Anyan reflected on their recent exchanges, hesitating to articulate his thoughts. "So, what exactly is our relationship now?" He twirled a finger, avoiding her gaze. The sight of the boy's adorably bashful demeanor melted Qian's heart. It's the kind of relationship you're thinking of, she teased, lifting Gu Anian's chin with a mischievous grin. What does that even mean? I'm not sure what I'm thinking, he stammered, but when he looked up again, the girl had vanished, leaving only the door ajar. Hey, wait for me. Gu Anian hastily donned a coat and sprinted outside. The sea breeze was biting, stinging his pale cheeks. Upon reaching the deck, he found it deserted, a wave of anxiety washing over him. Qianqian. His voice was swallowed by the wind, sounding feeble and distant. Shi wouldn't tea. As the thought crossed his mind, Gu Anian felt a pang of grievance. Was this sensation akin to falling in love? At the moment of his profound despair, a small hand encircled his neck from behind. Fool, I have always been right behind you. Upon hearing the voice, the young man swiftly turned around. We are lovers destined to never part. With those words, she gently leaned in closer. Despite the biting cold wind, the young man's heart found its resolve. Chapter 84. Possessiveness in the Shurjia Villa. The young girl gazed at an unfamiliar message on her phone, trembling as she opened a video. Though short, the content plunged her into an abyss of negativity. You have nurtured him for over a decade. I shall take him. My dear sister, I am truly sorry. The one he loves is me. I will cherish him on your behalf. These brief phrases tugged violently at her nerves. Witnessing their joy, alongside the sincerity the boy had never shown her, felt as if her very soul was being torn asunder. A wave of helplessness and suffocation washed over her. Memories of their time together flooded her mind, and for the first time, she felt the weight of her unreciprocated affection. After a fleeting moment of heartache, countless feelings of rage and resentment ignited within her, searing her spirit. Why was he so unwilling to be with me? I have lived alongside you for over a decade. That woman bears an uncanny resemblance to me. Why then? Unable to contain herself any longer, Qianqian's angry tears fell as she recalled the boy's radiant expression of happiness. She simply could not comprehend it. Gu Anian, you should die. Meanwhile, the girl tucked her phone away, a smile gracing her lips as she linked her arm with the boy's, quietly awaiting at the dock. Soon, a car arrived, following the coastline and transporting them to a villa. The scenery along the way was splendid, the environment spacious and serene, devoid of chaos. Gu Anian couldn't help but marvel at this idyllic living situation. As he stood before the grand villa, awe etched on his face, he asked, "Is this your home?" The disparity between people became increasingly apparent, and Gu Anian found himself admiring her more and more. Had she encountered a benefactor, or was it her own diligence? If it were the latter, she was undoubtedly a genius, a true heiress. While Gu Anian admired the house, the girl behind him gazed at him intently. Although her appearance was nearly indistinguishable from Qianqian's, she exuded an aura of confidence that set her apart, whether in the past or present. Gu Anian always felt a sense of security in her presence. This unique sensation was something the playful and naive Qianqian could never provide. It's cold outside. Let us go in, Qianqian said, her throat moving slightly. With a gentle tug, she wrapped her arms around his waist, guiding him inside. Anian, I'm so cold, she murmured, resting her cheek against his shoulder, her disheveled hair brushing against his face as her hands slowly shifted. Not long ago. You were acutely aware of the breath behind you as Gu Anian, with a slightly weary body, spoke. Upon hearing his words, the young girl momentarily paused, a subtle shift appearing in her gaze before vanishing entirely. She exhibited a facade of desolation and fatigue, yet managed to muster a faint smile, resolving to endure. For she could not allow her precious one to suffer. As she entered the room, she feigned a collapse forward, fortunately caught by Gu Anian just in time. It's nothing. I'm fine. Her words were almost squeezed out from between clenched teeth. Gu Anian exerted great effort to settle her onto the bed. Although he found her behavior somewhat peculiar, he still believed that the girl must be in considerable discomfort at that moment. However, he, stretching his body and feeling the weariness brought on by Qian Shui's last visit, was indeed in a dilemma. In the midst of hesitation, the girl gently hooked her fingers around his hand. That night passed slowly. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, and after a while, a chill crept up from his feet. The outside world was cloaked in a faint glimmer of light. It's a bit cold. The boy found himself unable to sleep, shivering despite being covered by a blanket. Utilizing the faint light, he surveyed his surroundings, realizing he was alone on the expansive bed, accompanied only by a pink dolphin plush toy. Perhaps he had been too fatigued the previous day to notice. As the cold became unbearable, he embraced the plushie, which was nearly his size, and drifted back into slumber. When he next opened his eyes, Yin beheld frost forming on the window, the azure sky reflecting like a pristine mirror. Qin Shui, he softly called out twice, only to discover that the girl was still not by his side. Where could she have gone so early in the morning? His hands and feet were icy as he clung to the dolphin, reluctant to rise from bed. At that moment, the villa's door swung open, revealing Qin Shui. Her expression was indifferent, yet her eyes betrayed a glimmer of anticipation and fervor. I haven't seen my darling all morning. I feel as if I might perish. I truly adore you. I really do, the girl mumbled repeatedly, casually tossing a key onto the sofa, which resembled a key to some sort of confinement. She removed her gloves without hesitation and unlocked the door. Ah, you're awake. Look what I brought you to eat, she said with a smile, approaching with her offerings. However, upon seeing the boy nestled with the plush toy, her smile froze. Yin, why are you hugging that toy? Her previously joyful expression chilled instantly, as if she found it distasteful. Yin remained oblivious to the shift in her tone. I'm too cold. This helps me feel a bit better. Is there heating in the room? The girl did not respond, slowly advancing to snatch the toy away. Ah, what are you doing? He looked up in confusion, finally noticing something amiss about the girl. What troubles you? He felt a sense of fear, uncertain of his misstep, never before having witnessed such a demeanor from Qin Shui. Her inquiry left her momentarily speechless. Indeed, he had committed no wrongdoing. However, upon observing him embrace a plush toy with his cheek resting against it, a profound sense of discontent stirred within her. She could not abide the thought of her beloved showing affection towards anything or anyone else. Nothing was permissible. Her gaze brimmed with possessiveness, a shadowy obsession swirling within her. She wished to be inseparable from him, desiring his sole companionship. From this moment forth, you are forbidden to embrace anything in slumber but me. Her tone was icy, as though she had transformed into a different person. Yin felt a pang in his heart. Despite his innocence, her fierce demeanor pierced him, yet he acquiesced. Very well. At his agreement, Qin Shui's furrowed brow softened slightly as she tenderly embraced him and turned on the heating. Perhaps realizing her earlier indiscretion, her tone shifted to one of gentleness as she began to console the young man. Yin, I apologize for my earlier outburst. My affection for you is overwhelming. You must understand that the more one cares, the more fervently one reacts. Listening to her soft words and sensing her duality, Yin chose not to dwell on it. He smiled and replied, I understand, Qin Shui. His gaze drifted towards the outside world, curiosity sparkling in his eyes. I haven't been here before. Would you show me around? On this day, Qin Shui refrained from demanding more. Reason dictated that she could not indulge so frequently. Given Yin's fragile constitution, he might not endure it. She had no desire to find herself alone in an empty room in the future. Restraint was essential. Suppressing her inner turmoil, she made it through the day. During this time, she purchased several new garments for him and diligently attended to the young man's needs. Yet, she did not take him out. After a slight grooming, he appeared notably more vibrant. With his good looks, he would surely thrive anywhere. How delightful he became to behold. As the second day dawned, Yin's spirits were high. Please, take me out. If not, I can go alone. Though the villa's amenities were splendid, replete with every necessity, the young man found it stifling, yearning to explore the new environment. Strangely, each time he voiced this desire, Qin Shui skillfully diverted the conversation, seemingly reluctant. This behavior left him feeling somewhat distressed. What? You wish to go out by yourself? Upon hearing this, Qin Shui's exquisitely beautiful visage turned cold. Without my permission, you shall not leave. Realizing she had spoken too loudly, she noticed Yin's expression of hurt and fear, which tugged at her heartstrings. That was not my intention. It's quite chaotic here, and too dangerous. She casually fabricated a reason, though even she was not entirely certain why she felt compelled to confine him here. However, the thought of the young man being exposed to the gaze of others, of him engaging with different matters, twisted her heart with unease. Previously, she had not given it much thought, but this time was different. She merely wished for one person to inhabit the boy's world, and that person was herself. It was her possessiveness at play. Yin, clearly unconvinced and familiar with her methods, chose not to voice his skepticism, believing that Qin Shui must have her reasons. After all, she was inherently kind. How could she possibly harm herself? Once he had gathered his thoughts and was about to leave, his hand was suddenly grasped. If you truly wish to go, I can accompany you tomorrow. She amended her statement, as if she had made a significant decision. The girl understood that if this situation persisted for too long, Gu Enian would undoubtedly reach his breaking point and begin to harbor suspicions. At that juncture, the situation would become exceedingly difficult to manage, hence it was necessary to allow for some breathing room. Really? The boy exclaimed, delight evident in his voice. Yes, but you must not leave my sight, she replied. What if I need to use the restroom? I will go with you. Gu Enian regarded this as a jest, not truly believing she meant it. Suddenly, the girl seemed to recall something, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. By the way, it has been ages since I experienced your skills. My dear, Gu Enian, perplexed, wondered, did we not just have a meal? Silly, I mean a massage. It has been far too long. She reminisced about their last encounter. Did you not say you would massage me for a lifetime? Oh, that? I am more than happy to oblige. Gu Enian smiled, gesturing for her to sit down. As long as it was not that sort of affair, everything could be negotiated. However, at that moment, Shi Qianxue waved her hand. Wait. There is a hot spring in the backyard. We can enjoy it together. After we relax, you can help me. With that, she took his hand and led him toward the backyard, displaying an admirable appreciation for pleasure. The small courtyard was exquisitely adorned with various greenery and flowers, creating a most comfortable ambience. Shi Qianxue activated the automatic water supply system and then rummaged through her belongings to produce a packet of herbal powder, which she poured into the water. This is a warming herb, one of several that alleviates my ailments, she explained to herself. The pool quickly filled with water, steam rising gently from the surface. As Gu Enian chatted, he began to massage her shoulders, but before he could fully comprehend the situation, the girl had already shed her clothing. Where are your clothes? He had barely uttered the question before he instinctively covered his eyes. Could you not give me a warning? Shi Qianxue tested the water's temperature and then leapt in, finding his reaction amusing. You're grown up now. You've done everything else. So why still be so bashful? Well, I am not accustomed to hot springs. I think I will wait for you outside. As the youth turned to leave, his foot had yet to set forth when he was seized. A delicate girl surrounded by swirling mist emerged from the pool, revealing only her head. Don't go. Just give it a try. Who knows, you might end up liking it? In an instant, she exerted a gentle force, catching him off balance and pulling him into the water. The warm water drenched his garments, enveloping him in discomfort. Gu Enian sputtered a couple of times, casting a resentful glance at the girl who was stifling her laughter before reluctantly shedding his soaked attire. I truly cannot comprehend you. I have already stated my aversion. He muttered to himself, his hands still in motion, as mist billowed forth, forming beads of water on his fair skin. His tousled hair, dampened by the steam, clung to his woeful face, his expression evoking a desire to tease him. Eventually, he ceased his movements, bowing his head in dismay. Look, my wrist is bruised and it hurts terribly, he said, extending his arm to reveal a tender mark, as if he had just stumbled and fallen. Why are you silent? Why do you gaze at me like that? Gu Enian confronted the girl, whose intense stare seemed to pierce through him, almost as if she wished to devour him. In the comforting warmth of the spring, he shivered slightly. Why the silence? Shi Qianxue swallowed hard, drawing closer in the water with an almost infatuated demeanor. I'm so sorry, Enian, I didn't mean to. She inched nearer, cornering him, her eyes ignited with an unquenchable flame. It's all right, but why are you so close? He feebly inquired, when, all of a sudden, she wrapped her arms around his neck. I'm so sorry, she repeated fervently. The speed of her motion took Gu Enian by surprise, leaving him feeling akin to prey waiting to be devoured. Wait, are you staying here? Steam billowed around them until it dissipated completely. The water in the hot spring had turned somewhat cool. She had forgotten to adjust the temperature. Yet, none of that mattered. This time, it was the most effective soak she had ever experienced. Chapter 86. Intensifying desire for control. Wrapped in a bathrobe, the youth timidly touched his flushed face. After enduring the continuous warmth and Shi Qianxue's overwhelming affection, he felt utterly dazed. I will never indulge in hot springs again, he exclaimed weakly, reclining beside the pool, lost in thought as he gazed at the now darkened sky. The girl's demeanor, in stark contrast, was one of clarity. Having lived for 20 years, she had never felt so enlightened. Deep within her heart, the icy shackles that once bound her began to fracture, warmth surging forth. After carrying the youth to her room, she personally prepared a meal, intending to reward him generously. After a brief nap, Gu Enian, feeling the warmth of his body, sauntered into the living room with unsteady steps. Before him lay a table laden with an array of unfamiliar delicacies: cheese lasagna, foie gras with truffles, salad wraps, an assortment of desserts, and even snails. It was truly a feast of Western flavors. Just as he intended to take a seat, he noticed that only a long bench was available, with the other side conspicuously empty. "Chinchua, is there another chair?" The girl emerging from the kitchen smiled faintly. "No, come sit with me." She draped a silk scarf around Gu Anian's shoulders and beckoned him to sit down. The two were squeezed together, an arrangement he found somewhat awkward. "Sure." Chinchua, in her carefree manner, gently wrapped her arms around his waist, her fair legs pressing against him, entwined tightly. "Chinchua, you're eating." Faced with the girl's intense gaze, he dared not meet her eyes, continually averting his gaze. He pondered why she was so unabashed, as though all the girls he encountered were tireless machines. Even if his organs were made of iron, this was a strain he could hardly withstand. Sure. Chinchua cut a piece of foie gras, leisurely offering it to his mouth. "Thank you." Gu Anian leaned back slightly, smiling to indicate he could manage on his own. However, the girl seemed displeased with his resistance, persistently bringing the food closer. With no other option, Gu Anian accepted the feeding. A familiar scene unfolded as the young man reflected while swallowing his food. "This is a unique custom here." Sure. Chinchua explained with a smile. "Doing this signifies affection between couples." She then shifted her tone. "Only lovers do this. Anian, you will feed me too, right?" Gu Anian was momentarily taken aback, caught off guard by her words. He had never heard of such a custom. Observing his hesitation, Sure Chinchua's expression fell, revealing a palpable disappointment. "It seems your love for me is not as profound as I thought, merely a fleeting sentiment." She lowered her head, an unrestrained hint of resentment flickering across her otherwise desolate face, which, upon closer inspection, appeared somewhat sinister. Gu Anian, however, remained oblivious to her turmoil. He could not bear to see her sorrowful visage, reflecting on how much she had assisted him, and considering her generous hospitality. After all, she was his girlfriend. How could he not love her? After a moment's contemplation, he picked up a piece of cheese pie and took a bite, gently lifting her chin. At least in that moment, he felt that he loved her. Noticing his change, the girl's eyes instantly filled with tenderness as she took a bite in return. "Hee. I knew it. I knew he loved me." The dinner passed in a dreamy haze, the specifics of the dishes lost on him. That night, he slept soundly, with the girl holding him close until morning. Upon waking the next day, Sure Chinchua gazed at the stunning face of the boy, her heart soaring with joy. "Mua, good morning." Noticing his lack of response, the young girl smiled faintly and leaned closer, murmuring, "Please don't let the monster eat me." With that murmured plea, Gu Anian slowly opened his eyes, only to be met by the sorrowful gaze of the girl. "Oh, Chinchua, why are you?" He felt a twinge of confusion, wiping the damp corner of his mouth. He thought it odd. At his age, drooling should not be an issue. The chill of the outside world contrasted with the warmth of their cozy bed, where they lingered for quite some time. "Anian, I wish we could stay like this forever." She sighed. "Today we are going out to play. What are you doing?" Gu Anian felt a flicker of anticipation. He had longed to breathe in the fresh air. The girl suppressed her excitement, exhaling dramatically. "We are going, so stop being so anxious." "Pull over here," she commanded. A sleek black business car gradually came to a halt on a distinctive street, where the architecture offered a refreshing perspective. The round, sapphire-like arched windows glistened brightly, adding an air of elegance to the vintage buildings. The driver respectfully opened the rear door, allowing a man and woman to step out, both clad in pristine attire, their stunning appearances rendering them a striking sight. "Wow." Gu Anian inhaled the fresh air, feeling an invigorating sense of freedom. He recalled his previous life, confined either within a villa or the girl's room, existing solely in a cycle of eating, sleeping, and now he could finally relax, vowing never to return to that former existence. At that moment, Gu Anian resembled a caged canary, liberated at last, eagerly observing the novel surroundings, his face reflecting his excitement. However, the girl did not share his sentiments. Sure Chinchua watched his sparkling eyes with a sense of unease, inexplicably feeling a wave of irritation. She herself could not fathom the source of this emotion. Her expression darkened, unwilling to see the boy engage with anything beyond her. "I want to confine him in a world that belongs solely to me." At that moment, the girl's inner turmoil intensified, her desire for control growing stronger. She impatiently shook her head, coldly poking the boy and extending her hand towards him. What's the matter? Lan Youyan turned with a smile, only to see her frosty demeanor. What was wrong with her? Women were indeed curious creatures. Observing her outstretched hand and expression, Lan Youyan removed his scarf and gently offered it to her. Yet, she remained motionless. He internally scoffed, then, with a gentlemanly gesture, wrapped the scarf around her neck himself. Shi Qianxue watched in a mix of annoyance and amusement. Suddenly, she yanked his hand, dissatisfied, and intertwined her arm with his. Will this happen again next time? Chapter 87. The silent streets. Lan Youyan felt a sharp pain in his arm that was being held. Unsure if it was merely a figment of his imagination or something more. He sensed a hint of coldness in the girl's words, an unusual and unfamiliar feeling. The scene around them appeared to be that of a leisurely small town, where the residents exuded a sense of tranquility and warmth. As they walked by, nearly every passerby cast a glance at the two of them, particularly the young women. Some, upon noticing them, immediately lowered their heads in shyness, covering their uncontrollably rising smiles. A few bold ones openly displayed their admiration, gaping with wide mouths and excitedly nudging their companions. Even more daring individuals cast flirtatious glances in public. In response to the warm and kind gazes directed at him, Lan Youyan returned their smiles with genuine appreciation. How wonderful it would be if those close to him also shared such sentiments. Lost in thought, he suddenly felt a tremendous pressure on his hand, followed by a wave of sharp pain. It hurt. He glanced at his arm, which was being tightly gripped, and attempted to alert the girl, only to meet a pair of frightening eyes. Indeed, they were terrifying. The girl's demeanor had turned cold and strange. Her gaze filled with an unrelenting malice that bore into him. Lan Youyan's smile froze on his face. How could the lover who had expressed affection just yesterday wear such an expression now? He had no time to ponder this unsettling shift, hastily trying to withdraw his arm as the pain intensified. However, his resistance seemed to provoke her further. Shi Qianxue's demeanor shifted to one of fierce aggression, her lips trembling uncontrollably. She seized his arm and yanked it downward with force. Crack! A sharp sound echoed from the boy's shoulder, and the lightheartedness he had felt moments before vanished, replaced by excruciating pain that twisted his expression into one of agony. Qianxue, what are you doing? He cried, clutching his shoulder in distress. Upon seeing his pain, the girl quickly released her grip, as if her actions had been beyond her control. This spectacle drew the attention of many onlookers, and she found herself at a loss for words, disliking the current sensation overwhelming her. Let us go. She spat through clenched teeth, pulling him away without a backward glance. Qianxue, what's wrong with you? Despite the pain, Lan Youyan inquired with concern, sensing there must be a reason behind her behavior. Yet, Shi Qianxue ignored him, instead pulling out her phone to send a message, then gently began to massage his shoulder. And Youyan, I accidentally tripped and pulled you. Did it hurt? The sudden softness in her voice struck Lan Youyan as eerie. Just moments ago, she had been frigid, instilling fear within him, yet now she seemed transformed into a different person. Could she possibly have a dual personality? This drastic change sent a shiver down his spine, reigniting his trepidation towards her. I'm fine. It doesn't hurt at all, he replied, though he felt something was amiss, not daring to inquire further. The two continued to stroll hand in hand along the cobblestone path. However, the youth trembled incessantly, feeling as though his hand had ventured into the guillotine, threatening to slip away at any moment. Shortly thereafter, Lan Youyan sensed something amiss. The once bustling town, alive with the sounds of commerce and chatter, had fallen eerily silent. People had vanished, storefronts shuttered, and, unbeknownst to him, vehicles had disappeared from the streets. In this vast emptiness, only the two of them remained. A desolate and uncanny atmosphere descended upon the youth, striking terror into his heart. Overwhelmed by discomfort, he came to a halt, disoriented and at a loss. This was not the ambience he had desired. He deeply felt the oppressive silence. Unable to bear it any longer, he turned to the young woman beside him. Qianxue, perhaps we should return. Yet, he could not finish his thought, intimidated by the penetrating gaze of Shi Qianxue, her lips curving into a smile. He recoiled slightly, startled. Whether you wish to stay out or return, it seems you do not truly cherish our bond. Upon hearing his desire to go back, Shi Qianxue felt a sense of relief wash over her, yet she resolved to teach him a lesson, ensuring he would stay at home in the future. No, I absolutely did not mean that, Qianxue. Observing the youth's flustered expression, she relished the moment. Very well, since you wish to return home so badly. Perhaps next time you should remain indoors. After uttering this, her conscience seemed to stir. I suppose I shall take you out for a meal. With that, a car appeared seemingly from nowhere, and she boldly wrapped her arms around the youth's waist, whisking him away. Indeed, all of this was orchestrated by Hashia. She had sealed off the entire street. In this vicinity, apart from the common folk, virtually all those of higher status were acquainted with her. Who was unaware of her? Yet, there were always exceptions, those who dared to defy fate. Half an hour later, the vehicle halted in front of an upscale restaurant. Upon entering the lobby, golden embellishments greeted their eyes, exuding an air of opulence that left Gu Enian astounded. This place was entirely beyond his comprehension. Uncharacteristically, Hashia respected the youth's choice to dine in the lobby rather than in a private room. Darling, a waiter will be with you shortly. Feel free to order whatever you desire. I must step away for a moment. With that, she gestured to the manager, who had been standing by respectfully, and departed. A man in a tailcoat and glasses hurried over, his tone refined. Good day, esteemed sir. Here is our menu. As Gu Enian listened to his fluent summer dialect and prepared to respond, a commotion erupted at the entrance. Esteemed Ms. Chio Urxi, welcome. The individuals at the entrance greeted each other with respectful bows. Suddenly, a woman adorned with a black veil approached, exuding an aura that was distinctly different from the others. She slowly removed her hat, revealing a visage imbued with aristocratic elegance. A cursory glance around yielded no sight of the person she sought, and impatience crept onto her countenance. Jones, she called out, and at that moment, she noticed the man beside Gu Enian, who was regarding her with an apologetic expression. The manager, Jones, offered an awkward smile. Miss Corsi, please pardon my oversight, but I am currently attending to another. With that, he bowed to the woman before presenting the menu to Gu Enian. It was evident that the manager's demeanor was exceedingly respectful, yet he had not prioritized her service. This was not merely a matter of adhering to the principle of first come, first served. He was acutely aware of the potential repercussions of offending the young lady. Upon hearing the man's refusal, a flicker of shock crossed Corsi's face, quickly followed by indignation. How dare you speak to me in such a manner, Jones? She approached him haughtily, eager to discern which prominent figure had overshadowed her. However, after just a couple of steps, she found herself frozen in place before the young man. Chapter 88. The encounter. It was not that Corsi had never experienced disdain, but the youth before her was simply impossible to look away from. His delicate, handsome features and gentle demeanor evoked an irresistible urge to cherish him. Her gaze was ensnared. Madam, your private room has been prepared. Allow me to escort you. A young attendant said with utmost deference, his demeanor bordering on sycophantic. Leave me be, she coldly commanded, her gaze now unwaveringly fixed on Gu Enian's table. Sensing her presence, Jones raised an eyebrow, assuming she would not relent, and sighed in resignation. Just as he prepared to explain, he noticed Corsi bypassing him entirely, her focus landing on the young man. There he stood, blissfully extending his hand, wearing a smile he deemed charming. Hello, this dashing, friend. May I be so bold as to address you thus? For the moment I laid eyes upon you, I sensed an unbreakable connection between us. Gu Enian stared, bewildered, at the unexpected hand gesture, unsure of its significance. Yet, out of courtesy, he smiled and extended his own hand. The moment their hands met, Hashia emerged from the restroom, witnessing the scene unfold before her. In an instant, she froze, and then a torrent of negative emotions erupted within her, her gaze more lethal than a weapon. Receiving the young man's response, Corsi's smile widened, almost unbearable to contain, as she swallowed hard. Oh God! He must be enamored with me. This is truly a divine blessing. Holding the young man's hand firmly, she restrained her inner impulses and politely inquired, Dear friend, are you dining alone? If you don't mind, we could share a meal and then find a tranquil spot to discuss our life ambitions. Oh, do not misunderstand. I am quite reserved by nature. I believe we share a remarkable connection. As the saying goes, like-minded souls. Her eyes sparkled with fervor, oblivious to the approaching girl behind her. Jones sensed the shift in the atmosphere, the pressure from behind causing him to break into a sweat. Oh my God, it's all over. Just as he intended to intervene with Ms. Corsi, he felt a weight on his shoulder. Suddenly, an overwhelming sense of suffocation enveloped him from behind. Jones, you should leave, came the words that prompted him to flee at once. He had no desire to linger. The pressure was unbearable. Upon hearing the commotion, Corsi became aware of the newcomer. Annoyed at the interruption, she turned to glance back, wondering who dared to be so impolite. Just as she was about to express her disdain, she was taken aback by the sight of the girl. In every regard, beauty, figure, and demeanor, this unkind woman surpassed her. It appeared that the young man was with this stunning girl. Together, they were a perfect match. How dare she? This wretched woman, appearing here now, what is her intent? That menacing look in her eyes. Does she intend to steal him from me? Humph, she ought to consider her own standing. One must have status and identity in this world. Just as she was about to scoff, the girl seized her hand, and Shi Qianshui, in a fit of rage, nearly lost her composure. In an instant, a scream pierced the hall, drawing the attention of all present. Some were oblivious to the danger, unaware of the identity of this young lady, and thus awaited the unfolding spectacle. Ah, you lowly commoner! How dare you treat a noble with such disrespect? I will. Her words were cut short as her wrist was ruthlessly twisted, contorting her features in agony. Subsequently, Shi Qianshui shot a cold, dark glance at Lan Youyan. Her eyes filled with an ominous intensity that struck fear into the young man. You didn't mention that someone was here, did you? Why did you shake hands with her? Each word was deliberate, her tone escalating beyond mere inquiry. Lan Youyan had never witnessed her in such a state. His mind was consumed by terror. He could scarcely articulate his thoughts, stammering, I apologize, but I thought it would be impolite not to shake hands. His voice trembled as he spoke, fervently wishing for a peaceful resolution. Yet, he was gravely mistaken. With a resounding slap, the sound reverberated throughout the hall, causing everyone to draw in a sharp breath. Lan Youyan stood frozen in place, his face marked by 5 vivid red fingerprints, half pale and half crimson. This slap encapsulated Shi Qianshui's profound fury. No matter how she vented, it seemed insufficient. She appeared to have lost her sanity. Coexistence, clutching her wrist nearby, gasped at the scene. Was this woman truly so ruthless? Nevertheless, the hatred etched on her face showed no signs of abating. Seizing the opportunity, she turned to the young man, feigning concern as she inquired, Friend, are you all right? A woman so ungrateful and impolite is not worthy of you. Leave her at once and seek someone better, like me. I can comfort you properly. The intent behind her words was unmistakable, and she raised an eyebrow with satisfaction. Yet, Lan Youyan remained silent, sitting there as if in a stupor. Just as Coexistence was about to speak again, Shi Qianshui moved. A glint of cold steel flashed as a sharp blade appeared at her neck, too swift for her to react. In that moment, Coexistence felt the chilling touch of the blade against her skin, sensing it slowly piercing through. A wave of panic washed over her. Yet she feigned composure before the young man. Are you going to kill me? Her lips trembled slightly. Sensing the danger, Jones rushed over, knowing that if trouble erupted, his management position would be at stake. However, he dared not offend the young woman, leaving him in a difficult predicament. Lan Youyan finally came to his senses. The terrifying visage of the girl etched deeply in his mind. He wept as he apologized, grasping Shi Qianshui's hand, imploring her not to do anything foolish, as he truly wished to avoid escalating the situation. Perhaps due to the presence of others, or perhaps out of consideration for the establishment, Shi Qianshui restrained herself. She sheathed the crimson blade, trembling as she returned to her seat. Coexistence touched her neck, her hand stained with warmth. Amid her fear, the resentment within her grew ever stronger. After delivering a mocking remark, she quickly distanced herself, thinking to herself that the woman was merely too afraid to kill her. Once seated, she retrieved a phone, speaking harshly and revealing a hint of malice in her eyes. Chapter 89. The Consequences of Provocation. The girl slowly sat beside him, her expression devoid of emotion. Eat. Lan Youyan, as if responding to a command, tremulously picked up a fork. Yet, his hand betrayed him, the utensil clattering onto the plate with a sharp sound. Qianshui, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to, he stammered, his swollen cheek throbbing with pain. Seeing no response from her, he struggled to lift a thick noodle to his mouth. With a sigh, the girl merely exhaled, causing Lan Youyan to fall silent, the half-chewed food frozen in his mouth. Shi Qianshui felt as though ants were crawling over her skin, and her displeasure grew increasingly palpable. As time passed, her expression twisted into one of fierce rage. At that moment, she inadvertently caught sight of Coexistence exiting with a phone in hand. With a contemptuous huff, she suppressed her fury and followed suit. Qianshui, where are you going? Gu Anyan inquired with evident concern, but was met with silence. Quirxie stepped out with a menacing glare. As a car gradually came to a halt, two men clad in black emerged, appearing at the mouth of the alley. Without a moment's hesitation, she advanced, uttering in a low voice, "Help me eliminate someone." Just as she contemplated how to coax her out, she glanced to the opposite street and spotted the very girl who had offended her. At that instant, Shi Qianxue had donned her gloves and was making her own way towards the dim alley across the street. Quirxie let out a cold chuckle, pleased that the girl had conveniently walked into her trap. She turned and commanded her two accomplices to follow her into the alley. The narrow, shadowy passage loomed like an abyss. To Quirxie, it was the perfect grave for the girl. After 2 minutes, the trio reached the end of the alley, where they beheld the solitary figure of the girl, her back turned and seemingly unguarded. Despite this, Quirxie felt no doubt. "Kill her," she ordered. The two men in black sprang into action. Upon seeing the girl's visage, one of them broke into a foolish grin, a thought flashing through his mind, leading him to exchange a knowing smile with his companion. "Miss Quirxie, I have a more amusing idea. Perhaps you should step back," the man in front began. But his words were cut short as he felt a sudden chill in his abdomen. Looking down, he found a dagger had been plunged into his own belly. The blade he had once wielded now turned against him. The smug grin on his face vanished, replaced by a pallid expression of disbelief as he gazed at the girl before him. "You," he gasped, as the dagger twisted and was withdrawn. Warm liquid sprayed forth. He felt his life ebbing away rapidly, collapsing to the ground. The second man, witnessing this shocking turn of events, was astonished but quickly regained his composure. The girl advanced swiftly, and after struggling to fend off 2 strikes, he retreated, creating distance between them. "Damn you, you wretched woman," he shouted, drawing his handgun. Its cold barrel aimed directly at her. Shi Qianxue remained unmoved, her gaze icy as she regarded him. Seeing her stand resolute, the man assumed she was intimidated and erupted into laughter. "Once I eliminate you, I will." His laughter abruptly halted, as if he had glimpsed something unfathomable. Shi Qianxue slowly retrieved a magazine full of bullets from her pocket, and with a sharp clatter, it fell to the ground. "Your gun is not loaded," she stated coldly. At her words, the man quickly checked his pistol, realization dawning upon him. When he realized the magazine was still intact, it was already too late. A crimson blade shot toward him with deadly precision, striking his head without a sound. He did not utter a word, his eyes forever closed in death. All of this transpired in an instant. Witnessing this unfolding horror, Quirxie was truly alarmed. She fell to her knees, gazing at the girl who approached her with increasing menace. "Do you know who I am?" Shi Qianxue ignored her, her hostility intensifying. With a series of sickening sounds, Quirxie felt as if her body had been pierced like a beehive. Each blade was chilling, yet they all avoided her vital points. The intense but non-fatal pain rendering her acutely aware of her situation. "Oh, sorry, Lang." Her words became indistinct, her expression grotesquely contorted. "Is it your hand that touched my yin?" Shi Qianxue prodded that hand with her knife, pinning it down mercilessly. A series of cracking noises echoed, a horrific scream reverberating through the dark alley until silence reigned. "Come over here and clean up," the girl instructed, ending the call and returning, her mood slightly lifted. Inside the hall, a young man sat anxiously, glancing around until he finally spotted her silhouette. "Qianxue, you're finally back. Where have you been?" Gu Anyan inquired cautiously. "I cleaned up some trash." Her tone was utterly indifferent as she coldly fixed her gaze on him. "Go home." Gu Anyan sprang to his feet, noticing the crimson stains on her clothing, realizing the situation was far more complicated. He dared not contemplate further, lowering his head as he followed her home. They walked in silence until they entered the house. Shi Qianxue could no longer suppress the emotions that had built up within her. She needed an outlet. It seemed she had never been this furious before. Even her resentment toward the Shi family paled in comparison to her current rage. She had lost all her previous gentleness and struck the boy, sending him sprawling to the ground. "Which hand did you use?" Gu Anyan leaned against the wall, his cheeks flushed crimson, trembling as he stammered, "The right hand," instinctively hiding it behind his back. "Show it to me." He dared not disobey, slowly extending his hand. With a decisive step, the girl mercilessly stepped on that delicate hand, again and again. Ugh! Gu Anyan could not hold back his tears, fortunately. She wasn't wearing high heels, or the force might have crushed him entirely. Tears streamed down his face as he struggled to understand why. For merely engaging in normal conversation, sure Qianxue would impose such harsh punishment upon him. I haven't done anything wrong to you. Why are you treating me like this? You used to. At this point, sure Qianxue stepped forward, silencing him by covering his mouth, her nails digging into his flesh. I can't take it anymore. Be quiet, don't speak. Her movements grew increasingly intense, a reckless outpouring of her discontent. Why do you have to go out? I love you so dearly. Yet you engage with others. She roared, until a sweetness filled the boy's throat, and he coughed directly into her face. A metallic scent wafted in, causing sure Qianxue to momentarily freeze, halting her actions. Then she grotesquely licked her lips. Qianxue, we are a couple, I beg you. Before he could finish his sentence, his lips were silenced by a tender, enveloping kiss. Chapter 90. Are you still in pain? A minute passed. Gu Anian's chest rose and fell violently, soft whimpers escaping his lips. He was pinned to the ground, his mouth obstructed, warm and sweet breaths enveloping him. The disarray of his body left him gasping. Relying solely on his nose for air was utterly insufficient. He felt as though he were on the brink of asphyxiation. His feeble hands patting Sure Qianxue's waist, his last plea for mercy. At that moment, the girl tightened her grip around his neck, inhaling deeply. I beg you. Gu Anian's hoarse voice squeezed through, his vision blurred with tears revealing the girl's crimson eyes. Oxygen dwindled, each moment intensifying his desperate longing for breath. Just as he felt he could endure no longer, Sure Qianxue trembled and spoke, her expression one of extreme exhilaration. Do you desire air? With that, she inhaled and gently pried open the boy's pale lips. Breath after breath exchanged, a soft sound resonated. Gu Anian could no longer care for anything else. His vision darkened, consumed by the primal need to breathe, yearning for that final sliver of survival. He had lost count of how many times this had occurred. And when clarity returned to his eyes, he found Sure Qianxue observing him with an oddly peculiar gaze. She then stood and extended her hand towards the boy on the ground. Gratefully, Gu Anian reached out, but the moment their hands touched, he was cast aside. Don't you enjoy holding others' hands? Why not ask someone else to help you up? His heart clenched. He could not fathom why this minor transgression provoked such a reaction. With a resigned sigh, he leaned against the wall, striving to rise, but as he did, his hair was seized, forcing him back down. Sure Qianxue, using both hands and feet, kept him pinned to the ground, grasping his feeble right hand with a chilling tone. Do you understand? Your filthy hands signify betrayal. Gu Anian was bewildered by this notion of betrayal, gazing at her with a submissive demeanor as she spoke with a demonic whisper. So, this hand of yours. At this, Gu Anian seemed to grasp something vital and struggled desperately. No, please, he began, but before he could finish, a searing pain shot through his wrist, as if his bones were fracturing. Qianxue, I love you so much. The sound of his knuckles cracking reverberated, echoing his anguished cries. The young girl pressed her lips together, a crimson light flickering in her eyes. I love you too. This is my affection for you. Please accept it wholeheartedly. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely as she gazed upon the barely breathing youth at her feet, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks. I never wanted it to be this way. It's all because of you. Yes, if you had been obedient, none of this would have happened. She carried the boy to the bathroom, gently cleansing his wounds with warm water and disinfecting his injuries. Gu Anian lowered his head in despair, vowing never to fall in love again. Is this how lovers are? If so, he would prefer a lifetime of solitude. Perhaps her act of saving him was not born of genuine kindness, but rather a hidden agenda. He had merely traded one abyss for another, darker one. A wave of despair surged from the depths of his heart as he pondered why everyone around him had changed so drastically. Lost in thought, he felt himself lifted by a gentle force. Sure Qianxue carried him to the room. This time, we're not going anywhere. Let us stay together forever, shall we? Her words carried a hint of morbidity. All right, I'll do as you say. Gu Anian had lost faith, his tender heart wounded countless times, yet at this moment, capitulation seemed wiser. Otherwise, this girl's methods were far more ruthless than her sister's. The obedient darling is the best. Sure Qianxue threw herself into his embrace, her movements becoming increasingly bold. Noticing the boy's unease, she explained, I'm so cold. I need you. Please help me. But you're not cold at all. Gu Anian weakly protested, feeling as if he were the one freezing, while she radiated a faint warmth. Are you questioning me? She retorted sharply. Do I not know my own body? After asserting herself, she leaned down to kiss his scar, adding, I'm just checking if your body is functioning properly. It wouldn't do to have it damaged. Now be obedient and let me take a look. For days, he remained confined in the room, with the girl attending to all his needs. Fearing pain, he complied with her every request, fortunate enough to avoid any physical torment. This brought Shi Qianxue great joy. Apart from the occasional outing, she rarely left his sight. It became evident that as long as he adhered to her wishes and refrained from defiance, she would not resort to violence, instead offering nurturing care, except in those particular instances. He felt as though he was being transformed into a pet, simultaneously serving as a vessel for Shi Qianxue's emotional release and relaxation. This situation troubled him deeply. He often felt an overwhelming chill in his body, as if he were on the brink of immense suffering. Moreover, time seemed to stretch endlessly, an unbearable ordeal to endure. One day, Shi Qianxue returned from outside, as cheerful as ever, bringing with her a collection of medicinal supplies and an uncontainable smile. "I'm back. You must have missed me terribly," she exclaimed, roughly administering the pills to him before playfully tugging at his clothes. Each time, Lan Youyan felt utterly devoid of respect, perceiving himself as nothing more than a mere plaything. Whenever the other party desired something, he felt he had no right to refuse. Shouldn't mutual respect be a fundamental aspect of a romantic relationship? She exhibited no consideration for his feelings. Perhaps it was a deep-seated dissatisfaction, or maybe it was simply that he had not experienced any physical reprimand in recent days. But he summoned the courage to utter a word of refusal. "I am tired today. You may go out." Even he was astonished by his own assertiveness. With a hint of trepidation in his gaze, he feigned calmness while looking at Shi Qianxue. To his surprise, the girl approached with a look of genuine concern, asking, "Darling, are you feeling unwell? Where does it hurt?" This was indeed unexpected. He had braced himself for reprimand. He found her thoughts inscrutable. Perhaps her previous anger had been a momentary lapse? Was interacting with other girls truly her limit? With this in mind, Lan Youyan breathed a sigh of relief and stammered, "It's not that I am unwell. I simply do not wish to." However, this seemingly light remark dimmed the girl's expression instantly. Suddenly, without warning, she struck him. "If you are not unwell, why won't you do it?" The young man was taken aback. "I misspoke. I actually feel a bit unwell." Another strike followed. "Are you still unwell now?" Chapter 91. Was the resistance successful? As the ancient saying goes, a true man must not be subdued. He cannot remain beneath others for long. Lan Youyan had endured tears, laughter, exhaustion, fear, and even physical injuries during this period. The suffering he had experienced far exceeded the meals he had consumed. He was unwilling to accept this fate. As he momentarily lost himself in thought, he suddenly lifted his head, as if resolved to make a decision. He was acutely aware of the chasm that existed between him and the girl. Even if he were to face defeat and emerge battered, he would still strive to act. He yearned to infuse a stroke of courage into his otherwise timid life. In an instant, he swung his fist fiercely, striking her shoulder. A surprising blow that caused her to take a step back. "You all enjoy bullying me, don't you? Why is that? I am also human. I have my own dignity." Before he could finish his sentence, his body was sent flying like a kite severed from its string, his head colliding with the ground. Shi Qianxue's foot hung suspended in midair, her trembling lips betraying her emotions. She had never anticipated that the timid youth would act in such a manner at that moment. Her desire to conquer him surged within her. "Come on. If you have the guts, kill me, Shi Qianxue." Lan Youyan's eyes were bloodshot as he shakily rose, lunging towards the girl. His aspirations were grand, yet reality proved starkly unyielding. He didn't even manage to touch her, stumbling instead and falling to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Shi Qianxue mounted him and covered his face with a pillow. She exercised control with precision. Each time he gasped for air, she would release him just in time. The girl did not intend to inflict serious harm. Her aim was merely to extinguish his will. After all, she is my precious little one. I must never show any anger towards her. Alas, your violence and brutality fill me with revulsion. So this is who you truly are. What distinguishes you from them? Had I known this earlier, I would have willingly surrendered to Shi Qianxuan. He flailed his arms, tearing the pillow from his face with all his might, gasping for breath. "You are akin to a rat lurking in the dark sewers, merely venting your frustrations upon me. I have had enough of this injustice. There is no dignity left. I wish to end our relationship." Upon uttering these words, Shi Qianxue stood frozen, dumbfounded. "Break up? A breakup?" Hee ha ha. Her shoulders shook with a frenzied laughter, as if she had been struck by some unseen force. Gu Anyan, witnessing her bizarre demeanor, felt a wave of fear wash over him, yet he seized the opportunity to hurl the pillow at her face. "You are a devil," with a slap. As he struggled to free himself, his flailing hand inadvertently struck the young girl's face. Though the blow was light, it left a faint red mark, laden with humiliation. After this act, a flicker of panic ignited within the boy. "Serves you right." He gritted his teeth and shouted, hastily retreating from the room. After a prolonged silence, no sound emerged from within. Contrary to his expectations, she did not burst forth to unleash her wrath upon him. Anxiously trembling, he cautiously approached the door, only to find Shi Qianxue still bowed, kneeling on the floor. She continued to murmur softly, her hair disheveled, tears streaming from her eyes. Witnessing this scene, Gu Anyan's unease deepened. What could be the cause of her sudden transformation? Time passed, and she remained motionless, unable to bear it any longer. He stepped in front of her, asking, "Are you all right?" Silence met his inquiry. The girl stared blankly at the floor, her tears blurring her vision. The overwhelming sensation within her was one of heartache. It felt as if her heart were gripped by an unseen force, suffocating her entire being. Being disliked brings such profound pain. What is this feeling? I have never experienced it before. What have I done wrong? I simply loved him too deeply. I only wished to hold him close, to keep him by my side. But why? Why must he treat me this way? My heart aches so terribly. I truly, deeply love him. Shi Qianxue's eyes were vacant, akin to a marionette left in a stupor. In that instant, all emotions were eclipsed by sorrow, and every thought, including vengeance and resentment towards the Shi family, dwindled to nothing. Only Gu Anyan's stern reprimands echoed in her mind, indelibly etched within her consciousness. Her body, overcome by sorrow, seemed to have banished the once familiar chill coursing through her veins. She gently stirred, covering her flushed cheeks with her hands. Gu Anyan felt an overwhelming sense of sorrow beside her, tinged with a hint of desolation. "I acknowledge that I spoke rather loudly just now, yet I stand by my words. Your treatment of me has caused me considerable distress." As he spoke, his hand gently rested on Shi Qianxue's shoulder. Indeed, many have criticized him. Perhaps he truly is at fault. He simply cannot bear to witness the sorrow of a young girl, and in this moment, his heart softened. Just as he was about to say something, Shi Qianxue spoke up. "What must I do to keep you?" She earnestly sought an answer. The boy was taken aback, gazing at the girl's pitiful appearance, feeling a pang of sympathy. "In truth, you have always been wonderful. My class monitor, Fong Lulu, is to me a person who is both absurd and reliable." He was momentarily stunned by his own words. Could it be that he has feelings for Fong Lulu, the girl who had previously seemed indifferent to him? Now, his love runs deep, yet it increasingly feels like a burden. But she is me, and I am her. The girl was on the verge of collapse. The boy remained silent, ultimately sighing, and spoke in the simplest terms. "Regardless of the circumstances or whose fault it may be, you must never resort to violence. How could friends, who have progressed to lovers, resort to such hostility? We must respect one another. What I do not wish to do cannot be forced upon me, and if all else fails, we ought to negotiate." This, in effect, diminished the love the girl held for him. Shi Qianxue's affection was too weighty, like a mountain pressing down upon him, making it difficult for him to breathe. Upon hearing this, she wiped her tears, her voice quivering. "If I can achieve that, will you not despise me? Will you not betray me? Will you only cherish me?" "If you can attain that, then certainly," he replied. This sentence struck her like a potent tonic, invigorating her spirit. Her once dim eyes began to shimmer with hope. "After all, this is what you promised. You must never betray me. Then I ask you, can we reconcile?" Gu Anyan felt a wave of embarrassment. Yet to alleviate her sorrow, he ultimately conceded. "Qianxue, do not be sad. We are still the same as before.